Chapter 1. Betrayal. On August 1st, 2060, the enigmatic influence of a mysterious ray from space had plunged Blue Planet into a month-long Cambrian storm. Lin Yi, cocooned within the confines of his home, trembled as he retrieved his phone to send a message to his goddess, Wang Xue. "Xue, I have 2 bags of instant noodles at home. If you're hungry, feel free to come and collect them." Wang Xue was Lin Yi's university classmate. From the moment he laid eyes on her, like a celestial being, during their freshman orientation, he became her devoted guardian, often referred to as a loyal admirer. Over the course of their 4 years at university, Wang Xue had cycled through countless boyfriends, yet Lin Yi remained steadfastly by her side. Whenever she faced heartbreak, it was Lin Yi she turned to first. He willingly embraced the role of her protector, believing that his unwavering sincerity would eventually win her heart. As the 4 years swiftly passed, upon graduation, when Lin Yi learned that Wang Xue had nowhere to stay, he relinquished the 3-bedroom apartment his parents had prepared for him, opting instead to move upstairs to reside with them. Wang Xue, having grown accustomed to Lin Yi's unconditional generosity over the years, moved in without hesitation, bringing along her 2 close friends, Zhang Qian and Yang Xuan. Lin Yi assumed responsibility for all their utility and maintenance fees, finding immense happiness merely in Wang Xue's presence. Tragically, in the 2nd year following Lin Yi's graduation, his parents perished in a car accident. In the wake of their loss, he cherished Wang Xue even more, becoming increasingly compliant. No matter how unreasonable her requests, Lin Yi endeavored to fulfill them. However, on the morning of July 1st, 2060, he was jolted awake by an icy chill. The frigid wind seeping through the window sent shivers down his spine. Blinking in confusion, Lin Yi donned his shoes and approached the window, only to be frozen in place by the sight before him. The expansive floor-to-ceiling window was encrusted with frost, and a blizzard raged outside, the howling winds audible even from within. After rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't dreaming, he hastily shut the window and returned to his bedroom to check his phone. Realizing it was not winter, a torrent of anxiety surged within him. June had only just concluded, and the weather had remained warm. The sudden snowfall left him bewildered. The thermometer on the TV cabinet indicated an indoor temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, a stark contrast to the 26 degrees it had been just hours earlier. Lin Yi opened the community group chat and discovered that many residents had been awakened by the cold, discussing the unexpected snowfall. He promptly called Wang Xue and, relieved to learn she was safe at home, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The following day, the snow showed no signs of abating. Lin Yi, alongside numerous neighbors, descended to the lobby, where they found the first floor nearly submerged in snow. Many residents ventured out to procure supplies, fearing that if this weather persisted, they could become trapped within their homes. Dressing in thick clothing and preparing 2 burlap sacks, Lin Yi ventured outside, determined to ensure Wang Xue would not go hungry despite the perilous conditions. Fortunately, a supermarket lay not far from his building. After considerable effort, he and his neighbors reached the store, filled his bags, and returned home satisfied. After stowing 1 bag of food in his room, he ascended to the 13th floor to deliver the other to Wang Xue. Upon knocking, he was greeted by Zhang Qian, who accepted the food before promptly shutting the door. Lin Yi was accustomed to this indifference from Wang Xue's friends, who, while undeniably beautiful, had always treated him with coldness. He had overheard them mockingly suggest that he was merely a toad aspiring to court a swan, though Wang Xue had swiftly put a stop to their jests, leaving Lin Yi touched by her defense. As the days passed, temperatures plummeted further, reaching a staggering -80 degrees Celsius by the 7th day. The snowfall intensified, visibility dwindled to less than 3 meters, and snowdrifts rose to the height of 3 stories, trapping residents within their homes. In the ensuing weeks, food supplies were depleted, and many succumbed to starvation or freezing. Amidst this dire environment, humanity's darker instincts began to surface, and incidents of cannibalism became alarmingly frequent. It was as if, within a mere month, civilization had regressed to a primitive state. Wang Xue and her friends had managed to survive thanks to Lin Yi's support, but now his own food reserves had been exhausted, leaving only 2 bags of instant noodles, which he had painstakingly saved for Wang Xue. After some time, Lin Yi finally received a reply from her. "I'll come down to get it in a moment." Relieved by Wang Xue's response, Lin Yi had been anxious for her safety, given the numerous deaths in their building. However, knowing she was unharmed brought him solace. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door, and peering through the peephole, Lin Yi spotted Wang Xue outside. He moved aside the refrigerator and washing machine leaning against the door and opened it. In an instant, a metal rod came crashing down beside him. Lin Yi had no time to react before the blow struck his forehead, sending him collapsing into a pool of blood. A group of 7 or 8 individuals surged into his home, ransacking it. As Lin Yi regained consciousness, he beheld Wang Xue and Zhang Qian standing at the door, and a wave of concern washed over him. They must have been coerced by these intruders. He could not afford to succumb. What would happen to them? Just as he struggled to rise, Wang Xue picked up a wooden stick from the wall and struck him violently on the head. Her subsequent words sent Lin Yi spiraling into despair. "I tricked you into opening the door. I want half of everything we find, including this corpse." A nearby man smiled faintly and replied, "No problem. You can have 2 legs and 2 arms. The next door will also rely on you." He then produced a sharp knife from his pocket and approached Lin Yi with a cruel smile. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame that damned weather. We'll gladly take the meat from your bones." Chapter 2. 2 months before the apocalypse, as the man's dagger pierced his flesh, Lin Yi's blood gushed forth in torrents. Gradually, he began to lose sensation in his body. With only the haunting echoes of a shattered heart and profound resentment towards Wang Xue occupying his mind. Why must it be this way? Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, you all deserve to perish. My hatred burns. Why did I not see through their true nature sooner? If heaven grants me another chance, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death, paying 1,000-fold for their treachery. With Lin Yi's anguished cries, the darkness before him began to dissipate, replaced by a tidy office. His body gradually regained its sensations. Gazing upon the familiar surroundings, Lin Yi felt a momentary disorientation. Before meticulously examining himself and discovering that all traces of his recent injuries had vanished. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Instinctively, Lin Yi grasped the ashtray on the desk for protection. In the next moment, a woman clad in professional attire entered, her brow furrowing in curiosity at the sight of Lin Yi's alert demeanor. Nevertheless, she placed a stack of documents on the desk and addressed him, "Manager Lin. Here are last month's reports. Please sign." Lin Yi, almost on autopilot, took the pen and signed his name. The woman picked up the documents and remarked, "Manager Lin, please take care of yourself. I'll take my leave now." As the office door clicked shut, Lin Yi finally comprehended the situation. He glanced at his phone. It displayed the date, May 1st, 2060. Is this 2 months before the apocalypse? Have I been reborn? He opened his computer and began searching for recent news, finding no articles regarding the impending doom or the Cambrian period. At last, Lin Yi confirmed his resurrection. "Ha ha," he exclaimed, setting down the mouse and bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a while, as his laughter subsided, a fierce determination took its place. "Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, and my dear neighbors, Lin Yi has returned. This time, I shall ensure you pay for your blood debts." Rising, Lin Yi approached the door and swung it open, revealing a bustling hall where dozens of employees were engrossed in their tasks. He gazed at the once familiar scene, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He worked at a fund company, and after years of dedication, he had ascended from a mere employee to the position of investment department manager. Just then, a woman approached from a distance, Li Ro, the trading department manager of his company. She wore a crisp white blouse that strained against her curves, paired with sheer black stockings and a dangerously short skirt, accentuating her lithe figure. She walked towards Lin Yi, her movements exuding an alluring grace. In the presence of this exquisite beauty, the busy office workers momentarily set aside their tasks, casting furtive glances in her direction. It is undeniable that this enchanting maiden possesses an irresistible allure. While her face might warrant a score of 80, her devilishly captivating figure and S-shaped curves elevate her appeal to at least 90. Wherever she graces the company with her presence, a multitude of male gazes inevitably converge upon her. Even Lin Yi, who is wholly devoted to Wang Xue, is not immune to such beauty. The appreciation for aesthetics is a universal trait, and even a paragon of pure love like him cannot escape its grasp. As Li Ro approached Lin Yi, she handed him a document, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Lin Yi, this is the report you signed. Have your team redo it immediately. If they fail, you will personally handle it." Lin Yi took the report and invited Li Ro into his office. Upon seeing her seated, he drew the curtains and locked the door. He then carelessly tossed the report onto the floor and, with a teasing smirk, remarked, "Manager Li, what an impressive display of authority you have here. Has General Manager Lu promised you a legitimate position?" Lu Wei, the general manager of Lin Yi's company, is already married with 2 children. His rapid ascent to this position at such a young age is largely attributed to his father-in-law, the chairman of the board, whose influence has secured Lu's place in the company. Meanwhile, Li Ro is Lu Wei's clandestine lover, and together they have embezzled over 30 million from the company, a fact that has only recently come to light in the days leading up to an impending reckoning. Upon hearing Lin Yi's unexpected mention of Lu Wei, Li Ro's heart raced with anxiety, though she feigned composure. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Yi, who had always been honest and unassuming, earned his position as the investment department manager through the chairman's recognition of his abilities. Li Ro, emboldened by her association with Lu Wei, had often wielded her influence over her colleagues, including Lin Yi, whom she regarded with disdain. Thus, Lin Yi's sudden boldness filled her with foreboding. Lin Yi settled into his chair, propping his leg up, and spoke slowly, "Stop pretending in front of me. I have long been aware of your affair with General Manager Lu Wei and the embezzlement of over 30 million from the company. Should I fetch the evidence for you to review?" Li Ro's heart began to race. Lin Yi's mention of the exact sum indicated he possessed incriminating evidence against her and Lu Wei. Seeing her silence, Lin Yi decided to escalate the situation. He picked up his phone and said, "Since you refuse to admit it, I shall call the chairman right now and encourage him to investigate his son-in-law thoroughly." At that moment, Li Ro could no longer remain composed. She hastily responded, "Wait, what do you want? I will agree to anything you ask." Lin Yi smiled slightly, his gaze fixated on her with an assertive intensity. He naturally had no evidence in hand. Calling the chairman was merely a facade to intimidate her. Feeling the predatory gaze of Lin Yi, Li Ro instinctively clutched her chest and said to him, "I will give you 1 million if you hand over all the evidence." Lin Yi shook his head. Although 1 million was not an insignificant sum, with the impending apocalypse, he needed substantial funds for both constructing a shelter and stockpiling supplies. However, he hesitated to accept the money. It would not be long before their embezzlement was uncovered, and if he took the money, Li Ro would undoubtedly betray him. He had no desire to spend his days behind bars. Seeing Lin Yi's refusal, Li Ro assumed he found the offer inadequate. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Threatening me is also a crime. The most I can offer is 2 million. That is all I have." Lin Yi shook his head once more and replied, "I do not seek money. I desire you." Chapter 3. The Eye of the Space. Li Ro's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi's intention was her body. Despite her often provocative attire, she considered herself rather conservative. Apart from her 2 previous boyfriends, only Lu Wei had touched her. Thus, Lin Yi's proposition placed her in a dilemma, yet could she truly refuse in the face of his threats? Once their dealings came to light, not only would her and Lu Wei's positions be jeopardized, but they would also face imprisonment. The chairman of the company would certainly not spare her husband's extramarital interests in his quest for retribution for his daughter. It was easy to foresee her grim fate. Moreover, Lu Wei was no ally. He might very well shift all the blame onto her, claiming she had seduced him in hopes of winning back his wife's forgiveness. Based on her understanding of Lu Wei, he was quite capable of such treachery. Lin Yi did not grant her much time for contemplation. "After work, I will have a room ready for you at the hotel downstairs. I will send the room number to your phone. Whether you come is entirely your decision." With that, he disregarded Li Ro's complex expression and exited the office. Upon returning to his office, Lin Yi found that Li Ro had already departed. He felt no concern that she would take drastic actions. He knew her well enough to understand that her only option was to comply, possibly even keeping secrets from Lu Wei. Lin Yi settled in to begin his work, having already contemplated the path ahead. First and foremost was acquiring funds, a relatively straightforward task. As the manager of the investment department, he was well versed in the forthcoming trends of stocks and funds. With the right strategies, amassing a substantial sum in a short period would be effortless. Secondly, he needed to create an utterly secure refuge, and he decided that his own home would serve this purpose. While he could seek a standalone villa, he recalled that in his previous life, the city's infrastructure had crumbled within days. Until the day he met his demise, the snow had accumulated to a height reaching the 6th floor. The villa's low elevation rendered it vulnerable to being buried by heavy snowfall. In contrast, Lin Yi resided in the Chuangxing community, the tallest residential complex in the entirety of Haijing City, boasting 28 floors, with Lin Yi's abode situated on the 26th. If snow were to envelop his home, it would imply that no place on Blue Star could possibly escape such a fate. The last preparations required were supplies and weapons. While procuring food was relatively straightforward, money could purchase nearly anything. Acquiring weapons proved to be a formidable challenge. Due to the national firearms prohibition, guns were non-existent in Longhua, let alone available for purchase. Did he need to venture abroad for such acquisitions? However, the foreign landscape was fraught with complexities. Navigating unfamiliar terrain could be perilous. Lin Yi had no desire to meet his end in a foreign land after having been granted a second chance at life. Moreover, even if he managed to procure weapons, there would be no means to bring them back home. In the midst of his despair, Lin Yi suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his eyes, prompting him to instinctively rub them. Abruptly, a pristine white space manifested in his mind, an expanse seemingly infinite. Upon blinking again, the space vanished from view. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. An alternate dimension had emerged within his left eye. The method of utilizing this extraordinary space was immediately imprinted in his consciousness. Fixing his gaze upon the ashtray on his desk, he concentrated, and in an instant, the ashtray vanished, appearing instead in the alternate space, silently floating in the void. With another thought, the ashtray reappeared on his desk. He struggled to contain his excitement, repeating the experiment several times. Lin Yi discovered that the alternate space could only encompass objects within a 10-meter radius, and they had to be independent entities. When he attempted to draw the office door into the space, it remained resolutely in place. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if he were to enter the space himself? Would he perish within? After a tumultuous internal debate, he ultimately refrained from making such a decision. Having just acquired his newfound abilities, it would be a grave misfortune to inadvertently bring about his own demise. Perhaps he should first experiment with a couple of living beings. Observing the clock on his desk, he noted the time before directly transferring it into the alternate space, subsequently immersing his consciousness to monitor the clock's progression. After a full 10 minutes, the clock remained immobile within the alternate dimension. Only upon retrieving it did it resume its ticking. It appeared that time stood still within the alternate space. Thankfully, he had refrained from experimenting on himself. Had he entered, he could have been trapped indefinitely. Nonetheless, this revelation was fortuitous. He could store his amassed supplies within the alternate space, alleviating concerns over food spoilage. Should the opportunity arise to acquire firearms, they could be seamlessly smuggled through security checks. Lin Yi blinked his left eye, and the otherworldly space before him vanished in an instant. However, he found it rather peculiar that his right eye also harbored a strange sensation, as if an energy were coalescing within. He had initially thought he might possess two independent realms, but after experimenting fruitlessly for an extended period, he reluctantly decided to abandon the endeavor. Having already acquired one such extraordinary space filled him with immense excitement. Even the absence of additional powers mattered little. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing an independent space far surpassed the merits of abilities such as fire-breathing or invisibility. No matter how potent one's offensive capabilities, lacking sufficient sustenance would inevitably lead to starvation. After a lengthy trial of his newfound powers, Lin Yi powered on his computer and selected several stocks from memory. These stocks had the potential to multiply tenfold within a fortnight, causing quite a stir at the time. In the year 2060, the erratic fluctuations in stock prices had eliminated the regulations on trading halts, allowing many to seize the opportunity for wealth. Lin Yi planned to cash out at the peak. Through this maneuver, his savings of 2 million would escalate to 20 million. With this newfound capital, he could leverage his prophetic abilities to invest in stocks once more, aiming to elevate his savings to 100 million within a month. With that fortune, he would have enough to construct a safe haven and procure essential supplies. After investing all his savings in the stock market, the next step was simply to wait. As Lin Yi glanced at the time, he noticed that the workday was nearing its end. He wondered how Li Ro had been contemplating the situation. Reflecting on the swift changes that had transpired within a single day, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Just moments ago, he had been a love-stricken fool deceived and harmed by Yue Guang. Now, he was poised to threaten others. Chapter 4. The beautiful colleague Li Ro. Yet, one must admit, the feeling of acting on impulse is exhilarating. Although Lin Yi had harbored certain feelings for Li Ro in the past, he had never dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts due to moral constraints. Now, however, He cast aside notions of morality and humanity. In this dystopian reality, such principles were utterly meaningless. Those burdened by saintly compassion would invariably be among the first to perish. Lin Yi was determined to live life on his own terms, to pursue what he desired without hesitation, and he would no longer deprive himself. He shut down his computer, locked the office door, and clocked out before leaving the company. Instead of hurrying to a hotel, he opted to grab a bite to eat, as he had ample time and felt no urgency. Arriving at a familiar restaurant located at the foot of the office building, he ordered a bowl of noodles. The restaurant's entrance faced the exit of their office. As Lin Yi savored his meal, he observed the stream of people emerging from the building. Suddenly, he caught sight of a graceful figure. It was Li Ro. At that moment, she appeared somewhat sheepish, lowering her head as she exited, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor. As Lin Yi called out to her while she passed by the restaurant, Li Ro was startled by his voice. Upon seeing Lin Yi dining alone with a bowl of noodles, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to enter. Lin Yi instructed the proprietor to prepare a bowl of noodles for Li Ro as well, and then he resumed his meal. Watching Lin Yi relish his food, Li Ro found herself devoid of appetite, preoccupied with the fear of potential exposure. After sipping his soup, Lin Yi kindly encouraged her, "Make sure to eat well. After all, this is physical labor, and you will likely tire soon." Li Ro, irritated by Lin Yi's playful teasing, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. But knowing that he held leverage over her, she reluctantly chose to yield for the time being. Ultimately, Lin Yi finished his bowl of noodles, while Li Ro barely consumed half of hers. After settling the bill, Lin Yi exited the restaurant and made his way to the adjacent parking lot, opening the door to his car and taking a seat. Li Ro, albeit unwillingly, followed suit and occupied the passenger seat. Lin Yi drove directly to a nearby hotel. Upon parking, he turned off the engine and took Li Ro's hand as they entered the hotel. The receptionist, noticing their intertwined hands, knowingly recommended a couple's room, equipped with various playful amenities that previous guests had praised. Lin Yi smiled faintly and decisively opted for the room suggested by the receptionist. After completing the registration and payment, he took the room key and led Li Ro to the elevator, ascending to the 6th floor. As they entered the room, the pink lighting enveloped them. A large waterbed adorned with peculiar items awaited them. In an instant, Li Ro transformed. Her previous shyness evaporated as she stepped into the room first. Placing her bag on the table across from the waterbed, Lin Yi followed suit and locked the door behind them. The next morning, Lin Yi and Li Ro, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, checked out of the hotel. Once inside Lin Yi's car, the warmth and compliance from the previous night had vanished from Li Ro's demeanor. Coldly, she retrieved a camera from her bag and addressed Lin Yi. "I will only accompany you this once. After this, we shall part ways. I've recorded everything that transpired last night. If you ever threaten me again, I will release the video and ensure you face the consequences." Lin Yi laughed heartily at her words. "Feel free to release it. You think I'll end up in jail? What did we do last night? Just a casual encounter. Is that illegal? Just a casual encounter?" Li Ro was taken aback by Lin Yi's response. Indeed, could a mere video of their tryst truly be used as leverage against him? He had not assaulted her. If he insisted that their actions were consensual, who could challenge him? Moreover, from the footage, it appeared she had been more proactive than Lin Yi. If one were to claim assault, wouldn't it be her assaulting him? As Lin Yi observed the stunned Li Ro, he took the camera from her hands, turned it on, and glanced at the recorded footage. Then, Li Ro remarked, "I never expected you to have a habit of recording your life. The footage is quite remarkable. You should gift it to me." After saying this, Lin Yi casually placed the camera into the handhold of the driver's seat. Li Ro made no attempt to refuse. Knowing full well that Lin Yi held all the leverage over her, an additional video hardly mattered. It was the weekend, and with no work obligations, Lin Yi drove Li Ro back to her residence. After a struggle against drowsiness, he returned to the Sichuan community. Once he parked the car, he dragged his weary body home. Upon opening the door and gazing at the very spot where he had met his demise in his past life, painful memories surged forth. Lin Yi silently vowed that since fate had granted him a second chance, he would live for himself, and those who wronged him would pay the ultimate price. Just wait. In 2 months, Lin Yi would exact his revenge. He removed his shoes and clothes before collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the previous night's sleeplessness and intense exertion. Time slipped away, and as the sky outside darkened, Lin Yi remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the tranquility, rousing him from slumber. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, he reached for the phone on the bedside table without checking the caller ID and pressed the answer button. A woman's voice came through the line. Lin Yi, my friends and I are downstairs in the community eating. You need to come down and settle the bill. The familiar voice jolted Lin Yi into full alertness. He glanced at the name displayed on his phone, Xue. A wave of murderous intent coursed through him. He remained silent for a moment, and the caller, assuming he hadn't heard, reiterated in a commanding tone, Hello, Lin Yi, are you listening? I'm right downstairs. You need to come down now. Lin Yi suppressed the rising fury within him, recognizing that patience was essential for greater plans. Now was not the time to confront her. He forced a calm tone, replying, All right, I'll be right there. Wang Xue, satisfied, hung up the phone while seated at the restaurant. Zhang Qian, sitting beside her, remarked, Xue, you really have a way with him. You've trained Lin Yi to be at your beck and call, more obedient than a dog. The other women at the table erupted into laughter. Wang Xue, brimming with confidence, declared, Of course. Men are inherently weak. Show them a hint of kindness, and they become overly presumptuous. Sometimes they need a firm hand. Yang Shuang chimed in, Exactly. Lin Yi should take a good look in the mirror. If it weren't for our shared history as classmates, he could beg us to buy him a meal, and we wouldn't give him a second thought. Wang Xue pulled a pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and took a drag before saying, Enough about that irritating fellow. He can only spend a little money. If I'm ever in a bad mood, I'll simply kick him to the curb and tell him to stay far away. I'm tired of having him follow me around like a shadow. Chapter 5. After Lin Yi hung up the phone, he went to the restroom to wash his face. The refreshing cold water helped to quell the murderous intent that had been brewing within him. Since revenge could not be exacted at this moment, Lin Yi decided to toy with her for a while, considering it a means of reclaiming some interest. Conveniently, they were dining at a restaurant just downstairs, and his own stomach was grumbling, providing an excellent opportunity for a meal. After freshening up, Lin Yi dressed and took his keys before stepping out. Upon entering the restaurant on the ground floor of the complex, he immediately spotted Wang Xue and her friends engaged in lively conversation. He recognized them all. Aside from Wang Xue's two close friends, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian, the rest were her acquaintances. Lin Yi had seen them numerous times before when Wang Xue had asked him to foot the bill. As soon as Zhang Qian noticed Lin Yi entering, she waved at him and promptly called the waiter to settle the bill. Lin Yi chose an empty table and picked up the menu to examine it. When the waiter brought over the bill for Wang Xue and her companions, Lin Yi glanced at it briefly, noting the considerable amount. The 6 girls had ordered 14 dishes, along with 3 bottles of red wine and 2 cases of beer, totaling 3,200 yuan. Lin Yi tossed the bill back onto the table and inquired of the waiter, Why are you giving me the bill? I haven't ordered anything yet. Let those who dine pay for it. The bewildered waiter then made his way towards Wang Xue's table. Sure enough, within half a minute, Wang Xue and her friends approached Lin Yi, visibly irate. Lin Yi, what is going on? It's just a bill. Why are you dawdling? Zhang Qian chimed in beside her. Exactly. Xue is giving you an opportunity. If you can't even spend a little for her, how can we trust you with her in the future? Yang Shuang glared at Lin Yi, her face a mask of fury, as if he had committed some great transgression. Lin Yi looked at the 3 angered girls and smiled slightly. I didn't eat your food, so why should I pay the bill? And what opportunity do I need from you? Don't forget, the 3 of you are still living in my house. I'm here to inform you that starting this month, I will be collecting rent. As a courtesy to our old friendship, I'll charge you a reduced rate of 3,000 a month. If you can't afford it, you should vacate immediately. The 3 girls were left speechless, taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected assertiveness. Wang Xue clenched her teeth, bewildered by his behavior today. For years, he had been so compliant with her every whim. When had he ever dared to defy her? A mere hint of displeasure from her would prompt Lin Yi to apologize profusely. Yet today, he spoke such words. Lin Yi, you'll regret this. I will never forgive you again, Wang Xue declared, stomping her foot in frustration before returning to her seat. Meanwhile, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian began to lecture Lin Yi. The 3 individuals exhibited an extraordinary synchronization. Each time, Wang Xue would leave in a fit of anger, only for her 2 confidants to step in and assist. The matters that were too awkward for Wang Xue to articulate were deftly handled by them, preserving her pristine reputation of never needing to justify herself. With this strategy, Wang Xue managed to attract numerous suitors, reaping the benefits which she split evenly with her friends. Unfortunately, her companions were slightly less attractive than Wang Xue, relegating them to the role of supporters. Lin Yi, having known each other since our university days, you should be well aware of Xue's temperament. Go apologize to her immediately, pay for the meal, and present her with a gift to seek her forgiveness. Yang Xuang and I can also speak favorably on your behalf, but if she decides to completely ignore you, do not come seeking our assistance. Zhang Qian implored Lin Yi earnestly, as though she were entirely focused on his interests. Exactly. How can a guy as petty as you ever hope to find a girlfriend? Just moments ago, Xue mentioned she was considering giving you a chance. Now that you've angered her, do you not want her to be your girlfriend? Yang Xuang chimed in, supporting Zhang Qian's sentiments. In the past, had Lin Yi heard that Wang Xue intended to give him an opportunity, he would have leapt for joy, immediately presenting her with 2 designer handbags to express his affection. However, at this juncture, even if Wang Xue were to strip bare and offer herself freely, Lin Yi would find it utterly repulsive. Disregarding the incessant chatter of the two, Lin Yi summoned the waiter and ordered several of his favorite dishes along with a bowl of rice. Zhang Qian and Yang Xuang exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Yi's indifference. Based on their understanding of him, the mere hint that Wang Xue had an interest in him would typically compel Lin Yi to approach her with eagerness. Yet, the reality was that he remained unmoved. Only when Lin Yi picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal did they reluctantly return to Wang Xue's side. Wang Xue shot them a fierce glare, mentally chastising them as ineffectual, wondering how they could fail to manage even Lin Yi, and questioning their capability to assist her with Su Shuai in the future. Su Shuai was Wang Xue's latest target, a well-known rich second-generation heir in Haijing City, with family assets amounting to hundreds of billions, and whose parents were stakeholders in the largest supermarket chain in the nation. Wang Xue had met Su Shuai at a nightclub, and upon learning of his wealth, she devoted herself entirely to him. If she could conceive his child, marrying into a wealthy family would be within reach. As Wang Xue received the bill from the waiter, her friends began feigning interest in their phones. Eventually, she extracted her salary card from her bag. Both Wang Xue and Zhang Qian were employees at a small company, earning less than 5,000 a month. The expense of this meal consumed over half of Wang Xue's monthly earnings, causing her considerable distress. However, several of her close friends were watching, and the carefully crafted image of a socialite in Haijing City could not be tarnished by her own actions. Reluctantly, she had to bear the expenses herself. Moreover, she had already declared that she would treat them to dinner, confident that Lin Yi would foot the bill. Thus, even though they could not possibly consume so many dishes, they insisted on ordering extravagantly. Little did she expect Lin Yi to flatly refuse her request. Had she known, she would have ordered fewer dishes. After settling the bill, Wang Xue clenched her teeth and tucked her salary card into her bag, placing the blame squarely on Lin Yi. Previously, he had always been readily available to pay, but now he suddenly refused. Was he toying with her? Not to mention, she had lost face in front of so many people. They were still residing in Lin Yi's home, and she decided to keep a mental note of this debt, planning to confront him once she became Su Shuai's girlfriend. Chapter 6. Officer Jiang Shuyan. After finishing the meal, Lin Yi found that Wang Xue and the others had already departed. He popped the last piece of meat into his mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Rubbing his round belly, Lin Yi, having experienced the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, understood the value of food and the importance of not wasting it. 20 days into the apocalypse, even half a bun could incite 2 former friends to fight fiercely or compel a man to willingly offer his wife. To them, food was not mere sustenance. It was their lifeline, a glimmer of hope for survival. Having settled the bill, Lin Yi stepped out of the restaurant. It was already 9 in the evening. Yet the nightlife in Haijing City was just beginning to awaken. Young men and women strolled in clusters along the streets, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, adorned with tattoos. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Yi meandered through the streets. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by the sound of shattering beer bottles. Driven by the instinct to witness the spectacle, a crowd began to gather. Lin Yi quickened his pace to join them. Before him, 2 drunken men were embroiled in a conflict with several youngsters. Fueled by alcohol, what began as verbal insults escalated into a violent brawl. 3 young men sustained injuries, and the 2 inebriated men bore their share of bruises as well, with blood and broken bottles strewn across the ground. The restaurant owner promptly dialed the police, and soon after, 3 patrol cars arrived at the scene. 6 uniformed officers emerged from the vehicles, swiftly attending to the injured and loading them into an ambulance. Lin Yi squinted, realizing a fortuitous coincidence. One of the female officers was none other than his neighbor, Wang Xue, who lived in the apartment below him. Wang Xue was a prominent figure in their community. Both of her parents held high-ranking positions within the police force. Young and ambitious, she graduated from the police academy and became an officer, quickly rising to fame for her exceptional investigative skills and striking beauty. She even became the face of Haijing City's police department, serving as an ambassador for public relations and frequently engaging with the media. In terms of appearance, Wang Xue surpasses Wang Xue by a significant margin. If Wang Xue were to score an 80, then Wang Xue would undoubtedly achieve a remarkable 98. Placing the two in entirely different realms of beauty, Wang Xue's allure eclipses that of most celebrities. The reason Lin Yi did not actively pursue Wang Xue was largely due to Wang Xue's prior influence, coupled with the ethereal aura Wang Xue exuded, which made him feel inadequate and unworthy of her, leaving him hesitant to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. However, during the apocalyptic events of the previous life, Wang Xue was not present in the community. She was reportedly reassigned elsewhere for personnel augmentation, leaving Lin Yi unaware of her fate. After relaying a message to the restaurant owner, Wang Xue intended to return to her vehicle when she noticed Lin Yi nearby, observing the commotion. Their paths often crossed as they ascended and descended the building, but their interactions were limited to mere greetings. Approaching Lin Yi, Wang Xue remarked, "What a coincidence. Are you out shopping?" In the past, Lin Yi might have simply nodded shyly, but he was a changed man now, having lived a second life. He yearned to follow his heart, no longer concerned about others' opinions. With a confident smile that he deemed charming, Lin Yi replied, "Indeed. Just a solitary soul taking a leisurely stroll to alleviate boredom." He even playfully tossed his fine bangs. Wang Xue responded with an awkward yet polite smile, then waved her hand and said, "You may continue on. I have matters to attend to." Not disheartened by the lack of reciprocation to his subtle hints, Lin Yi remained optimistic. Once the apocalypse struck, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, he thought, what sort of woman could elude his grasp? As several individuals were escorted away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Having seen enough excitement, Lin Yi decided to head home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Wang Xue and her two companions returning hand in hand. Observing their closeness, Lin Yi might have been led to believe they were romantically involved had he not known of Wang Xue's numerous past relationships. However, he now found himself questioning whether Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang were similarly inclined. The three women noticed Lin Yi simultaneously. Wang Xue scoffed and walked past him, with Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian hastily following suit. After entering the elevator, Lin Yi pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, it eventually reached the 20th floor, where Wang Xue and her companions exited. Lin Yi called out to them from within the elevator, reminding them not to forget to pay the rent tomorrow. He then closed the elevator doors, undeterred by their furious glares. 3,000 yuan for rent is relatively modest in Haijing City, where comparable units in the neighborhood typically exceed 5,000 a month. Lin Yi's insistence on collecting rent was purely to provoke them, and the amount was chosen to avoid pushing them to leave. If they were to move out, how would he be able to exact his retribution? One cannot possibly brave the heavy snow to storm into their home, allowing them to suffer from hunger and cold while witnessing oneself indulging in gourmet delights within a warm sanctuary. This would be the greatest punishment for them. Merely eliminating them would hardly quell the resentment simmering within. Upon returning home, Lin Yi powered on his computer and glanced at the stock market, noting that the shares he had purchased were currently experiencing stable growth. With a slight adjustment, he subsequently closed the page and began searching for renovation companies that evening. He aspired to fortify his residence beyond the ordinary, and thus, conventional renovation firms would not suffice. Lin Yi resorted to online searches for similar projects. Eventually, he discovered several domestic companies specializing in doomsday bunkers. After meticulous selection, he settled on a firm named Tianli Protection, a leading doomsday bunker construction company renowned for its esteemed reputation within the industry. Lin Yi learned that a secure dwelling built by them was situated in the suburbs of Haijing City, perched atop a small hill. Allegedly, it was a birthday present crafted at the expense of a wealthy individual for his son, amounting to billions. The entire secure dwelling spanned 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below, its walls reinforced with alloy plates exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness, impervious even to ordinary shells. It boasted an array of facilities including a temperature-controlled swimming pool, a gym, a generator, and smart locks. The mere thought of it left Lin Yi drooling. The secure house, elevated on a hill, was likely to withstand the thick snow without being completely engulfed. He noted the location, intending to visit should an opportunity arise. Chapter 7. Collecting rent. Lin Yi dialed the number provided on the website, yet no one answered. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already past 10. Normally, companies would have concluded their business for the day by this hour. Discarding the idea of continuing to call, Lin Yi reassured himself that there was no rush. His funds remained tied up in the stock market, rendering him unable to withdraw even a deposit. After a brief stint of playing on his phone while lying in bed, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Lin Yi arose, consumed a light breakfast, and tested his spatial abilities, finding them intact, which brought him some relief. This spatial ability was his foundation. He could not afford any mishaps. He retrieved his phone and called Tianli Protection, scheduling a meeting. After a quick freshening up, he took the elevator to the 20th floor to visit Wang Xue. He knocked firmly on the door and waited a minute. But silence lingered within. Removing a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door, entering with ease. This residence had been prepared by his parents as a marital home, so Lin Yi naturally possessed a key. However, out of concern for Wang Xue's potential misunderstandings, he had refrained from entering uninvited in the past. Now, however, he felt indifferent. The front door was not locked, and as he pushed it open, he stepped inside. Since Lin Yi allowed Wang Xue to reside in his house, he had not stepped foot inside it. The home, meticulously designed by Lin Yi himself, had cost nearly 500,000, including appliances like the television and refrigerator, and could be considered exquisitely furnished. However, the current state of affairs was utterly disheartening. The living room was cluttered with dozens of empty liquor bottles on the coffee table and floor, while the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. At the entrance, a disarray of high-heeled shoes sprawled chaotically, and an unpleasant odor of foot stench assaulted Lin Yi's senses. Taken aback by the scene before him, Lin Yi was astonished to discover that the three women, who appeared glamorous on the surface, had allowed their living space to descend into such disarray. Navigating through the sea of bottles, he ventured into the kitchen, where he was greeted by a countertop smeared with grease, a pot filled with remnants of what seemed like a recently enjoyed hot pot, and a sink overflowing with garbage and unwashed dishes. Witnessing his beloved marital home in such a state, Lin Yi was consumed by a surge of anger, contemplating expelling them immediately. Taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm his rising frustration, he was instead met with the acrid stench in the air that provoked a fit of coughing. Glancing at the three closed bedroom doors, Lin Yi seized a beer bottle from the floor and hurled it against the ground with force. The resounding crash echoed through the space, and moments later, the bedroom doors swung open as Wang Xue and the others emerged, rubbing their bleary eyes. Curiously, while Wang Xue had exited her own room, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang emerged from the same one, confirming Lin Yi's suspicions about their relationship. It made sense now why the two had remained inseparable since their university days, never having dated a man. Wang Xue was startled to see Lin Yi in the living room. He produced a printed rental agreement from his pocket and placed it on the sofa. Turning to Wang Xue, he stated, "As I mentioned yesterday, I will be collecting rent from now on. Here is the contract. If there are no issues, please sign it and provide the rent, 12,000 in total, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent up front." Wang Xue stared blankly at the contract, momentarily dazed from her slumber. Zhang Qian, however, was quick to interject. "Lin Yi, are you serious? You're actually demanding money from us. Are you even a man?" Yang Shuang chose not to support Zhang Qian, but rather addressed Wang Xue, saying, "Xue, look at him. Is this the kind of man you want? If he dares to ask us for money today, don't even consider him if he begs you in the future." Wang Xue remained silent, her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Yi. Unfazed by her frosty stare, Lin Yi met her eyes with a hint of menace. The sight of his home in such disarray had ignited an urge within him to retaliate, yet he restrained himself for the sake of his broader plans. With just 2 months remaining, he intended to ensure they experienced the agony of a desolate existence before they slowly faded away. Wang Xue was startled by the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yi's gaze. However, she could not fathom why Lin Yi, who had previously been utterly submissive to her, now harbored such animosity. Did he discover the truth about her past abortions? That seemed implausible, apart from Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. No one else was privy to that information, and she was certain they would never divulge it to Lin Yi. With a heavy sigh, Wang Xue retreated to her room to retrieve her phone, preparing to transfer money to Lin Yi. She had just spent over 3,000 on dinner the previous day, and now the rent demanded another 4,000. As a habitual spender, her meager savings were now entirely depleted. Fortunately, the big catch she had been angling for was nearly within her grasp. Once she secured Su Shui, her financial woes would be alleviated. Seeing that Wang Xue had already settled her payment, both Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had no choice but to return to their phones to transfer funds to Lin Yi as well. Each contributed 4,000, which consumed their entire monthly salary. However, observing Lin Yi's unyielding demeanor, they realized that failure to pay could indeed result in their expulsion. Renting elsewhere would likely incur even greater expenses. After receiving the payments, Lin Yi signed the rental agreement and promptly exited the premises. Wang Xue, filled with rage, shouted at Lin Yi's retreating figure, "Lin Yi, from this moment forward, we are severing all ties. Do not seek me out when you think of me." Lin Yi seemed oblivious to her words as he walked out, the only response being the resounding slam of the door. Once he had driven out of the community, Lin Yi headed towards the city center. As he passed by a lottery ticket outlet, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. He recalled having purchased a lottery ticket in his previous life, which had won him a third prize of 3,000. Reflecting on the timing, he realized the drawing was scheduled for tomorrow evening. Without a second thought, he parked his car on the roadside, disregarding any potential parking violations. After all, what did he care about points on his driver's license? Entering the lottery outlet, he scribbled the winning numbers for the grand prize on a piece of paper and handed it to the proprietor, who was smoking at the counter. Upon receiving the numbers, the owner inquired how many tickets he wished to purchase. With palpable excitement, Lin Yi replied, "I would like to buy 200 tickets. 200 tickets? Although the owner had operated the lottery outlet for many years, this was the first time he had encountered a customer requesting such an extraordinary quantity. Typically, 10 tickets was considered a substantial purchase. Such confidence in his numbers. Yet, the customer was willing to buy, and the owner had no choice but to comply, promptly printing 200 tickets based on the provided numbers. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi clutched the tickets tightly in his hand. Once outside the outlet, he stored the tickets in his otherworldly space. This lottery ticket had become paramount. Once the draw occurred, given the current prize pool, Lin Yi anticipated winning at least 8 or 900 million. With such wealth, who needed to dabble in stocks? He could simply return home, renovate, and enjoy a life of leisure. With a significant burden lifted from his shoulders, Lin Yi directed his vehicle towards the headquarters of Tianli Protective Company. The Tianli Protection Company is situated in the heart of Haijing City, occupying a considerable area, and is housed in a standalone 3-story office building. The presence of such a spacious office in the precious real estate of Haijing City signifies the company's substantial strength. Prior to Lin Yi's arrival, he had made the necessary arrangements. As soon as he parked his car, 2 individuals emerged from the building. A man and a woman, both clad in professional attire, immediately captured attention, particularly the man's physique. Standing at only 1.7 meters tall, he was nonetheless impressively muscular, indicative of a dedicated fitness regimen. The woman exuded a sense of competence, her long hair neatly styled atop her head, and her demeanor lacked any of the typical feminine softness, instead radiating a robust masculinity. After exchanging greetings with Lin Yi, the trio made their way into the office building. Through their discussions, Lin Yi learned that the man, named Luo Jun, serves as the business manager of Tianli Protection Company and is a retired Special Forces soldier. The woman, named Li Jing, is also a retired Special Forces operative and was Luo Jun's teammate. During their military service, they developed mutual feelings for one another. Yet due to the regulations of the military, neither confessed. It was only after their retirement that they finally united, and they have been married for several years now. Lin Yi holds deep respect for these valiant defenders of the nation, especially those on the front lines, without their efforts to fend off external threats. The current state of peace and comfort would not be possible. Under Luo Jun's guidance, the 3 arrived at a reception room on the 2nd floor. With the advancement of Blue Star technology, the ecosystem has suffered various degrees of degradation, and the greenhouse effect has intensified, causing many affluent individuals to worry about the sudden onset of an apocalyptic crisis. Thus, where there is demand, there arises supply, leading to the emergence of protection companies specializing in constructing safe havens. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yi articulated his requirements. Upon learning that Lin Yi wished to establish a safe room on the 26th floor, both Luo Jun and Li Jing expressed surprise. Their company specializes in building doomsday fortresses for clients, but constructing a safe room within a residential building was an unprecedented request. Such a safe room would only be capable of defending against ordinary attacks. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, it would be of little use. If the entire building were to collapse, what good would it do to have a fortified room? However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, clarifying that he was not concerned about defending against earthquakes or tsunamis. His primary goal was simply to prevent those who would rob him of his supplies from gaining access. Building an underground bunker would only lead to being buried alive under a thick layer of snow, rendering his underground fortress a mere coffin under nearly 20 meters of snow. Although Luo Jun and his team had not previously undertaken a similar project, they recognized the client's demands and, motivated by financial incentives, were determined to find a solution. Lin Yi provided his address and contact information, and this afternoon, Luo Jun would lead a team to conduct a site survey, subsequently creating a construction design plan. If Lin Yi found the proposal satisfactory, they could proceed with payment and commence construction. After departing from Tianli Protection Company, Lin Yi headed directly back to the Sichuan community. As I passed through the square, I happened upon the venerable Mr. Lu, who was engrossed in a game of Chinese chess. Lin Yi had grown up under Mr. Lu's watchful eye, and the two shared a deep bond that transcended age. In his youth, Mr. Lu had dedicated decades to locksmithing, only retiring to purchase a home in Sichuan community to care for his young grandson. After work, Lin Yi would often join him for a game of chess. In a previous life, Mr. Lu had met a tragic end, murdered in his home half a month after the apocalypse had begun, along with his grandson, who had been gruesomely devoured. Upon noticing Lin Yi passing by, Mr. Lu called out to him. Lin Yi smiled softly and settled across from Mr. Lu, arranging the pieces before commencing their match. As seasoned adversaries, they were well acquainted with each other's strategies. After a stalemate lasting half an hour, Lin Yi emerged victorious in their first game. Despite his advancing years, Mr. Lu was fiercely competitive, insisting on a rematch after his initial defeat. Lin Yi, unable to refuse, acquiesced to play again. Ultimately, Mr. Lu secured a satisfying victory in the second round. Just then, Lin Yi's phone buzzed. It was Luo Jun, who had arrived at Sichuan community with the company's engineers. Recognizing that Lin Yi had other commitments, Mr. Lu graciously allowed him to leave. Before departing, Lin Yi hesitated but ultimately felt compelled to share some unsettling news. I recently heard whispers of impending natural disasters in the coming months. It would be wise to stock up on provisions at home. Better safe than sorry, he advised. He refrained from divulging too much, believing he had done his duty in cautioning Mr. Lu, leaving the decision to heed his words to the elder's discretion. Mr. Lu nodded while fiddling with the chess pieces, acknowledging, "All right, I understand." Lin Yi sensed that Mr. Lu might not take the warning seriously, but he chose not to press further. One must always be cautious. The last thing he wanted was to be accused of spreading rumors, which could lead to trouble. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Lin Yi welcomed Luo Jun and his team inside. Sichuan community was an upscale neighborhood in Haijing City, requiring card access for entry. With security personnel on duty around the clock, Luo Jun had brought 4 engineers, all equipped with tools, though his wife, Li Jing, was not present. Lin Yi led them upstairs and opened the door. The engineers donned shoe covers before entering the room to measure its dimensions and layout, while Lin Yi patiently waited at the entrance. After a lengthy half-hour, Luo Jun emerged with the gathered data on the premises. Subsequently, Lin Yi addressed Mr. Lin, stating, "We can undertake the renovation of this house, and we shall deliver the design blueprint to you by tomorrow evening at the latest. However, I must reiterate that the expenses for transforming the safe house are considerably high, particularly for a structure of this height. The weight of the renovation materials poses a significant risk. Should they be excessively heavy, it could lead to the collapse of the building due to load-bearing issues. Therefore, we must utilize the latest alloy materials, which, correspondingly, come at a steep price. When all is considered, the renovation costs may very well exceed the value of this house itself." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, money is not a concern. Please expedite the design blueprint." Chapter 9. The takeout disappeared with Lin Yi's affirmation. Luo Jun and his team departed without hesitation. He was unperturbed by the thought that Lin Yi might be toying with him. After all, they were merely tasked with providing a design blueprint, and they bore no risk. Should they wish to commence work, a deposit would naturally be required. If they were to proceed with Lin Yi's specifications, the renovation costs for this safe house would undoubtedly reach at least 8 figures. The alloy materials were exorbitantly priced. A 10-centimeter thick alloy panel alone could cost upwards of 10,000 per square meter. The floor space exceeded 100 square meters. And when factoring in the ceiling and surrounding walls, the material expenses alone would ascend to tens of millions. However, the corresponding defensive capabilities were astonishing. Not only would it withstand bullets, but even a precision detonation of C4 explosives would be rendered ineffective without a significant yield. Yet, this was the Dragon Country, where even ordinary handguns were scarce, let alone C4. The greatest advantage of these alloy panels was their lightweight nature. A 10-centimeter thick panel weighed comparably to a standard brick, while also being non-conductive and exhibiting exceptional thermal insulation properties. This was a product of the latest technology from the year 2060. Luo Jun calculated that if this deal materialized, his commission alone would be no less than 200,000. To ensure that this golden opportunity did not slip through his fingers, he summoned all the company's designers, determined to produce a design blueprint that would satisfy Lin Yi. After bidding farewell to Luo Jun and his team, Lin Yi closed the door and opened his computer to check the stock market. The stocks he had purchased had more than doubled in merely 2 days, increasing from 2 million to 5 million. Lin Yi made further adjustments to his investments, aiming to maximize his profits. He spent the entire afternoon before the computer, neglecting lunch. Rather than descending to the ground floor, he opted to order takeout via his phone. A bowl of barbecued pork rice and a cup of milk tea were his selections. And to avoid any interruptions during his work, he noted in the delivery instructions to leave it at the door. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lin Yi's stomach growled once more. A glance at the clock revealed that 2 hours had passed, and his phone indicated that the delivery had long since arrived. Rising from his seat, he rubbed his sore neck before heading to the door to retrieve his meal. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was met with a scene of utter chaos. Remnants of discarded food littered the ground, and the once intact cup of milk tea he had ordered lay in ruins. He promptly shut the door and retrieved his phone to access an application linked to a camera installed at his door, allowing him to observe the events outside. Adjusting the time to an hour and a half prior, he witnessed a young woman emerge from the elevator, leading a gray wolf dog. This woman, Lu Mei, a solitary dweller residing directly opposite Lin Yi, had purchased a large dog 2 years ago for companionship, as she feared living alone. The community had established regulations prohibiting the ownership of large dogs due to the presence of many children, which posed a risk for accidents. Despite several discussions with the property management, Lu Mei remained obstinate, indifferent to their pleas, and over time, the management ceased their attempts, especially since no incidents had occurred thus far. In a previous life, Lu Mei had resorted to the unthinkable, slaughtering her pet dog for sustenance during a dire food shortage. Remarkably, she survived for an entire month on the 40-plus pounds of dog meat, continuing to thrive until Lin Yi's untimely demise at the hands of Wang Xue. As the wolf dog emerged from the elevator, it caught the enticing aroma of char siu rice and made a beeline for Lin Yi's takeaway. Lu Mei, observing her dog tearing into Lin Yi's food, refrained from intervening, instead standing quietly as she awaited her pet to finish. Only after did she lead the dog back to her own residence. Upon reviewing the footage, Lin Yi's anger surged, prompting him to don his shoes and march across the hall to knock on Lu Mei's door. Moments later, her voice emerged from within. "What is it?" Suppressing his fury, Lin Yi replied, "Your dog devoured my takeaway. Did you not see?" After a brief silence, Lu Mei's voice returned, "What evidence do you have? My precious son never consumes such junk food. He only eats imported dog food." Lin Yi found himself incredulous at her response. Producing the video from his phone and displaying it at Lu Mei's peephole. "I have clear footage from my door camera. Are you still in denial?" Upon seeing the evidence, Lu Mei dropped her facade and resorted to defiance. "So what if my son ate it? It's merely a ruined takeaway, worth mere pennies. How dare you come to me about it? Who told you to leave your food at the door? It's your fault if you do it again. My son will eat it once more." Just as Lin Yi was about to retaliate by smashing the door, he suddenly regained his composure and shifted his tone. "Forget it. It's just a takeaway. Consider it a treat for your son. However, if you fail to keep your dog in check again, don't expect me to be courteous next time." With that, Lin Yi turned on his heel and returned to his apartment, leaving Lu Mei speechless. Afterward, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa and retrieved his phone to browse the internet. At last, he stumbled upon a link to an aphrodisiac on a dubious site. Without hesitation, he placed an order for the most potent one, whose description merely proclaimed unfaltering prowess, reigning supreme. Subsequently, Lin Yi ordered takeout, and when the delivery arrived, he promptly opened the door to receive it. After finishing his meal, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Having risen early and busied himself throughout the day, he now felt utterly fatigued. With Monday looming ahead and work awaiting him, Lin Yi washed up and retired to bed. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke with renewed vigor. After refreshing himself, he proceeded to a nearby breakfast shop for a meal before driving to the office. As he stepped into the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Li Ro and the company's general manager, Lu Wei. Li Ro was Lu Wei's clandestine lover, and fearing that their affair might be revealed to his father-in-law, Lu Wei dared not display any affection towards her in the workplace. Observing the two in their serious demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, upon seeing Lin Yi, a flicker of panic crossed Li Ro's eyes. She knew she could not divulge the matter concerning Lin Yi to Lu Wei, lest Lu Wei, in a fit of rage, cast her aside. After entering the elevator, Lin Yi pressed the button for his floor and stood beside Li Ro. With a mischievous glint, he discreetly shifted his bag from his right hand to his left and gradually let his right hand glide towards Li Ro's backside. Startled by Lin Yi's audacity, Li Ro was momentarily taken aback, but with Lu Wei nearby, she feared detection and remained still, feigning composure. Lin Yi, encouraged by her restraint, grew bolder and pinched her firmly. Caught off guard by his sudden advance, Li Ro nearly gasped, stifling her reaction with a cough. Lu Wei turned, his expression one of confusion, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Li Ro waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a slight cold, my throat feels a bit scratchy." As the elevator doors opened, Li Ro hastily fled, resembling a startled deer. Although Lu Wei found her behavior peculiar, he dismissed it and followed her out of the elevator. Seated in his office, Lin Yi scrutinized the data on his computer. By tomorrow morning, his 2 million should transform into 10 million. Throughout the day, Lin Yi did not catch a glimpse of Li Ro, unsure if she was deliberately evading him. As noon approached, he received a link from Luo Jun. Upon opening it, a 3D model of a room appeared on his screen. Judging by the layout, it was precisely a model of Lin Yi's own home, accompanied by some explanatory text. Lin Yi examined it meticulously. The walls of the room are constructed from 10-centimeter thick high-tech alloy panels, encompassing the floor and ceiling, with no seams in sight. A layer of cement is applied externally, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary walls. The living room windows have been upgraded to the latest bulletproof glass, approximately 10 centimeters thick, which costs 3 to 4 times more than the alloy panels, boasting superior hardness and insulation properties. The security door is also custom-made from this alloy, reaching a thickness of 20 centimeters, featuring a serrated interlocking mechanism. To breach this door forcefully would necessitate high-powered explosives capable of obliterating the alloy. Should a device capable of such destruction detonate at Lin Yi's doorstep, the explosion's force could collapse the entire building. Furthermore, the door is equipped with a shooting aperture and a set of flamethrowers. This particular feature was a firm request from Lin Yi, to which Luo Jun reluctantly acquiesced. The shooting aperture was manageable, merely requiring a small opening, but installing flamethrowers on the door was illegal, placing potential liability squarely on Luo Jun's shoulders should any issues arise. In addition to these external defenses, the interior of the room is outfitted with numerous amenities. To ensure warmth, a fireplace has been constructed in the living room, complemented by underfloor heating. Igniting the fireplace allows heat to be distributed throughout the various rooms via piping. All electrical and plumbing systems have been dismantled, with 3 generators and 2 5-cubic-meter water tanks installed in one of the bedrooms to secure the safe house's daily water and electricity needs. The ventilation system has been enhanced with filtration capabilities, effectively isolating toxic or uniquely odorous gases. Even the toilet in the bathroom has undergone special treatment to prevent blockages due to cold temperatures. Overall, Lin Yi is exceedingly pleased with the construction, marveling at the thoughtful design details. Indeed, the expertise of a professional doomsday bunker designer far surpasses that of an amateur like himself, who relies solely on imagination. After receiving Lin Yi's endorsement, Luo Jun is elated, convinced that his bonus is secure. He then informs Lin Yi of the renovation costs, which total 61 million. A 30% deposit, amounting to 18 million, is required before work can commence, with the remaining 70% due within 3 months of project completion. While Lin Yi appreciates the design, he finds himself devoid of funds at present, as his savings are tied up in the stock market, awaiting a substantial return, at least another half-month to accumulate the necessary capital. His hopes now rest on tonight's lottery. Lin Yi can only delay the process momentarily, subsequently presenting additional requests, including the installation of covert bomb-proof cameras throughout the community, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees. However, Luo Jun outright rejects this request, stating that adding cameras in the community would be illegal due to privacy invasion concerns. Although he promised to install the flamethrower at the door, Lin Yi, not being a fool, would not easily resort to using it. Should any incident occur, he would not escape culpability. Moreover, Lin Yi had assured him that upon signing for the house, he could bypass the flamethrower option, and even if questioned, it would merely be considered a private installation by Lin Yi. However, the surveillance cameras were a different matter altogether. Such a significant project would inevitably trace back to him. Ultimately, Lin Yi conceded, agreeing that as long as the cameras covered Building 16, he would leave the other floors to their own devices. After some contemplation, Luo Jun reluctantly acquiesced. Lin Yi arranged to sign the contract with Luo Jun a week later and subsequently ended the call. At precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi clocked out and returned directly to the Shouchuan community. After retrieving a package he had ordered online the previous day from the courier station downstairs, he made his way home. On the square of the community, he fortuitously encountered Lu Mei walking her dog. Not daring to linger, Lin Yi hurried home, then took out his phone to order takeout. This time, he specifically chose braised pork and even requested an extra portion. Once the order was placed, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa in the living room to await its arrival. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi opened the door, expressed his gratitude, and brought the takeout inside. He unwrapped the packaging and discreetly sprinkled the aphrodisiac he had purchased online into the food. After securing the lid, he placed the takeout at his doorstep. To ensure that Lu Mei's dog would find it, he deliberately left a slight gap, allowing the enticing aroma of the braised pork to waft through the corridor. Lin Yi crouched by the window, and upon seeing Lu Mei escorting her dog back into the hallway, he immediately positioned himself at the door to observe. 2 minutes later, the elevator doors opened, revealing Lu Mei and her beloved wolf dog before Lin Yi's eyes. The moment they stepped out, Lu Mei's dog was entranced by the alluring scent of the braised pork, promptly making its way toward the takeout left at Lin Yi's door. Lu Mei hesitated momentarily, but recalling Lin Yi's demeanor from the previous day, a surge of anger ignited within her. How dare he threaten me? Today, I shall teach him a lesson. What harm can come from letting my dog eat his food? Lin Yi stood behind the door, watching as the large dog devoured the meat strips from the takeout, secretly amused, anticipating the unfolding drama. He sighed to himself, lamenting that the clash between man and beast would not pass scrutiny. Such a pity. Chapter 11. Unyielding and proud. Once Lu Mei's dog had consumed every morsel of meat from the takeout, she contentedly led her dog inside her home. With the drug's effects still pending, Lin Yi crouched resolutely behind his door, his ears perked up. Soon enough, he heard Lu Mei's furious shouts and the cacophony of barking emanating from the opposite door. However, after more than 10 minutes of uproar, an unexpected silence fell. Lin Yi found it peculiar. Had the drug lost its potency? Or had Lu Mei harmed her dog? Unyielding, Lin Yi pushed open the door and stepped outside, pressing his ear against the door of Lu Mei's home to listen for any sounds. Although the previous clamor had subsided, he could faintly hear Lu Mei's soft moans from within. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Yi. Could it be that Lu Mei had been fatally bitten by a dog? If a life had been lost, it would be a catastrophe. His safe haven was not yet prepared. Would he have to spend his days in prison? Lin Yi contemplated his options. If that were the case, he would resort to obliterating all evidence, swiftly disposing of both the dog and the person into his alternate space, leaving no trace behind, even if suspicion fell upon him. As long as he steadfastly denied any connection over the past 2 months, he would be safe. Listening intently to the commotion inside, he suddenly realized that the sounds were peculiar, not those of an injured person, but rather akin to pleasurable moans. In a flash of understanding, Lin Yi stealthily retreated from the doorway and made his way home. Had he just played the role of an unwitting benefactor, wishing them a blissful union? He was a gentleman who never sought recognition for his good deeds. After securely locking his door, he turned on his computer, noting that his stocks were still on the rise. The recent fluctuations in the stock market puzzled him. In his previous life, he hadn't given it much thought. But upon reflection, it became increasingly strange. Had some individuals received forewarning of impending doom? Were these anomalies in the stock market orchestrated by the influential to consolidate their wealth? He refrained from delving further into speculation. Regardless of who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, the outcome was favorable for him, allowing him to amass considerable wealth in a short period, his lifeline for survival in the impending apocalypse. After readjusting his stock portfolio, Lin Yi turned on the television. As it was time for the lottery draw, as the balls rolled across the screen, a series of numbers appeared. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the numbers on the television, matching them one by one with his lottery ticket from the alternate space. In a fit of frustration, he tore the ticket into shreds. In his previous life, he had at least won a few thousand. To his astonishment, having returned with an advantage, he had not matched a single number. Was this some kind of trick? Was there no justice left in the world? After venting his frustration, he collapsed despondently onto the sofa. Fortunately, the stock market trends mirrored those of his past life. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have begun to suspect whether he was truly reborn or merely traversing a parallel universe. Watching billions evaporate before his eyes fueled his fury. He promptly grabbed his phone and called Li Ro. At that moment, Li Ro had just emerged from the bathroom after a shower, standing before the mirror, towel in hand. Admiring her figure, she had always possessed confidence in her physique. Perfectly flat where it should be and curvaceous where it was meant to be, particularly her strikingly smooth, straight legs that were undeniably captivating. She often donned ultra-short skirts and kipayos, embodying a presence in the company that was utterly self-sufficient. Many newly graduated interns would blush at merely catching a glimpse of her. She was undeniably a femme fatale. Otherwise, the company's general manager, Lu Wei, would not dare engage with her, risking everything he had. Just as Li Ro was admiring her own exquisite figure, the telephone resting on the sofa suddenly rang. Sitting there, she glanced at the caller ID, and her hand trembled slightly as she recognized the number. Why was this scoundrel calling me again? Initially inclined to hang up, she hesitated and pressed the answer button instead, uncertain of how much leverage Lin Yi held over her. She feared the potential consequences of ignoring his call. What if he decided to unveil all her secrets in a fit of rage? With her striking beauty, she aspired to be a wealthy matron, and a promising future awaited her. She could not allow Lin Yi to shatter her dreams. Although he persistently threatened her, she reasoned that his desires were merely physical. As long as she kept him satisfied, he would likely refrain from imprisoning her. She assured herself that one day she would seize the opportunity to turn the tables, liberating herself in the process. With this thought, Li Ro felt a wave of calm wash over her, and her tone transformed into one of gentle allure. "Ige, did you miss me so soon? Are you hoping for my company again?" On the other end, Lin Yi was momentarily struck speechless by her flirtatious voice, nearly melting at the sound. What was up with her today? Was she unusually forward? Had she taken something? Determined to maintain his composure, Lin Yi dismissed the notion that he could be toyed with by a woman. Without further ado, he responded simply, "Meet me at our usual place," and promptly hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Li Ro began to gather her belongings. After meticulously applying her makeup, she slipped into stockings and high heels and ventured outside. Meanwhile, Lin Yi freshened up at home. Although he regarded Li Ro merely as an outlet for his desires, he believed in extending her the basic respect she deserved. Upon arriving at the hotel where they had previously met, he booked a couple's suite and sent the room number to Li Ro. After waiting for a few minutes, just as Lin Yi began to feel a tinge of boredom, a knock echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, he swiftly opened it. Li Ro stood before him, and he was instantly captivated. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a snug jacket that revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her midriff, complemented by an ultra-short skirt and black fishnet stockings, exuding an irresistible charm and sensuality. Lin Yi reached out, pulling her inside without hesitation. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early, mindful of his work commitments, and refrained from indulgence the night before. After shifting Li Ro's legs, which were draped over him, he slipped on his shoes and headed to the bathroom. The floor was a chaotic mess, littered with torn stockings and tissues. He playfully patted Li Ro's backside, rousing her from her slumber. Upon awakening, Li Ro effortlessly proceeded with her morning routine, as if she had already acclimatized to her current role. After checking out of the hotel, the two enjoyed breakfast downstairs, and subsequently, Lin Yi drove Li Ro directly to the company. He parked the car in the lot outside the office, and as they exited, they fortuitously encountered Lu Wei, who had just parked his own vehicle. The three exchanged glances, and an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 12. Addicted to eating. Lu Wei, observing Li Ro disembarking from Lin Yi's car, forced a smile and remarked, "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Before Li Ro could respond, Lin Yi took the initiative and said, "Hello, General Manager Lu. This is my girlfriend. We just confirmed our relationship last night." With that, he casually wrapped his arm around Li Ro's slender waist. Lu Wei's eyes nearly blazed with fury at Lin Yi's brazen gesture, yet he maintained a facade of happiness, stating, "Congratulations. Although the company does not explicitly prohibit romantic relationships, you both should be mindful of the implications." Lin Yi disregarded Li Ro, who was nearly burying her face in her chest, and replied to Lu Wei, "Rest assured, General Manager. We will not let our work suffer and will certainly learn from you and the General Manager's wife." With gritted teeth, Lu Wei suppressed his smile and strode towards the office building. Lin Yi felt emboldened to acknowledge his relationship with Li Ro in front of Lu Wei. Knowing that the apocalypse was less than 2 months away, he planned to resign once his stocks reached a valuation of 100 million. He had little fear of Lu Wei's potential sabotage. As for Li Ro, she was merely a tool for his desires, no matter how beautiful she was. She could never meet the standards he held in his heart. Casual encounters were acceptable, but Lin Yi would never permit her to reside in his sanctuary. His safe haven would only accommodate women who scored above 90 in his aesthetic criteria. Although Li Ro, combined with her figure, barely met the passing mark, she was ultimately a mistress and lacked true loyalty. She might even secretly wish for his demise. Such a person was utterly unacceptable to Lin Yi. What if she plotted to usurp his refuge and resources? Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Yi prioritized safety above all else, relegating all other concerns to secondary status. Women would abound in the future. A mere packet of instant noodles could attract a throng. Seated in his office, Lin Yi faced a day of minimal work, allowing him time to monitor his stock market performance. He anticipated that by the end of the week, the value of his stocks would reach 50 million. At that point, he would withdraw 20 million as a deposit for Luo Jun to commence renovations on a house. For his peace of mind was paramount. After concluding a day of labor, Lin Yi had scarcely settled into his home when a knock echoed from the door. Puzzled, he considered that he had few friends. In his previous life, the person he interacted with most frequently was Wang Xue. Who could possibly be seeking him now? Peering through the peephole, he soon understood. Upon opening the door, Lu Mei stood at the threshold, her face adorned with a bashful expression, clutching a 100 yuan note in her hand. Without waiting for Lin Yi to inquire, she thrust the money into his palm and said, "I apologize. My dog inadvertently devoured your takeout yesterday. Consider this compensation." Lu Mei was notoriously unreasonable within the community, and Lin Yi was taken aback by her sudden display of gentleness. Had she perhaps experienced a romantic revival? It was only when he glanced at the money in his hand that he regained his composure. "It's all right. If your son enjoys it, let him have it. Consider it my treat," he replied. Lu Mei smiled slightly and remarked, "I'm glad you're not upset. We're neighbors, after all. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. We must look out for each other in the future." Although Lin Yi was unsure of Lu Mei's true intentions, he responded in kind. Noticing the lack of conversation between them, Lu Mei finally revealed her purpose. "Lin Yi, where did you purchase your takeout yesterday? My dog has a particular fondness for it, and I would like to use it as dog food in the future." At this revelation, Lin Yi understood her intentions. It seemed she had enjoyed herself yesterday and wished to continue today. He couldn't help but wonder if her precious pet would be drained by her whims. Realizing her motive, Lin Yi retorted, "I bought it from somewhere random. You can look it up online." He then promptly shut the door. Infuriated by being dismissed, Lu Mei shot a furious glare at Lin Yi's door before returning home. Her pet dog lay sleeping in its bed, having not eaten a thing since yesterday, appearing lethargic as though it had been exhausted. Lu Mei cast a worried glance at her pet and settled onto the sofa, recalling the wildness of the previous night, a flush of color rising to her cheeks. Just as Lin Yi sent Lu Mei away, he received a phone call from Lu Wei. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, frustrated that everyone seeking him today seemed to share the surname Lu. Upon answering, Lu Wei immediately unleashed a torrent of vitriol. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel! How dare you sleep with my woman?" Hearing Lu Wei's frantic outburst, Lin Yi realized that Li Ro must have confessed to him. Earlier in the day, He had told Lu Wei that Li Ro was his girlfriend. Although Lu Wei had restrained himself then, he would undoubtedly confront Li Ro after work. Unable to swallow the humiliation of being betrayed by a subordinate, Lu Wei had called Lin Yi in a fit of rage. Lin Yi listened to the tirade over the phone. After 10 minutes of invective, Lu Wei's voice began to wane. Lin Yi took the opportunity to forward a video that Li Ro had previously recorded. Indeed, upon receiving the video, Lu Wei's already diminished voice rose an octave. Lin Yi imagined that if he were standing before Lu Wei at that moment, he would certainly be met with a blade. After another half-hour of relentless curses, Lu Wei finally exhausted himself. Lin Yi turned off his computer, picked up the phone on the desk, and said to Lu Wei, "I have recorded everything you just said. I shall send it to the chairman immediately." On the other end of the line, Lu Wei instantly regained his composure. His earlier fury had clouded his judgment, causing him to forget that Li Ro was his clandestine lover and that their relationship must remain concealed. If his clandestine affair and the embezzlement of company funds were to come to light, especially to his father-in-law, he would be doomed. His father-in-law was not a man to be trifled with. Having built a substantial company in Haijing City, he had a reputation for being ruthless in his youth. Should he discover these transgressions, it was likely he would not contact the authorities but instead dispose of Lu Wei and Li Ro in the depths of the sea. Suppressing his anger, Lu Wei attempted to speak calmly to Lin Yi. "I will no longer pursue the matter concerning you and Li Ro. Let us consider it settled." "Settled?" Lin Yi erupted in laughter. "Who said anything about settling? My connection with Li Ro is profound. We have merely agreed to share intimate moments together. What business is it of yours? After you berated me for so long, do you think it can be brushed aside?" Lu Wei felt his teeth grind. Yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "What is your price for keeping our secret?" "I do not seek your money," Lin Yi retorted. "You frequently boss me around at the company, and after your tirade just now, I find myself quite distressed. How about you call me father? If you acknowledge me as your dad, we can consider this matter closed. After all, who would quibble with their own son?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Wei's fingers dug into his flesh. However, contemplating the consequences he faced, he ultimately yielded. "Father, please help me keep this secret." "Good son," Lin Yi chuckled. "Father will assist you. By the way, inform Li Ro that we shall meet at our usual spot tomorrow evening." With that, Lin Yi let out a hearty laugh and abruptly ended the call. He held Lu Wei in contempt, viewing him as a shameless scoundrel. With just over a month until his impending arrest, he found amusement in toying with Lu Wei, as it served as a form of retribution for the chairman's daughter. After Lin Yi hung up, Lu Wei slammed his hand against the steering wheel. After a moment of reflection, he decided to send Li Ro a message. "Lin Yi asked me to inform you that we shall meet at our usual place tomorrow evening." After hitting send, Lu Wei parked the car in the garage of his villa, took a moment to compose himself, then opened the car door and returned home. Upon entering, his two sons rushed to him, and Lu Wei smiled, lifting them both into his arms. The dining table was already set with a meal, and the housekeeper was still bustling about in the kitchen. As Lu Wei walked into the living room, he noticed a man seated on the sofa. Recognizing the situation, he quickly set the children down and hurried over, respectfully saying, "Father, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" The man in question is Lin Yi, the chairman of the company, and the father-in-law of Lu Wei, Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin, with a stern demeanor, stated, "I need to discuss something with you. Let us go to the study." He then stood up and proceeded towards the study, with Lu Wei obediently following behind, though his heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that his father-in-law had discovered his misdeeds? Seated in the office chair of the study, Zhang Zilin inquired, "Recently, I have been informed that there are discrepancies in the company's accounts. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing Zhang Zilin's mention of issues with the accounts, Lu Wei's sweat began to bead on his forehead. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and replied, "Dad, rest assured, the company is under my management, and there will be no issues. I will investigate this matter tomorrow and report back to you once I have clarity." Although Lu Wei had embezzled a significant amount of money, it was trivial in the eyes of a magnate like Zhang Zilin. It was not that he could not afford to lose it. If Lu Wei's financial troubles were merely due to poor management resulting in losses, there would be no reason for such trepidation. However, Lu Wei's unauthorized diversion of company funds for stock trading, in a bid to augment his personal wealth and maintain a mistress, along with his affair with Li Ro, would surely lead to his downfall if discovered by Zhang Zilin. He harbored no illusions that his wife and father-in-law would show him mercy, nor could he simply claim to have made a mistake common to all men. Fortunately, Zhang Zilin had only received vague information without concrete evidence, and, after a brief conversation with Lu Wei, dismissed the matter from his mind. Upon receiving Lu Wei's message, Li Ro was taken aback. Lu Wei had just aggressively questioned her about her relationship with Lin Yi. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, she reluctantly disclosed to him the threats made by Lin Yi, hoping that Lu Wei would intervene on her behalf. Little did she know that, after such a short time, Lu Wei had become merely a conduit for communication. Men could indeed be unreliable. After Lin Yi ended his call with Lu Wei, he found himself at leisure. All his funds were currently tied up in the stock market, rendering it impossible to access them, which in turn stalled any progress on his safe house project. Dressing promptly, Lin Yi stepped out and drove his car to a nearby night market. Upon arriving at a street lined with food stalls, Lin Yi approached a vendor selling fried chicken strips and placed 3,000 yuan in cash on the counter. The vendor, taken aback, watched with wide eyes as Lin Yi declared, "I will purchase all the chicken strips you have today. Please prepare 300 portions and deliver them to the car across the street once they are ready." The vendor, excited by the unexpected patronage, quickly counted the money and began to nod eagerly at Lin Yi, who was the first customer in years to place such a large order. The proprietor assured Lin Yi that he would complete the order promptly, ensuring both quality and flavor. After finalizing his order for the chicken strips, Lin Yi proceeded to the next stall. This humble stall specializes in duck delicacies, offering an array of duck parts, such as duck heads and wings, all meticulously marinated and generously drizzled with spicy oil. Lin Yi's favorite delicacy happens to be this very dish. With a decisive wave of his hand, he ordered everything available and promptly requested the proprietor to settle the bill. The stall owner, having witnessed Lin Yi's prior acquisition of the adjacent chicken skewer shop, exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly packed the duck delicacies into takeout boxes and began tallying the amount on the calculator. Given that the duck had been pre-marinated, no additional preparation was required. After finalizing the payment, Lin Yi scanned his phone to transfer 6,000 yuan to the owner. Following this publicity, the surrounding vendors began to approach Lin Yi, eager to promote their offerings. "Boss, my grilled cold noodles are exquisite. Would you care to try?" "Boss, how about some stinky tofu? I can give you a discount for a bulk purchase." Lin Yi, unperturbed by their enthusiastic pitches, decided to acquire their stalls as well. Once his funds were sufficiently replenished, he planned to reserve a banquet at a hotel, though he also held a fondness for these snacks. If he didn't stock up now, he might miss the chance to relish them in the future. The entire snack street underwent a peculiar transformation with Lin Yi's arrival. Despite it not being mealtime and the crowd being sparse, every stall was bustling with activity, as if the vendors wished for additional hands. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat leisurely in his vehicle. Whenever someone approached with food, he would discreetly store it in a spatial pocket, where time stood still, alleviating any concerns about spoilage. After a significant duration, when he retrieved the food, it retained its original freshness, allowing Lin Yi to savor these treats wherever he pleased. Though his investments were tied up in the stock market, he had wisely reserved 300,000 for emergencies. Otherwise, his meager change would not suffice for such indulgences. Amidst his busy acquisition of goods, a luxurious Maybach suddenly halted at the entrance of the snack street. As the door swung open, a man accompanied by 3 women disembarked. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized he had encountered an unexpected rival. When had Wang Xue and her companions found such a remarkable suitor? The sight of Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, and a portly young man stepping from the vehicle was striking. The man, clad in gold-rimmed glasses, immediately drew attention due to his physique. Resembling a spherical figure from a distance, standing at a height of 170 and weighing over 300 pounds. After taking just a few steps, he began to wheeze. Wang Xue and Zhang Qian flanked him on either side, linking their arms with his, while Yang Shuang dutifully followed behind, carrying the young man's leather bag. This gentleman was named Su Shuai, a well-known scion of wealth in Haijing City, reveling in the fortune amassed by his parents, who were shareholders of the largest supermarket chain in the Dragon Country, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions, and leading a life of extravagance, having courted countless women. However, ever since he encountered Wang Xue and her companions at the nightclub, his heart has been profoundly captivated by her. She is the only one who has instilled in him a belief in love. The women he had known before had merely been enamored with his wealth. Only Wang Xue seemed indifferent to his financial status, desiring simply to share a genuine connection with him, which led Su Shuai to fall deeply for her. Today, She insisted on treating him to a meal, wishing to let him savor the flavors of the bustling streets. Lin Yi, observing their demeanor, immediately discerned that these were wealthy young heirs seeking a taste of ordinary life. The four of them arrived at a small stall, where Wang Xue requested 2 portions of fried chicken, only to be informed by the proprietor that all the chicken had been sold out. With a slight pout, she was compelled to seek another establishment, but the outcome remained the same. They tried 5 or 6 different vendors, all of whom conveyed the same unfortunate news. Supplie, growing increasingly impatient, was already out of breath from the exertion. Being somewhat portly, he preferred to sit whenever possible. It was only after some inquiries that Wang Xue learned that a man had purchased all the food at the night market. The shop owner then pointed across the street to Lin Yi, who was busily collecting the food. Wang Xue was taken aback to discover that it was Lin Yi who had monopolized the snack street. Ever since she had invited him to pick up the tab a few days prior, Lin Yi had exhibited peculiar behavior, changing his demeanor towards her and engaging in these odd actions. Did he truly intend to consume all that food? It would spoil in just a couple of days. What a waste! Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, upon spotting the industrious Lin Yi, began embellishing their tales of how he had mistreated them in front of Supplie. In their narrative, Lin Yi morphed into a shameless landlord, coveting Wang Xue's beauty. After being spurned by her, he harbored resentment and sought to entangle her in his schemes. Supplie, incited by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, felt a surge of anger. In his mind, Wang Xue had become his possession, and no other man was allowed to lay claim to her. Upon realizing that the man before him dared to pursue his woman, Supplie waddled toward Lin Yi, his ample frame shaking with indignation. Lin Yi had just stored 100 portions of freshly prepared fried noodles in his spatial realm when he looked up to find a veritable mountain of flesh before him. A glance at Wang Xue and Zhang Qian confirmed his suspicion that these 3 women had orchestrated this confrontation. Hey you, are you the one who has been pestering my Wang Xue? Supplie initiated the exchange. Lin Yi scratched his head, feigning confusion as he inquired, who is pestering her? And who might you be? Supplie, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a haughty demeanor, replied, I am Supplie, the son of Su Guangliang, the largest shareholder of Fuyuan Supermarket. Fuyuan Supermarket? In the Dragon Kingdom, the name of Fuyuan Supermarket is known to all as the foremost large-scale supermarket within the realm. Fuyuan has established its presence throughout the entire country. In Haijing City alone, 4 branches have been opened. On the outskirts of Haijing City, there lies an enormous warehouse, which stores all the inventory for the Fuyuan Supermarket across South China, with an overall value exceeding 500 billion. This warehouse was once recognized by the Guinness World Records as the largest in the world, spanning the length of an airport. The warehouse is divided into multiple levels for receiving and storing goods, covering an area of 3.5 million square meters, larger than 467 football fields combined. Upon hearing that Supplie was the young master of Fuyuan Supermarket, Lin Yi was struck by a bold idea. If he could somehow seize control of the warehouse, even 1,000 people indulging in excess could live comfortably for a lifetime. Although he possessed spatial abilities to gather items into an alternate dimension, stealing everything from the warehouse would not be a simple task. Such a significant facility would undoubtedly be guarded with utmost vigilance, with surveillance cameras meticulously monitoring the entire area. It would be impossible for Lin Yi to achieve this alone. However, with Supplie's involvement, the situation might change. Perhaps he could leverage this connection. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi swiftly rose to his feet, bowing and nodding towards Supplie, saying, so it is young Master Su. I truly failed to recognize your stature. Please do not hold it against me. Supplie, pleased with Lin Yi's demeanor, patted his shoulder with a hefty hand and remarked, At least you're sensible. Just beware. If you dare to pursue Wang Xue again, I will hold you accountable. Lin Yi nodded earnestly, replying, Rest assured. I shall not dare to do so again. If they wish to stay in my house, they may. If they do not, I will promptly refund their rent. Supplie waved dismissively, stating, There is no need to refund the rent. That trivial amount is inconsequential. Tomorrow, the 3 of them will be moving into my villa to live with me, and you are not to disturb them again. Lin Yi continued to nod, assuring Supplie, You can rest easy. I will not pursue them. Satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude, Supplie felt his vanity satisfied and gained face in front of his goddess. He then proceeded to wrap his arms around the waists of the 3 women and walked away. Lin Yi watched as the imposing figure gradually receded. silently praying for Wang Xue and the others. With their delicate frames, would they succumb to being crushed by this colossus before the apocalypse even arrived? Having resolved the immediate dilemma, Lin Yi resumed collecting his snacks, yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a plan to acquire the materials from the warehouse, ideally framing this rotund figure in the process. Lin Yi had not forgotten today's grievance. He was not one to repay kindness with kindness. Anyone who crossed him would undoubtedly face a tenfold or hundredfold retribution. Moreover, from Su Shuai's words, it seemed Wang Xue and the others were set to move out today, which would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. If they all leave, who will I seek revenge on? However, once Su Shuai encounters trouble, without their support, they will inevitably have to return obediently. As long as they come back to the Sichuan community, I will find a way to tightly hold on to them when the apocalypse arrives. Chapter 15. Recruitment. Lin Yi stored the last batch of snacks into his alternate space, which already contained various freshly made delicacies valued at 200,000. This was enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Lin Yi spent a tranquil week, and whenever he had nothing to do, he would invite Li Ro to keep him company. Li Ro seemed to have grown accustomed to this, her resistance to Lin Yi's threats diminishing. Yet, Lin Yi remained vigilant. He did not perceive her as an obedient individual, for she might be scheming something. In recent days, due to his interventions, the stock prices had surged to 50 million. Lin Yi withdrew 25 million to hand over to Luo Jun. The additional 5 million was offered because Luo Jun, upon learning that Lin Yi's timeline was merely a month and a half, outright declared that he could not take on the project. Constructing an apocalyptic fortress typically required a minimum time frame of 6 months. The suburban fortress Lin Yi had seen on a website took Luo Jun over a year to complete, although Lin Yi's residence was significantly smaller. Being on the 26th floor presented considerable challenges in material transport and construction. Even with expedited efforts, it would take at least 6 months to finish. Yet, Lin Yi could not afford to wait that long. With just over a month remaining before the apocalypse, if the house was not completed before the Cambrian period, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Ultimately, after Lin Yi increased his offer, Luo Jun begrudgingly agreed, requiring an additional 5 million as a deposit and an extra 10 million as an expedited fee upon completion. Lin Yi expressed indifference to this. He could easily promise even 100 million, as it was merely an empty check he could freely write. Since their last encounter at the night market, Lin Yi had not crossed paths with Wang Xue and the others. They must have moved to Su Shuai's villa, and it appeared they had all relocated together. It was uncertain whether they had compromised themselves, but given their materialistic nature, it would be difficult for them to maintain composure around a wealthy second-generation heir like Su Shuai. Even if Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian were in a same-sex relationship, they would likely be swayed. Lin Yi packed the remaining items he required into his alternate space. As Luo Jun was scheduled to arrive today with his team for renovations, he intended to discard everything else and purchase new appliances after the refurbishment. At 9 in the morning, Luo Jun arrived at the Sichuan community with over 20 individuals and their renovation equipment. After handing the house keys to Luo Jun, Lin Yi departed alone, heading to a nearby 5-star hotel. Having profited significantly from his stocks, he was unconcerned about this expenditure. The apocalypse is imminent, and one must seize the moment to indulge, for opportunities will soon vanish. The opulent decor of the 5-star hotel is indeed exquisite. Lin Yi has booked a luxurious suite, spanning 70 to 80 square meters, featuring a living room, a separate kitchen, and a wine cabinet, all with a breathtaking view of the sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As his own residence undergoes renovation, Lin Yi intends to reside here for the next month. With just over a month remaining until the end of days, he plans to commence his procurement of supplies. His foremost consideration is meat. In extreme cold, the sustenance of a bowl of stewed meat far surpasses that of instant noodles. Lin Yi searched online for a slaughterhouse, seeking freshly butchered meat, dismissing any thoughts of the undead's offerings. After expressing his purchasing intentions over the phone, the slaughterhouse owner arranged to meet Lin Yi at noon. Driving directly to the destination, Lin Yi arrived at the largest slaughterhouse in Haijing City, located in the development zone, sprawling over a vast area with designated sections for pork, beef, mutton, and poultry. Upon parking in front of the factory, Lin Yi made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yi greeted him politely with a handshake, and the three proceeded into the factory premises. Along the way, Lin Yi observed trucks laden with cattle and sheep being ushered into the slaughter area, which reassured him regarding the quality of the meat. Once inside the factory's office, Lin Yi sank into a sofa. Given the substantial quantity of meat he desired, the slaughterhouse owner treated him with particular attention. After a vigorous negotiation, Lin Yi successfully acquired an extensive assortment of fresh meat for 30 million, amounting to over 1,000 tons. He had previously rented a warehouse on the outskirts, specifically for storing these supplies. After jotting down the address, he paid a 30% deposit. The meat would be delivered to his warehouse within a week, with the remaining balance due within 3 months. Departing the slaughterhouse, Lin Yi headed straight to the Human Resources Center of Haijing City. Well acquainted with the surroundings, he had frequented this place daily after graduating from university until he finally secured stable employment. Pushing open the doors of the HR center, he was met with a bustling hall filled with job seekers, each clutching thick stacks of resumes. Observing the busy crowd, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of his former self. While scouting for potential opportunities, a commotion erupted nearby. A personnel manager from a company disdainfully tossed a young man's resume to the ground, mocking him with, "You, a mere junior college graduate, dare to apply to our company? Have you even looked in the mirror?" The young man, mocked and ridiculed, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, he silently lowered his head to pick up the resume he had dropped, then pushed through the crowd and departed. Lin Yi watched the young man's silhouette and quietly followed him. The reason Lin Yi was drawn to him was rather straightforward. The young man's experiences epitomized the adage of changing fortunes, illustrating the truth that one should never underestimate the youth in their struggles. Lin Yi reached out and gently tapped the young man on the shoulder, calling him back. With a puzzled expression, the young man looked at Lin Yi and inquired, "Hello, is there something you need?" Lin Yi took the resume from the young man's hand, opened it, and glanced at its contents. The young man's name was Sumo, a recent university graduate majoring in market management. His character description indicated he was honest and diligent. Lin Yi smiled slightly. It was his first time encountering such a candid resume. He then addressed Sumo. "I have a job opening that requires someone to simply record the inflow and outflow of goods in a warehouse. The salary is 10,000 a month. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing the salary, Sumo's eyes lit up. He had been searching for a job here for a week and had not found anything offering over 4,000, let alone 10,000. However, seeing Lin Yi did not appear to be a typical business owner, Sumo felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, his mother was still ill, requiring significant medical expenses daily. If he could earn such a sum each month, it would alleviate much of his father's burden. Ultimately, Sumo decided to take a chance. After all, there was little for him to lose. He nodded and said, "Thank you, boss. I am interested." Lin Yi instructed him to follow, and then left the Human Resources office without hesitation. Sumo silently trailed after Lin Yi's retreating figure. Upon reaching his car, Lin Yi opened the door and took a seat inside. Sumo hesitated momentarily before settling into the passenger seat. The two remained silent throughout the drive. The atmosphere within the car notably subdued, as Lin Yi navigated towards the warehouse he had rented in the outskirts. Sumo clutched his backpack tightly, observing the increasingly desolate surroundings, which heightened his anxiety. Would he be deceived? Did this man have ulterior motives, perhaps drawn to his youth? Lin Yi remained focused on driving, oblivious to Sumo's concerns. Otherwise, he might have unceremoniously ejected him from the vehicle. Before long, the car stopped in front of a warehouse. Lin Yi exited the vehicle, retrieved the keys, and unlocked the large door. Sumo followed closely behind him as he opened the door, revealing a spacious warehouse of over 500 square meters. This was a place Lin Yi had rented just a few days prior, signing a 6-month lease. In the forthcoming days, he would be procuring various supplies at a frenzied pace, yet he could not directly store the items in his alternate space. Thus, he had to rent a warehouse to maintain discretion. Once the goods arrived, he would quietly come at night to retrieve them, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. Lin Yi handed the warehouse key and a notebook to Sumo, stating, "From today onwards, you shall be responsible for this warehouse. A substantial quantity of goods will arrive daily, and it will be your duty to ensure they are meticulously recorded." Upon receiving the key and notebook, Sumo felt a sense of relief, knowing that his position was now secure. Lin Yi saved Sumo's contact information on his phone and guided him on a brief tour, instructing him on the registration process before departing. Though the warehouse was somewhat isolated, public buses departed every half hour for the city, alleviating any concerns Sumo might have had about returning home. Within the warehouse, There existed a small room furnished with a bed and a restroom, providing Su Mo a space to rest and attend to his needs. Concerned about Su Mo's sustenance, Lin Yi had thoughtfully stocked the room with numerous self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. While such provisions were modest, Su Mo felt a profound sense of contentment. Especially given the generous remuneration Lin Yi offered, it was indeed a considerable sum for a recent graduate from a vocational college. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi proceeded directly to a lumber mill, as the primary source of heating for his shelter was the fireplace within. Thus, it was imperative to ensure an ample supply of firewood, particularly given the uncertainty surrounding the duration of the impending Cambrian storm. The lumber mill was situated in a forested area to the north of Haijing City. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by the robust scent of timber, with stacks of firewood towering to impressive heights. Having previously communicated with the mill's owner via phone, Lin Yi was welcomed by the owner and his wife upon his arrival. Several workers were busy tending to their tasks, and the sound of wood-cutting machinery filled the air. Observing the vast quantity of firewood, Lin Yi waved his hand decisively and declared, "I want all the firewood you have. All of it." The owner was taken aback, as the mill's stock was indeed astronomical. Aside from pre-ordered supplies, they had at least 10,000 tons of various types of firewood on hand. Although wholesale prices were relatively low, acquiring 10,000 tons would still require a minimum of 6 million, and with transportation costs, the total would approximate 6,500,000. Lin Yi was elated to discover how affordable the wholesale firewood was. He had previously inquired about prices, averaging around 1,500 per ton, yet here, it was merely a few hundred. With this substantial quantity of firewood, he would have enough to sustain his shelter for an eternity. Without hesitation, Lin Yi signed the purchase agreement, stipulating that these supplies would be delivered to his warehouse in batches within a month. However, the mill only handled sales and not transportation, and Lin Yi, pressed for time, could not manage the logistics himself. Fortunately, the owner was well acquainted with numerous truck drivers who regularly assisted with deliveries. Lin Yi generously provided an additional 500,000, totaling 7 million, to the mill owner's account, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing the transportation. For a significant client like Lin Yi, who pays up front before receiving goods, the owner naturally regards Lin Yi as a benefactor. When Lin Yi made his requests, the owner confidently assured him that there would be no delays in fulfilling his significant needs. Moreover, the 50,000 yuan Lin Yi provided as a service fee was more than what the couple's timber factory earned in a month. They would even be willing to halt operations for a month to dedicate themselves entirely to Lin Yi's project. However, Lin Yi's request to have all the timber cut into long strips posed a challenge for the owner. Cutting over 10,000 tons of timber into long strips represented a massive workload, and with the limited workforce at his disposal, it would be impossible to complete the task within a month, even if they worked day and night. Understanding the owner's predicament, Lin Yi promptly handed him an additional 200,000 yuan, believing that financial compensation would alleviate any concerns. After receiving the money, the owner's attitude shifted dramatically. He began to guarantee the fulfillment of Lin Yi's requests. Although the workload had increased, he was willing to hire more workers, assuring Lin Yi that he would meet any demands as long as they were financially compensated. Lin Yi provided the owner with his phone number and delivery address before departing from the timber factory. While in his vehicle, Lin Yi compiled a list of necessities. Beyond meat and timber, he needed to procure fruits, vegetables, grains, cooking oil, drinking water, and fuel. The first 3 items were essential for his sustenance. He couldn't survive solely on meat. Vegetables, fruits, and rice were equally important. Drinking water was crucial as well. Although heavy snowfall was expected in the aftermath of the apocalypse, leading many to melt snow for drinking water, Lin Yi was wary of potential toxins in the snow and had no intention of taking that risk. Finally, there was the matter of fuel. His home had completely disconnected from the community's power supply and relied on a generator instead. This would ensure that his shelter could maintain a continuous power supply around the clock, even during external power outages. Although the daily consumption of diesel fuel was modest, it would accumulate over time. If Lin Yi did not prepare the fuel in advance, he would later find himself digging through snow to access buried gas stations. Chapter 17. Ordering the banquet. The earlier items were manageable. With a little expenditure, he could acquire them. However, fuel posed a more significant challenge. Should he drive around to refuel and then transfer the gasoline into his spatial storage? That seemed rather cumbersome. Unable to devise an effective solution for the fuel dilemma at the moment, Lin Yi decided to focus on procuring other supplies. He drove to a nearby market close to the Sichuan community. After spending a bit of money to gather information about the wholesale supplier of vegetables for the market, Lin Yi directly called the wholesaler. The owner of the fruit and vegetable wholesale business, named Song Jun, was renowned as the leading supplier in Haijing City. Upon the call's connection, it became evident that Lin Yi intended to procure a substantial quantity of fruits and vegetables in one go. Initially, Song Jun did not take this matter seriously, as what many referred to as substantial was merely a drizzle in his line of business. As the largest wholesale distributor of produce in Haijing City, he controlled 70% of the city's supply. Were it not for the fear of being accused of monopolization by the government, he would have had the confidence to dominate the entire vegetable and fruit wholesale market of Haijing City. However, once Lin Yi disclosed the specific quantities he required, Song Jun began to pay attention. Lin Yi planned to purchase 1,000 tons each of various vegetables and fruits. Considering that Haijing City has a population of approximately 10 million, the monthly consumption of fruits and vegetables collectively amounts to around 3,000 tons. Song Jun's monthly supply to Haijing City was precisely 2,000 tons, meaning Lin Yi was effectively requesting his entire monthly stock. The total cost would be no less than 50 million. Upon learning of Lin Yi's demands, Song Jun promptly arranged to meet him at his company. After ending the call, Lin Yi drove directly to Song Jun's establishment. Upon his arrival, a secretary-like individual escorted Lin Yi to a conference room. Shortly after Lin Yi took a seat, a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, entered the room. He was none other than Song Jun, the owner of the vegetable supply company. Upon learning that Lin Yi required the goods within a month, Song Jun expressed his concerns. Unlike other commodities, vegetables have a notably short shelf life. Exceeding a few days could lead to spoilage, and if they cannot be sold in a timely manner, prices would plummet. Lin Yi's intention to purchase such a vast quantity of produce at once could potentially result in significant losses. After voicing these apprehensions to Lin Yi, the latter waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that there was no need for concern. The time within his spatial realm stood completely still. As long as they delivered the goods promptly, he could store them in his alternate dimension, thus eliminating any worries about spoilage. Seeing Lin Yi's steadfastness, Song Jun ceased his attempts to dissuade him, reasoning that as long as payment was made, the delivery was all that mattered. And whether Lin Yi incurred losses was beyond his concern. The two then proceeded to sign a purchase agreement, stipulating that Lin Yi must remit 30% of the payment within a fortnight, after which Song Jun would arrange for the shipment. Within 1 month following the complete delivery of goods, Lin Yi would transfer the remaining 70% of the payment to Song Jun. Although Lin Yi was eager, he opted to delay the deposit for a week due to limited cash reserves, aside from the funds allocated to Luo Jun for home renovations. He had invested the remainder in firewood. Nevertheless, he calculated that in a few days, his stock market investments would double, allowing him to make the payment in due course, while also granting Song Jun 2 days to organize the goods. After all, gathering such a large quantity of produce was no simple task, as Song Jun not only had to supply Lin Yi but also ensure that the citizens of Haijing City had access to fresh vegetables. Otherwise, what will happen to the people of Haijing City if he hands over all the goods to Lin Yi? It would undoubtedly lead to trouble. As Lin Yi departed from Song Jun's company, the day had already surrendered to the darkness of night. Having toiled throughout the day without a single meal, his stomach now rumbled in hunger. He drove straight back to the hotel and, after parking his car, made his way to the hotel restaurant. Selecting a random table, Lin Yi glanced at the menu and ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes: braised sea cucumber, abalone, lobster, and a steak. Once the dishes arrived, he began to eat with fervor. The cuisine of a 5-star hotel was undeniably exquisite. Although Lin Yi had previously enjoyed a relatively comfortable upbringing, it was his first encounter with lobster and sea cucumber. Perhaps it was the chef's remarkable skills, but he found each dish to be a delightful symphony for his palate. After finishing every morsel on the table, Lin Yi summoned a waiter to settle the bill. The total for the 4 dishes amounted to 1,700, with the lobster alone costing 520. Lin Yi couldn't help but remark on the steep price. After completing the payment, he requested the waiter to call the manager. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached with a respectful demeanor. "Good evening, sir. My surname is Liu. How may I assist you?" It was clear he was the restaurant manager. Lin Yi picked up the menu and addressed Manager Liu. "Hello, Manager Liu. I would like to arrange several banquet tables here. Do you offer catering services?" Manager Liu responded with a professional smile, nodding. "Our hotel does provide such services. May I inquire how many tables you wish to book, and what is your budget per table?" Lin Yi glanced at the menu and replied, "I would like to book 1,000 tables, with a budget of 5,000 per table. The dishes I just enjoyed should be included, and I will order a few more to meet the 5,000 mark." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu's demeanor brightened considerably. This was a substantial order. While their restaurant frequently hosted banquets, the standard usually did not exceed 3,000. Lobster and abalone were certainly not part of the regular offerings, and they rarely catered more than a few dozen tables, let alone reaching 100. However, Lin Yi's request for 1,000 tables was unprecedented. If he could successfully secure this grand order, the month's performance would undoubtedly double, leading to a significant bonus. The entire restaurant staff, including servers and chefs, would also benefit from this windfall. As Lin Yi prepared to place his additional orders, Manager Liu eagerly took out a notepad to jot down the details. His tone and demeanor markedly more enthusiastic than before. Lin Yi proceeded to order a few more signature dishes, along with a soup and 2 servings of sautéed seasonal vegetables, calculating that the total would approach 5,000. He then set the menu back on the table. The total cost for 1,000 banquet tables amounted to 5 million, and Manager Liu generously offered Lin Yi 2 additional small dishes per table as a courtesy. Subsequently, Lin Yi provided the address of the warehouse, explicitly noting that they should deliver the goods at 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days later. As the vegetables were freshly prepared, Lin Yi needed to store them in the alternate space as soon as possible. Delivering them during the day, especially with Su Mo present, would hinder his ability to directly transfer the items into the alternate space. Thus, he decided to wait until after Su Mo's workday concluded before retrieving them himself. In Chapter 18, titled "Does the Right Eye Also Possess Abilities?", Manager Liu harbored no suspicions, believing that the evening time merely coincided with the banquet's commencement. Although he was somewhat surprised by the delivery address being a warehouse, the wishes of the financial backer were paramount. They were obliged to comply with any directive, even if it meant delivering to a public restroom by the roadside. Lin Yi had paid a deposit of 1 million, with the remaining 4 million to be settled upon the delivery of the vegetables. Before departing, Lin Yi specifically instructed that all ingredients must be fresh, and each dish must emphasize quality. If the flavors differed from what he had experienced that day, he would not render payment. Manager Liu assured him with a pat on his chest that he would remind each chef, ensuring that no issues would arise. Satisfied with Manager Liu's assurance, Lin Yi left the restaurant and returned to his room to prepare for sleep. After a busy day, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he felt increasingly drowsy after dinner. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early after freshening up. It was Sunday, and he had yet to procure some essential items before returning to work the next day. He drove to a remote village within Haijing City, parking his vehicle at an abandoned repair shop. Once he turned off the engine, he began to wait. Half an hour later, a van approached and entered through the repair shop's gate. 3 men disembarked, the leader being a bald man adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. Lin Yi stepped out of his vehicle. Upon noticing Lin Yi, the trio surveyed their surroundings to confirm the absence of others before the bald man inquired, "Mr. Wang?" Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. These individuals were contacts Lin Yi had established through the dark web, specializing in arms trafficking. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing his true name to them. The bald man then instructed his associates to unload the items from the van, revealing 4 large wooden crates. Upon opening the crates, the bald man retrieved a handgun and an AK-47, tossing them directly to Lin Yi. He caught them, surprised by their weight. It was his first encounter with real firearms. Previously, he had only seen them in films and television, and he had not anticipated their substantial heft. Despite this being his inaugural experience with genuine weapons, he was well versed in their operation, having absorbed knowledge from countless films. Lin Yi pulled back the gun slide, discovering it was unloaded, and cast a puzzled glance at the bald man, who then retrieved 2 bullets from another crate and handed them to Lin Yi. Subsequently, he remarked, to avoid unnecessary complications, "Our bullets and firearms are kept separately. I trust you can understand. The handgun bullets are $5 each. Consider these 2 a gift from me." Lin Yi paid no heed to the bald man's words. After all, they were arms dealers, and exercising caution was prudent. He placed the 2 bullets into the magazine and then aimed with his right eye at a beer bottle 30 meters away. The three men observed Lin Yi's actions, their expressions instantly tensing as their hands moved toward their waists. As Lin Yi took aim, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coalescing within his right eye, subsequently transferring directly to his firearm. With a single shot, the beer bottle shattered into countless shards, and correspondingly, the energy in his right eye diminished slightly. Lin Yi glanced at the gun in his hand and the distant remnants of the exploded bottle. Without any formal training, hitting a target on the first attempt at 30 meters was remarkable. There were only two possibilities, the first being that Lin Yi was a shooting prodigy, capable of achieving perfect accuracy without any training. The second, that the energy within his right eye had played a pivotal role. The first scenario seemed unlikely, leaving only the latter as plausible. Lin Yi aimed again, this time at a stone the size of a basketball 50 meters away. He did not consciously aim. Yet at the moment he fired, the energy within his right eye once again enhanced his firearm. A bullet hole promptly appeared in the distant stone, the force of this shot surpassing that of a standard bullet significantly. Not only was there a puncture in the hard stone, but it had also cracked entirely. Lin Yi attentively sensed the energy within his right eye, noting it had decreased once more. Each shot expended approximately 1,000th of the total energy. Thus, using only the handgun, Lin Yi could fire 1,000 rounds, each shot hitting its mark with precision. This newfound ability filled Lin Yi with uncontainable delight, liberating him from the need for rigorous practice. The bald man and his companions were taken aback by Lin Yi's marksmanship. With such accuracy, could this unassuming young man be a city warrior? Their apprehension towards Lin Yi intensified, and their demeanor softened considerably. The bald man then produced a box of grenades. Placing it before Lin Yi, this box contained a total of 80 grenades, which Lin Yi had encountered during his university days while gaming, thus familiar with their usage. However, the noise they produced was excessively loud, and despite the remoteness of their location, experimenting was not feasible. He decided to set it aside, reasoning it would pose no issues. Finally, the bald man brought out another box, from which he extracted a black bulletproof vest and helmet. Compared to the firearms and grenades, this was what Lin Yi desired most. He firmly believed that as long as life persisted, so too did the future. If he could not ensure his own safety, possessing an abundance of possessions would merely serve to adorn others. Lin Yi donned the bulletproof vest, which, though appearing somewhat cumbersome, fit him reasonably well, lending his physique a more robust appearance. He was quite satisfied with these items and approached his vehicle, retrieving 2 bags of money from the trunk to hand over to the bald man. After the bald man counted the cash and confirmed its accuracy, he passed the money to his subordinate standing behind him, then turned to Lin Yi and said, "Mr. Wang, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly, and I shall ensure you receive a preferential price." Just as they were about to get into their vehicle, Lin Yi suddenly called out to them, "Is it possible for you to procure a substantial amount of fuel?" The bald man was taken aback. Indeed, he had avenues to acquire such supplies. While he could not guarantee a vast quantity, he could certainly provide more than the typical inventory found at regular gas stations. Lin Yi's heart soared at the unexpected turn of events. He had merely posed a tentative inquiry, yet the bald man actually possessed a solution, making this acquisition remarkably effortless. After a thorough discussion, they agreed to meet at the same location at the same time the following week for the transaction. Lin Yi requested a total of 50 tons of fuel, which was the maximum the bald man could procure. Once the arrangements were finalized, the trio departed in their van. Chapter 19. The acquisition of 500 billion in supplies. Once Lin Yi ensured the area was clear, he retrieved an AK from the box, loaded it with ammunition, and conducted a test. Aiming at a black dot on the wall, he pulled the trigger, and after a series of gunshots, 5 bullets struck in a row, piercing through the dot. Sunlight streamed through the resulting hole, and simultaneously, Lin Yi noted that the energy in his right eye had diminished by 5,000ths. However, the total energy seemed to have increased slightly, suggesting a self-replenishing quality. After further experimentation, Lin Yi had confirmed his second supernatural ability. Not only could he achieve precise guidance, but he could also enhance the bullet's power and range. In this procurement, Lin Yi acquired a submachine gun, 2 handguns, 80 grenades, 3,000 rounds of submachine gun ammunition, 2,000 rounds for the handguns, and 20 empty magazines. Armed with these items and bolstered by his extraordinary power, Lin Yi felt confident in his ability to eliminate all the residents of the community. Yet, he was not inclined to unleash indiscriminate slaughter. Allowing them to die so easily would be too merciful. Lin Yi intended to ensure they perished from starvation and exposure in the impending apocalypse. After securing the military supplies into his alternate space, he drove away from the repair shop, swaggering back into the city. This was the advantage of possessing an alternate space. Anything he stowed within it was completely concealed from scrutiny. Not even police dogs could detect it, and even X-ray examinations would fail to reveal his hidden possessions. His alternate space was entirely independent of this world. As long as Lin Yi wished to remain undiscovered, no one could ascertain what he concealed within. In recent days, he had expended a considerable sum of money. Although the stock market was tumultuously fluctuating, given his spending habits, even the swiftest profits could not keep pace with his expenditures. Now, he found himself with less than $1 million in cash. The prospect of stockpiling more supplies was a distant dream. He could only await the following week when he might earn several millions again to indulge in spending. With little else to occupy his mind, Lin Yi turned his attention to Supplie. He engaged a detective agency, investing $100,000 to hire a private investigator to shadow Supplie and Wang Xue. They were to report back to him at every turn of their journey. After several days of surveillance, Lin Yi uncovered a wealth of information about Supplie. Leveraging his parents' status as major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket, Supplie frequently covertly pilfered valuable goods from the warehouse to sell. The warehouse staff had long been bribed, colluding with him to report the stolen items as damaged or to substitute inferior products for premium ones to pocket the difference. Upon receiving this intelligence from the private investigator, Lin Yi immediately recognized an opportunity. That evening, after work, Lin Yi did not return home. Instead, he drove straight to the outskirts to the Fuyuan Supermarket warehouse. He parked his vehicle 2 kilometers away on a dirt slope, changed his attire, donned a mask and gloves, and stealthily approached the warehouse. In his otherworldly space, his AK and handgun were loaded and ready for deployment. Lin Yi concealed himself at the entrance of the warehouse. Within half an hour, a cargo truck appeared 200 meters from the building. His vision, enhanced by his abilities, had grown not only sharper, but also capable of discerning shapes amidst the darkness. He spotted the rotund Supplie seated in the passenger seat, engaged in a phone call. 2 minutes later, the warehouse lights abruptly extinguished, along with the surveillance cameras. Lin Yi understood immediately. Supplie, wary of detection, had orchestrated the sabotage of the electrical system to simulate a short circuit. Thus, even if the disappearance or substitution of goods were discovered, the absence of surveillance footage would render it impossible to trace back to him. Even if the warehouse manager identified him, he could easily distance himself, as his parents were the largest shareholders in the company. The assertions of a few minor employees held no weight. As the lights flickered out, Supplie's truck roared back to life, advancing toward the warehouse. Seizing the cover of night, Lin Yi stealthily clung to the side of the truck as it passed through the entrance. In this suburban setting, devoid of city lights, darkness enveloped everything. When the truck halted at the warehouse, Lin Yi quietly disembarked and concealed himself behind a shelf. Inside, a dozen individuals had gathered, comprising security and administrative staff. At Supplie's behest, they began unloading items from the truck. Lin Yi retrieved a gas mask from his otherworldly space and secured it over his face. Subsequently, several spherical ether grenades were retrieved and placed beneath the truck. These products, originating from the year 2050, can release a substantial amount of ether simply by removing the pin, rendering those in proximity unconscious, with an effective range of 20 meters. Although they were developed a decade ago, their debut established them as a crucial weapon for the military, and they continue to be in use to this day. This particular item was also acquired by Lin Yi from the bald man during his firearm purchase, and he possessed only 5 in total. Concerned that the individuals might awaken before he could act, he promptly deployed 3 of them, leaving him with merely 2. Indeed, after the ether grenades took effect, the dozen or so individuals engaged in their tasks began to stagger, collapsing to the ground within half a minute. Supplie also felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Despite his considerable weight, the potency of 3 ether grenades was sufficient to incapacitate him. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi felt the ground tremble slightly, and Supplie finally succumbed, falling to the floor. The dosage was ample enough to ensure they would remain in slumber until noon the following day. At last, Lin Yi could commence his endeavors. As he raised his gaze, Lin Yi was struck by the sheer magnitude of the warehouse, which had been vividly depicted in news reports. Yet, It was only upon standing there that he truly grasped its enormity. He felt akin to an ant before an elephant. Towering shelves, each exceeding 10 meters in height, flanked him, meticulously stocked with an array of supplies. Everything one might encounter in a supermarket was present, from toothpicks and toothbrushes to tables, chairs, sofas, and mattresses. A gleam of greed sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. The quantity of goods here surpassed his expectations, providing him the means to potentially establish an army amidst the apocalypse. Just the bottled water and various beverages alone amounted to several hundred tons, not to mention an assortment of packaged foods and frozen steaks and fish balls. Upon estimation, he concluded that nearly half of the supplies consisted of long shelf-life provisions, while the remainder comprised everyday necessities. He had collected 30 large boxes filled with condoms and women's lingerie and stockings. Chapter 20. The mysterious golden key. Although these items were not immediately useful to Lin Yi, he was determined to amass a collection of beautiful women in the future. This thought conjured the delicate visage of Jiang Shuyan in his mind. However, in his previous life, Jiang Shuyan was not present in the community when the apocalypse erupted. Perhaps this time would be no different, leading him to abandon his aspirations of including her in his harem for the time being. Casting aside these distractions, Lin Yi began to gather the supplies. Fortunately, the shelves were not affixed to the ground, allowing him to effortlessly transport the goods and the shelves themselves into his alternate space with but a thought. Even so, it took him a full 5 hours to empty the entire warehouse. As he surveyed the now barren space, a profound sense of security welled up within him. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Su Shui and his companions, observing Su Shui's corpulent form lying motionless on the ground. Lin Yi retrieved a slipper from his otherworldly space and struck Su Shui's face with it, simultaneously cursing, "I let you insult me, and yet you persist." After delivering dozens of blows, he surveyed Su Shui's already plump visage, now swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, and with a sense of satisfaction, he returned the slipper to his otherworldly space. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged, and Lin Yi was far from magnanimous. Just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a golden key dangling from Su Shui's neck. Curiously, he plucked it from its resting place. The key's design was quite peculiar. Unlike an ordinary door key, segmented into several parts, exuding an air of advanced technology. Without further contemplation, he carelessly tossed the key into his otherworldly space, seizing it without regard for its purpose. He subsequently retrieved several ether bombs scattered on the ground, also placing them into his otherworldly space. By the time Lin Yi completed his tasks, the hour had struck 4 in the morning. He dared not linger, swiftly exiting through a small door of the warehouse. As he hurriedly navigated the vicinity, Lin Yi circled the area twice before returning to his vehicle, where he promptly shed his attire, stowing it within his otherworldly space. To evade detection, he had purchased his clothes and shoes from a street vendor, ensuring that, even if captured on surveillance, the origins of his garments would remain untraceable. He had even deliberately selected shoes 2 sizes larger, so that any inadvertent footprints left in the warehouse would not be linked back to him. Although this was merely a theft, the magnitude of the loss was staggering. 500 billion worth of goods, undeniably marking it as the most colossal heist in history. Lin Yi could already envision the uproar that would erupt online the following day. Driving along back roads to circumvent nearby surveillance, Lin Yi returned to the hotel by 7 in the morning. To avoid being recorded, he had nearly circumnavigated Haijing City, traversing rural paths. Even if they were to trace him, it would likely take considerable time, especially with Su Shui bearing the blame, thus granting Lin Yi more leeway. Upon returning to his hotel, he freshened up and prepared to head to work. Despite having spent the night awake, he remained invigorated, exhilarated by the vast wealth stored within his otherworldly space. Meanwhile, at 8 in the morning, the shift change at the Fuyuan warehouse commenced. A dozen individuals had gathered early at the warehouse entrance, but upon pushing open the large doors, they were left astounded. Their colleagues lay sprawled across the floor in disarray, and beside them stood a delivery truck, half full with the warehouse's inventory. However, what shocked them most was the complete emptiness of the warehouse. Even the iron racks that once held the goods had vanished. The group rubbed their eyes vigorously, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Such an immense quantity of goods could not possibly have been moved in a single night, even with 1,000 trucks at their disposal. A few individuals hurried over to inspect the slumbering masses on the ground, only to discover 2 uninvited guests among them. Although the night shift personnel had conspired with Su Shui, the others were unfamiliar with him. Upon realizing that there were outsiders present, they promptly bound Su Shui and the truck driver, subsequently contacting the warehouse manager. In less than half an hour, the manager arrived, initially incredulous that such a vast quantity of goods could vanish overnight. However, upon witnessing the desolate state of the warehouse, his mind went blank, and he collapsed onto the floor. This situation was beyond his authority. He needed to escalate the matter. By the time the general manager and shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket arrived, Su Shui and his companions remained unconscious. It appeared that Lin Yi had administered a particularly potent sedative. Concerned they might awaken, Lin Yi had tripled the dosage, and thankfully, they had not succumbed to the effects. Su Shui's parents, being major shareholders, were naturally informed and were taken aback to learn that their son was also involved. They were unaware of his clandestine dealings with the warehouse goods, hence their astonishment upon receiving the news. By 10 in the morning, a substantial number of police cars and ambulances had congregated outside the warehouse. The more than 10 individuals who had collapsed were handcuffed and taken away in ambulances. With such a significant quantity of goods missing from the warehouse, all present were suspects, though Su Shui and the truck driver were considered the primary culprits. The contents of the truck made their intentions abundantly clear. To ensure Su Shui took the fall, Lin Yi had deliberately left everything that was moved into the truck behind. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Shui and the others began to regain consciousness. As Su Shui opened his eyes, he looked around in confusion, vaguely remembering that he had been moving items in the warehouse. How had he ended up here? Moreover, he was handcuffed. Had he been caught pilfering warehouse supplies? Yet, Su Shui felt no concern. His parents were the largest shareholders of the company. What difference would it make if he took a few items? After all, it was all family property. He could easily explain to his mother that he had acted out of financial necessity. Su Shui's mother had always been his greatest supporter. With a little charm, she would surely smooth over any troubles. The officer guarding him reported his awakening to his superior. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in police uniform approached him directly and asked, "Are you Su Shui?" Accustomed to his domineering ways, Su Shui was taken aback by the officer's boldness. He retorted without hesitation, "I am. What's it to you? Why am I in handcuffs? Do you know who my father is? Release me at once, or I swear I'll make you regret it." The middle-aged officer dismissed Su Shui's outburst and continued, "Did you steal the goods from the Fuyuan warehouse?" Su Shui tilted his head back, nostrils flared, and arrogantly replied, "So what if I did? It was originally something belonging to my family. I can take it whenever I wish and in whatever quantity I desire. Who are you to interfere?" Chapter 21. The mastermind behind the theft. Su Shui, the middle-aged officer, finally ceased engaging in futile dialogue and rose to depart. He had not anticipated that this case would unravel so effortlessly. The suspect confessed immediately upon regaining consciousness. From there, it was merely a matter of clarifying which individuals were involved and where the stolen items were concealed. As the officer exited, Su Shui's furious shouts echoed behind him. "Let me go? I need to find my mother. Return my phone. I must call her." Su Shui's expression was one of brazen defiance. He believed that having taken merely a few items, his parents' influence would effortlessly extricate him from this predicament. It was only when he was escorted from the hospital to the police station that Su Shui began to sense the gravity of his situation. From the inquiries posed by the officers, he learned that the entire inventory of the warehouse had been pilfered. Upon receiving this information, Su Shui was momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to steal some supplies for quick cash, which amounted to less than $1 million. How was it then that goods worth $500 billion had vanished? And according to the officer's remarks, he had become the primary suspect? The other staff members at the warehouse had promptly implicated Su Shui, stating he had directed their actions. Given the enormity of the lost goods, they dared not conceal the truth any longer and confessed everything, including Su Shui's instructions to disable the surveillance and electrical systems. Without the surveillance footage, the whereabouts of the missing goods became an enigma. The police had scrutinized all nearby road surveillance, but found no evidence of numerous trucks having passed through. Transporting all those goods would require at least 100 large trucks making multiple trips. Lin Yi smiled subtly as he perused online reports regarding the theft at the Fuyuan warehouse. It seemed unlikely that the stolen items would ever be recovered unless someone voluntarily confessed. Otherwise, it would remain an unsolved mystery, and Su Shui would likely bear the brunt of the blame. Even with his parents being major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket, they could not save their son from this predicament. Faced with pressure from other shareholders, they could only strive to appease the situation, hoping to lessen their son's suffering during his confinement. When Su Shuai's parents visited him at the detention center, the moment they laid eyes on each other, Su Guangliang slapped his son across the face. Su Shuai's mother hurriedly intervened, while a nearby guard rushed to separate them. Su Guangliang shouted furiously at Su Shuai, "You beast! Playing with women is one thing, but to steal from your own family? Is the money I give you each month insufficient? Speak. Where have you hidden those goods? If you don't tell me, I will beat you to death." Su Shuai, clutching his reddened cheek, gazed at his father in disbelief. At the age of 40, Su Guangliang welcomed his son Su Shuai into the world. As a late bloomer in fatherhood, he indulged Su Shuai excessively. He had never so much as raised his voice at him, let alone reprimanded him. Thus, he was taken aback when, on this day, he struck his son, while the mother, who cherished Su Shuai dearly, remained silent on his behalf. This sudden shift left Su Shuai feeling unloved by his parents. Subsequently, he sat in silence on a chair, his face cold and unresponsive. Regardless of what Su Guangliang said, it was as if Su Shuai had not heard a word. Seeing his son in such a state, Su Guangliang felt a pang of despair. The value of the goods amounted to over 500 billion. Although he possessed some wealth, covering these losses out of his own pocket would lead him to declare bankruptcy, plunging him into significant debt. When visiting hours arrived, Su Guangliang and his wife sighed heavily as they left the detention center, glancing back 3 times. The calamity that Su Shuai had brought upon them was immense, and they felt powerless to intervene. It was not out of a lack of compassion, but rather a sense of helplessness. Su Shuai had often found himself in trouble. Raised in an environment of excessive pampering, he had developed a notoriously volatile temper, resorting to violence and vandalism, with Su Guangliang invariably footing the bill to resolve the aftermath. Just months prior, Su Shuai had committed a heinous act against a mother and her 12-year-old daughter. It was only through Su Guangliang's financial influence, bribing high-ranking officials and fabricating evidence, that he managed to silence the scandal. Employing a legion of online commentators to spread false narratives about the mother-daughter duo conspiring to extort Su Shuai. However, this time, he would have to face the consequences alone. On the 3rd day following Su Shuai's arrest, Wang Xue and her 2 companions returned to the Sichuan community, having previously resided comfortably in Su Shuai's villa. Upon realizing they could no longer reach Su Shuai, Zhang Qian fortuitously stumbled upon news online revealing that he was embroiled in a scandal involving the theft of 500 billion worth of goods from the Fuyuan warehouse and was now in police custody. After deliberation, the trio resolved to sever ties with Su Shuai immediately. Although they felt a sense of reluctance at losing a lucrative connection, the risk of being implicated as his accomplices was too great. They understood the importance of making decisive choices. Hesitation could lead to dire consequences. As Su Shuai faced relentless interrogations by the police, Lin Yi became increasingly busy. Every night after work, he would head to the warehouse he rented to collect supplies. In addition to an array of meats, vegetables, and firewood, Lin Yi established connections with suppliers of bottled water and grains, securing procurement agreements. He ordered a total of 10,000 tons of drinkable spring water, along with several thousand tons of rice, flour, and condiments. Trucks lined up daily to transport goods in and out of Lin Yi's warehouse. Faced with the overwhelming demand, he hired 5 or 6 forklift operators and over 10 loaders, all managed by Su Mo. On the 3rd day, the banquet supplies from a 5-star hotel arrived, and under the cover of night, while Su Mo and the others were absent, Lin Yi stealthily stored 1,000 banquet tables into a pocket dimension. Although Su Mo had once been curious as to why the goods delivered during the day vanished completely by the next day, he wisely refrained from inquiring. As long as Lin Yi was willing to provide him with the means to afford his mother's medical expenses, Lin Yi was, in his eyes, a benefactor. Other considerations paled in comparison. Quickly, the day of June 1st, Children's Day, arrived. Lin Yi had been reborn for a full month, and through his meticulous preparations, the resources in the alternate space were now exceedingly plentiful. Not only did he possess assets worth 500 billion from Fuyuan supermarket, but he also had food valued at several hundred million that he had prepared himself. All these items had only required a deposit, with the balance to be settled in 2 months. However, it seemed unlikely they would wait that long. Following Lin Yi's extravagant procurement, the prices in Haijing City had surged. The Fuyuan supermarket had been severely weakened by the recent theft, forcing several large supermarkets in Haijing City to cease operations. Lin Yi pondered whether his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect. The prices in Haijing City had nearly doubled, and many attributed this inflation to the theft at Fuyuan supermarket. They believed that in due course, prices would return to normal levels. Consequently, many who enjoyed stockpiling food refrained from extensive purchases. When the apocalypse arrived, their ability to endure would naturally be significantly shorter than in Lin Yi's previous life. Chapter 22. The exposure of spatial abilities. Lin Yi lay on the grand bed of the hotel, contemplating his supplies. He felt that he was now thoroughly prepared. Whether it was food, drink, clothing, or other necessities, he had amassed a considerable stockpile. Just as he believed he was foolproof, a sudden realization struck him. He slapped his forehead in dismay. How could I have forgotten to purchase some medications? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many would not only succumb to freezing or starvation, but would also fall gravely ill due to sudden drops in temperature, leading to death from lack of treatment. Although medications could be procured from pharmacies, the quantity he required was substantial. It was clear that pharmacies could not meet his needs, and he would have to consider alternative methods. Lin Yi rose and dressed, noting that Li Ro was still asleep beside him. Today, he had arranged to trade for fuel. Originally, the delivery was set for a week, but due to the large quantity he required, it had to be postponed a few more days. Observing the woman who had accompanied him for a month, Lin Yi reflected on the change in her circumstances. Since he had threatened Lu Wei, Li Ro had severed ties with him. After all, they had merely been lovers, one seeking physical pleasure and the other aspiring to ascend in status. What genuine feelings could there be? However, after spending so much time with Li Ro, it would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no affection for her. Lin Yi contemplated extending a helping hand, for they had shared many nights together, and the bond formed in such intimacy could not be dismissed lightly. Yet, he still needed to evaluate whether she could reside in his sanctuary. It is impossible to move in before the end of days. However, if she possesses a strong will to survive the apocalypse, Lin Yi could offer her an opportunity. Although she may never ascend to the status of a primary consort, being a secondary wife would not be without its merits. After Lin Yi departed from the hotel, Li Ro opened her eyes, swiftly dressed, and exited. Once on the street, she observed Lin Yi entering a vehicle and promptly retrieved her car keys to follow him. Lin Yi drove, humming a tune, directly towards the abandoned repair shop where their last transaction had taken place, blissfully unaware of Li Ro's pursuit. Li Ro's intention to shadow Lin Yi was to lull him into a false sense of security. Through their interactions, even though Lin Yi had divulged little, she sensed an unusual shift in his demeanor. He seemed preoccupied with undisclosed matters. Aware that Lin Yi held leverage over her, she resolved to take the risk of tailing him to escape his control. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Lin Yi began to wait. Li Ro became increasingly convinced of Lin Yi's hidden secrets as she observed him enter the dilapidated establishment. She parked her vehicle discreetly at the roadside and stealthily approached. Half an hour later, as Lin Yi grew impatient, 2 9-meter-long trucks arrived. After halting, 5 or 6 men disembarked, including the bald man from their previous encounter. "Apologies, Mr. Wang, for our tardiness," Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile. "No worries. Good meals are worth the wait, and I have ample time." The bald man then commenced directing the unloading of goods. As the truck doors opened, barrels of fuel filled the cargo area. Lin Yi inspected several barrels, and, upon confirming their authenticity, felt reassured. He estimated the shipment to be over 100 tons, doubling his previous request. Following their agreed-upon price, he retrieved the funds from his trunk and handed them to the bald man. An hour later, the repair shop brimmed with fuel, and the bald man collected the money. Just as he prepared to leave, Lin Yi called out to him again. "Brother, please wait a moment." The bald man turned back, puzzled by Lin Yi's request. "Can you procure any pharmaceuticals? I require medications for colds, fevers, or any emergency antibiotics," Lin Yi inquired. The bald man scratched his head and replied, "Mr. Wang, what exactly do you do? Why do you need so many different items?" Lin Yi's smile faded as he responded, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply inform me if you can obtain them." The bald man sighed, contemplating for a moment before saying, "I cannot assist with that directly. But I have a friend who specializes in pharmaceuticals and only deals in genuine products, so you need not worry about counterfeit drugs. Given that you are a valued customer, I can help you make contact." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude and then stated, "I require a total of 10 million worth of pharmaceuticals. As long as you can procure these for me, there will be ample rewards in store for you." Upon hearing Lin Yi's understanding demeanor, the bald man finally revealed a smile. Both were merchants engaged in perilous trades, and naturally, their primary concern was profit. He would never take such risks without a tangible benefit. The bald man instructed Lin Yi to await his news before departing with his associates. Lin Yi then began to gather the spilled fuel scattered across the ground into his alternate space. Li Ro, hiding behind a wall outside the yard, initially felt intimidated by the throng entering the repair shop and dared not approach. However, after they left and Lin Yi had yet to emerge, she mustered her courage to peek over the wall into the repair shop. The sight that greeted her caused her mouth to fall agape. The entire workshop was strewn with metal barrels filled with fuel, and with a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Yi made the barrels vanish into thin air. Believing her eyes were deceiving her, she rubbed them vigorously, only to confirm that she was indeed witnessing the extraordinary. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and activated the camera to record Lin Yi. In just over a minute, the ground was cleared of fuel as Lin Yi absorbed it into his alternate space. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ro was covertly observing him, and he drove directly towards Haijing City. Li Ro struggled to steady her breath while scrutinizing the video on her phone. Lin Yi's supernatural abilities instilled a sense of fear within her. Her initial intent had merely been to gather leverage against him to prevent his coercion. Now, having uncovered such a monumental secret, her trepidation towards Lin Yi intensified. She even pondered the possibility that he might be an extraterrestrial being. Although she possessed evidence against him, she found herself hesitant to confront Lin Yi further. After leaving the repair shop, Lin Yi drove straight to his warehouse. It was precisely noon when he arrived and noticed Su Mo and others were having lunch. Given the larger number of personnel, dining had become a logistical challenge, prompting Lin Yi to order lunch from a nearby restaurant, which would arrive at the designated time. Upon seeing his boss, Su Mo quickly set down his meal and approached Lin Yi. The latter waved him off, encouraging him to continue eating, as the repair shop they had dealt with was not far from here, and he had merely stopped by to check in. Chapter 23. Purchasing a vehicle coincidentally. Lin Yi had not eaten either, so he grabbed a nearby lunchbox and sat next to Su Mo. These workers engaged in strenuous labor, so Lin Yi did not order based on the number of people. Instead, he prepared meals sufficient for 2 per person, with even a few extras. Although he was often cold and unyielding to others, he never shortchanged those who worked for him, as he could easily afford the expense of their meals. As he enjoyed his lunch, he struck up a conversation with Su Mo. After their conversation, he learned that Su Mo's hometown was in the countryside, where his mother had fallen gravely ill and required a staggering 300,000 yuan for surgery. The family had sold everything they could, yet had only managed to gather a mere 170,000. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of empathy. Some individuals were tirelessly striving to raise tens of thousands for medical expenses, and in comparison to them, he realized he was perhaps quite fortunate. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi did not linger long, glancing around briefly before departing. He had other matters to attend to that day. Upon leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi drove directly to a Mercedes-Benz dealership in the city, intending to purchase a vehicle capable of navigating snowy terrain. Although he was uncertain when the heavy snow would cease, he believed it prudent to be prepared. The frigid temperatures outside were such that, should the snow stop, he would struggle to traverse any significant distance on foot. The cold was a formidable adversary, and an ordinary person could not survive long in such conditions without succumbing to frostbite. Prolonged exposure to the icy air could even inflict irreversible damage on the respiratory system. After parking his car at the dealership entrance, before Lin Yi could even step into the lobby, a woman clad in a sales uniform approached him. She stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, her high heels accentuating her elegant stature, and her black stockings perfectly highlighted the contours of her legs. Lin Yi's attention was immediately captured. Although her beauty did not quite rival Jiang Shuyan's, she was certainly on par with Li Ro, scoring at least an 80 in his estimation. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" the woman inquired, bowing slightly in a respectful manner. Lin Yi nodded, maintaining a focused gaze solely on her alluring legs. The woman noticed the intensity in Lin Yi's eyes but dismissed it. Customers at this dealership were typically affluent, and given her appearance, she was accustomed to men approaching her, some even purchasing luxury vehicles on her behalf. Through their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the woman was named Su Ying, 25 years old, and had been in automotive sales for just over a year. Despite her brief tenure, she had already become the top seller in the dealership. Observing Su Ying's graceful figure, Lin Yi could surmise how she had achieved such success. Upon discovering that Lin Yi was interested in an off-road vehicle, Su Ying recommended a G-Class, which was among the higher-end models offered at their dealership, priced at 3 to 4 million yuan. If Lin Yi were to purchase it, her commission would amount to a substantial sum. However, after inspecting the vehicle, Lin Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. Although the car's performance was commendable, he remained unsure whether he could successfully navigate it through the snow. Noticing Lin Yi's discontent, Su Ying felt a flicker of disappointment. Her experience in sales had taught her that many individuals, unable to afford more expensive vehicles yet unwilling to lose face, would scrutinize every detail and find numerous faults. She suspected Lin Yi might be one of those individuals, but as a sales professional, she felt compelled to maintain her cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi sighed and addressed Su Ying, remarking that the vehicle was quite satisfactory, yet it did not meet his personal standards. Su Ying silently acknowledged this, but was taken aback when Lin Yi continued, inquiring if there were any more expensive options available. Price was not a concern. He insisted that the vehicle's off-road capabilities had to be of the utmost quality. Su Ying was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's abrupt shift in tone. But after a brief pause, she responded with evident delight, stating that there were indeed options, and invited him to follow her. She led Lin Yi to another vehicle. The Unimog U8000, the latest model of the year, currently ranked first among off-road vehicles worldwide, and notably a limited edition. Only one was available in Haijing City. Lin Yi gazed upon the formidable steel beast before him, nearly 3 meters in height, his admiration palpable. With this vehicle, there would be no destination unreachable after the apocalypse. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned that this top-of-the-line Unimog was priced at 10 million. Without hesitation, Lin Yi made the purchase. Given that he had withdrawn all his funds from the stock market, he now possessed just over 20 million in his account, of which he needed to reserve 10 million for medication, leaving him with only 10 million to spend cautiously. Su Ying accompanied Lin Yi to complete the paperwork, where the down payment for the loan was merely 30%. He swiftly charged 3 million on his card, and the dealership staff would handle the remaining arrangements. Once the vehicle was registered and insured, Lin Yi would be able to collect it. Before departing, Lin Yi exchanged contact information with Su Ying, recognizing that his substantial contribution to her sales would surely be reciprocated. He saw no reason to decline such an opportunity, as it was not an act of impropriety, provided it remained within legal bounds. After settling into his new vehicle, Su Ying escorted him to the car, only returning to the dealership once Lin Yi's vehicle had receded from view. Upon leaving the dealership, Lin Yi did not return to his hotel, but instead headed to the Chuangxin community. Since giving the house key to Luo Jun, he had not visited, and it was time to inspect the progress of their work. As he entered the community, he noticed several delivery trucks arriving, their cargo neatly stacked with rows of steel plates. Though termed steel plates, they were over 10 centimeters thick, and Lin Yi immediately recognized them as deliveries for his home. After parking his vehicle, he intended to head directly to his house, but was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance, accompanied by honking cars. Lin Yi, intrigued by the disturbance, redirected his path towards the community's gate. It was not mere curiosity that drew him, but rather the sight of the delivery trucks being halted by the security guards at the entrance. Upon arrival, he found 3 or 4 guards in a standoff with the delivery drivers, and at that moment, Luo Jun also appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, Luo Jun hurriedly recounted the recent events. Since the renovation of Lin Yi's home commenced, the necessity for various materials and the extensive demolition of walls had led to the company's trucks frequently entering and exiting the community. Although Lin Yi had already informed the property management and paid a substantial renovation deposit, they still faced persistent harassment from the management staff. Chapter 24. Property manager Fong, who after listening to Luo Jun's account, Lin Yi understood the situation. The property management of the Shouchuan community had always operated in this manner. The manager, Fong Hu, was once a small-time thug in the vicinity, who, by a stroke of fortune, had ingratiated himself with the developer of the Shouchuan community, thereby securing his current position. Since his appointment, he had scarcely resolved any issues for the residents, yet he had certainly created numerous obstacles. Whenever conflicts arose with residents, he would gather his former associates to intimidate the families of those involved, leading several households to sell their homes and relocate out of fear for their safety. What lingered most vividly in Lin Yi's memory was that in his previous life, Fong Hu was among those who conspired to take his life. Though he didn't wield the knife himself, He played a significant role, and Lin Yi even suspected him to be the mastermind. However, he did not wish to stir trouble at this moment. Revenge could wait. Thus, he promptly called Fang Hu. Knowing that the security guards who had obstructed the truck were certainly acting under Fang Hu's orders. Shortly after Lin Yi hung up, Fang Hu emerged from the property office. Reeking of alcohol, he had been drinking with a few associates until the early hours of the morning, only to be roused by Lin Yi's call. Sporting glasses and casual attire, he appeared genteel at first glance, yet those who knew him were well aware of the darkness that lay within, earning him the moniker Smiling Tiger. Upon reaching the entrance, Fang Hu addressed Lin Yi, stating, "The community has regulations that prohibit incoming trucks." Lin Yi was well aware of the rules. There was no such regulation barring trucks as long as prior notice was given to the management. Clearly, Fang Hu sought to extort Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi chose not to engage in a dispute. The priority was to construct the shelter, and all other grievances could be settled in due time. Perhaps when the apocalypse arrived, Lin Yi discreetly pulled Fang Hu aside and, from his pocket, retrieved 2 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills, placing them into Fang Hu's hands. Upon seeing the money, Fang Hu erupted into laughter, slapping Lin Yi on the shoulder, before turning to reprimand the security guards. "Who told you to block the trucks? Lin Yi has already notified the management in advance. Did I not instruct you earlier? Let them through immediately." Lin Yi's gaze was cold as he fixated on Fang Hu's retreating figure, a look akin to that of a death sentence. Fang Hu had already been inscribed upon his list of nemesis. After a scolding from Fang Hu, several security guards, without offering a word of defense, hastily raised the barrier. This was not their first collaboration with Fang Hu. They were well acquainted with his methods, having witnessed him employ similar tactics on numerous occasions. Once the guards granted passage, Luo Jun signaled to the drivers to board the vehicles and maneuver them to the base of the residential complex. Subsequently, arrangements were made for the transportation of goods upstairs. Lin Yi followed Luo Jun into the elevator, and upon reaching the 26th floor, he was struck by the transformation of the apartment. Most of the walls had vanished, replaced by alloy panels, leaving only the ceiling and floor yet to be clad in this material. The alloy panels brought in that day were intended for the installation of the ceiling and flooring. Lin Yi had a penchant for floor-to-ceiling windows. Thus, the bulletproof glass was crafted as a single piece, with only a few small openings made per his specifications. Adjacent to it was a small door leading directly to the balcony. Such substantial items could not be transported via the elevator. Instead, several steel cables were used to hoist the glass from above. Lin Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. From his understanding, his neighbors were not particularly amiable. While standard renovations might be tolerable, the ostentatious nature of his remodeling would surely disturb the peace. Did no one come to voice their grievances? In response to this query, Luo Jun explained that initially, there had indeed been frequent complaints, 4 or 5 groups daily, until he decided to invest significantly in purchasing a large quantity of eggs to appease the elderly residents of the building. Following this gesture, the number of complainants dwindled considerably. He had also promised that for each day of renovation, they could collect 10 pounds of eggs. The resistance of the elderly to the allure of free eggs was negligible. Upon hearing of the egg distribution, they ceased their complaints, with some even hoping Luo Jun would prolong the renovations. Lin Yi immediately gave Luo Jun a thumbs up. While providing eggs daily might not incur substantial costs, it effectively resolved a major inconvenience, a classic case of achieving great results with minimal expenditure. He promptly offered to cover the expense himself, transferring 10,000 yuan to Luo Jun, sufficient to procure several loads of eggs. After spending a brief time on site, Lin Yi decided to leave, as the chaos was overwhelming, and he did not wish to burden Luo Jun further. As he passed by Wang Xue's residence, he paused, noticing the pile of takeout boxes at the doorstep, indicating that she had likely not ventured outside in days. Since becoming entangled with the affluent Su Shui, Wang Xue and her companions had resigned from their jobs, intending to focus on being kept women. However, with Su Shui's sudden misfortune and subsequent detainment, they were left in a precarious situation, hastily moving out overnight to avoid potential repercussions. Without a source of income, they were now left to lounge at home, contemplating their next targets. Fortunately, before entering, Su Shui had gifted them numerous designer bags and shoes. The women managed to sell those items for a considerable sum. Otherwise, they would be unable to afford even a meal now. Lin Yi observed the plight of the 3 women with a hint of schadenfreude, but did not dwell on it too much. considering them merely insignificant characters. Let them endure some hardship for now. After the apocalypse arrives, he had far grander gifts in store for them. As Lin Yi descended to prepare his vehicle, he suddenly received a call from Wang Xue. Curiosity piqued, he promptly answered. On the other end, Wang Xue's alluring voice came through. "Ego, are you at the Shouchuan community? I just spotted you." Lin Yi glanced towards the 20th floor. From that distance, an ordinary person would see nothing clearly. Yet Lin Yi's enhanced vision allowed him to discern a figure in the window. It was indeed Wang Xue. "Yes, the house is undergoing renovations, and I came to check on it," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. "Do you have time this evening?" The earlier matters were entirely Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's ideas. "I would like to invite you to dinner, as a way for them to make amends." Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk internally. How convenient for Wang Xue to shift all responsibility onto others while exonerating herself so cleanly. Chapter 25, Threat. Wait a moment. Could they have set their sights on him as their new target? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. Lin Yi's intuition was spot on. Ever since they returned from Su Shuai's villa, they had noticed Lin Yi's house undergoing renovations. A slight sacrifice of their appearances allowed them to glean information from the construction workers. Lin Yi had spent several tens of millions on this home transformation. Learning of Lin Yi's wealth rekindled their schemes. After some deliberation, the three decided to target Lin Yi. After all, he had once been utterly devoted to Wang Xue, bringing her breakfast every morning during college, almost as if he were preparing a meal for her boyfriend as well. They believed they could easily manipulate a man so infatuated. They attributed Lin Yi's recent changes to jealousy, convinced that if Wang Xue merely announced her breakup with Su Shuai, Lin Yi would come rushing back. Having made up their minds, they spotted Lin Yi in the community and encouraged Wang Xue to call him, inviting him to dinner that evening. If Lin Yi were to sulk and refuse, Wang Xue could hint at being his girlfriend, a dream Lin Yi had harbored for years. Once Wang Xue relented, there would be no escape for him. "I don't have time," Lin Yi replied without hesitation. Since witnessing the state of Wang Xue and the others' room, he felt a wave of disgust at the thought of dining with her again. Wang Xue, taken aback, had not anticipated such a swift rejection from Lin Yi. Yet she remained resolute in her purpose, continuing to speak to Lin Yi. "Don't be too hasty in your refusal. After dinner, we could watch a movie together. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang retire early, so if it gets too late, I shall stay at your place. However, you must promise not to engage in any peculiar behavior." Lin Yi smiled faintly, recognizing Wang Xue's cleverness. Her final remark held an air of veiled suggestion, as if to remind Lin Yi of the expectation for strange antics. No wonder Su Shuai was utterly captivated by her and her companions. However, this did little to pique Lin Yi's interest. Now that he had discerned the true nature of Wang Xue and her associates, he was no longer susceptible to her charms. Even if she offered him a free meal, he would not be swayed. He could easily find companionship wherever he desired, not to mention the ever-available Li Ro. Even the saleswoman from when he purchased his car was waiting in the wings. Lin Yi replied with a tone laced with derision. "Are you being frivolous? After all these years, do you think I am unaware of your true self? Su Shuai must have fallen from grace and is now seeking new prey. Am I correct? Apologies, but I am not your type." With that, Lin Yi abruptly ended the call and returned to his vehicle, heading back to the hotel. Wang Xue, listening to the dialed tone on the phone, clenched her teeth in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lin Yi, who had once shown her such care, would utter such hurtful words. Even if he spoke the truth, she indeed had regarded Lin Yi as Su Shuai's backup. She had deigned to be his girlfriend, and thus he ought to be grateful. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Wang Xue had the speakerphone on during the call, and naturally, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian overheard Lin Yi's mockery. Before Wang Xue could respond, her companions erupted in indignation, hurling insults at Lin Yi. "That scoundrel! I knew he was not a good person. His sudden shift in demeanor must be due to newfound wealth. Now that he has money, he looks down upon our Xuer. The heartless wretch. Exactly. He is nothing but a chin-shimmy, fickle and ungrateful. He likely has someone else on the side." Listening to their words, Wang Xue began to consider the possibility. However, playing the role of the other woman was her forte, and with the three of them united, she was confident that they could easily win Lin Yi back, even if he were entangled with someone else. After all, what man could resist the combined allure of three beauties? Even the former Su Shuai had succumbed to their relentless advances, let alone Lin Yi, who was merely a nouveau riche. With this thought in mind, the trio began devising a plan to ensnare Lin Yi. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yi called Li Ro, requesting her company. Naturally, the venue would be their usual hotel. However, this time, the typically obedient Li Ro did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, she suggested meeting Lin Yi at a restaurant. Just as he was about to decline, a notification pinged on his phone. Upon opening it, he found a video sent by Li Ro. From the perspective of the camera angle, it was evident that the video had been surreptitiously recorded. However, what astonished Lin Yi was the content of the video. He saw himself waving his hand, causing a multitude of oil cans to vanish into thin air. This scene was vividly etched in his memory. It had occurred when he was purchasing fuel. Completely unaware that Li Ro had stealthily followed him and captured the moment on her phone, he realized he had underestimated Li Ro. This woman, who had successfully ascended through Lu Wei, was far from ordinary. A glint of murderous intent surged in Lin Yi's eyes. All threats to his safety must be eradicated at their inception. He promptly acquiesced to Li Ro's request over the phone and, after donning his attire, departed from the hotel. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, Lin Yi reserved a private room and sent the room number to Li Ro, then awaited her arrival in silence. After a little over 10 minutes, Li Ro entered clad in an elegant trench coat. She appeared quite pleased with herself, seemingly confident that she had Lin Yi completely under her control. After choosing a seat, she crossed her legs and addressed him, "Brother Yi. Did you watch the video I sent? What are your thoughts?" Lin Yi remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon her. Noticing his demeanor, Li Ro continued, "No wonder you discovered my secret. It turns out you possess a special ability. Since we both harbor secrets, let's consider it even. I won't divulge your secret to anyone. And you won't betray me, all right? Special ability?" Lin Yi found the term peculiar, yet he nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Yi's compliance, Li Ro sighed in relief and, in a conspiratorial tone, said, "Can others learn this ability of yours? If you would teach me, I would be yours completely and would obey your every command." Although Lin Yi's expression remained impassive, inwardly, he cursed her audacity. Did she truly believe she could learn? Even if he wished to teach her, she would be incapable. The nerve of her to threaten him. If she could survive the exposure of her secret, she would be impressive. Lin Yi had lost all sympathy for Li Ro. She had encroached upon his safety. Despite her allure, it paled in comparison to his security. He was clear on what truly mattered. Realizing that her chance to learn was slipping away due to Lin Yi's indifference, Li Ro decisively abandoned that notion. Chapter 26. Preparations complete. Seeing that their discussion had concluded, Li Ro prepared to leave. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate her on the spot. This was the city center, with numerous surveillance cameras surrounding them, making it unwise to act hastily. After Li Ro departed, Lin Yi swiftly exited the private room and discreetly followed her. Previously, Li Ro had stalked Lin Yi, uncovering his secret. Now, it was Lin Yi's turn to shadow Li Ro, seeking an opportunity to eliminate her and obliterate the evidence. After leaving the restaurant, Li Ro headed straight home. Lin Yi, seeing no further opportunity, decided to return to the hotel. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Lin Yi promptly submitted his resignation. With just over half a month remaining until the impending apocalypse, he wished not to squander his time on work. His previous reluctance to resign stemmed from his need to profit from stocks, which was more convenient while at the company. However, that necessity had now dissipated. The human resources manager, upon learning of this, immediately notified General Manager Lu Wei. Naturally, Lu Wei was elated to hear of Lin Yi's resignation, as he often felt a pang of guilt whenever he saw Lin Yi in the office. It was better this way, out of sight, out of mind. He promptly instructed the HR manager to process Lin Yi's departure, generously offering him an additional 6-month salary. As Lin Yi stepped out of the company's doors, he received a phone call and subsequently drove to the repair shop where he had previously conducted transactions. This time, he was more cautious, carefully checking for any followers before entering the establishment. Once assured of his safety, he drove into the garage. What followed was the familiar routine of waiting. The bald man seemed to possess little sense of time, consistently making Lin Yi wait an additional 30 minutes before making his appearance. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, a large truck rolled into the repair shop. The bald man descended from the vehicle. This marked their third transaction, and the two had grown considerably familiar with one another. The process unfolded as usual, inspecting the goods, unloading, and payment. Lin Yi again spent 10 million, leaving him with a remaining balance of 7 million. The truck contained a comprehensive array of pharmaceuticals, including remedies for colds, fevers, and inflammation, along with an abundance of gauze and treatments for injuries, even featuring quick-acting cardiac pills and numerous asthma medications. After several workers had unloaded the supplies onto the ground, the bald man exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Yi before departing. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lin Yi felt immense gratitude. Without him, sourcing such an extensive collection alone would have been an insurmountable challenge. Silently, he sent his well wishes to the man and commenced his own work. Within a minute, box after box of medicines was seamlessly collected into his spatial pocket. His spatial realm was meticulously divided into various sections: food, medicine, water, daily necessities, fuel, firewood, and weapons. Each category was distinctly organized, ensuring clarity among the supplies. After securing the medicines, Lin Yi made his way to the warehouse he rented. Today marked the arrival of the final batch of supplies, and once he collected these, he would no longer need to return for goods. Upon reaching the warehouse, he found Su Mo registering the incoming stock. Lin Yi chose not to disturb him, instead finding a spot to sit and occupy himself with his phone, casually browsing online reports regarding the lost supplies at Fuyuan supermarket. Some time has elapsed since the incident occurred. However, aside from the apprehension of Su Shui and a few warehouse managers, the police have made no further progress in the investigation. The number of thieves remains unclear, as does the method by which the goods were transported away, and the whereabouts of such a substantial volume of merchandise is still shrouded in mystery. In essence, the authorities are at a standstill. Lin Yi soon came across news regarding the dramatic surge in prices in Haijing City within a mere month. Many experts began to urge the public not to hoard excessively, asserting that the price increases were merely temporary and would revert to normal levels within a month. They were correct in their assessment. Barring an apocalypse, prices could indeed decline. Yet, the common folk might not live to witness that day. After spending 2 hours on his phone, the last vehicle had completed its loading and departed the warehouse. Su Mo and the unloading workers began to prepare for their rest. Lin Yi put away his phone and called everyone over. Once all had gathered, he retrieved a handful of red envelopes from his backpack, distributing them among the group, each containing 20,000 yuan. They had labored for him for a month, although he initially offered each person 10,000. He ultimately decided to give them double as a gesture of goodwill, ensuring his own peace of mind, for he was not particularly pressed for money. The workers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, having never encountered such a generous employer. As they departed, they requested Lin Yi to consider them for future jobs. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Once everyone had left, only Su Mo remained in the warehouse. The reason Lin Yi had withheld a red envelope from him earlier was that he wished to give him something privately. Gazing at the earnest Su Mo, Lin Yi pulled out a bundle of 100 yuan bills, totaling 20 stacks, and pressed them into Su Mo's hands. Su Mo stared at the money, momentarily at a loss. Lin Yi spoke gently. "Last time, you mentioned your mother needed over 100,000 for surgery. Here, you have 200,000. Take this to pay for her medical treatment." Su Mo, eyes brimming with tears, knelt before Lin Yi in gratitude. Lin Yi hurriedly helped him up and said, "You have been an immense help to me. It is thanks to you that everything has gone smoothly, saving me a great deal of worry. This is rightfully yours." Wiping his tears, Su Mo replied, "Brother Yi, I cannot accept this money. Your earnings are not simply blown in by the wind, and even in my poverty, I cannot take your money so lightly." Lin Yi smiled gently. "Do you think I am giving this to you freely? Only 20,000 is your salary. The remainder is a loan. Take it for your mother's surgery. Her health cannot be delayed." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mo finally acquiesced. After much insistence, he wrote Lin Yi an IOU and pressed his thumbprint upon it. Lin Yi tucked the note into his pocket, just as Su Mo was about to leave. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before addressing him. "In half a month, there may be some calamity. If possible, it would be wise for you to stock up on provisions at home." Su Mo nodded in response. Given that it was Lin Yi's counsel, he was inclined to trust it. Even if nothing came to pass, acquiring additional food would not be burdensome. As he watched Su Mo depart, Lin Yi smiled faintly and subsequently tore up the IOU in his pocket. In the end, he had softened his heart. While he could be ruthless towards those who had once harmed him, he found it difficult to be so with those who had offered their assistance. "Never mind," he thought. "I shall consider this a good deed before the impending apocalypse, a means of achieving peace of mind." Chapter 27. The first kill. Once Lin Yi confirmed that everyone had left, he began to gather the supplies. 10 minutes later, he locked up the now empty warehouse. It was highly probable that he would not return here again. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi drove toward the hotel. En route, he received a call from Li Ro, instructing him to prepare 10 million in cash to exchange for his video at the repair shop where they had previously conducted business. Lin Yi surmised that the scandal involving her and Lu Wei regarding embezzlement and infidelity was about to surface, and she was preparing to flee. Having been exposed, she no longer feared his threats. Lin Yi turned his car around, heading toward the repair shop. He resolved to eliminate Li Ro today to eliminate any future threats. For he understood that she could not escape. If she were captured, even without the video, she would divulge his secrets, leading to ceaseless troubles for him. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Li Ro had yet to appear. Lin Yi parked and, after preparing his firearm, began to wait. An hour later, Li Ro slowly drove into the repair shop, but she was not alone. A man occupied the passenger seat. As Lin Yi focused intently, he recognized Lu Wei. It seemed the two lovers had reunited in their time of peril. After exiting the vehicle, they approached Lin Yi's car, though Lu Wei's movements appeared peculiar. With his right hand tucked into his coat pocket. When they reached Lin Yi, Li Ro bluntly inquired, "Where's the money?" Lin Yi remained motionless and retorted, "Where's my video?" Li Ro smiled slightly. "Who said I would give you the video? 10 million is merely our hush money. When Lu Wei and I run out of funds, we will still seek you out. Given your prowess, I trust you won't mind this trivial sum." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he turned and walked toward the trunk of his car. Upon opening it, he revealed several travel bags within. Just as he prepared to retrieve a bag, Lu Wei suddenly struck, drawing a handgun from his pocket and pulling the trigger at Lin Yi's back. However, with a gunshot ringing out, Lin Yi exhibited no reaction, merely turning to coldly regard Lu Wei. The two were suddenly startled. Prior to their arrival, they had conspired, knowing full well that Lin Yi's character would not allow him to passively submit to their threats. Thus, they concluded that Lin Yi would inevitably devise a means to eliminate both of them. Ultimately, they resolved to strike first. Upon seeing the money, they would swiftly eliminate Lin Yi and then flee with his wealth. To that end, Lu Wei brought along a pistol he had painstakingly procured in the black market. Despite being aware of Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, they were skeptical that he could withstand conventional firearms. To their astonishment, after Lu Wei fired a shot, Lin Yi remained unscathed, leading Lu Wei to question whether he had been duped by the arms dealer. The reason Lin Yi was impervious to harm stemmed from his experiments, where he discovered he could materialize the eye of space, creating a square portal before him. Any object entering this realm would be directly absorbed into an alternate space, bullets included. Noticing Lu Wei's unusual demeanor, Lin Yi began to formulate a plan. If Lu Wei could acquire weaponry, so too could others, and he had no reason to trust these treacherous individuals. Thus, he had opened the portal right in front of him from the outset. Indeed, as Lin Yi moved to retrieve the money, Lu Wei fired at him. After witnessing the first bullet inflict no harm on Lin Yi, Lu Wei pulled the trigger again, aiming for Lin Yi's head and unleashing the entire magazine. Yet the outcome mirrored the previous instance. Despite the barrage of bullets, Lin Yi remained unharmed, his smile only growing more pronounced. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi commanded the bullets, which had entered the portal, to return, transforming Lu Wei into a sieve. After Lu Wei gasped his last breath, Lin Yi nonchalantly collected Lu Wei's corpse into the alternate space before the astonished eyes of Li Ro. At that moment, Li Ro was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before her, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant and motionless. Lin Yi retrieved a handgun from the space and pressed it to her forehead. It was only then that Li Ro regained her senses and pleaded with Lin Yi desperately. "Igu, please don't kill me. I swear I want to reveal your secret. I still have value to you. I'm willing to be your woman. Or even your dog. Please, spare my life." Witnessing her lover's demise before her eyes had shattered her composure entirely. Now, she could only hope that Lin Yi would show mercy, considering her past servitude to him. After uttering her plea, Li Ro knelt on the ground, reaching out to unfasten Lin Yi's trousers. However, Lin Yi kicked her away and then aimed at her forehead, pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and Li Ro collapsed to the ground, her face stained with blood. This marked Lin Yi's first act of killing, and even now, his hands trembled slightly, as he had not anticipated that his inaugural victims would be Li Ro and Lu Wei. Lin Yi had not denied her opportunities. Had Li Ro been willing to serve him wholeheartedly, he might have considered elevating her to the status of his woman, even assisting her in evading pursuers. Once the next fortnight had passed, she would no longer need to fear being hunted. After all, Li Ro possessed a physique that was undeniably alluring. It would indeed be a pity to end her life so abruptly. Yet, it was too late for such contemplations, no matter how beautiful a woman might be. If her heart did not align with his, Lin Yi would not hesitate to act decisively. Lin Yi meticulously cleaned the scene, ensuring that even the car Li Ro had driven and the bloodstained bricks were concealed within his alternate space. Without a body, the police would be unable to initiate an investigation, allowing him to await the impending apocalypse in peace. When he left, he did not drive. Instead, he stored his vehicle in the alternate space and retrieved an electric bike to navigate the rural paths back to the city. The police were currently preoccupied with searching for Lu Wei and his associates. Even if they had vanished, the authorities would merely suspect they were in hiding, oblivious to Lin Yi's whereabouts. Even the phone card Li Ro had used to contact him was untraceable, having been purchased anonymously by Lin Yi. It would take at least a month for anyone to connect the dots back to him. As Lin Yi pedaled along the scenic country road, he received a call informing him that his vehicle was ready for pickup and he could collect it at any time. Thus, he decided against returning to the hotel and instead made his way directly to the dealership on his electric bike. Upon entering the store, he was greeted by Su Ying, the saleswoman who had sold him the car previously. Lin Yi recalled her name and realized she still owed him a favor. Since he was there to pick up his vehicle, he might as well remind her to repay it. Chapter 28. Completion of the sanctuary. Parking the electric bike at the dealership's entrance, Lin Yi dismounted, and Su Ying greeted him with a beaming smile, her right hand instinctively brushing through her long hair. Such subtle gestures often serve to stir a man's interest. Today, Su Ying appeared to have made a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance. Her makeup was far more exquisite than during their last encounter. She had traded her work attire for something more personal, yet her legs remained elegantly clad in black stockings. Lin Yi had previously gazed at her legs, a fact she remembered vividly, as she had come with intentions of her own and aimed to appeal to him. Her upper attire consisted of a white blouse, with the top two buttons left undone, allowing a glimpse of her fair skin beneath as she leaned slightly forward. Although Lin Yi focused much of his attention on his beloved vehicle, his peripheral vision could not help but wander towards Su Ying. Sensing her objective had been met, she mused internally, a man of Lin Yi's caliber, handsome, affluent, and sophisticated, was not easily encountered. Although she sold cars daily, men of such high standing were exceedingly rare. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to secure a more advantageous position for herself, considering that a career in sales was not a sustainable long-term plan. Being supported by a handsome benefactor would undoubtedly be an improvement. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Lin Yi had just slain her lover. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have distanced herself from him as far as possible. Lin Yi gazed at the colossal steel beast before him, unable to contain the exhilaration bubbling within. He took his seat. Su Ying, meanwhile, settled into the passenger seat, her sole purpose for the day being to accompany Lin Yi. As the engine roared to life, a surge of exhilaration washed over Lin Yi, propelling the vehicle onto the highway. As Lin Yi navigated the streets, Su Ying unabashedly showcased her figure, her gaze towards him laden with undeniable allure. After 2 laps through the city, Lin Yi returned directly to his hotel, with Su Ying persistently tempting him. Even a statue of iron would have yielded. After parking the car downstairs, Lin Yi took Su Ying by the hand and ascended to his room. The following morning, Lin Yi rubbed his sore back, reflecting on the arduous days he had endured, busy throughout the day and still occupied at night. Su Ying remained asleep beside him, and after draping a blanket over her, he surveyed the room, littered with torn stockings and scattered lingerie, before stepping out. Today marked a significant occasion. His new house was finally completed. The previous day, Luo Jun had informed him to come for the inspection, but he had been too enraptured in Su Ying's tender embrace to heed the call, deciding to visit today instead. Steering his newly purchased car towards the Sichuan community, he arrived at the entrance where several security guards, upon seeing the luxury vehicle, waved him through without inquiry. After parking, he ascended to the 26th floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a massive alloy door to his left, towering nearly 3 meters and reaching the ceiling. With a width nearing 2 meters, truly a spectacle compared to the doors of his neighbors. Lin Yi knocked, and Luo Jun opened the door. Satisfied, Lin Yi nodded at the lock mechanism. The door featured 3 types of locks: a fingerprint scanner, a traditional keyhole, and the most archaic clasp lock. Furthermore, the door boasted a thickness of 20 centimeters, constructed from cutting-edge alloy, far superior to ordinary steel, offering strength several times greater. In accordance with Lin Yi's specifications, Luo Jun had ingeniously designed several shooting ports that could only be accessed from inside, and equipped the door with 2 flamethrowers, operational with a simple refill of gasoline into an attached container. Beyond the grand entrance, every room's walls had been fortified with alloy panels, freshly coated with latex paint. Even if the building were to be bombarded, the structural integrity of each room would remain unscathed. The fireplace in the living room was connected to a duct system, capable of distributing warmth throughout the various chambers with the addition of firewood. One of the bedrooms has been transformed into a storage room, housing various items such as a generator and water tank. An air purifier has been installed within the room, ensuring proper ventilation while effectively isolating toxic gases from the outside. Even if a fire were to be set at Lin Yi's doorstep, he would remain oblivious to the slightest whiff of smoke within his home. Additionally, at Lin Yi's insistence, surveillance has been meticulously arranged. A total of 200 pinhole cameras have been installed throughout the building by Luo Jun, with each camera directed towards the entrance of a household, allowing Lin Yi to view the footage simply by turning on the television. Building number 16 comprises 3 units, each housing 56 families, and a corridor on the 6th floor connects to the other units. Including Lin Yi's own residence, there are a total of 168 households. Now, Lin Yi can observe the entire building's activities without stepping outside. After thoroughly experiencing the system, he signed the delivery receipt, provided there are no subsequent issues with the property. He will transfer the final payment to the Tianli Security Company's account in 3 months' time. Once Luo Jun departed, Lin Yi closed the door, subsequently resetting the password and fingerprint access, marking the residence as his private sanctuary. He resolved not to permit anyone else entry, and regarding the hotel, he no longer needed to stay there. Lin Yi switched on the television to check the surveillance footage, ultimately pausing the image at the entrance of Wang Xue's home. Adjusting the video forward, he noted that the 3 of them had not ventured out recently, only retrieving takeout without opening the door. It seemed they were still fearful that Su Shuai's case might implicate them, hence they chose to lie low until his sentencing concluded. This suited Lin Yi perfectly. With just over a week until the impending apocalypse, if they did not stockpile supplies soon, they would likely perish from hunger before half a month had passed. In that scenario, they would inevitably come seeking his assistance. However, this time, Lin Yi resolved to show no mercy, while he might allow them to see. Food would be off limits. Sitting on the spacious sofa, Lin Yi suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. Just as he contemplated watching television, he realized he had yet to procure a vital asset: resources for films and television series. Who knew how long this heavy snowfall would persist? If it lasted a year or more without any form of entertainment, he would surely feel stifled. With that thought, Lin Yi unlocked the door, 1 lock at a time. And after a minute, he pulled the door open and stepped outside. Chapter 29. Purchasing seafood. Lin Yi drove to a nearby electronics market, where he found a store selling gaming consoles and promptly purchased every brand of console available, along with over 1,000 game cartridges. He then proceeded to an audiovisual shop, requesting the owner to download all the movies, television shows, and various entertainment programs available in the store. Lin Yi spent over $1 million to acquire all these items. Merely the game cartridges cost him around $200,000 to $300,000, while the gaming consoles were even more exorbitant, each priced at several tens of thousands, which utterly reshaped Lin Yi's understanding of expenses. Previously, he had no fondness for gaming, hence he had never encountered such items. Today, he had certainly broadened his horizons. After loading the goods into the vehicle in batches, Lin Yi discreetly stored them away in an alternate dimension. Gazing at the remaining few million in his account, he experienced for the first time the sensation of wealth that left him uncertain about what to purchase. He felt a twinge of wastefulness in not depleting the funds, especially since he had painstakingly acquired them at no cost. Subsequently, Lin Yi ventured into a seafood shop. Although he had procured a fair amount of meat and vegetables, he had yet to prepare for seafood, intending to spend the entirety of his remaining funds on it. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by a plethora of seafood varieties. Dozens of enormous tanks lined the sides, each oxygenating the aquatic delicacies within. Giant lobsters and king crabs clawed about in their confines. Observing Lin Yi's entrance, the shopkeeper promptly inquired, "What may I assist you with, sir?" Lin Yi surveyed the seafood and replied, I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of lobsters and king crabs. Are you able to facilitate this? The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, asked, How much do you desire? Lin Yi extended 5 fingers and stated, I require 5 million worth of goods, but they must all be fresh. Certainly, I shall contact the suppliers. However, I must take a small intermediary fee. How does that sound? Lin Yi nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. I will give you 100,000 as a commission for the 5 million worth of goods. The shopkeeper, thrilled at the prospect of earning a quick 10,000 with minimal effort, eagerly made the call. Soon after, he hung up. Having arranged for the suppliers to deliver 5 million worth of lobsters, abalones, and king crabs to his store the following day. However, Lin Yi was required to pay a 300,000 deposit first to prevent any potential deceit. Lin Yi promptly swiped his bank card to transfer the deposit and then departed the seafood shop. The next afternoon, as Lin Yi savored a steak at home, he received a call from the seafood shopkeeper, informing him that the seafood had been packaged and was ready for delivery, all fresh and alive. Lin Yi provided his home address for the delivery. Although the shopkeeper was curious about the rationale behind sending such a large quantity of live seafood to a residence, the promise of his commission compelled him to adhere to Lin Yi's instructions without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, 3 refrigerated trucks entered the community, a sight the security personnel had grown accustomed to. Recently, numerous delivery trucks had been transporting items to Lin Yi's residence, and the property manager, Wang Xue, had already briefed them not to impede Lin Yi, ensuring that any vehicle bearing his name would be granted passage without question. Wealth indeed has the power to sway even the most obstinate. With Lin Yi's financial prowess, the obstacles in his path effortlessly yielded. After the vehicle came to a halt downstairs, a group of 7 or 8 workers descended, commencing the task of transporting goods into Lin Yi's residence. They toiled diligently for over 2 hours, finally transferring the entirety of the seafood from the vehicle into Lin Yi's bedroom. Meanwhile, the surrounding square became a gathering place for onlookers, astonished by the sheer volume of seafood Lin Yi had procured. What was his intention? Did he intend to transform his home into a seafood warehouse? Who could fathom the extravagance of the wealthy? Given the sweltering heat, the lobsters and abalone would perish within a day, a lamentable waste indeed. Wang Xue also emerged from his office, his eyes gleaming upon witnessing the lavish seafood spread. He seized a king crab and 2 sizable lobsters, intending to depart with them. In his mind, taking a few items was merely a gesture of camaraderie towards Lin Yi, who might even express dissatisfaction at the quantity taken and subsequently present him with 2 boxes more. However, the staff on duty below were unyielding. They did not recognize Wang Xue. With the goods being taken, any discrepancy in quantity would be his responsibility. Thus, they promptly intercepted Wang Xue. I apologize, sir, but these items belong to our client. You cannot take them, one worker stated, clad in a uniform. Wang Xue regarded the man with disdain and replied slowly, They're Lin Yi's. Just inform him that Wang Xue has taken them. He wouldn't dare make things difficult for you. The worker hesitated, uncertain of the relationship between this individual and their client, and thus resorted to calling Lin Yi. While Lin Yi was overseeing the relocation of items upstairs, he received a call informing him of Wang Xue's intentions. Without a hint of mercy, he instructed the caller to put the phone on speaker and retorted, Wang Xue, are you a bandit or a beggar? Whose possessions do you dare to take? You shameless wretch, put down my items at once. Those lobsters alone are worth over 3,000 yuan. Be careful, or I shall report you to the authorities, you scoundrel. Wang Xue was taken aback by Lin Yi's unrestrained rebuke over the phone. Just days prior, Lin Yi had been deferential, discreetly offering him 20,000 yuan. How could his demeanor change so drastically in such a brief span? Moreover, since the call was on speaker, a crowd had gathered, their laughter and disdainful glances directed at Wang Xue. Feeling humiliated, he was about to retaliate, but realized Lin Yi had already ended the call. Reluctantly, he set the items down and left in disgrace, vowing to remember this slight and plotting his revenge against Lin Yi. The commotion below naturally caught the attention of Wang Xue and others, while eager neighbors hastily shared the unfolding drama in the owner's group chat for Building 16. Wang Xue and her companions were momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the situation was once again connected to Lin Yi. Recently, Lin Yi had been anything but low-key. It seemed he was omnipresent. Rumor had it that he had purchased seafood worth several million in one go. Such wealth was astonishing. Although Su Shuai was also affluent, His fortune was derived from his parents, who limited his monthly allowance to a mere few $100,000 to prevent excessive spending. In comparison to Lin Yi, Su Shui felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 30. The Cambrian Period, the onset of doom after settling the final payment. Lin Yi hastily collected the seafood from his bedroom into the spatial realm, taking advantage of the fact that the ice had yet to melt. However, after several attempts, he realized there was no response. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the seafood was alive, rendering it impossible to transfer them into the spatial realm through mere thought. Consequently, he altered his approach, opening the portal on the ground and methodically tossing each box of seafood inside. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, the seafood in his bedroom was finally cleared away. Projecting his consciousness into the spatial realm, Lin Yi discovered that the life forms had been completely immobilized. He retrieved a large lobster and noted that while its physical form retained signs of life, its spirit had perished, resembling a living corpse. This confirmed the reality that living beings could not be stored in the spatial realm. Lin Yi secured the door and decided not to venture outside for the next few days. He had already stored his vehicle in the spatial realm and equipped it with premium snow tires, more than capable of traversing snowy terrain. Everything was in place, awaiting the impending snowfall. Lin Yi set up the gaming console he had purchased, embracing his life as a homebody. His days were filled with indulgence in food and gaming, with occasional bouts of exercise. His spatial realm contained an array of high-end fitness equipment he had retrieved from a warehouse, allowing for a comfortable existence. During this time, Wang Xue called him twice, persistently inviting him out. Her hints had transformed from subtlety to blatant suggestions. However, Lin Yi dismissed her invitations outright and eventually ceased answering her calls altogether. As the days slipped by, they culminated on June 30th, 2060. Lin Yi watched the seconds tick away on his phone, feeling increasingly restless throughout the day. He was uncertain whether his rebirth would alter the timeline, potentially averting the apocalypse due to the butterfly effect. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation, anxiety, excitement, and concern. As midnight approached, only an hour remained until the cataclysm was set to unfold. Lin Yi arranged a reclining chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, with a bottle of beer and 2 plates of snacks on the adjacent coffee table. He had already stoked the fire in the fireplace. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, he noted that the indoor temperature had risen to a balmy 30 degrees Celsius. It is indeed summer now, with the average nighttime temperature hovering around 20 degrees Celsius. Coupled with Lin Yi's fireplace, the room has become increasingly stifling. A fine sheen of sweat has formed on his body, yet he remains utterly indifferent, his gaze fixed intently on the sky outside. With just a minute to go until 1 o'clock, Lin Yi begins to feel a sense of anxiety. His grip on the beer bottle tightens, causing his hand to turn pale. A minute later, Lin Yi gazes outside at the still pitch-black night, feeling somewhat lost and confused. Could it be that his rebirth has somehow averted the impending apocalypse? As he spirals into these thoughts, a beam of white light appears on the horizon, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. This is soon followed by an intense radiance that momentarily blinds him. The brilliance is fleeting, vanishing just seconds later. Time passes, and snowflakes begin to drift down from the heavens. Initially, it is but a light flurry, but as moments pass, the snowfall intensifies, transforming the delicate flakes from the size of raindrops to that of bottle caps, reducing visibility to a mere 3 meters. The temperature indoors plummets sharply, dropping from over 30 degrees to the mid-20s. Lin Yi hurriedly adds more logs to the fireplace, stoking the flames until the thermometer stabilizes at 25 degrees, a temperature he finds quite agreeable. Frost begins to form in the corners of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Lin Yi reclines in his chair, gazing at the snowy landscape before him, enveloped in a sense of security. Checking his phone, he finds the group chat in disarray, just as it had been in his previous life. The sudden drop in temperature has jolted many awake, prompting a flurry of complaints about the bizarre weather. Some late-night dwellers have noticed the earlier flash of light, yet they seem to dismiss it as inconsequential. It's only a few months into the year, and it's snowing already? Is there some hidden grievance? What nonsense! Have you been watching too much television? With such heavy snowfall, will there be no school tomorrow? I don't know about your schooling, but I just saw a notice in our company group stating that we are to work as usual tomorrow. Damn those capitalists. The chatter in the group is varied, yet devoid of substance, and Lin Yi quickly loses interest in the trivial exchanges. It is only when he comes across a message from Jiang Shuyan that his curiosity is piqued. In his previous life, Jiang Shuyan did not reside in the community. He had not anticipated that his influence would lead her to remain this time. Lin Yi had surmised correctly. Jiang Shuyan was originally slated for an assignment in another city. But due to the theft at the Fuyuan supermarket's warehouse, the police of Haijing City are working overtime to locate the stolen goods. With personnel already stretched thin, she was unable to be reassigned elsewhere. However, Lin Yi is not in a hurry. He thinks it best for her to experience some hardship outside first, for otherwise, she may never come to understand the rarity and value of what he has given her. While the group chat is bustling with activity, a palpable sense of crisis seems to elude everyone. It was merely regarded as an ordinary drop in temperature. Lin Yi turned off his phone and drew the curtains. He reduced the amount of firewood in the fireplace, then slipped into his velvet blanket clad in pajamas. The following day, Lin Yi awoke at 8 o'clock in the morning. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to approach the floor-to-ceiling window and pull back the curtains. Outside, the heavy snowfall continued unabated, and after a night, the first floor had already been half submerged in snow. Some members of the group, possessing a sense of urgency, had already banded together to procure supplies. In his previous life, Lin Yi, concerned for Wang Xue's lack of food, had accompanied them to purchase 2 bags of provisions, giving one to Wang Xue, which allowed her to endure until a month later. This time, however, they were not so fortunate. Without Lin Yi's assistance and lacking the habit of stockpiling food, they would likely find themselves desperately hungry within a week. Lin Yi took out a telescope and observed a few individuals struggling to exit the community's entrance. The snow accumulation was nearly a meter thick, and the temperature had plummeted to -30 degrees. Although it was quite arduous, if they were willing to venture out to gather some food, they could return safely. Unfortunately, many chose to remain passive, believing that the snowfall would soon cease. At most, they thought they could remain indoors for 2 days and venture out once the snow had stopped. Chapter 31. Wang Xue's jealousy currently. The most anxious among them was Wang Xue. They had been subsisting on takeout for the past 2 weeks, and there was no surplus food left in the house. As she lay in bed, she fiddled with her phone, only to discover that all the vendors on the delivery app were marked as closed. Wang Xue erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. These bastards are all closed. Do they want me to starve to death? Infuriated, she tossed her phone aside, wrapped herself in her blanket, and made her way to Zhang Qian's room. Upon entering, she found Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang nestled together under a blanket. Wang Xue addressed them. Do you have any food? Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, as if rehearsed, simultaneously shook their heads. However, Wang Xue noticed a corner of the blanket revealing a bag of cookies. She hurried over, lifting the blanket to reveal 2 large bags of snacks on the bed. Pointing at them, Wang Xue exclaimed, You have food and are hiding here eating it? Do you even consider me a friend? Zhang Qian, with a smirk, replied, All the food is ours. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to eat, go buy your own. Wang Xue glanced at Yang Shuang, who mirrored the same attitude, and with a huff of indignation, she turned and left Zhang Qian's room. After Wang Xue exited, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances, and together they muttered curses about Wang Xue. Always throwing tantrums. Does she really think she is a princess? What nonsense. Although the 3 of them were good friends, Wang Xue's beauty overshadowed that of the other 2, attracting the attention of many wealthy suitors. Consequently, they often found themselves in a subordinate position, perpetually appeasing her whenever she displayed displeasure. However, following Su Shuai's arrest and Lin Yi's waning interest in Wang Xue, her status among them began to plummet. Presently, she could hardly be bothered to maintain pretense. After returning to her room, she took out her phone and initiated a video call to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, at home, was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles for breakfast, finding solace in the simple meal enhanced by a lobster and 2 abalones that he had whimsically added. Just as he was savoring his meal, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing Wang Xue's name on the screen, he smiled faintly and answered the call, propping his phone up on the table to commence his food broadcast. Wang Xue felt a surge of excitement at Lin Yi's prompt response, as previous attempts to reach him had either ended in abrupt disconnections or perfunctory replies. This was the first time he had answered so quickly. Yet, upon seeing the scene before her, her composure faltered. Lin Yi was eating noodles with one hand while holding a large lobster in the other, indulging in his breakfast. Wang Xue inwardly cursed him for such lavishness so early in the day, fearing he might choke. She then forced a signature gentle smile and addressed him. Lin Yi, are you having breakfast? You are quite clever to have purchased so much seafood the other day, unlike me, who hasn't eaten anything yet. Lin Yi merely grunted in response, continuing to enjoy his noodles without acknowledging her. Wang Xue's previously suppressed irritation flared anew. Was it too much to expect a gentlemanly gesture from him, especially when she had made her intentions so clear? Yet, being under his roof, she had to swallow her pride. With a mouth watering from desire, she implored, Lin Yi, since you have so much food, could you possibly share some with me? I haven't eaten yet. Lin Yi placed the remaining half of the lobster into his bowl of noodles and tossed it into the trash. After a burp, he replied, I don't have much food left either, and with the snow showing no signs of stopping, if I share with you, I would be left hungry. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Wang Xue's gaze was fixated on the discarded noodles and half lobster in the trash, her mind racing with frustration. This was what he deemed insufficient? How could he waste food if his supplies were truly low? Suddenly, she noticed something odd. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, the indoor warmth was almost lower than the outdoors. Yet, Lin Yi was clad in nothing but a thin nightgown. Had he somehow transported himself to Africa? Was his home not cold? Wang Xue hesitated for a moment before voicing her doubts. Lin Yi took a sip of the chilled beer on the table and replied, Not cold. Are you feeling cold? I have a fireplace at home, and it's quite warm right now. After speaking, Lin Yi directed the camera towards the fireplace in his home. As Wang Xue gazed at the roaring flames on her phone, she felt as if she could sense the warmth through the screen. She finally made up her mind. She must stay at Lin Yi's house, at least until the snow ceased, for she was a beloved little fairy. How could she endure hunger and cold in such conditions? Lin Yi, can I stay at your place? It's really cold at my home, and you wouldn't want to see me suffer, would you? Don't you care for me? If you agree to let me stay, I can grant you a wish, anything at all. After saying this, Wang Xue braved the chill and winked at Lin Yi on the other end of the call. She believed that no one could refuse her implicit invitation, especially not Lin Yi, who had pursued her for years. The reason he hadn't accepted her invitation to dinner before must have been due to his obliviousness to the deeper meaning behind her words. Wang Xue was confident that Lin Yi could not resist her now. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Lin Yi, with a hint of mischief, inquired, anything at all? Seeing Lin Yi about to take the bait, Wang Xue nodded vigorously, saying, of course, anything at all. She could almost envision Lin Yi kneeling at her feet. Once she entered his house, everything he possessed would become hers. Lobsters, seafood, and a warm room. This was the life a little fairy deserved. Lin Yi, however, composed his expression and coldly replied to Wang Xue, no need. I don't have any wishes at the moment. With that, he hung up the phone. The apocalypse had only just begun, and its effects on them were minimal. Lin Yi intended to let them experience a little hunger for a few days before he enjoyed their company. Wang Xue was caught off guard by Lin Yi's sudden change in demeanor. Staring at the disconnected video call, she stubbornly dialed him again. After several unsuccessful attempts, she finally abandoned the idea, silently cursing Lin Yi and wishing for his swift demise. Why should she suffer in the cold while he basked in warmth and indulged in delicious food? He had merely been her devoted admirer in the past. Chapter 32. Defeating Fong, who after putting down his phone, Lin Yi picked up the game controller on the table and resumed his battle. He had become somewhat enamored with gaming these past few days, preoccupied with completing the game. Lin Yi played until noon, at which point he stretched his sore neck and began to prepare lunch. Although his space was stocked with ready-to-eat food, he preferred to cook himself, as it breathed life into his routine. After all, he had plenty of time on his hands. Emerging from an alternate dimension, Lin Yi extracted a steak and a lobster, commencing the preparation of lunch. Despite the interruption of his gas supply, he was fortuitously equipped with several electric stoves, procured from the affluent warehouse, alleviating any concerns regarding his ability to cook. Meanwhile, the property manager, Feng Hu, found himself in a predicament. Ever since Lin Yi had publicly humiliated him, Feng Hu had harbored a deep-seated resentment. The previous evening, he had gathered a few companions for drinks, intending to confront Lin Yi the following day. However, an unexpected heavy snowfall had descended that night. With limited thick winter clothing available, he reluctantly distributed what he had among his friends, leaving himself with only a few spring and autumn garments for warmth. The thought of seeking trouble dissipated, even if he wished to. He would have to wait for the snow to cease. The pressing issue now was sustenance. Feng Hu's household seldom stocked food, relying instead on fresh purchases. Fortunately, they had acquired a considerable amount of food and drink the previous night, which proved invaluable, as otherwise, they would have faced hunger that morning. Yet, with 5 or 6 grown men, their daily consumption was substantial. As noon approached, their supplies dwindled to nothing. The men sat in the living room, exchanging glances, while outside the snow fell relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. They deliberated on how to procure food. Ultimately, Wang Xue recalled that Lin Yi had recently moved in several trucks of seafood. If anyone had sufficient provisions, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yi. They intended to confront him, and if they could extort some food while there, it would serve a dual purpose. After reaching a consensus, they donned their coats and ventured out toward Lin Yi's residence. Wang Xue resided in Building 16, Unit 2, and to reach Unit 1, they had to traverse the corridor on the 6th floor. As the group of 6 passed through the corridor, they glimpsed the tempestuous snowstorm through the windows, the howling winds causing the panes to rattle ominously. Visibility outside had diminished to less than 2 meters, with snow completely inundating the 1st floor. Venturing out for supplies was now impossible. All were confined to their homes. Located in the southern part of Long Country, Haijing City had never witnessed such a formidable snowfall, instilling a sense of unease in Wang Xue and his companions. They hastily maneuvered through the corridor, making their way to Lin Yi's abode. Upon reaching the elevator, they discovered it had ceased operation, indicated by a flashing red light. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, and despite the wall's insulation, the stairwell was a frigid -30 degrees. In such extreme temperatures, the elevator was rendered inoperative. With no other option, they had to resort to climbing the stairs. Upon reaching the 26th floor, several individuals were already panting heavily. Clad in heavy clothing, their movements were hindered, and the bitter cold made their ascent of 20 flights of stairs necessitate 2 rest breaks. When they arrived at the door of Lin Yi's residence, their mouths fell agape at the sight before them. Although Wang Xue was aware that Lin Yi had been occupied with renovations, he was taken aback by the transformation of the house. He approached and knocked on the door, the solid thud confirming its considerable thickness, at least 10 centimeters. However, seeing the companions behind him bolstered his confidence. He then retrieved his weapon and began to pound on the door. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Yi activated the surveillance system and was surprised to see Wang Xue and his entourage at his doorstep. He had not anticipated that. Less than a day into the apocalypse, visitors would come calling. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, he found himself somewhat pleased. After all, he was rather bored and welcomed the company. He activated the intercom and spoke into the microphone. "Wang Xue, what brings you to my abode?" Startled by the sudden voice as he hammered the door with his wrench, Wang Xue stepped back a couple of paces and shouted, "Lin Yi, you purchased several truckloads of seafood, and now, with the heavy snow blocking the roads, everyone is without food. You should hand over your supplies to the property management for safekeeping and distribution to the residents of Building 16. Once the snowstorm passes, we will collectively reimburse you." A sardonic smile crept across Lin Yi's face. Wang Xue's scheme was rather clever. He sought to claim the food for himself while invoking the solidarity of all Building 16's residents. If Lin Yi surrendered the supplies, the distribution would ultimately rest in Wang Xue's hands. "I've consumed all the food. Do you still want what's left?" Lin Yi retorted. Wang Xue was immediately incensed by Lin Yi's words, unleashing a torrent of curses against the door. His subordinates, emboldened, began to ready their implements to break down the entrance. At that moment, Lin Yi unceremoniously pressed a button on the door. 2 small apertures appeared in the center of the door, and as the group watched in confusion, flames erupted forth. Wang Xue, standing at the forefront, was engulfed in flames, eliciting a cacophony of screams from outside. The others quickly retreated into the hallway to escape the fiery onslaught. Fortunately, their heavy clothing, prompted by the frigid weather, afforded them some protection. After shedding the outer layers, Wang Xue managed to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Yet, despite their timely actions, his hair was singed, and his glasses were rendered opaque by soot. Each member bore varying degrees of burns. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi had equipped his front door with a flamethrower, an act that was undoubtedly illegal. Did he not fear the police would come to take him away for such a transgression? Wang Xue immediately took out his phone to dial the emergency services. But the line was perpetually busy. He then attempted to call for an ambulance, only to encounter the same frustrating situation. With no recourse against Lin Yi for the moment, he and his companions reluctantly retreated, their tails between their legs. Before leaving, Wang Xue stood at the corner of the hallway, shouting at Lin Yi's door, "Lin Yi, just wait. As soon as the snow stops, I will report you and have you arrested." Chapter 33. An atmosphere of anxiousness. Lin Yi paid no heed to Fang Hu's rants. He had refrained from inflicting severe harm on him because he wished to grant him a reprieve, finding it rather uninteresting for him to die so easily. He intended to toy with him a little longer. Upon returning home, Fang Hu began to assess his injuries. His hair was nearly singed away, and several blisters had formed on his face and hands. Thanks to his intervention, the other individuals sustained considerably lighter burns, merely singeing their clothing. Fang Hu rummaged through his medicine cabinet, but alas, there were no remedies for burns. The pain on his face and hands was excruciating, and in desperation, he sought to rinse them with water, only to discover that the pipes had frozen solid, yielding not a single drop. In frustration, he kicked the water pipe vehemently. He then lifted his phone and unleashed a barrage of threats against Lin Yi in the owner's group chat for Building 16. Lin Yi, you bastard. How dare you set me on fire? Just wait. If I don't make you pay for this, I'll change my surname to yours. As soon as he sent the voice message, the group erupted in chaos. Several residents, who typically maintained good relations with Fang Hu, began inquiring about the incident. Upon learning that Lin Yi had burned Fang Hu, they swiftly joined in the vitriol directed at him. Fang Hu, of course, omitted the fact that he had attempted to rob Lin Yi of his food, instead framing his actions as a desperate measure to ensure that the residents of Building 16 had provisions and would not go hungry. He claimed that he had gone to Lin Yi's home merely to borrow food, only to be met with Lin Yi's madness in setting him ablaze. He made no mention of his own act of breaking down the door. As his narrative unfolded, more and more individuals began to denounce Lin Yi within the chat. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. Even if you refuse to lend a hand, you cannot resort to violence. We live in a society governed by law. Prepare to face imprisonment. One resident remarked, I saw you stockpiling seafood. Now that we are all trapped at home, what harm would it do to share a little? We could always repay you once the snow clears. Another added, with all that food, can you even consume it all? Be careful not to get sick. Some individuals exhibited a selfish disregard for the well-being of their neighbors, proclaiming that if Lin Yi ever found himself in need, they would not extend a helping hand. They say distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Thankfully, your parents passed away early. Had they known you were such a selfish wretch, it would surely have devastated them. The group chat was ablaze with fervor, nearly everyone rallying in support of Fang Hu, casting Lin Yi as a callous, self-serving villain who disregarded the welfare of others. Meanwhile, Fang Hu was portrayed as a considerate citizen, genuinely concerned for the collective well-being. Although there were a few individuals in the group speaking in defense of Lin Yi, such as Wang Xue, who lived below him, and Lu Dai, who frequently played chess with him, their voices paled in comparison to the overwhelming sentiment of the homeowners. Having grown up in the Sichuan community, many residents were quite familiar with Lin Yi, recognizing him as a generally affable person who would not take offense even when teased occasionally. However, Fang Hu was not of the same disposition. His retaliatory actions against Lin Yi revealed a character marked by a vengeful spirit. Anyone who crossed him could expect no reprieve until they were thoroughly subdued. This propensity for retribution swayed the community to favor Fang Hu's perspective. Jiang Shuyan sat on her bed, enveloped in a thick comforter. Her room radiated youthful charm, adorned in shades of pink, from the bed linens to the carpet and vanity. Outside, she embodied the image of a competent police officer, yet within the confines of her home, she was merely a girl in her 20s. As she gazed at the intensifying snowfall, uncertainty gripped her. She curled up, striving to minimize heat loss, her delicate feet nestled beneath the covers. Observing the outcry against Lin Yi in the homeowners group, her brow furrowed. Her greatest fears were manifesting. In such extreme weather, the most terrifying threat lay not in nature's fury but in the depths of human nature. She had recently contacted her parents, who warned her that the heavy snowfall might persist for an extended period. They advised her to secure her home and refrain from opening the door, regardless of what transpired outside. Following their instructions, Jiang Shuyan had double-locked her front door and barricaded it with furniture, a lesson learned during her police training. One must prioritize personal safety above all else. If she could not safeguard herself, how could she protect others? Fortunately, her penchant for snacks meant she had a considerable stockpile at home, even designating a room as a snack haven. 2 large cabinets brimmed with chips, cotton candy, and cookies. If she rationed her provisions, she could likely sustain herself for over half a month. Should the snow continue for a month, however, she would face dire straits, yet such a scenario seemed improbable. If the snow were to persist for that long, lower floors would surely be inundated. Would that not signal the end of days? Startled by her sudden thoughts, Jiang Shuyan quickly dispelled her fanciful notions. Humanity had endured for millennia. How could an apocalypse be upon them? Even if it were to come, it would be a matter for the future, one she would not live to witness. Reassuring herself, she rose and made her way to the snack room. After grabbing a bag of chips and instant noodles, she hesitated, ultimately deciding to set the noodles back down. Food was becoming increasingly precious, and it was wise to conserve what she could. Lin Yi reclined on the sofa, sipping chilled beer while watching the news on television. The fireplace behind him blazed fiercely. He had specifically requested during the renovations to connect the underfloor heating to the fireplace. As a result, the room's temperature had risen to a cozy 25 degrees, making it pleasantly warm even when barefoot on the floor. The warm air complemented the cold beer perfectly. Had Lin Yi not installed alloy panels on the floor, Jiang Shuyan downstairs would surely have felt the warmth. However, due to the excellent insulation of the alloy panels, even if Lin Yi's home were to catch fire, Jiang Shuyan would remain blissfully unaware of any heat. The news anchor spoke eloquently, urging the public to refrain from venturing outside as the snow disaster would soon pass, and warned against price gouging. After a brief while, Lin Yi switched off the television. Although there were still programs available, in a couple of days, all channels would succumb to static. Furthermore, the anchor's assertion that the snow disaster would soon conclude was ludicrous. In his previous life, snow continued to fall relentlessly until Lin Yi met his demise. The anchor's admonition against price gouging elicited a chuckle from Lin Yi. With snow piled 3 to 4 meters high outside, who could possibly venture out a shop? How could one inflate prices? Chapter 34. The first victim of Building 16. Lin Yi glanced at his phone. Apart from the homeowners in the group lamenting about him, his university, high school, and middle school groups were abuzz with chatter regarding the sudden blizzard. He noticed Wang Xue in the university group chatting with a male classmate named Sun Qi, who was in the same class as Lin Yi and Wang Xue. They had previously dated for a time before parting ways when Wang Xue developed feelings for a local delinquent. Judging by Wang Xue's messages, it seemed she was hoping for this classmate to bring her some food. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder if Wang Xue had lost her sense, as the snow outside was so heavy that no one could possibly venture out. After exchanging a few messages in the group, their conversation seemed to shift to private chat. Lin Yi silently mourned for this classmate. Should he succumb to Wang Xue's allure and brave the storm, he would likely meet a grim fate. Setting his phone down, Lin Yi resumed playing his game, on the verge of completing it after several days of engagement. The homeowners continued to voice their grievances towards Lin Yi in the group. However, regardless of how many times they tagged him, he chose to remain silent. Eventually, the conversation dwindled as the others lost interest. With the chorus of voices behind him, Fang Hu's anger subsided somewhat, yet the issue of food remained unresolved. He then tagged everyone in the group, calling upon all the residents of Building 16 to surrender their food for him to manage collectively, promising daily rations. The moment Fang Hu made this proclamation, the group fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to respond. It was as though no one had noticed. Those who had fervently supported him had fallen silent. Fang Hu's fury surged once more. He resolved to set an example. Within Building 16, there were more adversaries than just Lin Yi, with the heavy snow blocking all routes. Neither the police nor the military could arrive. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, rendering them indifferent to any actions taken. Fang Hu hastily bandaged his wounds with a piece of cloth and then, armed with a group of followers, stepped outside. Arriving at an apartment on the 7th floor, he knocked forcefully on the door. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from behind it. "Fang Hu, what brings you to my home?" The man, Zhao Jun, was the manager of a nightclub in Haijing City. Previously, a dispute over property fees had led to a confrontation with Fang Hu, resulting in Zhao Jun assembling more than 10 individuals to teach Fang Hu a lesson, leaving him hospitalized for over a month. Having witnessed Zhao Jun's might, Fang Hu had refrained from reporting the incident and had deliberately avoided him since his discharge. But today was different. His subordinates were present, and Zhao Jun's men were outside, unable to intervene regardless of what transpired. "Zhao Jun, weren't you quite arrogant when you attacked me before? Come out here," Fang Hu shouted, delivering a forceful kick to the door. His followers brandished machetes and iron rods, assaulting the entrance. Zhao Jun braced himself against the door, gripping a sharp knife. Acutely aware of Fang Hu's character, his daughter, hidden away in the bedroom since Zhao Jun's wife had passed away 2 years prior, was his sole concern. If Fang Hu were to break in, it would spell disaster for his family. After a considerable time of pounding on the door, Fang Hu realized it remained intact and instructed one of his subordinates to fetch tools to break it down. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, cautiously peeked through their doors, only to see Fang Hu's group attempting to force entry, prompting them to hastily lock their doors, indifferent to the plight of others as long as it did not extend to them. After a 10-minute wait, one of Fang Hu's subordinates ascended the stairs, wielding a large iron hammer. They began to demolish Zhao Jun's door. After taking turns for over 10 minutes, the security door began to yield, invigorating Fang Hu and his followers. They redoubled their efforts. 5 minutes later, with a resounding crash, the sturdy door fell to the ground. Zhao Jun, knife in hand, stood behind the door, fury etched across his face as he glared at Fang Hu. At Fang Hu's command, his followers surged into the room. Despite Zhao Jun's weapon, their arms were longer. After a few wild swipes with the knife, Zhao Jun was struck on the head by a blunt force. As Zhao Jun found himself in a daze, several individuals surged forth, pinning him firmly to the ground. Fang Hu sauntered in leisurely, placing his foot upon Zhao Jun's face. You claim to be quite formidable, yet here you lie like a lifeless dog. Do you believe canines possess such talent? If you bark a couple of times, perhaps I shall set you free. What do you say? With a grin, Fang Hu gazed down at Zhao Jun, who merely glared back in silence. He understood that Fang Hu dared not inflict serious harm upon him. After all, he was merely a petty thug. Surely he wouldn't risk murder? Seeing Zhao Jun's obstinate demeanor, Fang Hu waved his hand, prompting his underlings to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly. A young girl dashed out, embracing the prostrate Zhao Jun. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with twin ponytails and dressed in a school uniform, exuding an aura of innocence. Fang Hu's gaze was instantly drawn to her, igniting a surge of desire within him. Observing Zhao Jun pinned beneath several individuals, Fang Hu's mind sparked with a daring notion. He stepped forward, seizing the girl's hair, and, amidst her desperate cries, dragged her back into the bedroom. He cast a sly smile at Zhao Jun before shutting the door behind him. Zhao Jun, hearing the girl's anguished screams, fought back with all his might, clamping his teeth onto one of the assailants. Witnessing his companion in distress, one of the thugs picked up an iron rod and struck Zhao Jun's head with a fierce blow. It was only after this assault that Zhao Jun relinquished his grip, slowly collapsing to the ground, motionless. A young man with dyed yellow hair, emboldened by the moment, cautiously checked for Zhao Jun's breath, only to discover that he had succumbed to death. The group was immediately taken aback, while they were accustomed to brawling. The thought of murder had never crossed their minds. Such an act would cost them dearly. They exchanged glances, a heavy silence hanging in the air. Just then, Fang Hu emerged from the bedroom, his trousers hastily adjusted. Upon witnessing Zhao Jun's lifeless body in the pool of blood, he was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had intended merely to exact revenge on Zhao Jun and perhaps seize some provisions, never anticipating the turn of events that led to murder. Yet, as the leader, he could not shift the blame onto his underlings, especially after having assaulted a minor. Chapter 35, Robbery. If the police were to investigate, he would find himself entangled in the consequences. Regaining his composure, Fang Hu glanced at the raging snowstorm outside and instructed his accomplices to dispose of the corpse downstairs. The relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, and with dwindling supplies, they might face starvation. There was little time for concern over morality. Now that Zhao Jun, their adversary, lay dead, this building would soon be his dominion. The thugs snapped back to reality and, in unison, heaved Zhao Jun's body through the window. They then began rummaging through Zhao Jun's home in search of food. Fang Hu cast a glance towards the bedroom, subtly signaling to his companions. After sharing a lewd chuckle, they lined up at the door. Lin Yi observed the scene of Fang Hu and his cohorts attempting to force open the door through the surveillance camera. Yet he could not witness what transpired thereafter. It was merely the first day, and already there had been a fatality. Lin Yi recalled that in his previous life, it had taken a week before the first victim emerged. An hour later, Fang Hu and his associates emerged from Zhao Jun's residence, satisfaction evident on their faces, their hands laden with 2 large bags of food. This spectacle was not only witnessed by Lin Yi. The neighbors of Zhao Jun bore witness to this unsettling event as well. Intimidated by Fang Hu's menacing presence, they refrained from discussing the matter in their community group. Yet they were equally apprehensive of attracting Fang Hu's ire. In a state of helplessness, they established a new group, inviting all residents of Building 16, while excluding Fang Hu. The newly formed chat quickly became a cacophony of activity, as Fang Hu's violent intrusion had reverberated throughout the entire building. Many were still bewildered about the unfolding events until Zhao Jun's neighbors recounted the grim tale of his family's demise at the hands of Fang Hu. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into chaos. Numerous individuals dialed emergency services, but to their dismay, all calls went unanswered. A life had been lost within the community, and the murderer was still confined within the same building. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped the residents. Those who initially supported Fang Hu in belittling Lin Yi swiftly altered their stance, now condemning Fang Hu in the group chat. However, whenever a suggestion arose to unite against Fang Hu, a chorus of excuses followed. We are merely ordinary citizens. Apprehending a murderer should be left to the police, right? And I've never been in a fight. What if I get hurt? Lin Yi, having been drawn into the group, couldn't suppress a sardonic smile as he observed the exchanges. For now, Fang Hu dared not overstep, as the uncertainty of when the heavy snow would cease loomed over everyone. Yet, it would not be long before, in the face of dwindling provisions, the darker facets of human nature would emerge. Lin Yi surmised that at least half of the residents in Building 16 would meet their end at Fang Hu's hands. Although Fang Hu commanded only 5 or 6 followers, the building housed over 200 residents, yet they employed a strategy of isolated assaults. As long as Fang Hu did not target them directly, they would merely concern themselves with their own safety. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it would already be too late. Within the chat, Lin Yi also noticed a comment from Wang Xue. This is all a matter for you men. We women shall refrain from involvement, followed by a playful tongue-out emoji. Immediately, several single men retaliated, questioning her stance. Now it's a man's issue? Haven't you always advocated for gender equality? Indeed, Fang Hu may very well pay a visit to your abode next, considering you dwell with but 3 delicate women. While his subordinates are numerous, it would be wise for you to exercise caution. This statement immediately ignited Wang Xue's powder keg. Are we to send a few women to confront Fang Hu? Are you still men? No wonder you remain single, with such demeanor. Which woman would desire to be with you? Lin Yi observed the ensuing verbal skirmish between the men and women in the group chat, finding great amusement in their exchanges. The perspective of an outsider is indeed delightful. After a brief tumult, the group finally quieted, prompted by a message from Fang Hu in the previous owner's group. The content addressed the grievances between him and Zhao Jun, assuring everyone that he would never intrude upon another's home without cause, urging the owners to remain at ease. Lin Yi mused that Fang Hu was quite the character, accurately anticipating that his actions would unify the others against him. With a mere message, he shattered the fragile alliance among the homeowners. Indeed, upon reading Fang Hu's message, the members of the group began to echo their support. I have long suspected Zhao Jun was no good. His daughter is just as questionable, dressed like a little delinquent. I even heard she bullied classmates at school. Brother Hu is doing us a great service. The current transport situation is inconvenient, and our community requires unified management. Henceforth, we shall heed Brother Hu's guidance. Aside from those expressing loyalty in the group, several individuals betrayed the newly formed group of homeowners, even sharing chat screenshots. Brother Hu, the neighbors next to Zhao Jun just added us to a group, planning to unite against you. Fang Hu glanced at the screenshots shared in the group, silently noting the names of those who had conspired against him. They would become his next targets. Although he had seized some provisions from Zhao Jun's residence, there were still several men here, and their supply was insufficient. As for Lin Yi, he felt no confidence in exacting revenge. The door to his home was too fortified, equipped with a flamethrower, so it was best to refrain from provoking them for the time being. As night fell, the sound of pounding on doors echoed once more in the stairwell. This time, Fang Hu's target was a neighbor of Zhao Jun, a single man in his 30s, who had orchestrated the group chat earlier that afternoon. Having witnessed the massacre of Zhao Jun's family, he was now paralyzed with fear. Before Fang Hu and his men could break down the door, he opened a window and leapt out. Though his building was not tall, merely 4 stories high, the snow below was piled thick, and he plunged directly into its depths. The bitter cold outside was oppressive, and the entrance on the ground floor was completely obstructed by snow, rendering re-entry impossible. At this point, jumping out was akin to a suicide. Minutes later, Fang Hu and his men burst inside. Gazing at the snowflakes blanketing the ground and the open window, Wang Xue swiftly approached the window to look down. However, the snowfall was so dense that visibility was severely impaired, rendering it impossible to discern the situation below. After spitting outside, Wang Xue closed the window. Subsequently, he and several others began to rummage through the house, but after a prolonged search, they managed to find only a small bag of rice and some condiments. With nothing else in sight. Chapter 36. Trading for food. Though the provisions were scant, it was still a modest gain. Wang Xue, wary of inciting the ire of the others, retreated with his group after their initial raid. He then issued a notice in the group chat, proclaiming that he was merely retaliating against those who sought to harm him, assuring that he would not inflict harm upon those uninvolved. Since Zhao Jun's demise at the hands of Wang Xue and his associates, Wang Xue's mentality had gradually begun to shift. The act of killing had transitioned from a singular event to a recurring theme. Having crossed that threshold, and with no fear of legal repercussions, Wang Xue became increasingly unrestrained. In the following days, he led his group to plunder several households, and without exception, those victimized were cast from the upper floors. The women, too, were not spared. Although he would provide explanations in the owner-s group after each incident, as time passed, the homeowners began to rise in defiance. They were not foolish. Despite their inherent selfishness, they understood the principle of mutual destruction. If they remained passive, it would not be long before Wang Xue turned his blade upon them. The group chat, initially established to conspire against Wang Xue, became lively once more. Even though the group leader had been slain by Wang Xue, it did not dampen their fervor for discussion. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. They would collectively pressure Wang Xue to cease his violent actions against anyone, lest the entire community of Building 16 unite in resistance. Soon, the group members began to tag Wang Xue, voicing their demands. All centered on one clear message: no more robbery or murder. Observing the outcry within the chat, Wang Xue realized he had crossed their threshold of tolerance. To avoid inciting further anger, he begrudgingly acquiesced. However, with several subordinates to feed and the daily consumption of food being substantial, refraining from further plundering risked their starvation. Thus, he devised a cunning plan to divert attention from himself. Due to the recent surge in prices, many households had not stockpiled sufficient food, and now, 3 days into the apocalypse, their supplies were critically low. Some members in the owner-s group had begun purchasing food at exorbitant prices. A bag of instant noodles had soared to $2,000, an increase of 1,000-fold. Yet, even at such prices, only a handful of opportunistic individuals were willing to part with their provisions, believing that the heavy snowfall would soon cease. Lin Yi gazed at the messages in the group chat and mused to himself. In a few days, those who are selling food will undoubtedly begin to regret their decisions. It will be quite challenging to reclaim their provisions then. At that moment, Wang Xue suddenly tagged Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, your household possesses the most food. We all saw the 3 large trucks filled with seafood delivered to your home. Now that everyone is out of food and on the brink of starvation, as neighbors, surely you wouldn't want to witness our demise. Please, contribute your food so we can share. Upon hearing Wang Xue's words, the group members recalled the seafood from Lin Yi's home and began to persuade him, albeit with a considerably gentler tone than before. Many even offered to purchase the food from him. Lin Yi, with such an abundance of food that you cannot possibly consume alone, sell me a bit. I will pay you 5,000 for just 2 king crabs and 3 large lobsters. This individual was quite calculative. Typically, 5,000 would not suffice for such seafood. Moreover, the price of instant noodles had just soared to 2,000 a pack, and now he audaciously demanded so many items. Lin Yi chose to ignore him entirely. Others also proposed higher prices, even offering 20,000 for a single lobster. Yet, Lin Yi's response was succinct: not for sale. As societal order threatened to unravel, he thought, what good is money in such times? It's hardly useful for wiping oneself. Lin Yi then proceeded to distribute 50 red envelopes in the group, each containing 5,000, totaling over 200,000, which he readily expended. This money was merely the remainder from his previous purchases. Retaining it now was akin to possessing a mere string of digits. In the blink of an eye, all 50 envelopes were claimed. The members quickly realized that Lin Yi was not in need of money, and thus, no one dared to broach the subject of buying food from him again. Wang Xue had initially intended to draw the group's attention to Lin Yi, given his substantial stockpile. With everyone outside starving, they might imagine Lin Yi feasting at home. Moreover, After Lin, he had the audacity to set fire to himself previously, Fang, who was determined to exact revenge. However, his subordinates were fiercely loyal, and he feared any mishap could result in significant losses. Hence, he sought to use others to confront Lin Yi, hoping to drown him in verbal assaults until he relinquished his supplies. If that failed, he would incite the crowd to attack Lin Yi's home, trusting that even someone as formidable as Lin Yi could not fend off so many. As for himself, he would remain in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, he did not anticipate Lin Yi's wealth, tossing away hundreds of thousands without a flicker of hesitation. Those who had received the money felt too embarrassed to request food from him any longer. Meanwhile, Wang Xue and her two companions lay on the same bed. Despite having had some disagreements days prior, Wang Xue, faced with the absence of food, found herself compelled to apologize to them. Upon hearing Wang Xue mention the countless provisions and the warm hearth at Lin Yi's abode, the two women quickly forgave her. After all, Lin Yi had once been Wang Xue's devoted admirer, and should he acquiesce to her wishes, they could also bask in the comforts of his home. Given the unbearable chill in their own quarters, they decided to cohabit, finding daily interactions considerably more convenient. As the trio glanced at the balance on their phones, they were astonished to discover that they had successfully claimed the red envelope Lin Yi had sent. His extravagant generosity left them momentarily speechless. Wang Xue, filled with regret, lamented that had she known of Lin Yi's affluence, she would have readily accepted his advances. Had she become his girlfriend, not only would she have enjoyed wealth, but Lin Yi would undoubtedly have welcomed her into his home. Zhang Qian turned to Wang Xue and suggested, "Why not call Lin Yi and express your longing for him, declaring your desire to be his girlfriend?" Wang Xue shook her head, responding, "I've already done that," but he exhibited no interest, abruptly ending the call. Yang Shuang pondered for a moment before speculating, "I suspect the incident with Su Shuai upset him, causing his unwillingness to forgive you. If we clarify the situation, he will likely resume his adoration for you. After all, we know Lin Yi's character all too well." After hearing Yang Shuang's words, Zhang Qian chimed in, "Exactly. You need not say a word. Yang Shuang and I will handle the explanation." Wang Xue nodded obediently, understanding that, reliant on the support of the two women, she must heed their guidance. Zhang Qian took the lead, messaging Lin Yi, "Brother Lin Yi, I apologize for the incident involving Su Shuai. It was my folly to encourage him to confront you. This matter has nothing to do with Xue, who has been steadfast in preventing Su Shuai from seeking revenge. Her heart is solely devoted to you." Lin Yi, puzzled by Zhang Qian's message, wondered how it had devolved into a discussion about Su Shuai. Before he could process it further, another message arrived from Yang Shuang. "Brother Lin Yi, do you desire a wife? Xue is yearning for you. She struggles to sleep at night. Could you come and keep her company? I know you have harbored feelings for her all these years, and now the opportunity has arisen. Should you express your willingness, Zhang Qian and I will promptly bring Xue to you." After sending that message, Yang Shuang glanced at the two women on the bed and composed another note for Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, I must confess that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. My previous statements were insincere. Wang Xue does not love you. She is enamored with herself. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She has had numerous partners and has even undergone an abortion, which Zhang Qian and I accompanied her to the hospital for. Moreover, the incident with Su Shuai was instigated by her. As her close friend, I should not divulge these matters. Yet I cannot bear to see the man I love deceived by a vixen. As long as you are willing, I can come to find you right now. Though I may not possess the beauty of Wang Xue, I swear that in this lifetime, I shall love you alone. If you remain steadfast, I shall be bound to you through life and death." Lin Yi chuckled incessantly at his phone, bombarded with messages, particularly amused by Yang Shuang's final nonconformist comment, which nearly caused him to lose his breath. He had not anticipated that the three sisters, who appeared to share such a close bond, would stab each other in the back. After taking a screenshot of Yang Shuang's message, Lin Yi sent it directly to Wang Xue, subsequently turning off his phone. Though it was regrettable not to witness their conflict firsthand, he could easily imagine the ferocity of the ensuing battle. Indeed, upon receiving Lin Yi's message, Wang Xue initially thought he had changed his mind. Her excitement quickly dissipated as she read the contents, her expression darkening. Zhang Qian, curious, leaned in to glimpse the screen, and both women stared daggers at Yang Shuang in disbelief at her betrayal. With all their secrets laid bare by Yang Shuang, Wang Xue unleashed a tirade of insults, calling her a wretched person, before launching herself at Yang Shuang, fists flying. However, Wang Xue's weight and strength were no match for Yang Shuang, who soon had her pinned down. At that moment, Zhang Qian finally joined the fray. Although she typically maintained a cordial relationship with Yang Shuang, her treachery had ignited her fury. Zhang Qian seized Yang Shuang's hair and clung onto her, but Yang Shuang, caught off guard, remained unfazed. As she was the most adept fighter among the trio, despite being outnumbered, she held her ground, pulling Zhang Qian towards her and delivering a punch to her abdomen, causing her to release her grip. Utilizing her weight advantage, Yang Shuang briefly subdued both girls. After a tense struggle lasting over 20 minutes, the three of them, exhausted, finally disentangled their bodies, each claiming a corner of the bed, their previous intimacy replaced with wariness. Wang Xue began messaging Lin Yi, expressing her longing for him, even sending him a nude photograph from her phone, a snapshot taken during a hotel rendezvous with her ex-boyfriend, originally intended for thrills but now proving fortuitous. Wang Xue believed that once Lin Yi laid eyes on her unclad form, he would be consumed with desire, prompting him to call upon her assistance. After all, she was the goddess in his heart. However, to her dismay, half an hour passed with no response from Lin Yi. He had not even acknowledged her message, leaving her to question whether he was truly a man. Meanwhile, after her altercation with Yang Shuang, Zhang Qian had regained her composure and, inspired by Yang Shuang's audacity, began to entertain other thoughts. Observing Lin Yi's reaction, it appears he has lost interest in Wang Xue. Among the three women, excluding Wang Xue, she considers herself the most beautiful. If anyone has a chance of winning Lin Yi's affection, it would undoubtedly be her. Could it be that plump Yang Shuang, resembling a pig? As Zhang Qian pondered this, she began to play the emotional card with Lin Yi. Brother Yi, I apologize. It is all my fault. Those previous matters were coerced by Wang Xue. From the onset of college until now, I have witnessed your kindness towards her, and it pains me deeply. She is utterly unworthy of your love. In the days to come, permit me to care for you. I vow that I have never had an abortion. I can still bear children, and I am willing to carry on your lineage. Lin Yi silenced his phone, oblivious to the messages from the others. After concluding a gaming session, he glanced at his phone, surprised to see Zhang Qian had swiftly altered her tone. The antics of Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang amused him, one pledging to be there for the long haul, the other vowing unwavering loyalty. Such nonconformity was amusing. Only upon opening Wang Xue's chat did he truly grasp what it meant to lack boundaries. The other two merely spoke empty words, while Wang Xue was brazen, directly sharing images. Was she attempting to communicate through pictures? Gazing at Wang Xue's photograph, Lin Yi's thoughts wandered to Jiang Shuyan downstairs. In comparison, the ostensibly most beautiful Wang Xue seemed rather unremarkable. Furthermore, Jiang Shuyan was a police officer. He wondered if her uniform was stored at home. Lin Yi found his thoughts drifting into inappropriate territory and quickly dismissed them. He had spent the entire day gaming, taking a brief moment to exercise at noon. And now it was already 6 in the evening. Hunger began to gnaw at him. He entered the kitchen, determined to prepare a meal for himself. Consuming pre-prepared food had grown tiresome. Occasionally cooking would imbue his life with vitality. Despite having ample meat and vegetables on hand, his culinary skills were mediocre at best, managing only to cook the food thoroughly, with deliciousness remaining a distant dream. Nevertheless, he persisted in finishing the dish on his plate, though the flavor was lacking. It would likely incite a frenzy if served to others. Chapter 38. Preparing for an assault, what are they consuming these days? A single pack of instant noodles had become a luxury. Surviving on a hard bun daily was considered a modest existence. Most could only ransack their homes, turning everything upside down in hopes of finding something edible. Even a bowl of water with a pinch of salt and soy sauce could serve as a meal. Fortunately, the power grid had not yet collapsed. Even in the absence of food, they could boil water from melted snow. Without food and water, despair would truly set in. Their sole source of entertainment now lay in sharing the grim realities of their households. Many individuals began reaching out to their relatives and friends a few days ago, discovering that their circumstances mirrored their own. Outside, a heavy snowfall had paralyzed the entire city. They considered themselves fortunate to be trapped within their residential community, while many others were still working overtime at their offices when the snowstorm hit. By the time they wished to leave, the accumulating snow rendered them unable to exit. These unfortunate souls remained in their offices without warm clothing or provisions, and within 3 days, a significant number perished. Currently, the temperature outside has plummeted to its lowest point. With daytime temperatures slightly higher, hovering around -80 degrees. However, at night, it drops another 10 degrees, reaching a terrifying -90 degrees. Reports indicate that in certain northern cities of the Dragon Country, nighttime temperatures have plummeted to over -100 degrees. Many lives were lost overnight, and numerous windows and homes were shattered by the freezing cold. Lin Yi, upon viewing the news, felt a sense of relief. Should the temperature outside fall to over -100 degrees, he questioned whether his safe haven would withstand such extremes. In such horrifyingly low temperatures, an ordinary person could survive outside for no more than an hour before succumbing to death. Since the residents of Building 16 prohibited Wang Xue from looting, he had been relatively subdued for a couple of days. However, following his failed attempt to incite a collective assault on Lin Yi's home, he remained unable to swallow his pride. Most crucially, his food supplies had been depleted. If he could not plunder from others, he would have to set his sights on Lin Yi, whose household was well stocked. By promising to share the provisions equally among all participants before the attack, he could rally every resident to his cause. As for the distribution post-success, that would naturally be at his discretion. Wang Xue established a group chat, inviting everyone except Lin Yi. Upon joining, the participants were curious about the purpose of the chat until Wang Xue mentioned Lin Yi's food supplies, at which point they realized his intentions. Wang Xue, upon seeing Wang Xue's message, was the first to speak up in the group, asserting that Lin Yi's home not only boasted an abundance of food sufficient for the entire building's residents, but was also warm, featuring a cozy fireplace, while Lin Yi himself lounged in nothing but a thin pair of pajamas. As soon as she made this assertion, the group members instantly believed her, for it was none other than Wang Xue speaking. Many were aware of the relationship between Lin Yi and Wang Xue. If anyone understood the situation within Lin Yi's household, it would undoubtedly be her. Wang Xue's swift betrayal was partly due to Lin Yi's recent disregard for her, having ignored even the photos she sent, an affront she could not tolerate. Wang Xue was equally astonished to learn of Lin Yi's plentiful food and warm quarters, intensifying his desire to seize control of Lin Yi's abode. Nonetheless, considering the fiery defenses at Lin Yi's door, he kindly cautioned everyone. It was not out of compassion that he acted, but rather out of concern that if Lin Yi were to incinerate a few individuals, the remaining would promptly flee, rendering his plans futile. Consequently, he began to organize a group, insisting that each household contribute at least one member. Those who failed to comply would be deemed as having forfeited their rights and would be excluded from the distribution of supplies. After much effort, he successfully gathered over 70 individuals, predominantly men, with only a handful of women huddled together in a corner. Among them were Wang Xue and her two companions, who had come out with the intention of securing additional rations, fearful that the individual venturing out might hoard the food allocated. To ensure fairness, the trio decided to act in unison. Zhang Qian and Wang Xue each armed themselves with a fruit knife for protection, while Yang Shuang brandished 2 kitchen knives, her fierce countenance reminiscent of the formidable Black Wind Li Kuei, a sight both amusing and alarming. Once Wang Xue confirmed that everyone had assembled, he strode purposefully towards an elderly man. Addressing him, he said, "Old Lu, the time has come for your expertise. The door to Lin Yi's residence is rather robust. Our hammers may prove inadequate. Having spent decades as a locksmith, I trust you can manage to open it?" This elder, Lu, was the same man who had often played chess with Lin Yi. Lin Yi had previously advised him to stockpile food, advice he had disregarded at the time, now laden with regret. However, with his grandson still at home, he could forego sustenance, but he could not bear to see the child go hungry. Thus, despite their friendship, he found himself compelled to wield the knife against Lin Yi. Upon hearing Wang Xue's words, old Lu nodded reluctantly. Prior to this gathering, Wang Xue had discreetly contacted him, assigning him the task of unlocking Lin Yi's door. Though his conscience weighed heavily, the sight of his famished grandson prompted compliance. After preparing themselves, the group set off towards Lin Yi's residence with an air of audacity. Wang Xue, trailing at the rear, contemplated sending Lin Yi a message, feeling the need to be prudent. Should Lin Yi emerge victorious, her timely assistance might endear her to him, potentially allowing her to reside in his abode. Conversely, if Wang Xue triumphed, she would not incur any loss, still entitled to her share of supplies. As for Lin Yi's fate, she felt indifferent. Without these resources, he would simply be an inconsequential figure, no longer requiring her appeasement. Perhaps she might even take her frustrations out on him, for his recent coldness towards her was of his own making. When Lin Yi received Wang Xue's text, He had already observed Fang Hu's large assembly through his surveillance cameras, strategically placed throughout Building 16. As long as one was outside their room, they could not escape his watchful eye. However, what astonished Lin Yi the most was a message from Jiang Shuyin, succinctly warning him that Fang Hu was on his way and advising him to exercise caution. After all, she is a police officer. Although currently trapped in the community, her sense of justice still compels her to remind Lin Yi. Chapter 39, Unlocking. As for her taking up the mantle of justice, she certainly would not be so naive, for the current order had long since descended into chaos. Fang Hu was brazen enough to commit murder in plain sight, and he would naturally not regard her, a mere police officer, with any respect. Most importantly, she was unarmed. Although she was a police officer, firearms were not permitted to be taken home unless on duty. Therefore, her combat capabilities were only marginally superior to those of an ordinary woman, and she would struggle against even slightly stronger men. Lin Yi chose to disregard Wang Xue and simply replied with a thank you to Jiang Shuyin. Subsequently, he put away his phone and gazed at the surveillance footage on the television. They had gathered in the stairwell on the 3rd floor, as the 1st and 2nd floors had already been completely submerged in snow. Climbing up from below required traversing more than 20 floors. Fang Hu and the young men managed well, but Wang Xue and the elderly Lu were soon exhausted. Dressed in heavy layers, their movement was particularly cumbersome. Fang Hu waited for Lu for a while, but ultimately lost patience and ordered his 2 lackeys to carry Lu upstairs. Once everyone gathered at the stairway of Lin Yi's apartment, they refrained from rushing out. Through Fang Hu, they had learned that the front door was equipped with a flamethrower. To avoid becoming roasted pork, caution was paramount. This was no game, and death meant death, with no opportunity for a second chance. Fang Hu waved his hand, and several young men emerged, carrying a table covered with a layer of blankets. The blankets appeared to have been soaked and, in the cold environment, had formed a thick layer of ice. At Fang Hu's command, the young men simultaneously rushed out of the corridor, positioning the ice-laden table against the flamethrower at the door. Following this, Lu approached the door with his tools, commencing his lock-picking endeavor. Seeing Lu, Lin Yi felt a pang of distress. Even though he had already endured one such ordeal, witnessing someone familiar joining forces with others to conspire against him was undeniably bitter. Lin Yi pressed the button on the door, and 2 jets of flame erupted, only to be thwarted by the blankets. Observing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of calm. This door was no simple matter. Though Lu had spent his life unlocking doors, the most critical aspect of this one was its mortise and tenon structure. As long as he did not open the door from within, even if the outsiders possessed a key, they could not enter. The more ancient the locking mechanism, the more secure it remained. Lu busied himself at the lock for an extended period. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, he was perspiring profusely, with icy crystals forming in his grizzled hair. Fang Hu, lurking in the stairwell, shouted at Lu, "Are you capable? Why is it not done yet?" Lu continued his work in silence, undeterred. The fire at the door continued to rage, threatening to consume the bedding. In desperation, they were compelled to retreat to the staircase. Using the table as a barrier, Fang Hu seized Mr. Lu by the collar, declaring, "I promised you provisions for 3. Should you fail to open this door, I shall take your life." Mr. Lu trembled in fear, but nodded in agreement. He had never encountered a door of this kind, which bore no resemblance to a bank vault, yet its locking mechanism was far more intricate. This imposing entrance had been custom-made by Luo Jun during renovations, crafted from high-tech alloys, and its worth exceeded 8 million. The lock itself was a marvel of modern technology, featuring a labyrinth of serrated edges with countless possible configurations. Not even the most adept locksmith could hope to conquer it, let alone Mr. Lu, a mere tradesman. Soon, the group procured 2 more bedding covers, soaked them, and spread them over the table before approaching Lin Yi's door once more. Prior to Mr. Lu's attempt, Fang Hu had issued a final ultimatum. If the lock remained unyielding, he would cast Mr. Lu down the stairs. Thus, Mr. Lu was intensely focused, acutely aware that his life and that of his grandson hung in the balance. Yet, as the bedding threatened to ignite once more, he found himself at a loss regarding the door, his anxiety mounting. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to emotional appeals. "Lin Yi, it is I, Mr. Lu. I watched you grow up. Please, open the door. If you do not, my grandson and I will perish at Fang Hu's hands." Hidden in the staircase, Fang Hu was stirred by the revelation of Mr. Lu's connection to Lin Yi. He shouted, "Lin Yi, step out at once. If you do not emerge, I shall kill this old man, Lu. Startled by Fang Hu's words, Mr. Lu dropped his tools to the ground, regret flooding his mind for having entered this perilous situation. He had assumed Lin Yi's residence was merely an ordinary security door, and after years of locksmithing, he believed it would yield easily, providing ample food to take home to his grandson. Yet, he had not considered Lin Yi's predicament, although they shared a bond. It paled in comparison to that of his own grandson. Standing at the door, Lin Yi smiled faintly, then spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Fang Hu, what are you thinking? Do you truly believe you can threaten me with him? He is attempting to breach my door to kill me. And you think I would care for his life? After uttering these words, Lin Yi retrieved a stool, climbed atop it, and opened the topmost shooting aperture of the door. This opening, a mere 10 centimeters in diameter, revealed Lin Yi to Fang Hu and his companions just as something green and spherical plummeted from above. Although Fang Hu could not discern what it was, instinctively, he shielded those nearby by pulling them in front of him, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Shrapnel from the grenade shot forth, toppling Elder Lu and several young men defending him to the ground. Devoid of the shield's protection, flames began to erupt, igniting the bodies of Elder Lu and his companions. Fang Hu pressed his hands tightly against his ears, as the recent blast left his mind engulfed in a cacophony, causing his vision to blur. The individual he had shielded moments before now lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Despite having someone to absorb the brunt of the blast, Fang Hu sustained injuries from the shrapnel to his left arm. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed that his shirt was soaked in blood. None among them had anticipated that Lin Yi would possess such a weapon, catching them entirely off guard. Elder Lu and the young men lay motionless on the ground, their bodies enveloped in flames that emitted thick clouds of black smoke. Recognizing the dire situation, Fang Hu could only retreat with his companions, as his arm required urgent treatment to prevent the peril of excessive blood loss. Chapter 40. Wealth. After the explosion from Lin Yi's grenade sent the crowd scattering in terror, he gazed at the surveillance footage of Elder Lu's lifeless body with a heavy sigh. He had warned him before the apocalypse to stockpile food, but Lu had disregarded his advice, ultimately leading to his own demise. This incident illuminated the darker facets of human nature. Although Lu's intentions were to secure sustenance for his grandson, it did not absolve him in Lin Yi's eyes. Often, moral dilemmas remain ambiguous and subjective. From Lu's perspective, he acted solely for his grandson's welfare, justifying any means as acceptable. Yet from Lin Yi's standpoint, he perceived Lu as an ungrateful scoundrel deserving of his fate. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi activated the room's air purification system, effectively sealing off the smoke and the lingering scent of charred flesh from the outside. He received a message from Jiang Shuyan inquiring about the recent events, indicating that the explosion had startled her as well. Lin Yi briefly explained that he had managed to drive them away before setting down his phone. Jiang Shuyan, upon reading Lin Yi's understated account, felt a ripple of unease within her. She was well aware of Fang Hu's formidable reputation over the past few days. He had claimed the lives of more than a dozen individuals. Moreover, he had recently been accompanied by dozens of homeowners and a skilled locksmith. How could Lin Yi single-handedly repel such a multitude? And what of the explosion that had just occurred? These were matters Lin Yi chose not to elaborate on. Instead, he expressed his gratitude for her prior warning, assuring her that he would assist her should she ever find herself in distress, though only within the limits of his capacity. If Jiang Shuyan were to request that he leave the shelter, he would regretfully inform her that it exceeded his capabilities. Jiang Shuyan responded with an acknowledgement, harboring a degree of trepidation toward Fang Hu, for no one is impervious to the fear of death, herself included. Now, Fang Hu has fully succumbed to darkness. Robbery and murder have become his daily routine. Perhaps such a person is more suited to the current world. Upon returning home, Fang Hu immediately ordered his subordinate to bring Qian Fu, a wealthy resident from the same unit. Qian Fu, a physician aged 36, owns a clinic in Haijing City. After Fang Hu sustained burns from a fire, he momentarily forgot about this doctor. However, when he prepared to confront Lin Yi, he realized the doctor resided right next door. Soon, his subordinate ushered Qian Fu into the room, initially reluctant to assist Fang Hu. Qian Fu only agreed to come after Fang Hu promised him 2 packets of instant noodles as payment. As he removed Fang Hu's clothing, his left arm was exposed, revealing a deep wound that continued to bleed profusely. Qian Fu opened his medical kit, disinfected the wound, extracted the shrapnel, applied medication, and bandaged the injury. He advised Fang Hu, "You must refrain from using this arm. Change the dressing every 3 days, and it should heal in about 2 weeks." After expressing his gratitude, Fang Hu handed over the 2 packets of noodles to Qian Fu, who quickly accepted them and made a hasty exit. One of Fang Hu's subordinates, observing Qian Fu's retreating figure, remarked, "Boss, why give him food? We could have just eliminated him and saved the trouble." Fang Hu sharply tapped the subordinate on the head and replied, "He is the only doctor here. If he dies, who will treat you if you get injured next time?" The chastised subordinate lowered his head and acquiesced, "You are right, boss." Fang Hu then used his remaining hand to unlock his phone and sent a message in the owner's group. Lin Yi, in his selfishness, disregards the safety of others. Instead of aiding us through our hardships, he resorts to explosives, leading to the deaths of countless residents. His numerous crimes are unforgivable. I urge all owners to unite and punish this demon. After sending the message, he awaited the group's response. Soon, the families of several young men killed by Lin Yi began to unleash their fury upon him in the chat. "Lin Yi, you monster! How dare you murder? You will meet a terrible fate. Just wait until the snow stops. I will report you and see you arrested." Lin Yi, fully aware of the conversations in the group, noted that while the families lamented the loss of their loved ones, none mentioned their attempts to rob Lin Yi of his supplies. Though Lin Yi had claimed fewer lives than Fang Hu, the animosity towards him was far greater. The reason lay in Fang Hu's methodical extermination of entire households, leaving him with far fewer enemies. The atmosphere in the group had shifted entirely. Lin Yi had become the new scapegoat in place of Fang Hu. Upon returning home, Wang Xue felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. They never anticipated that the usually unassuming Lin Yi would ruthlessly take the lives of so many. Fortunately, they had been standing at a distance, and the shockwave from the explosion did not reach them. Zhang Qian, observing the 2 women who were gasping for breath, remarked, "Do you find it peculiar how Lin Yi has seemingly transformed into an entirely different person? Moreover, he has fortified his home and stockpiled an abundance of food, as if he had foreseen the impending snow disaster." Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Wang Xue and Yang Shuang fell into contemplation. Considering Lin Yi's recent changes, they too sensed something amiss. Could it be that Lin Yi had indeed known something in advance? That scoundrel, knowing of the impending snow disaster, yet failing to inform us, is utterly selfish. Yang Shuang exclaimed in indignation. "I found it odd when he renovated his home. Who would invest so much to turn it into a fortress? I never imagined it was to protect us." Zhang Qian echoed, "Exactly. I heard his renovations cost several million. It's unlikely that Fang Hu and his gang could easily breach it." Listening to their conversation, Wang Xue felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had taken precautions and alerted Lin Yi in advance. Even if he had not acknowledged her, she hoped her impression in his mind had softened considerably. Wang Xue sent Lin Yi another message. "Brother Yi, you are amazing. You drove away so many people. You are truly a hero in my heart. I was just worried about you. If anything happened, I wouldn't know what to do. It's too dangerous outside. May I stay in your home? You've always wanted me to be your girlfriend, and I would gladly agree." Lin Yi, upon reading Wang Xue's message, felt a stirring in his heart and replied, "I've been thinking of you too, fearing for your safety. However, Fang Hu is currently eyeing my house covetously. If I let you in and they eventually break through, it would put you in danger." Chapter 41. The innocent baby right now. Staying outside allows me to be somewhat at ease. Here's the deal. Help me keep an eye on Fang Hu's every move. Inform me immediately of any developments. Once I have defeated him, I will welcome you in. Elated by Lin Yi's assurance, Wang Xue felt a surge of joy, as if she were already residing in Lin Yi's warm home, enjoying his provisions. The group continued to berate Lin Yi, though most of the criticism stemmed from the families of the deceased. Soon, the 7th day arrived. Ever since Lin Yi had repelled Fang Hu and his cohorts, no one dared to disturb him again, allowing him a few days of peace. However, beneath the surface of tranquility in the community, unrest brewed. Many were engaging in various transactions. Some exchanged their bodies for food, while others resorted to coercion and intimidation. Fang Hu once again led a group to rob 2 households. However, within the household, those who possess food are lamentably few. Despite his desperate attempts at pilfering, he has only managed to seize a meager bag of rice and 3 packets of instant noodles over the course of 2 days. Such meager provisions are woefully insufficient to sustain them for even a single day. Consequently, Fang Hu and his companions have begun to lead a life of frugality. Lin Yi received several friend requests, predominantly from women whose intentions were glaringly evident. They were aware of the abundance of food in Lin Yi's household and sought to exchange companionship for sustenance. Naturally, Lin Yi harbored no interest in these faded blooms, finding their appearances less than appealing. He mused that it should be they who offer him food in exchange for their company. Among them were even two rather portly women, each weighing over 200 pounds. A glance at the photographs they sent nearly caused Lin Yi to fumble his phone in shock. Fortunately, the few male friend requests he received were merely inquiries about whether he needed any underlings, or else he might have been compelled to retch in disgust. After rejecting all friend requests, Lin Yi received a new one. The profile picture depicted a stunning young woman named Choo Choo Baby. At first glance, she would undoubtedly score a commendable 90 points. Though slightly lower than Jiang Shuyan's remarkable 98, she was still a rare beauty, fully deserving of a place in Lin Yi's sanctuary. Reflecting on his memories, Lin Yi could not recall anyone by that name residing in Building 16. The beauties within their community were few in number, with Jiang Shuyan reigning supreme, followed by Luo Ziki from Building 23 and Li Ming'er from Building 2, whom Lin Yi rated at 93 and 91 points, respectively. Wang Xue managed a mere 80 points, while her two friends, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, didn't even warrant a score in Lin Yi's eyes. The emergence of a new beauty with a 90-point allure, especially one residing in the same building, piqued Lin Yi's curiosity immensely. Upon accepting her friend request, they began conversing. It turned out that this enchanting individual, Choo Choo Baby, was a live-streaming hostess who earned her living through viewer donations. With the roads blocked by heavy snowfall, her supplies had dwindled, prompting her to seek a physical exchange for food. Lin Yi, suspecting nothing amiss, attributed their previous lack of encounters to their differing schedules. As he gazed at the image of the young woman, Lin Yi felt a stirring within. She appeared to be around 25 years old, clad in athletic wear. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her long, fair legs exposed, and her features elegantly sculpted. A slow heat began to unfurl within him. After some negotiation, Lin Yi agreed to part with 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 sausages in exchange for her visit. Originally, her intention was to invite Lin Yi over, but he resolutely declined. The idea of him stepping outside was utterly impossible. It was not merely a matter of her being a stunning beauty. Even if Jiang Shuyan were to await him in a state of undress, he would still refuse. Lin Yi firmly adhered to the principle that the allure of beauty can be perilous. Risking oneself for mere physical attraction was simply not worth it. After preparing his meal, he settled in at home, awaiting further developments. Half an hour later, a knock echoed from the door. Eagerly, Lin Yi activated the surveillance monitor. However, the figure outside left him utterly dumbfounded. It was none other than Zhang Choo Choo, someone he had encountered before, known for her rather disheveled appearance, rivaling even Wang Xue and her companions. Could this Zhang Choo Choo be the same Choo Choo Baby he had heard of? Observing the woman on the screen, he noted her petite stature, barely over 5 feet, with a face speckled with freckles. It would be an exaggeration to call her unattractive. Rather, she was decidedly unappealing. Lin Yi was suddenly struck by the sensation of an online romance gone awry. He wondered how her admirers would react upon discovering that their beloved fairy looked like this in reality. The persistent knocking continued, leaving Lin Yi momentarily at a loss. Just days prior, he had faced the onslaught of Fong, who leading a brigade of homeowners with far more composure than he exhibited now. A dark thought flickered in his mind, urging him to unleash the flamethrower at his door, resolving all issues at once. Yet, after careful consideration, he refrained. Aside from deceiving him with her photos, she had not truly harmed him. Standing atop a chair, Lin Yi tossed 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 sausages through the top, shooting aperture to the outside. Since she had made the effort to come, it seemed only fair not to let her leave empty-handed. He thought of it as a travel reimbursement. Zhang Choo Choo picked up the noodles from the ground and shot a furious glare at Lin Yi's door before turning to leave. Although she had merely edited her photos slightly, that was indeed her. Lin Yi's dismissive attitude made her feel rejected. With hundreds of thousands of fans online, each considering her a goddess, it was disheartening to be so unceremoniously sent away with just 3 packets of noodles. As she departed, Zhang Choo Choo muttered insults about Lin Yi's lack of discernment. Once Zhang Choo Choo had left, Lin Yi sighed in relief. The pent-up frustration in his stomach dissipated the moment he laid eyes on her. He resolved to prioritize reality over illusion, vowing never to engage in online romance again. As Zhang Chuchu exited, Lin Yi noticed on the monitor that Fang Hu was approaching his home once more, and judging by his appearance, the injury on his arm seemed to have healed significantly. Zhang Chuchu was heading downstairs, and it wouldn't be long before their paths crossed. Sure enough, just a minute later, as Zhang Chuchu rounded a corner, she collided directly with Fang Hu. Fang Hu gazed at Zhang Chuchu, who lay on the ground clutching her instant noodles. He ordered her to be seized at once. And naturally, the food was confiscated as well. In Chapter 42, The Beauty Pageant, Zhang Chuchu witnessed her hard-earned sustenance being snatched away by Fang Hu. In a desperate struggle, she unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. Having gone 3 days without food, she had momentarily forgotten that Fang Hu was a merciless fiend. The next moment, Fang Hu commanded his men to give Zhang Chuchu a severe beating. Had she possessed a more appealing appearance, he might have taken some interest. Yet, confronted with her current state, he found it difficult to inflict further harm. Fang Hu pressed his foot down on Zhang Chuchu, inquiring about the source of her food. After the beating, clarity returned to her mind. She had heard tales of Fang Hu's murderous exploits within the owneress group. Faced with a killer, Zhang Chuchu dared not conceal the truth and recounted how she had enticed Lin Yi and received payment from him. However, perhaps out of pride, she refrained from mentioning Lin Yi's rejection. Fang Hu regarded her swollen face, struggling to imagine what could have driven Lin Yi to act so violently towards her. Yet, in an instant, he devised a plan to breach Lin Yi's abode. Recognizing Lin Yi's desperation, he resolved to find 2 beautiful women to lure him. Once Lin Yi opened the door, Fang Hu would storm in and claim both food and shelter for himself. He had contemplated demolishing the walls of Lin Yi's house, but he hesitated, as it had become his sanctuary. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not willingly destroy it. Observing Zhang Chuchu moaning on the ground, Fang Hu ordered his men to discard her into the snow below. Given that she had already been intimate with Lin Yi, releasing her would likely lead to her warning him. Initially, Fang Hu intended to search for weaknesses at Lin Yi's home, but with a plan in hand, that became unnecessary. Instead, he returned to his own residence, for he needed to refine his strategy. The corridor was far too frigid to linger in. Upon returning home, Fang Hu replenished the fire pit with wood. During this time, they had burned all the wooden furniture in their dwelling. Even the items pilfered from others had been repurposed as firewood and transported back. This resourcefulness had allowed them to endure the harsh cold. And even Fang Hu's arm wounds had not succumbed to frostbite. The pressing concern now was to find a beautiful woman. It was not urgent today, as Lin Yi had just been released and would surely be difficult to tempt. Fang Hu resolved to seek a lovely companion to knock on Lin Yi's door tomorrow, while they would conceal themselves in the stairwell. The moment Lin Yi opened the door, they would surge in and reduce him to pulp. Yet, the question remained, where to find such a beauty? Fang Hu once again posted a recruitment notice in the group, currently seeking a beautiful woman, aged between 20 to 30 years, with a bust size above C, a height exceeding 165 centimeters, and a weight under 60 kilograms. Fang Hu, after some contemplation, added a note regarding the reward. Upon successful fulfillment, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a bag of rice, and a case of drinking water would be provided. Once Fang Hu posted this message, the group chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Although the exact purpose behind Fang Hu's search for a beauty remained unclear, the allure of such abundant food was undeniably tempting. 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bag of rice would suffice to sustain a family of 3 for an entire month. Perhaps by then, the snow would have ceased. Almost all eligible women in the building eagerly registered, despite some trepidation about Fang Hu's reliability. Yet, they chose to take a gamble. With their homes devoid of sustenance and their stomachs growling, they faced the grim reality that starvation loomed. A dozen women shared their most flattering photographs in the group for Fang Hu's selection, transforming the owner's chat into a beauty pageant. Ultimately, Fang Hu selected the most attractive contender, a 26-year-old woman named Lin Yi, who had been married for 3 years and had a son with her husband, Han Bin. In terms of appearance, she could be rated at a modest 70 out of 100, certainly considered a beauty within the community. One must admit, Fang Hu had a discerning eye. Originally, Fang Hu intended for Wang Xue to seduce Lin Yi, but after sending several messages to her with no response, he found himself in a time crunch and had to abandon that plan. In any case, Lin Yi was desperate due to hunger, willing to settle for someone like Zhang Chuchu, making Lin Yi sufficiently captivating to ensnare his attention. Fang Hu laid out his plans to Lin Yi, who hesitated upon learning she was to entice Lin Yi. Previously, when Wang Xue organized a group to attack Lin Yi's residence, her husband Han Bin had participated and returned with tales of Lin Yi's fearsome nature. The fact that Lin Yi had brandished a grenade suggested he likely possessed other weapons. Therefore, her safety could be at risk should she proceed. In contrast to Li Na's hesitance, her husband Han Bin was wholly supportive, primarily because their household was devoid of food. The three of them had not eaten for 2 days, and without sustenance, they would inevitably starve. As Li Na gazed at her son, still lost in slumber, and at her husband's eager face, she resolved to take action. She promptly agreed to Wang Xue's proposition via her phone. While Wang Xue and Li Na discussed strategies for seducing Lin Yi, Wang Xue had already relayed Wang Xue's every move to Lin Yi. Drawing from Wang Xue's previous actions towards Zhang Chuchu, Lin Yi surmised that Wang Xue was indeed seeking a beauty to ensnare him. However, he dismissed the idea, unaware that the entire building was under surveillance he had set up. They believed they could hide in the stairwell without detection. But as long as he refrained from opening the door, they would find themselves powerless. On the following day, it had been precisely 8 days since the apocalypse had descended upon them. The heavy snowfall outside showed no signs of relenting, and the 3rd floor of the community was already submerged. Under the influence of gravity, the snow at the bottom had been compacted. Even if one were to tread upon it, they would not sink. However, the frigid temperatures and the exceedingly low visibility posed significant challenges to their attempts to venture outside. The outside world was shrouded in a dismal haze even in daylight, devoid of sunlight, making it akin to walking with one's eyes closed. It would not be long before one would lose their sense of direction, ultimately succumbing to the bitter cold in the frozen wasteland. Nearly every day, individuals chose to risk venturing out, for their food supplies had been exhausted, and remaining there was merely a wait for death. Yet, after so many days, none had returned safely. They either perished from the cold after losing their way or became trapped in snowdrifts, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Yi gazed at the thick blanket of snow covering the plaza before him, pondering how many souls lay buried beneath its surface. Chapter 43. Seduction. After finishing a serving of braised pork rice from his meal box, Lin Yi disposed of the disposable utensils into a pocket dimension. Although he occasionally prepared his own meals, his culinary skills were rather mediocre. In contrast, the food he had previously purchased was undeniably more palatable. Just as Lin Yi wiped his mouth, a knock echoed from outside the door once more. Upon checking the surveillance, he discovered it was indeed Li Na, standing at the stairwell on the 26th floor. Wang Xue, with his left arm bandaged, along with several of his cohorts, lay in ambush, brandishing knives and axes. The moment Lin Yi opened the door, they would charge forth. Wang Xue could almost envision the scene of Lin Yi beneath his feet, as he fantasized each night about severing Lin Yi's limbs. The very thought of silencing his incessant chatter by cutting out his tongue to feed to dogs consumed him. As Wang Xue reveled in his dark fantasies, Lin Yi's voice emerged from within. "What brings you here?" Li Na gritted her teeth against the biting cold outside, striving to keep her voice steady. In an effort to entice Lin Yi, she had shed her coat after knocking, revealing only a seductive lingerie set beneath, black sheer fabric paired with alluring fishnet stockings, creating an undeniably enticing appearance. Li Na was confident that this spirited young man would be utterly captivated by her charms. Despite the chill in the air, she was resolute in her determination to ensure that she and her family could dine. Even Wang Xue and his companions, lurking in the shadows, found themselves swallowing hard at the sight of her. Unexpectedly, however, Lin Yi's voice was disturbingly calm, even somewhat icy. Li Na, suppressing her voice, spoke in an alluring tone. "Brother Lin Yi, I am simply famished and wish to exchange for some food. What do you think of my figure? Would you care for a little twirl?" Lin Yi's voice resonated once again. Upon hearing this, Li Na felt a surge of joy. She was not afraid of Lin Yi scrutinizing her figure, but rather feared his indifference towards her. Having dedicated herself to fitness for years, she held a strong confidence in her physique. Standing outside the door, she twirled around twice, contemplating how to inquire about Lin Yi's thoughts. Just then, Lin Yi's voice cut through her thoughts. "You may leave. You do not meet my aesthetic standards." Li Na was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Xue, who was lurking nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. How could Lin Yi, who had shown interest in someone like Zhang Chuchu, disregard Li Na? Could it be that he harbored some peculiar preference for those less conventionally attractive? Despite her disheartenment, Li Na was unwilling to concede and sought to make another attempt. However, the flamethrower mounted on the door suddenly erupted, albeit only shooting flames a mere 20 centimeters. Startled, Lin Yi recognized this as a warning from Lin Yi. Should she persist in her pursuit, the consequence would be far graver than mere admonition. The charred corpses lying at the entrance served as a grim reminder of her potential fate. Hastily, she gathered her discarded clothing and donned it. Although less than a minute had passed, her body had already succumbed to the biting cold. With her head bowed and heart heavy, she retreated to the staircase. Having failed to entice Lin Yi to open the door, her agreement with Fang Hu was rendered null and void. Just as she contemplated her departure, Fang Hu unexpectedly seized her. Since Lin Yi had shown disinterest in Lin Yi, Fang Hu saw an opportunity. His original plan had been to take advantage of Lin Yi's moment of vulnerability to seize his possessions and provisions. As for Lin Yi, she could not be so easily released. He intended to claim all resources, shelter, and beauty. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yi. Indeed, as Fang Hu made his move, his subordinates surged forward, swiftly overpowering her. As she opened her mouth to scream, Fang Hu silenced her with a hand over her mouth, shoving a rag into it. Under Fang Hu's orders, they bound Lin Yi securely before carrying her off to his lair. Despite her desperate struggles, how could a solitary woman resist several burly men? In no time, Fang Hu had brought Lin Yi back to his home. After tossing her into the bedroom, he dismissed his underlings and shut the door behind him. Lin Yi, observing the scene through surveillance, felt a stirring within him. He downloaded the footage and promptly shared it in the homeowners group chat. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's abduction, the members of the group reveled in schadenfreude, particularly the women who had previously been rejected, who silently congratulated themselves on not being chosen by Fang Hu. Otherwise, they would be the ones ensnared. Yet one individual fixed his gaze upon his phone screen, consumed with anxiety: Lin Yi's husband, Han Bin. Upon seeing his wife being taken by Fang Hu, he felt as if a vast expanse of green grass had enveloped his mind. Coupled with the gossips circulating in the group, some even directly tagging him, his distress deepened. Han Bin could no longer contain his fury. After locking his young son inside the house, he stormed into the kitchen and seized both a chef's knife and a paring knife. With rage fueling his steps, he made his way toward Fang Hu's residence. Just as Fang Hu was about to indulge in a moment of intimacy, a sudden knock echoed through the door. A few of his henchmen were lounging in the living room, smoking, and upon hearing the knock, they instinctively reached for their weapons, approaching the entrance with caution. Since being trapped by the heavy snowfall, this was the first instance of someone daring to knock on their door. One of the henchmen peered through the peephole and, noticing only one person outside, relaxed his guard. Although they were all under Fang Hu's command, they were not permanent residents and thus unfamiliar with Han Bin. Unaware of the connection between him and Lin Yi, they presumed him to be yet another individual seeking to ally with them. Ever since Fang Hu's rise to power in Building 16, there had been numerous attempts by others to pledge allegiance, all of which Fang Hu had rejected due to his inability to support so many and his mistrust of the homeowners. With preconceived notions clouding their judgment, the henchmen regarded Han Bin as just another supplicant. Upon opening the security door, before they could utter a word, Han Bin abruptly raised the chef's knife and struck one of them. This young man, Wang Xue, was in his 20s and a distant cousin to Fang Hu. Taken completely by surprise, he received a brutal slash across his face, blood erupting forth and splattering onto Han Bin, rendering him a figure of horrifying intensity. The henchmen were momentarily paralyzed by the shocking scene. Despite having committed numerous acts of violence recently, this was their first encounter with someone daring to attack them. As Wang Xue collapsed to the ground, the others finally reacted, brandishing their weapons to retaliate against Han Bin. Meanwhile, Fang Hu was in the bedroom sharing an intimate moment with Lin Yi when he heard Wang Xue's anguished scream. He quickly paused, donned a nearby padded jacket, and exited the bedroom. Chapter 44. Lin Yi's dark transformation. Upon emerging from the bedroom, Fang Hu was met with a gruesome sight. The living room was drenched in blood, and his brother Wang Xue lay motionless in a pool of crimson. His henchmen were still engaged in their assault on Han Bin. The scene startled Fang Hu, who rushed to assess Wang Xue's injuries. To his horror, he discovered not only a deep cut across his brother's face, but also a gash on his neck, from which blood continued to pour, indicating that survival was unlikely. Having grown up alongside Wang Xue, their bond was profound, and Fang Hu had always taken great care of him. Witnessing his brother's demise ignited a tempest of rage within Fang Hu. He seized one of the knives and confronted Han Bin, thrusting it deep into his body. Han Bin, already battered and on the brink of collapse, succumbed to the onslaught and fell to the ground, lifeless. This scene was fully witnessed by Lin Yi, who lay upon the bed in her bedroom. As she observed her husband being slain by Wang Xue, a torrent of hatred surged within her. However, she quickly regained her composure, since Han Bin had found this place. Her son must still be at home. With her husband now deceased, if she were to perish as well, her child would be left to suffer starvation in their home. Contemplating the fate of her son, Lin Yi suppressed her anger and refrained from confronting Wang Xue directly. After stabbing Han Bin, Wang Xue, still unsatisfied, seized the kitchen knife discarded by Han Bin and unleashed a frenzied assault on his lifeless body, hacking it into several pieces before breathlessly discarding the knife aside. Wang Xue's subordinates helped him to his feet and inquired how he wished to handle Wang Xue's remains. After venting his fury, Wang Xue had calmed somewhat. Despite his brother's murder, human life had become the least valuable commodity. It was possible that he too might meet a similar fate one day. Glancing out the window, Wang Xue ordered that the bodies of Wang Xue and Han Bin be unceremoniously cast into the snow outside. After a flurry of activity, the living room was finally tidied, and the innards expelled by Han Bin were also thrown out the window. However, the blood on the floor was beyond cleaning. After a while, it had congealed into ice. Wang Xue wiped the blood from his hands and turned his gaze towards Lin Yi in the bedroom. At that moment, Lin Yi appeared unusually docile. Whether it was due to fear or something else, her earlier defiance had vanished, replaced by an expression of springtime warmth directed at Wang Xue. Noticing this, Wang Xue entered the bedroom, closing the door behind him to resume his unfinished business. An hour later, Wang Xue emerged, with Lin Yi nestled submissively by his side. She had exhausted all her charms, striving to appease Wang Xue in hopes of preserving her own life. Seeing Lin Yi so compliant, Wang Xue's thoughts shifted. The beauty before him was indeed too exquisite to simply dispose of. He then announced to his companions in the living room, "From now on, Lin Yi will be my wife and your sister-in-law. Do not entertain any improper thoughts." Upon hearing this, the group felt a pang of disappointment. Yet they dared not reveal their dissatisfaction. They had anticipated that once Wang Xue was finished, they too might partake in Lin Yi's allure, as her beauty was the most remarkable they had encountered in recent days. To their astonishment, Wang Xue had claimed her entirely for himself, relegating her to the status of their sister-in-law. Under the shadow of Wang Xue's long-standing dominance, they hastily suppressed their desires, greeting Lin Yi with respectful nods. She smiled and acknowledged them, yet her mind was scheming on how to undermine Wang Xue. Although Wang Xue currently held the most power in Building 16, his strength rested upon the few subordinates at his command. Coupled with his ruthless nature, this instilled fear in the other residents, preventing them from uniting against him. If she could seduce all of her subordinates, not only would she avenge her husband, but she would also ascend to the position of the most powerful individual in Building 16. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of food. Even if she were to breach Lin Yi's stronghold, it was conceivable that she and her son could take residence within. Wang Xue plopped down onto the sofa, seething with anger not only because he had failed to lure Lin Yi out, but also because his own brother had been slain. Lin Yi, elegantly seating herself beside Wang Xue, wrapped her arms around his. Addressing him, she stated, "Our immediate priority is to consolidate all the residents of Building 16. You have visited Lin Yi's home. With just a few of us, we cannot mount an effective assault. Therefore, we must rally everyone to launch an attack on his sanctuary. Even if his abode is fortified, it cannot withstand the onslaught of such numbers. After all, it is merely a house, not a fortress. If we cannot breach the front door, we can create an opening in the wall or enter via his balcony. I refuse to believe that his windows can emit flames." Listening to Lin Yi's strategic insights, Wang Xue found her reasoning compelling. He had not anticipated that a woman he casually took under his wing possessed such potential as a tactician. He promptly began to rally the group to unite in their assault on Lin Yi's residence. Initially, the others were unresponsive. But once Wang Xue mentioned the supplies stored at Lin Yi's home, enthusiasm surged among them. According to Wang Xue's account, Lin Yi's stockpile included hundreds of pounds of meat and seafood, as well as ample rice and flour. He promised that if they attacked together, he would take only half of the spoils, with the remainder divided among them. The homeowners showed no objections to Wang Xue's proposal. Despite his small number of followers demanding half of the provisions, his fierce reputation commanded respect. As for Fang Hu's exaggerated claims regarding Lin Yi's supplies, they were pure fabrication. Had he known the true extent of Lin Yi's resources, which far exceeded his own assertions, he might have succumbed to madness. The homeowners agreed to launch a surprise attack on Lin Yi's residence the following morning, after which they began their preparations. This time, unlike before, 80% of the residents of Building 16 signed up. As long as they could break down Lin Yi's front door, the food within would suffice for several days. That night, Linan naturally shared a bed with Fang Hu. However, after he fell into a deep slumber, she quietly rose from the bed and stealthily exited the bedroom. Having agreed to be Fang Hu's woman, she had already devised her plan by seducing a few of Fang Hu's subordinates. Her charms would ensnare them in a web of her allure. Once they succumbed to her temptations, their loyalties would inevitably align with hers. For if Fang Hu discovered their shared intimacy, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Even for the sake of self-preservation, they would find themselves compelled to board her proverbial ship of thieves. Chapter 45. The ambush. Lina stood at the threshold of her bedroom, gently shedding her garments before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, residing across the hall from Lin Yi, became increasingly restless as she absorbed the news circulating within their group. She was astonished to discover the substantial stockpile of provisions within Lin Yi's home, particularly as Fang Hu was set to arrive with his men to execute a robbery the following morning. Regret gnawed at Lu Mei's heart. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would never have resorted to slaughtering her beloved dog for sustenance. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, hunger had driven her to the unbearable decision of sacrificing her canine companion, which had provided her with years of companionship and joy. Yet, in the face of her own survival, those memories paled in significance. It was the meat of that dog that had sustained her vitality thus far. Dressing herself in the thickest clothing she possessed, Lu Mei concealed a boning knife within her attire and grasped a hammer in her right hand as she opened the balcony door. She held a significant advantage over those intent on assaulting Lin Yi's refuge. The distance between their balconies was a mere span of less than a meter. Though a railing stood above, with careful maneuvering, she could easily leap onto Lin Yi's balcony. The thought of seizing all the provisions from Lin Yi's home filled her with exhilaration, while she wished for Fang Hu and the foolish neighbors to engage in mutual destruction. As she opened the window, a frigid gust swept inside, causing her to shiver. It was the dead of night, the coldest moment of the day, with the outside temperature plummeting below -90 degrees. Even taking a breath sent sharp pangs through her lungs. Aware that she could not endure such an environment for long, she dared not hesitate and swiftly exited her room, making her way to the balcony. The balcony was already blanketed in snow, and Lu Mei struggled to climb over the accumulation. Steadying herself against the wall, she precariously positioned herself atop the metal railing. Surrounding her were the biting winds and swirling snow, while darkness enveloped her feet, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Yet, retreat was not an option. If she failed to subdue Lin Yi tonight, she would surely perish from starvation within her own home. With determination, Lu Mei propelled herself off the railing, soaring towards Lin Yi's balcony. The snow cushioned her fall, and she landed amidst the drift. Initially, she remained nestled in the snow, straining her ears for any signs of disturbance from Lin Yi's room. Only after confirming the absence of any anomalies did she cautiously emerge from the snowdrift. Subsequently, she retrieved her hammer from the pocket of her clothing and, with all her might, struck the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Contrary to her expectations, the seemingly fragile glass appeared to withstand the impact without sustaining any damage. Aside from her hand being numbed from the force, there were no marks upon the glass. Undeterred, Lu Mei continued to hammer at the window, oblivious to the possibility of Lin Yi hearing her. After relentlessly striking for 2 minutes, her hand began to bleed, and she became breathless from the exertion. At that moment, Lu Mei noticed the lights in Lin Yi's home illuminating. Soon after, Lin Yi, clad in pajamas and bleary-eyed, approached the window, gazing at her with a bemused expression. To Lu Mei's astonishment, Lin Yi's home exuded warmth. He appeared unfazed by the cold in his thin nightwear. It was only when she glimpsed the fireplace in his living room that comprehension dawned upon her. Lin Yi had evidently prepared in advance, having constructed a fireplace in his room and fortified his dwelling to an impressive degree. No wonder he remained unperturbed in the face of Fang Hu's threats. Lu Mei glanced at the hammer in her hand and, refusing to give up, resumed her assault on the glass. Lin Yi, meanwhile, fetched a chair, and retrieved a bowl of noodles with savory sauce and 2 cloves of garlic from another space, sitting down to eat while observing Lu Mei's futile efforts. One cannot savor noodles without garlic. The aroma diminishes by half. As Lu Mei watched the noodles in Lin Yi's bowl, a surge of strength seemed to return to her weary body. If she could shatter the glass, all that lay beyond would belong to her. I, too, desire noodles. I yearn for meat and a warm residence. Why should Lin Yi be entitled to all of this? By what right? Witnessing Lin Yi's life, her jealousy reached a boiling point. If everyone lived in hunger, she might have succumbed to madness. Yet the stark contrast to her own existence left her deeply unsettled, especially as he was once someone she had scorned. Now, her sole desire was to break the glass before her and confront Lin Yi, to seize everything he possessed. Clenching the hammer tightly, she struck the glass with fervor. A sharp crack echoed as the wooden hammer splintered into 2 pieces. Lu Mei stood frozen, staring blankly at the fragment of wood in her hand, the hammer having flown off to an unknown location. Discarding the remnants, she leaned against the glass, pleading with Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi, I implore you for a morsel of food. I am on the brink of starvation. As she spoke, she knocked her head against the glass, akin to bowing in supplication. Lin Yi remained unmoved, and it was only when blood began to seep from her forehead that he finally rose. Facing Lu Mei, I said, I shall grant you an opportunity. Tomorrow, Fang Hu will arrive with his men in search of me. I want you to take him by surprise and eliminate him. Should you succeed, I will reward you with a bowl of noodles. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei paused and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, master. I shall slay Fang Hu tomorrow and present his corpse to you. At that moment, Lu Mei was nearly driven to madness by hunger. The notion of killing Fang Hu, or even her own parents, would not elicit the slightest frown from her. After speaking, she wiped the bloodstains from the glass with her sleeve and crawled back to her room along the path she had come. Lin Yi stored the remaining noodles in a different realm. With food being so precious, he had no desire to waste it. He was not hungry at all. The sole reason for producing the noodles was to tempt Lu Mei. With Lu Mei as his hidden pawn, he pondered whether Fang Hu would evade her treachery the following day. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yi would suffer no loss and was content to observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 46. Fang Hu's Demise. Lin Yi's ascendancy. Wang Xue and Jiang Shuyan had informed him early on of Fang Hu's alliance with all the residents of Building 16 against Lin Yi. Wang Xue naturally hoped that Lin Yi would swiftly dispose of Fang Hu so that she could take residence in his abode. As for Jiang Shuyan's intentions, Lin Yi remained uncertain. She might be attempting to curry favor or simply embodying a benevolent spirit. If it were the latter, Lin Yi would have to seriously contemplate whether to admit her into the shelter. He had always kept a respectful distance from those with a martyr's heart. Such individuals could serve as enemies, but companions were best avoided. Lin Yi feared inadvertently being betrayed. After tidying up, he drew the curtains and returned to bed. For there was a spectacle to witness the next day, and he needed to rise early lest he miss the show. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin Yi received a message from Jiang Shuyan. Fang Hu and his crew are on their way. Be cautious. Shortly thereafter, a similar message arrived from Wang Xue, both serving as a warning about Fang Hu's impending arrival. Lin Yi observed the surveillance footage, noting a formidable assembly of over 100 individuals marching toward his floor. They wielded various weapons, the majority being kitchen knives. After all, in a domestic setting, the most effective weapon was indeed a kitchen knife. Soon, the sound of pounding against the walls echoed outside. It seemed they were aware of Lin Yi's possession of grenades and were now hesitant to approach the main door. Fang Hu stood at the back of the throng, supervising his minions, while Lin Yi nestled beside him, obediently leaning against him. After a time of relentless pounding, the group grew weary and breathless. They had not eaten for several days and were devoid of strength, and the tools in their hands were ill-suited for breaking walls, resulting in minimal progress despite their efforts. However, the damage to the wall remained negligible. Fang Hu instructed a young man behind him, who stepped forward wielding a hefty iron hammer. He then commenced to strike the wall of Lin Yi's residence. After 2 minutes, the sound of the hammer transitioned from a muffled thud to the sharp clang of metal against metal. Fang Hu immediately ordered the young man to cease, parting the crowd to inspect the wall behind the stones. The smooth metal glimmered with a silvery sheen, something he recognized from Lin Yi's prior renovations. Transported on a vehicle during the renovations, seemingly a type of alloy, measuring over 10 centimeters in thickness. At that time, He had collected 20,000 yuan from Lin Yi to allow him passage. Little did he anticipate that Lin Yi would now utilize it as a barrier against him. Reflecting on this, Fang Hu could not help but slap himself twice in frustration. Had he not been greedy and allowed Lin Yi to pass, they would have already broken into Lin Yi's home. Yet now, remorse proved futile. Although the wall had been replaced with alloy, Fang Hu was unconvinced that it bore no vulnerabilities. He promptly instructed his companions to encircle Lin Yi's residence and commenced demolishing the walls, particularly at the corners, where the alloy joints were most likely to harbor flaws. After more than an hour of labor, they were exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Yet they had failed to uncover any breaches. Fang Hu recalled Lin Yi's suggestion of climbing directly from the balcony into Lin Yi's home. After all, the glass could not possibly be made of alloy. Subsequently, Fang Hu, accompanied by a few followers, knocked on Lu Mei's door, seeking permission to traverse her home to reach Lin Yi's balcony, assuring her that once he breached Lin Yi's stronghold, he would reward her with 5 packets of instant noodles. Upon receiving Fang Hu's promise, Lu Mei opened the door, and he rushed in with his entourage. Upon finding only Lu Mei present, their demeanor shifted to one of brazen disregard. Fang Hu instructed several to scour the various rooms for food, yet Lu Mei showed no inclination to impede them. Her home had been stripped bare, save for a dog bone, rendering her unperturbed by their search. A short while later, the young men returned empty-handed. Fang Hu cast a disappointed glance at them but remained undeterred. Once he breached Lin Yi's residence, provisions would surely be found. He approached the balcony, observing through the glass. The traces of Lu Mei's nocturnal ascent had been blanketed by fresh snow, raising no suspicions in Fang Hu's mind. He instructed his 2 most trusted subordinates to don thick clothing and ascend to the balcony. The choice of his most trusted was deliberate, as Fang Hu feared that should they enter Lin Yi's sanctuary, they might seize his resources for themselves. Should that occur, he would have unwittingly clothed others in his own misfortune. Trusting these 2, he handed them the hammer, and they leapt over the railing into Lin Yi's balcony. At that moment, Lu Mei slowly approached Fang Hu and suddenly drew a dagger from her sleeve, plunging it fiercely into his chest. Caught off guard by Lu Mei's abrupt attack, Fang Hu attempted to resist, only to find his right hand seized from behind. In his shock, he turned around to discover that it was Lin Yi who had grasped his hand. At this moment, the gentle and intelligent demeanor of Lin Yi had vanished, replaced by an expression of cold fury. Fang Hu's left hand was still bandaged, with his wound yet to heal, but he had no time to dwell on that now. He pressed his left hand against the dagger embedded in his chest while using his right hand to force Lin Yi down to the ground. Just as he managed to subdue the 2 women, a sudden blow struck the back of his head with great force, causing him to collapse to the ground. When he saw the assailant, disbelief washed over his face. With his left hand clutching his head, he pointed at Wang Xue, exclaiming, "How dare you betray me?" The dagger remained lodged in his chest, blood pouring forth uncontrollably, quickly soaking his clothes. Wang Xue helped Lin Yi to her feet and stood beside her. At that moment, Fang Hu finally comprehended that the true instigator was this woman. He cursed himself for his earlier mercy, influenced by Lin Yi's sweet words, which had prevented him from eliminating her. Now, his subordinates had betrayed him for her sake, filling Fang Hu with regret. Yet it was too late. The dagger had pierced his insides, and no amount of struggle could alter his fate. Meanwhile, the 2 men he had sent to smash windows noticed the commotion behind them, abandoning their task and hurriedly returning along the same path. Upon seeing Fang Hu, barely clinging to life, they stared in shock at Lin Yi and her companions. Lin Yi, stepping over Fang Hu's body, declared, "He is dead. What he could offer you, I can provide. What he could not, I shall also give." Chapter 47. Arson. The 2 men observed the group with expressions of intimidation, sensing that any dissent would swiftly lead to violence. With Fang Hu now deceased, they had no choice but to submit and board Lin Yi's ship of treachery. Lin Yi, witnessing the allegiance of her companions, finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace her lips. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Mei. Although Lu Mei's sudden strike had facilitated her ambush on Fang Hu, Lin Yi remained unaware of her true intentions. However, she had little time to contemplate this, instructing the others to keep a watchful eye on Lu Mei. She swiftly departed from the room, disregarding the chaos outside as she hurried home. Her husband, Han Bin, had been slain by Fang Hu, but she hoped her son was still safe at home. With urgency, Lin Yi retrieved her keys and unlocked the door, beginning her search for her child's whereabouts. Finally, she discovered a lifeless, frozen body on the bed in the bedroom. As Lin Yi gazed upon the lifeless body of her son, she could no longer contain her grief and wept uncontrollably. In the span of a single day, she had lost all her loved ones. The relentless blows of fate had wrought a profound transformation in her psyche. After a cathartic release of tears, Lin Yi composed herself, carefully wrapped her son's body in a bedsheet, and placed it within a cupboard. The frigid temperature of the room rendered it a natural freezer, ensuring that the body would not decay, even if left there indefinitely. Once she had gathered her thoughts and dried her tears, Lin Yi stepped out of her home once more. At this moment, the neighbors had thoroughly battered the wall of Lin Yi's residence, their exertions leaving them exhausted and sprawled upon the ground. Upon returning to Lu Mei's house, Lin Yi discovered that Lu Mei had been mercilessly tormented, her clothing torn to shreds. Lin Yi recognized the handiwork of Wang Xue and his associates, yet she felt no concern. Her husband and son were already dead, and her singular desire was to survive. As long as she could endure, she would relinquish everything else. Lin Yi delivered Lu Mei directly to Wang Xue and his group. Fully aware of her fate, Wang Xue, however, was not one to hesitate. Despite Lu Mei's lesser beauty compared to Lin Yi, he believed in taking advantage of any opportunity presented. With Feng Hu deceased, he anticipated that he would be first to pursue any future women. An hour later, amidst Lu Mei's desperate struggles, they cast her out of the window. Lin Yi commanded the two who were preparing to shatter the glass to continue their efforts, while she and others drew Lin Yi's attention outside. Observing the two ascend onto Lin Yi's balcony with hammers, Lin Yi proceeded to the entrance of Lin Yi's home. She knew he possessed grenades, a formidable weapon, and though she was uncertain of their origin, she remained cautious to avoid any harm, daring not to reveal herself. From the staircase, Lin Yi called out to Lin Yi's door, "Lin Yi, let us strike a bargain. If you surrender half of your provisions, we shall depart immediately, ensuring that our paths do not cross again." She repeated her entreaty twice before Lin Yi's voice emerged from within, retorting, "What nonsense are you all spouting? If you have the guts, come inside." Lin Yi, undeterred by his provocation, recognized her objective was merely to distract Lin Yi. Once his minions shattered the glass of his home, she would immediately signal her people to rush in and dismember him. Deep within, she harbored intense animosity toward Lin Yi. Had he appreciated her beauty and opened the door, perhaps she would have returned home with food in hand, and her husband and son would still be alive. All of this was Lin Yi's fault, and he must bear the consequences. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mei had attempted the night before. Discovering that the glass of Lin Yi's residence was more formidable than the alloy walls, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds, Lin Yi sat upon his sofa, conversing with Lin Yi while keeping a watchful eye on the two outside his window. Lin Yi rose from his seat and approached the window, retrieving a stool to stand upon. He then produced a Molotov cocktail from an alternate realm, a creation of his own boredom from the previous night. After igniting the incendiary device with a lighter, he opened a small vent at the top of the window and hurled the burning bottle through the opening. At that moment, the two individuals outside were alternately smashing the glass and were startled by Lin Yi's action. Their instinct was to flee. However, the thick layer of snow on the balcony, combined with their cumbersome attire, hindered their escape, and they tumbled into the snowdrift instead. The Molotov cocktail, upon being thrown out, shattered against the balcony's railing. To amplify its destructive potential, Lin Yi had filled it not with ordinary spirits, but with high-concentration alcohol. Upon breaking, the alcohol ignited instantly, causing the snow on the two men to melt away rapidly, and dark smoke began to billow as they writhed in the flames. Watching their struggle, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy. He swiftly produced two more Molotov cocktails and flung them out of the window. The balcony was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. With their last vestiges of consciousness, the two men desperately scaled the railing and managed to leap to the neighboring balcony, rushing toward Lin Yi and her companions amidst their astonished gazes. Just as Wang Xue and the others prepared to intercept, the two flaming figures collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lin Yi's ruthlessness, having seemingly incinerated two living souls. After the flames were extinguished with blankets, Wang Xue checked for signs of life, only to discover their breaths had ceased. Despite the fire being doused, the tantalizing aroma of charred flesh wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to swallow hard. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Yi could not fathom that Lin Yi's residence bore no vulnerabilities. Since the surroundings were fortified with metal plates, she resolved to infiltrate through the ceiling. Unless Lin Yi had fashioned an airtight coffin from the alloy, she was determined to find a way in. Lin Yi stationed the majority of the homeowners at the entrance to guard against Lin Yi's escape, while she led a group to the upper floors of his building. The upper level housed an elderly couple, both in their 50s. Without hesitation, Lin Yi ordered her team to break down the door, and they surged inside. The elderly couple, confronted by the aggressive mob, dared not resist and retreated to their bedroom, barricading the door with the bed and wardrobe. Lin Yi had little interest in troubling them further and commanded her team to dig through the floor. Wang Xue wielded a hammer against the wooden floorboards of the living room, striking with determination. After more than 10 minutes, a sizable hole appeared, only to reveal the disheartening sight of another layer of metal plating beneath it. Staring at the gaping void in the floor, Lin Yi cursed Lin Yi profusely. This scoundrel had even fortified the ceiling with such alloy. He truly was meticulous. Chapter 48. Wang Xue seeks help. Given that the ceiling has been fortified with alloy, the outcome for the underground is all too predictable. Yet, Lin Yi still yearned to test her fortune. Ignoring the elderly couple who were hiding in the bedroom, she gathered her companions and made her way towards the building where Lin Yi resided. It was beneath Lin Yi's abode that Wang Xue dwelled. Ever since her phone call with her parents, she had refrained from uttering a single word in the group chat, striving to diminish her presence. Consequently, many had forgotten her existence. Otherwise, given Feng Hu's notorious penchant for the fairer sex, he would have certainly pursued such a stunning beauty. Having long since made advances towards Wang Xue, seated on the sofa, she munched on biscuits, enveloped in a thick down coat, while a fire crackled in the center of the living room, consuming her wooden wardrobe. Although her home was equipped with air conditioning, it had become ineffective in the frigid temperatures. The only means of warmth available now was the fire. Her food supplies dwindled to less than a week's worth. Initially, she believed that her stockpile of snacks would sustain her through the month. However, she soon realized her miscalculation, despite her efforts to conserve. The extreme cold necessitated a greater intake of energy to fend off the chill. During this apocalyptic crisis, she had already shed 3 to 4 pounds. The owner's group chat was rather desolate at this time, as most had followed Lin Yi in search of Lin Yi, living directly beneath him. Wang Xue could hear the sporadic sounds of walls being struck from above. Her intention to warn Lin Yi stemmed not from a sense of altruism, but from her awareness of his renovations. She had witnessed the workers transporting alloy panels upstairs. Such thick sheets could not be breached by mere human strength. Coupled with Lin Yi's peculiar behavior of late, Wang Xue had ample reason to suspect that he might have received foreknowledge of the impending doom. If he had indeed been forewarned, he would be adequately prepared, with home modifications being but one aspect. The accumulation of provisions was paramount. Wang Xue was certain that Lin Yi possessed the most food within the entire community. Thus, she chose to proactively provide Lin Yi with information, hoping to win his favor. For in times of peril, he might be her savior. Wang Xue held a considerable degree of confidence in her appearance. Prior to attending police academy, she had devoted several years to dance. During that time, numerous talent scouts had sought to recruit her into the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, she ultimately declined, as both her parents were police officers, and she had aspired to follow in their footsteps as a female officer. To attain her goal, she had exerted considerable effort and maintained her integrity. Despite the multitude of suitors surrounding her, she had yet to engage in a romantic relationship. Wang Xue sent a message to Lin Yi, inquiring about his current situation. Lin Yi did not respond, but merely advised her to be cautious. Wang Xue felt somewhat perplexed. They were clearly planning to attack Lin Yi's residence, so why did he warn her to be careful? At that moment, a deafening crash erupted from her front door. It turned out that when Lin Yi and her entourage approached Wang Xue's home, Lin Yi had observed this through surveillance, and thus felt compelled to issue a warning. Wang Xue was taken aback and rushed to the door, peering through the peephole to see Lin Yi and Wang Xue forcefully battering her security door. Fortunately, during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, she had barricaded the entrance with her refrigerator and cabinets, providing a temporary barrier against their intrusion. Desperately, Wang Xue initiated a voice call to Lin Yi. Though she was a police officer, she was also a woman, and faced with the ruthless crowd outside, she understood all too well what her fate would be if they managed to breach her sanctuary. The prospect of being subjected to their torment was already troubling enough. The likelihood of a fate even more sinister loomed large. The call connected swiftly. Wang Xue endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as she addressed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, is there any way you could assist me? If you save me, I promise to reward you handsomely once the snowstorm has passed. After her plea, A silence lingered for 2 seconds before Lin Yi's voice emerged on the line. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The snowstorm will not pass. Humanity has entered the apocalypse. Your promised reward is nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. Although Jiang Shuyan had braced herself for this possibility, hearing it from Lin Yi still left her in disbelief. My parents are high-ranking officials in the police department. If you rescue me, I shall find a way to repay you. Before she could finish, Lin Yi abruptly ended the call. This young woman seemed oblivious to the dire circumstances. Unless she was driven to desperation, she would never lower her pride. As Jiang Shuyan listened to the incessant beeping of the call and the escalating sounds of the door being battered, her heart began to race. For some time, she had watched the events unfold in Building 16 from an outsider's perspective. Yet, she had forgotten that she too was now ensconced within that very building. When her role shifted from observer to victim, she realized her helplessness in the face of danger. Lin Yi had now become her sole beacon of hope. Jiang Shuyan dialed Lin Yi once more, but this time he did not pick up. Instead, he hung up immediately. If he acquiesced too readily, while she would be grateful, it would inevitably place them on equal footing. Lin Yi desired not merely a girlfriend who would issue commands, but a subordinate who would comply entirely with his directives. After Lin Yi disconnected the call for the second time, Jiang Shuyan's hands trembled slightly. As the sounds of the door being battered grew increasingly frantic, she finally relinquished all pretense. If Lin Yi was willing to save her, she would accept any role, even that of a servant. Lin Yi fixed his gaze intently on the surveillance monitor. The reason he had abruptly ended the call with Jiang Shuyan was that a camera had been discreetly installed at her doorstep. Thus, he was fully aware of Lin Na and her companion's progress in breaking down the door. Even if he delayed for a moment, it would not alter the overall situation. The phone on the table rang once more. This time, Lin Yi did not hang up, but answered the call. Jiang Shuyan's voice was tinged with desperation. No longer was there a transaction, only a plea. If Lin Yi was willing to save her, she would comply with whatever he demanded. After obtaining the desired response, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He feared that he might lose control of the situation. Jiang Shuyan was the first to be included in his harem, and if he were to delay her rescue, allowing Lin Na and her group to secure her first, he would find himself inconsolable. Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Jiang Shuyan was overwhelmed with joy. Lin Yi instructed her to dress and wait on the balcony. Although she was unsure of his intentions, she had no choice but to obey his directives. Chapter 49. Collecting Jiang Shuyan. Lin Yi had long been prepared, awaiting Jiang Shuyan's capitulation. Once she acquiesced to his demands, he finally opened the small door on the balcony and let a rope fall. One end was securely fastened to a railing within the room. Upon seeing the descending rope, Jiang Shuyan instinctively understood Lin Yi's intention. After tugging on the rope to ensure its strength, she began to ascend. Fortunately, having graduated from police academy, her physical condition was commendable, and such exertion posed no challenge. Just as Jiang Shuyan was halfway up, Lin Na and her companions finally broke through the main door, only to be thwarted by a refrigerator and furniture barricading their path. Through the gap, Lin Na spotted Jiang Shuyan climbing the rope on the balcony. Realizing the urgency, she rallied her team to continue assaulting the door while she led 2 others towards the stairwell, making their way to Lin Yi's balcony. This was her sole opportunity. If she could reach the balcony before Lin Yi closed the door, they could easily enter his sanctuary, where food and warmth awaited. Seeing Wang Xue and the others about to breach the premises, Jiang Shuyan hastened her ascent. However, the frigid air quickly numbed her hands. Ultimately, drawing on her determination, she managed to reach the top. As she climbed over the railing onto Lin Yi's balcony, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the adjacent balcony. Lin Na had arrived with her team. Observing the open door to Lin Yi's balcony, they surged forward in a desperate attempt to intercept Jiang Shuyan. The foremost individual lunged at her, grasping her clothing as they crossed the railing. Jiang Shuyan struggled desperately, but remained ensnared. As she glanced back, she saw the 2 men behind her poised to pounce. Just then, a dark barrel of a gun pressed against the man's head. With a resounding gunshot, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead. He released his grip on Jiang Shuyan and fell from Lin Yi's balcony, vanishing into the swirling snow. Lin Na and another man, as if confronted by a specter, hastily retreated. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi wielded a firearm. Had they known he possessed such a weapon, they would have thought twice before seeking trouble. After firing a shot, Lin Yi reeled in the rope and pulled the stunned Jiang Shuyan into the house. Jiang Shuyan watched in shock as a life was extinguished before her eyes, an experience that left a profound impact. Although she was a police officer and had encountered corpses, it was her first time witnessing a death unfold before her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, for the warmth of the room enveloped her. Within less than a minute, she felt a wave of heat wash over her. Standing 3 meters away, Lin Yi aimed his gun at her. Sensing the danger, Jiang Shuyan hastily raised her hands. "Remove your clothing," Lin Yi commanded. She discarded her gloves, followed by her down jacket and sweater, stopping only when she was left with a scant piece of lingerie. Stripped completely, Lin Yi's voice echoed again. Though embarrassment flooded her, she understood that Lin Yi was not jesting. Failure to comply could lead to dire consequences. Lin Yi's insistence on her disrobing stemmed not only from a desire to take advantage, but also from a prudent caution. What if she concealed a weapon beneath her garments and seized the opportunity to strike? Soon, Jiang Shuyan shed her final vestige of modesty and cast it aside. Lin Yi handed her a towel and gestured toward the adjacent bathroom, instructing, "Go take a shower." Without a moment to spare, she dashed into the bathroom. Lin Yi watched with a faint smile. The once inaccessible goddess now stood before him, compelled to heed his orders. He gathered Jiang Shuyan's discarded clothing from the floor and casually tossed them into a different dimension. As he picked up her lingerie, an inexplicable urge led him to sniff it, a subtle fragrance wafting to his nostrils. Despite having gone without a bath for 2 weeks, one could not deny the allure of beauty. As Jiang Shuyan turned on the faucet, hot water cascaded over her. It dawned on her that Lin Yi's home had hot water. Even if he had a fireplace for warmth, it was too cold outside. The pipes must have frozen unless he was using something other than tap water. Jiang Shuyan was not mistaken. The plumbing and electrical wiring in Lin Yi's home had long been modified. The water and electricity were entirely sourced from the generator and water tank located in the bedroom. As long as Lin Yi added some fuel and water every few days, the shelter would be adequately supplied with essential utilities. Jiang Shuyan indulged in a full hour-long bath. Despite the apocalypse having only just begun a little over a week ago, for someone as fastidious as her, enduring over 10 days without a shower was utterly unbearable. Lin Yi, meanwhile, remained unhurriedly watching television outside, reassured that now that she was in his home, there was no need to worry about her escaping. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Shuyan cautiously opened the bathroom door a crack, peeking out and hesitantly asking Lin Yi if he had any clothes. Lin Yi rose, handing her the garments he had prepared for her on the sofa. Once she received them, she retreated back into the bathroom, and soon the sound of a hairdryer filled the air. When the noise ceased, Lin Yi listened attentively, presuming she was dressing. Shortly after, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Jiang Shuyan, adorned in high heels and fishnet stockings. This outfit had been meticulously selected by Lin Yi, who possessed a plethora of such attire in his unique space. Jiang Shuyan's figure and beauty were nothing short of exquisite, and paired with this ensemble, even a saint would find it hard to resist her allure. Lin Yi found himself momentarily entranced. Realizing Lin Yi's intentions through his choice of clothing, Jiang Shuyan understood her predicament. She had little choice left. Whether for survival or the hope of a secure refuge, she had to submit to Lin Yi, at least compared to others. Lin Yi offered not only a safe haven and ample resources, but also had a pleasant appearance. While not conventionally handsome, he was certainly not unappealing to her. Thus, as she donned the outfit, she had already resolved to accept her circumstances. Lin Yi stood from the sofa, taking Jiang Shuyan's hand and leading her into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Yi emerged first from the room. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been holding back, and today marked a moment of complete release. Chapter 50. The 3 rules. Jiang Shuyan followed Lin Yi with unsteady steps, having changed into another outfit. The previous stockings had been torn to shreds by Lin Yi, rendering them unwearable. Additionally, it was impractical to wear high heels at home, so Lin Yi had chosen a seductive nightgown for her. Once seated at the dining table, Lin Yi waved his hand, and several meal boxes appeared instantaneously. Upon opening them, an array of exquisite dishes was revealed: lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber, accompanied by 6 dishes and a soup. This was Jiang Shuyan's first meal since arriving, and having recently lost her virginity, Lin Yi was determined to treat her well. Jiang Shuyan was taken aback as she watched Lin Yi conjure such a feast seemingly out of thin air. She was quite certain that Lin Yi had not hidden them away beforehand. Moreover, The dishes were still steaming, clearly freshly prepared. However, Lin Yi had been with her the entire time and had no opportunity to prepare them. Noticing the confusion in Wang Xue's eyes, Lin Yi proceeded to explain that he possessed a unique space. Anything within a 10-meter radius could be stored within it. He revealed this secret not only to impress her, but to convey that despite their current comfort, should anything happen to him, their sanctuary would soon resemble any ordinary house outside, susceptible to the same fate of freezing or starving without fuel and food. Though Wang Xue found this hard to believe, Lin Yi had just demonstrated his spatial abilities, leaving her little room for doubt. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wang Xue inquired, "Did you steal the supplies from the Fuyuan warehouse?" Lin Yi was taken aback by her quick deduction. She had connected the dots remarkably fast. Yet, he no longer felt the need to conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving his confirmation, Wang Xue experienced an epiphany. The theft had been of such magnitude that the city had established an investigative team, of which she was a member. Through their inquiries, they discovered that the supplies had vanished mysteriously within mere hours. Although Su Shuai had been a prime suspect initially, he was quickly exonerated, for with his capabilities, it was impossible to move such a large quantity of goods unnoticed, particularly without any surveillance capturing the transit of numerous trucks. Only one force within the entirety of Longhua possessed the means to accomplish such a feat: the authorities. However, it was inconceivable that the government would engage in theft, leading to prolonged investigations without resolution, ultimately categorizing the case as unsolved. Yet, now that she knew of Lin Yi's abilities, Wang Xue immediately linked them to the missing supplies. With such extraordinary powers, he could indeed empty an entire warehouse. The sheer value of those supplies, amounting to 500 billion, had been pilfered by Lin Yi, and she began to feel fortunate for aligning herself with him. As long as she clung tightly to Lin Yi's side, she would not only avoid danger, but also secure a life of abundance amidst the apocalypse. Having come to this realization, Wang Xue's gaze towards Lin Yi softened noticeably. They then began their meal. After 2 hours of exertion, Lin Yi was famished. Soon, the table was cleared, but Lin Yi had consumed less than half, while the remainder had all been devoured by Wang Xue. He was astonished at how much she could eat. Wang Xue noticed Lin Yi's unwavering gaze upon her, which made her feel somewhat bashful. She was indeed famished. Although her home had a few snacks, she had been prudent enough to divide even a single biscuit in half, aiming to make her meager provisions last longer. After indulging in snacks for so long, her palate had become dulled. The sight of such an array of delectable dishes was overwhelming, and she could no longer uphold any semblance of decorum or sophistication. The paramount concern was the opportunity to savor delightful food. Once she had devoured the food, without waiting for Lin Yi's instructions, Wang Xue took the initiative to clear the table. When she had sought Lin Yi's assistance, they had already established an understanding. Her residence in Lin Yi's shelter was conditional. Her status was merely that of a servant or slave. Being a slave, she naturally had to embrace the mindset that accompanied such a role. Lin Yi's invitation to dine with him was already an act of considerable leniency. After tidying up the dining area, she settled down beside Lin Yi, resting her long legs against him. She had resolved that aligning herself with Lin Yi was not a disadvantage. Rather, it was advantageous. As long as Lin Yi made his stipulations known, there would be a queue of women eager to serve him as slaves, extending even to the outskirts of Haijing City. Having so effortlessly secured this opportunity, she felt compelled to seize it wholeheartedly. As Lin Yi caressed Wang Xue's thigh, he delineated 3 fundamental rules. Without established guidelines, chaos would ensue. Lin Yi desired Wang Xue to comprehend her position, ensuring their cohabitation could endure. First, Lin Yi would be the ultimate authority in the household. Regardless of the matter, be it significant or trivial, Wang Xue was obliged to adhere to his commands without the privilege of negotiation. Second, the nature of their relationship was not that of romantic partners, but rather that of master and servant. Thus, Wang Xue needed to maintain an appropriate attitude. Should she feel jealousy or become petulant, she was free to leave at any moment, especially as Lin Yi might welcome other women into his life. Third, Wang Xue was responsible for maintaining the household, including cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Lin Yi could not sustain someone who contributed nothing. To thrive in this environment, she needed to demonstrate her worth. Though Lin Yi's stipulations may have appeared harsh, Wang Xue understood their necessity. After all, They were merely neighbors, devoid of any emotional ties. Establishing these terms in advance would prevent her from inadvertently trespassing upon Lin Yi's boundaries. While he had shown her tenderness earlier, it was not uncommon for men to become indifferent once their desires were fulfilled. Having now experienced the comfort of this new environment, she was resolute in her unwillingness to return to her cold, unwelcoming home. Upon seeing Jiang Shuyan's immediate acceptance of his three conditions, Lin Yi's demeanor softened. Although he publicly designated her as his slave, he would be accommodating as long as she did not overstep. After all, she was his woman, having bestowed upon him her first experience, and her beauty only deepened his reluctance to see her suffer. Chapter 51. Is Lin Yi the protagonist? After Jiang Shuyan acquiesced to Lin Yi's request, she posed a question to him. Did you already foresee the impending snow disaster? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her inquiry, refraining from providing a direct answer, and instead countered with, "What makes you ask that?" Observing Lin Yi's expression, Jiang Shuyan had already surmised the answer and promptly replied, "Even with your spatial abilities, no one would take the initiative to transform their home into a safe haven without prior knowledge of the disaster. Moreover, you not only pilfered goods worth 500 billion from the Fuyuan warehouse, but also hoarded a significant amount of food and firewood. I want to delve into how I acquired this information. After the burglary at the Fuyuan warehouse, we meticulously searched every warehouse in Haijing City, including the one you rented on the outskirts. We also discovered that a substantial amount of supplies is delivered there daily, all of which are sourced legally, which is why we eliminated you from suspicion." At her words, Lin Yi smiled slightly, realizing that Jiang Shuyan was far more astute than he had imagined. This was advantageous. Had she been merely a naive and innocent girl, he would have had to worry about many more matters. Since she had already deduced the truth, Lin Yi chose not to conceal anything further and revealed the deepest secret he had kept within his heart. Upon learning that Lin Yi's spatial abilities stemmed from his reincarnation, Jiang Shuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. This configuration was reminiscent of a protagonist character arc. Although she had never read apocalyptic novels, she had indulged in numerous urban revenge tales. Reading novels was her greatest passion. The protagonists in these stories often faced betrayal in their previous lives, only to return and exact revenge upon those who wronged them. With their protagonist's halo, they invariably turn misfortune into fortune, overcoming every obstacle to ultimately achieve greatness. Though the plots were often simplistic, they were undeniably exhilarating, and she relished every moment. Now, discovering that Lin Yi shared a similar experience, Jiang Shuyan felt an unwavering loyalty towards him, as those who were reborn in such tales often ended up marrying women who would ascend to prominence. They either became titans of industry or celebrated actresses, with none falling into mediocrity. Becoming Lin Yi's first woman would surely elevate her status in the future. Lin Yi, oblivious to Jiang Shuyan's internal musings, assumed her astonishment was solely due to his reincarnation. After all, they were both materialists, and faced with such enigmatic occurrences, skepticism was only natural. It wasn't until Jiang Shuyan mentioned the novels she had read, where his experiences mirrored those narratives, that Lin Yi finally grasped the connection. However, he was indifferent to whether he was a protagonist. His sole desire was to survive in this apocalyptic world and savor life to the fullest. Ideally, he would like to find a few more beautiful companions, achieving satisfaction in this lifetime. As for Jiang Shuyan's mention of striving for greatness, he held no interest or ambition in such pursuits. Meanwhile, while Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan were immersed in their tender moments, Lina had already returned home with her companions. Upon hearing the gunfire, the neighbors outside scattered in a frenzy. This operation proved disastrous for Lina, leaving her with only Wang Xue and another young man by her side. The rest had been slain by Lin Yi. Following this battle, Lina abandoned her intentions to confront Lin Yi. Although a lingering hatred resided in her heart, she recognized the futility of their weapons against him. They could not even breach the door of his house, let alone contend with the firearm he possessed. Fortunately, she had discovered some provisions in Jiang Shuyan's home, sufficient for the three of them to sustain themselves for 2 days. The neighbors, however, faced dire straits. Their own food supplies were meager, compounded by the arduous labor they were forced to undertake at Lin Yi's residence. Exhausted, they found themselves not only deprived of sustenance, but also drained of considerable energy. Wang Xue soon learned of Feng Hu's demise. Upon witnessing the discussions among the homeowners in the group chat, she promptly vacated Zhang Qian's room and returned to her own. Retrieving her phone, She sent a message to Lin Yi. Brother Yi, did you not say that once Fong, who is dead, I could move in? I see from the chat that he has been killed. I am coming to find you, so please wait for me. Elated, Wang Xue began to gather her belongings. Though there was little to pack since her own food had long been consumed, and she was now subsisting on the snacks hoarded by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. After donning 2 layers of clothing, she finished her preparations and was ready to depart. As for Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, she had no intention of concerning herself with their fates. Her sole focus was on securing her own place. However, as she opened the door, she was taken aback to find Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang stationed at the entrance to her room. Wang Xue's recent activities had not gone unnoticed. Yang Shuang, observing Wang Xue bundled up tightly, inquired mockingly, "Oh, it's so cold outside. Where do you think you're off to?" Zhang Qian took a more direct approach, yanking Wang Xue over and rifling through her pockets until she extracted her phone. Upon reviewing Wang Xue's messages to Lin Yi, Zhang Qian's fury erupted, and she seized Wang Xue by the hair, exclaiming, "You intend to abandon us and seek comfort for yourself? You wretched girl." With that, she struck Wang Xue across the face. Stung by the blow, Wang Xue retaliated, "Brother Yi has only agreed to let me move in. Do you both aspire to enjoy yourselves? Just look at your appearances. Do you even deserve it?" Hearing Wang Xue's derision, Yang Shuang, now comprehending the situation, joined the fray. Alone, Wang Xue was no match for Zhang Qian, and with Yang Shuang's assistance, she was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Slaps and punches rained down upon her, and soon Wang Xue bore the bruised visage of a beaten prizefighter. Subsequently, Yang Shuang procured a length of rope to bind Wang Xue securely. In the present moment, Wang Xue has become a pivotal asset for the two of them, since Lin Yi has consented to allow Wang Xue to reside in his safe house. It indicates that she holds considerable significance in his heart. By controlling Wang Xue, they can leverage her to obtain the resources they desire. And it is even possible that Lin Yi might willingly relinquish his house. Despite being bound hand and foot, Wang Xue vocally protested against her captors, exclaiming, "You wretched women! Release me at once. I wish to bask in the comforts of Yi's home. If he discovers that you have kidnapped me, he will not let you off lightly." In response, Yang Shuang silenced her by stuffing a rag into her mouth. Subsequently, she seized Wang Xue's phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. "We have Wang Xue in our possession. If you wish to ensure her safety, surrender your house to us. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Chapter 52. The Pure Love Warrior. Sun Qi. At the moment Lin Yi received Zhang Qian's message, he was engaged in a game with Jiang Shuyan. Previously, he had played alone, but now he had company. Jiang Shuyan exhibited commendable gaming skills, even surpassing Lin Yi's abilities, suggesting she had ample experience. She was taken aback to find Lin Yi had even prepared a gaming console while outside. Others were fighting amongst themselves for a mere morsel of food. Yet here they were, enjoying the warmth of their home, indulging in fruits and beverages, and playing games. In stark contrast, their existence resembled that of deities. Upon hearing the notification sound from his phone, Lin Yi glanced at the screen, which displayed not only threats, but also a photo of Wang Xue, bruised and battered. Her limbs were bound, and she lay on the ground, appearing utterly desolate. Lin Yi set down the game controller, sent Jiang Shuyan to prepare a meal, and reclined on the sofa to respond to Zhang Qian's message. "Do not harm her. If there are matters to be addressed, direct them towards me." Although Lin Yi was unaware of the reasons behind the conflict among the 3 women, it did not deter him from relishing the opportunity to toy with them. "Immediately surrender your house. Once you accommodate us, I shall release Wang Xue. Otherwise, prepare to collect her remains." As he read Zhang Qian's audacious demands, Lin Yi felt a surge of disdain. How could she dare to demand his house so brazenly? Did she not consider whether Wang Xue was worth such a price? Not to mention Wang Xue, even if they had captured Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi would not yield. Women are plentiful, but one's life is singular. I cannot possibly relinquish my house to you. If I were to do so, both Wang Xue and I would perish in the cold. Lin Yi flatly refused. Upon receiving Lin Yi's reply, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang conferred and subsequently moderated their demands. "I require 5 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of seafood, and your firearm. If you provide all of these, I shall release Wang Xue and allow her to accompany you." The matter of Lin Yi possessing a firearm has become widely known throughout Building 16. Although he had previously thrown grenades, the onlookers could not discern the exact nature of his actions, merely speculating that it was indeed a grenade based on the force of the explosion. However, It is now unequivocally established that he wields a gun. When Lin Yi fired, not only did Lin Yi witness the event, but several residents present in the room also beheld it. Through embellishments from the crowd, rumors circulated in the resident group suggesting that Lin Yi had once been a mercenary abroad, renowned for his lethal prowess, thus explaining his possession of firearms and grenades. In response to Zhang Qian's demands, Lin Yi once more declined. He asserted that they should abandon any hopes of acquiring resources, as he would not part with anything. He insisted that they immediately release his beloved Wang Xue, or face dire consequences. After sending this message, Lin Yi cast his phone aside onto the sofa. No longer concerned with Zhang Qian's reply, this was because Jiang Shuyan had prepared dinner. The dining table was arranged meticulously with an array of dishes, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, accompanied by a pot of rib soup, which Jiang Shuyan had thoughtfully infused with goji berries and ginseng. Upon sitting down, Jiang Shuyan, akin to a devoted wife, served Lin Yi a bowl of soup and then refilled his rice bowl. Lin Yi raised the soup bowl to his lips and savored a sip. As the fragrant essence of the ribs mingled with the sweetness of corn, tantalizing his palate, the flavor was remarkably superior to that of any restaurant. Crafted solely from natural ingredients, devoid of any artificial enhancements. After placing the soup bowl down, Lin Yi eagerly began to relish the dishes on the table. He was pleasantly surprised that not only was Jiang Shuyan beautiful, but she was also an exceptional cook. He had indeed struck gold this time. With an abundance of fresh ingredients available in his space, he was assured of delightful meals in the future. Although he had ordered numerous dishes from restaurants prior to the apocalypse, he preferred the warmth of cooking for himself, as it evoked a sense of home. Yet, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Even someone as unpicky as he found it difficult to eat his own cooking, which spoke volumes about its unpalatability. Jiang Shuyan watched Lin Yi devour his meal with great joy, as it affirmed her worth beyond mere appearances. Lin Yi indeed found her indispensable. After finishing the meal, Jiang Shuyan tidied up the kitchen while Lin Yi retreated to the sofa, picking up his phone to check Zhang Qian's messages. During his mealtime, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had inundated him with dozens of messages, all demanding resources and threatening to dismember Wang Xue. Lin Yi glanced at the messages, quickly losing interest. He set the phone aside and waited for Jiang Shuyan to finish her tasks so they could resume their game. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, waiting impatiently on the other end, received no response from Lin Yi. Their food was nearly depleted, and with no further supplies for the day, they faced the prospect of hunger. Just as despair began to settle in, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang dragged Wang Xue into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. The two then crouched by the peephole, brandishing kitchen knives as they observed. Outside stood a shadowy figure, clad in a hat and wrapped tightly in layers, with a backpack slung over their shoulder. Zhang Qian, maintaining her vigilance, called out, "Who is it?" The figure outside promptly replied, "Xue, open the door, it's Sun Qi." With that, he removed his hat and scarf. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances, their surprise palpable. The figure outside was none other than Wang Xue's university classmate, Sun Qi, who was also her ex-boyfriend and had previously promised to bring her food. They had not anticipated his actual arrival. Had Lin Yi known, he would undoubtedly have given him a thumbs up. What a brave soul. The reason Sun Qi braved the storm to come was that he lived in an apartment just across the street from Shouchuan community. Although the distance was merely a street apart, the journey was fraught with peril. To prevent himself from falling into snowdrifts, he had disassembled furniture from his home to fashion makeshift snowshoes. With no clear sense of direction, he relied solely on instinct to navigate his way. It was nothing short of a miracle that he found himself beneath Wang Xue's building. Above his apartment, he operated a small supermarket, which had become a lifeline for the residents during these trying times. At the onset of the apocalypse, the owner of the supermarket had drastically inflated prices, multiplying them by several folds. Eventually, the entire apartment community banded together, overwhelming the owner in a fit of rage, leading to his demise and the subsequent looting of the store's supplies. Sun Qi's backpack contained food he had scavenged just the previous day, cookies, bread, and instant noodles, all essential sustenance. He had arranged to meet Wang Xue today with provisions, unaware that she had been restrained by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. Chapter 53. Xiao Chang of Building 13. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian decided to open the door, yet their vigilance remained unyielding. Still clutching the kitchen knife. Upon entering, Sun Qi placed his backpack on the floor and, noticing only Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian present, inquired about Wang Xue's whereabouts. The two hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, until Zhang Qian finally spoke up. Wang Xue wanted to find Lin Yi, and we couldn't stop her. So we had no choice but to tie her up, she explained. At the mention of Lin Yi's name, a flicker of anger crossed Sun Qi's eyes. He had long held disdain for the sycophant who pined after his ex-girlfriend. During their relationship, Lin Yi had often paraded in front of them, delivering breakfast to Wang Xue at regular intervals, leaving Sun Qi feeling increasingly emasculated. After graduation, hearing that Wang Xue had moved into an apartment arranged by Lin Yi only fueled his fury further. However, his family circumstances were modest. Even the apartment he resided in was one he rented with his own funds. The desire to provide a home for Wang Xue was merely a wishful thought, as he lacked the means to do so. Fortunately, Wang Xue had never shown much interest in Lin Yi, treating him more like an underling. Otherwise, Sun Qi would have long since confronted Lin Yi with hostility. Upon opening the door to Wang Xue's bedroom, Sun Qi was struck by the sight of her in such a pitiful state, and any lingering resentment melted away. She hurried over to untie Wang Xue. Upon seeing Sun Qi, Wang Xue embraced her like a long-lost kin, bursting into tears. Sun Qi gently patted Wang Xue's back, offering her comfort. Since their breakup, Sun Qi had continuously thought of Wang Xue. In an effort to be closer to her, he had rented an apartment directly across from her residential complex. While he had wished to live within the same community, the available 3-bedroom units were prohibitively expensive, far beyond the reach of his modest salary, forcing him to settle for a less desirable option. Upon noticing Wang Xue's protector arrived, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang quickly apologized, claiming their actions stemmed from concern that she might be deceived by Lin Yi, leading them to resort to such drastic measures. Faced with Sun Qi, Wang Xue felt a pang of guilt, hastily explaining that she merely intended to acquire some food from Lin Yi's place, never intending to stay there. Hearing her explanation, Sun Qi's expression softened. He retrieved his backpack, unzipped it, and emptied its contents, which he had painstakingly secured amidst a frenzy of grabbing hands. Alongside instant noodles and biscuits, there was a bagged roast chicken that he had been reluctant to consume himself. He handed it directly to Wang Xue, saying, "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. I saved this for you." Wang Xue had no time to feel grateful, her focus solely on the chicken. As she tore open the packaging, she began to devour it with fervor. Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian watched with envious eyes, though they remained self-aware. Sun Qi promptly offered them 2 bags of bread, knowing that with their reconciliation, they should unite in solidarity. Soon, Wang Xue polished off the entire roast chicken, even consuming the parts she typically avoided, leaving not a single bone behind. After satisfying her hunger, she glanced at Sun Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, and said, "I'm so sorry, Qi. I was just too hungry and didn't save any for you. You're not upset, are you?" Sun Qi shook his head, reassuring her, "Not at all. It was meant for you. Your enjoyment brings me joy." Once they had all eaten their fill, they began discussing their plans moving forward. Yang Shuang recounted recent events from Building 16 to Sun Qi. Upon learning that Lin Yi possessed such a significant amount of food and a warm shelter, Sun Qi promptly declared to the 3 women that he would ensure they would have Lin Yi's house for their own. His impression of Lin Yi remained rooted in their university days, when Lin Yi was notably unassuming and never dared to engage in conflict with anyone. Even when he encountered Wang Xue strolling with her boyfriend, he would prudently avoid them. It was only after Wang Xue's breakup that he would venture close once more. Such a person naturally held little significance for Sun Qi, although Yang Shuang had informed him that Lin Yi had changed, even repelling several attacks, and the residence group hinted that he possessed a firearm. Sun Qi chose to remain skeptical. After all, the rumors of firearms were mere hearsay. In this land of Longhua, how could an ordinary individual possibly wield a gun? However, acquiring Lin Yi's residence posed a formidable challenge, as it was encased in alloy panels, rendering any attempt to breach it futile without meticulous planning. Consequently, Sun Qi retrieved his phone and dialed a number. This was an acquaintance from the time before the apocalypse, a resident of the Sichuan community, residing in Building 13, named Xiaochang. Sun Qi had reached out to him prior to arriving at the community. At that time, Xiaochang had invited him to seek refuge with him. Now, however, Xiaochang had firmly established control over Building 13, commanding a group of over 20 individuals, while the other residents had been confined together, relegated to mere reserves. Sun Qi, concerned for Wang Xue's safety, had declined his offer, promising to visit after attending to his affairs. Given the current circumstances, collaborating with Xiao Chong seemed imperative. If they could unite to seize Lin Yi's residence, Wang Xue would have a safe haven, no longer subjected to the harsh elements outside. The call was swiftly connected, revealing Xiao Chong at home, sharing a meal with 7 or 8 of his trusted subordinates. Some of his underlings were stationed to guard the other residents, while others resided next door. In the center of the room was a fire pit, upon which sat a large pot, the water within boiling vigorously. A closer inspection would reveal that the contents were not mere sustenance, but rather human flesh. Just 2 days prior, they had exhausted all food supplies in the building, leaving Xiao Chong with no choice but to set his sights on the residents. Faced with the choice of cannibalism or starvation, they opted for the former. Xiao Chong had herded all the residents onto the same floor and confined them, sparing only a few relatively attractive women while the rest became their sustenance. Devoid of food and water, coupled with the frigid indoor temperatures, over half of those imprisoned perished within just 2 days, leaving only a handful clinging to life. Upon receiving Sun Qi's call, Xiao Chong initially assumed he sought to align himself with him, only to be intrigued when Sun Qi proposed collaboration. While he had no immediate concerns regarding food, the continued consumption of human flesh was not a sustainable strategy. Most pressing was the bitter cold outside. Even with a fire burning in the room, the temperature hovered around -20 to 30 degrees. After all, whenever he ignited a fire, he had to slightly open a window, otherwise, they would inevitably succumb to poisoning. Chapter 54. Seeking assistance. Upon hearing Sun Qi mention a certain Lin Yi residing in Building 16, who had constructed a refuge before the apocalypse. Equipped with ample provisions and warmth, Xiao Chong found himself unable to resist the allure and readily agreed. However, the distance between Buildings 13 and 16 was considerable, and the ferocious blizzard outside posed a significant challenge. Sun Qi's successful navigation to his destination was attributed to sheer luck, and Xiao Chong could not guarantee that he would be as fortunate. Contemplating this, their plan hit a bottleneck. Although he had subordinates at his disposal, the question of how to traverse the distance remained a dilemma. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Sun Qi devised a method: tunneling. The direct distance between the two buildings was approximately 170 meters, and the heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground for nearly half a month, burying everything below the 5th floor. While the snow at the bottom had compacted, its hardness was still significantly lower than that of the earth, making it relatively easy to excavate. With a dedicated team continuously digging, they could unearth over 50 meters in a single day, and 3 days would suffice to create a passage. Moreover, this approach had an added advantage. Tunneling from Building 13 would inevitably lead them through Buildings 14 and 15. Once they had plundered Lin Yi's residence, they could also take the opportunity to search the other 2 buildings for supplies, and perhaps even escort any attractive women they encountered along the way. Having been single for over 20 years without even holding a girl's hand, Xiao Chong now found himself in a position where women were eagerly throwing themselves at him without his prompting. He became increasingly enamored with the exhilaration that power brought him, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to dominate the entire community. Without further ado, after agreeing to collaborate with Sun Qi, Xiao Chong commenced the arrangements for the tunnel excavation. Naturally, the chosen laborers were those homeowners who had been confined as a reserve of supplies. Xiao Chong promised them that if they successfully excavated the passage within 3 days, they would have the opportunity to become his underlings, enjoying a life of abundance alongside him. Motivated by Xiao Chong's promise, the remaining homeowners, having witnessed their former neighbors perish one by one and having felt despair, found renewed hope in this unexpected chance for survival. They were determined to seize this opportunity. Xiao Chong, not wishing to be overly harsh, prepared a large pot of meat soup to replenish their strength before they commenced work. They were already weakened by hunger, and without sustenance, they would be unable to perform their tasks. Once they had regained some energy, Xiao Chong began assigning supervisors, organizing the group into 3 shifts, each working for an hour. Due to the extreme cold outside, an hour was already a limit. If they did not return to warm themselves, they risked freezing to death inside. Although Xiao Chong was not particularly concerned about their potential demise due to the cold, he recognized that any delays could jeopardize his significant plans, leading to irreparable losses. Soon, the group commenced their labor, utilizing tools they had crafted with their own hands. In a mere afternoon, they excavated over 30 meters, surpassing Xiao Chong's expectations. At this pace, The tunnel would be completed in less than 3 days. However, as they progressed, their speed diminished. First, the oxygen levels within the tunnel dwindled, and the excavated snow needed to be transported outside. Secondly, the direction became increasingly ambiguous, making it easy to veer off course without precise guidance. While Xiao Chong directed the digging, Lin Yi found herself in a precarious situation. Previously, she had rallied the entire building to assault Lin Yi's residence, but instead of gaining any advantage, they suffered significant losses, with several members of her group falling at the hands of Lin Yi. At this moment, only Wang Xue and another young man remained by her side, both growing increasingly discontented with her leadership. Since aligning with her, they had not only failed to seize any resources, but had also lost several comrades, all due to Lin Yi's decisions. Upon their return to Feng Hu's home, Wang Xue struck Lin Yi across the face. "You wretched woman. You incited us to confront Brother Hu, and now our people are nearly all dead, and our food supplies are depleted. This is all your fault." As he berated her, he unleashed a flurry of blows. Lin Yi, being a woman, was powerless against Wang Xue's assault and could only curl up on the floor, shielding her head with her arms. After a while, Wang Xue grew weary and plopped down on the sofa. The two men, gazing at Lin Yi who lay groaning on the ground, felt their anger swell, and they proceeded to drag her into the bedroom. An hour later, Wang Xue and the other young man emerged. As they contemplated their next move, Wang Xue's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved the device, realizing it was not his but Feng Hu's, which he had taken after Feng Hu's demise. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced at the caller ID. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. "Are you interested in doing some work for me?" It was Lin Yi on the line. Already aware of Feng Hu's death and the fact that only 2 of his subordinates remained alive, Wang Xue pondered for a moment before asking, "What is in it for me?" Lin Yi anticipated this question. Their original team of 6 was now reduced to 2, and without assistance, they would likely starve in a matter of days. "I can provide you with food. If you 2 work for me, I will supply you with 2 bags of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 sausages each day." Wang Xue swallowed hard. Although they had managed to find some food in recent days, it was hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger. In the biting cold, the thought of a warm meal made his mouth water uncontrollably. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xue readily agreed. Lin Yi smiled faintly, fully aware that Wang Xue and his companions could not resist such temptation. Subsequently, Lin Yi issued his first command, to take Lin Yi to the adjacent room and then cast her from the balcony. Upon receiving the message, Wang Xue promptly summoned his comrades to drag the nearly lifeless Lin Yi from the bedroom. Ignoring her struggles, the 2 forcibly transported her to Lu Mei's former room. Wang Xue then opened the balcony door and pulled Lu Mei inside. Lin Yi had been waiting for them, as he could see Lu Mei's balcony from his living room. Noticing Lin Yi observing them, Wang Xue signaled to his companion, and together they hurled Lin Yi off the balcony. The 2 then climbed into Lin Yi's balcony, ingratiatingly bowing and nodding to him. Lin Yi inquired about their names through the glass. Aside from Wang Xue, the other was named Li Lei, both former subordinates of Feng Hu. Chapter 55. Lin Yi opened a small vent on the floor-to-ceiling window and tossed out the instant noodles and bread he had promised them. Wang Xue cradled the items in his arms, bowed to Lin Yi, and then departed the balcony. After sending the 2 away, Lin Yi received several private messages, all from the residents of Building 16. The messages conveyed a similar sentiment. They wished to become his subordinates and follow his commands. Ever since their failed assault, they had come to realize that Lin Yi's residence was not one they could infiltrate. Rather than oppose him, it was far more prudent to yield, as it would at least ensure their survival and avoid starvation. Lin Yi contemplated the situation. Currently, only about 40 or 50 individuals in Building 16 still had combat potential, which would not pose a significant challenge to sustain. The instant noodles and bread in his storage had already accumulated into several substantial piles. He certainly had no intention of consuming them himself, as that would be wasteful. However, Lin Yi was not inclined to support them without reciprocation. Aside from Building 16, the conditions in other buildings remained uncertain. If someone unified their respective building, they might expand outward in search of resources, inevitably leading to conflict. Given Lin Yi's current inability to venture outside, utilizing them as cannon fodder seemed a reasonable strategy. With this in mind, Lin Yi promptly created a group chat, adding those who had messaged him. He also included the surviving members from the owners' group. Upon seeing that Lin Yi was the group leader, the owners hastily expressed their loyalty. Even those who had previously attacked Lin Yi's sanctuary refrained from mentioning their past actions. Their only hope for survival now rested with Lin Yi. As long as he was willing to sustain them, they would live. Henceforth, Brother Yi would be the leader of Building 16, and they would all heed his commands. Anyone daring to oppose him would face their collective disapproval. Indeed, the reason we find ourselves in a state of deprivation is due to the lack of leadership. With Yi Gu at the helm, we shall no longer endure the hardships of hunger and cold. However, as Lin Yi observed the flattery bestowed upon him by the group, a sense of discontent brewed within him. Were they truly considering him a free source of sustenance, expecting him to oversee their every meal? Such notions were rather naive. He promptly doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Do not expect me to sustain you indefinitely. If you desire my resources, you must be prepared to pay the price. When the time comes for your obedience, should you fail to heed my commands, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Despite Lin Yi's ominous warning, the crowd remained unfazed. Although formidable, he was unlikely to ever step beyond his sanctuary. Even if they merely collected supplies without fulfilling their duties, what could he possibly do to them? Sensing their apathy and understanding their mindset, Lin Yi directly tagged Wang Xue and Li Lei. From now on, you two shall lead them. I will deliver daily provisions directly to you, and you shall oversee their distribution. Should anyone disregard your authority, feel free to dispose of them from the upper floors. Wang Xue and Li Lei, elated by this newfound responsibility, pledged their unwavering loyalty to Lin Yi, completely unaware that their assistance in removing Li Na had secured them such a position. In Building 16, they would now walk with newfound confidence. Wang Xue gathered the group, comprising 4 to 5 dozen able-bodied individuals. Given the harsh living conditions, the elderly and infirm had long since succumbed. After compiling the roster, he sent it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced over the list before diverting his attention to the surveillance footage, where he noticed a man had entered Wang Xue's residence. Upon tracing his path, Lin Yi discovered that the man was not from Building 16, but had arrived from the outside. He was the first individual to breach the threshold of Building 16, and Lin Yi could not help but admire his tenacity. In such a dire environment, he had managed to survive and reach this point, deserving of a nod of respect. However, the man's attire was excessively bulky, complete with a hat and scarf, obscuring his identity from Lin Yi's recognition. Curiously, he had entered Wang Xue's home. Lin Yi ceased the playback and switched to real-time monitoring outside the door. After confirming that the corridors of the nearby floors were devoid of people, he cautiously ushered Jiang Shuyan back to her room and secured her inside. Only then did he meticulously unlock his reinforced door. Taking a full minute to disengage all the locks, he placed the prepared provisions at the entrance before promptly shutting the door once more. Subsequently, he messaged Wang Xue to arrange for someone to collect the food for the following day. The reason Lin Yi chose to confine Jiang Shuyan ahead of time was due to his apprehension that she might attempt a sudden ambush from behind as he opened the door. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, he felt it prudent to remain vigilant. Having experienced betrayal in his past life, he had grown distrustful of everyone. Even during the night, he would not allow Jiang Shuyan to share the same room with him, as he could not permit anyone to linger by his side while he was in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, after their moments of intimacy, he would send her back to the adjacent side room and lock the door behind her. This side room was also equipped with surveillance, ensuring that her every move was under his watchful eye. Naturally, her phone had been confiscated early on. Upon perusing its contents, Lin Yi found that aside from communication with her parents, the only other contact was with her close friend Li Kuer. Li Kuer was a surgeon and a high school classmate of Jiang Shuyan, the two being known as a pair of exceptional beauties during their school days. They were in the same class and maintained a close friendship. Later, Jiang Shuyan entered the police academy, while Li Kuer pursued her studies at a medical university. However, they kept in touch and often met for shopping and meals. Lin Yi specifically visited Li Kuer's profile, where he encountered her photographs. It was evident that she was equally captivating as Jiang Shuyan, if not more so in terms of physique, prompting Lin Yi to assign her a remarkable score of 98. Such a level of beauty could easily rival that of a celestial goddess. Unfortunately, she did not reside nearby, although she lived in Haijing City. Her home was quite distant from Lin Yi's neighborhood, one in the south of the city and the other in the west. He reluctantly set aside his fleeting thoughts of her, yet he resolved that once the snow outside ceased and it became feasible to venture out, he would seek her out. The thought of such a stunning woman falling into another's hands was disheartening to him. Lin Yi proceeded to inquire about Li Kuter with Jiang Shuyan, asking her numerous questions. Jiang Shuyan, of course, sensed Lin Yi's underlying intentions, yet what could she say? She was not Lin Yi's girlfriend, and if she displeased him, there was a looming fear that he might cast her aside. Chapter 56. The Offensive Against Wang Xue. This was certainly not mere paranoia on her part. After a day of interaction, Jiang Shuyan had discerned Lin Yi's temperament. When in good spirits, he could be as attentive as a devoted boyfriend. Yet should he turn against someone, it would be impossible for anyone to sway him. Fortunately, Lin Yi still found her intriguing, and Jiang Shuyan believed that with her beauty, even if Li Kuer were to move in, Lin Yi would not hastily cast her into the shadows. After all, wouldn't a pair of sisters be more captivating to a man than a solitary flower? Lin Yi placed the food at the door, and within 5 minutes, Wang Xue and Li Lei, accompanied by a few individuals, arrived at Lin Yi's doorstep. They bowed respectfully before the entrance, after which Wang Xue instructed those behind them to transport the provisions. Once the food was delivered to Feng Hu's residence, Wang Xue began organizing the distribution. Although the rations were allocated on a per capita basis, the manner of distribution was ultimately determined by Wang Xue and Li Lei. Among the residents were several young women, whose appearances, though average, were overshadowed by their vitality. Lin Yi, however, would not find such company appealing, thus they were naturally favored in the food distribution. Those who performed well were granted a larger share, while those who displeased them received considerably less. Nevertheless, they dared not withhold entirely, as the order came from Lin Yi. Even in their self-serving actions, they needed to exercise discretion. Lin Yi had anticipated this scenario from the outset, but had no intention of intervening. Only a select few among the residents would receive preferential treatment. Aside from the few loyal subordinates of Wang Xue and Li Lei, it included the women who shared their bed. The majority would find their rations curtailed, effectively channeling their discontent toward Wang Xue and Li Lei. The commands issued by Lin Yi would be relayed through them, and should any complications arise, he could conveniently place the blame upon their shoulders, a calculated strategy yielding dual benefits. Early the next morning, Lin Yi arose and first checked the surveillance in Jiang Shuyan's room. She was awake, sitting on her bed, awaiting his arrival. As he approached her door and unlocked it with his fingerprint, Jiang Shuyan hurriedly sprang from her bed, hastily donned her shoes, and dashed to the restroom. The bedroom lacked an en-suite bathroom, compelling Lin Yi to ensure she used the facilities before locking her in each night. As for when he would allow her to stay in his room overnight, that time was yet to come. Their relationship remained tenuous, bordering on non-existent. Lin Yi's interest was solely based on her appearance, while Jiang Shuyan's motives were crystal clear: her survival. Lin Yi provided her with a comfortable environment and ample sustenance, while she offered her services in return. Their bond resembled a transactional arrangement. On this day, Lin Yi did not require Jiang Shuyan to prepare a meal. Instead, he retrieved 2 portions of breakfast from an alternate realm. It consisted of a steamer of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of century egg and lean pork congee, and a serving of pan-fried dumplings. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Xue. Since the mysterious figure had entered Wang Xue's room, he had not seen her for several days. They had not ventured outside nor communicated in their group chat. Many speculated that they had perished from starvation within their home, yet Lin Yi knew such an outcome was improbable. The 3 women were well known to Lin Yi, and if they were truly famished, they would undoubtedly resort to stealing corpses for sustenance. They would never succumb to starvation within their own home. Therefore, Lin Yi resolved to have Wang Xue lead a group to investigate. If the women were alive, they would be brought back along with that man. Upon receiving Lin Yi's message, Wang Xue promptly set out with Li Lei and over 20 others, marching resolutely towards Wang Xue's residence. Li Lei still wielded the heavy iron hammer previously used for breaking down doors. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wang Xue's home, they first knocked, but received no response. Li Lei passed the hammer to a nearby burly man, and soon the sound of the door being struck echoed through the air. Lin Yi, seated on the sofa, monitored the events through the surveillance camera directly facing the front door of Wang Xue's house, allowing him to observe everything with clarity. After over 10 minutes of relentless battering, during which 3 individuals had taken turns, the door finally began to yield. Wang Xue took hold of the hammer. He and Li Lei had scarcely experienced hunger since the apocalypse began, thus their strength remained unparalleled among the group. Wang Xue raised the hammer high and brought it down forcefully upon the security door. With a thunderous crash, the already loosened door was propelled 2 meters away by the sheer force. The group swiftly surged inside. Upon entering the living room, they found it deserted, littered only with debris and remnants of extinguished fires. Their gaze quickly shifted towards the bedrooms. After pushing open the first 2 bedroom doors, they were met with emptiness once more. However, the third door resisted their efforts, clearly obstructed by something on the other side. Wang Xue called upon the group to strike the door again. This door proved significantly easier to breach than the security door within minutes. They had created a substantial hole in the wooden barrier. Yet, behind it lay an array of furniture, wardrobes, a refrigerator, and a bed, obstructing their path. Nonetheless, these obstacles were no match for a hammer. 5 minutes later, they finally broke through. Wang Xue ordered his comrades to rush inside. They were met with the sight of 1 man and 3 women, all brandishing knives, their expressions wary. The 3 women were familiar faces, residents of the same community. But the man was a stranger, someone they had never encountered before. However, their orders were clear: to bring these individuals back, leaving other matters beyond their concern. The presence of knives, combined with the confined space, rendered it difficult for Wang Xue and his companions to leverage their numerical advantage. A stalemate ensued, with neither side willing to make the first move, despite Wang Xue and Li Lei shouting at the top of their lungs. After all, they were merely trying to make a living and were not truly devoted to Lin Yi. Naturally, no one was eager to take the initiative. What if they were injured? In the current frigid temperatures, if Lin Yi did not assist them, they would be left to face the grim fate of infection and death. After a stalemate lasting over 10 minutes, Wang Xue had a sudden inspiration and immediately called for a retreat. Soon, the individuals who had rushed into the bedroom began to withdraw slowly. However, Sun Qi and Wang Xue remained vigilant, despite their uncertainty regarding the intruders' motives. It was evident that their intentions revolved around seizing provisions. Today marked the 3rd day of Sun Qi's agreement with Xiao Chong from Building 13. If she could endure just a little longer, Xiao Chong and his companions would arrive shortly. Chapter 57. Arrival from Building 13. Once Wang Xue ensured that his associates had all exited, he began to organize a collection of flammable materials, which were subsequently piled at the bedroom door. Most of the items consisted of summer clothing and a blanket, all hastily gathered from other rooms. Wang Xue produced a lighter and ignited the clothing, and as the flames grew, a thick plume of black smoke began to rise. The group then tossed the burning garments into Wang Xue's bedroom, quickly enveloping the space in dense smoke. They crouched in the corner, covering their mouths and noses with their clothing. Yet, they were still overwhelmed, coughing incessantly and tears streaming down their faces. After a few minutes, Wang Xue was the first to stand up. Before Sun Qi could react, she dashed out of the bedroom. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang followed closely behind her, leaving Sun Qi to endure the smoke alone. Wang Qi, waiting at the doorway, seized the first person to emerge, forcing them to the ground and binding them with ropes. 2 minutes later, Sun Qi could no longer withstand the smoke and bolted from the bedroom. The moment she escaped, a blow struck her head, and she was swiftly pinned down. Wang Qi's gaze fell upon the captured individuals, quickly drawn to Wang Xue. Despite her injuries, which left her face marred with bruises, her beauty remained undeniable. However, Wang Xue hesitated. He was uncertain about the connection between Lin Yi and the women. If Lin Yi had taken an interest in her, and Wang Xue intervened prematurely, it would certainly provoke Lin Yi's ire. Li Lei, however, was less contemplative. Enchanted by Wang Xue's beauty, he was eager to proceed. Observing this, Wang Xue hastily restrained him. They were the individuals Lin Yi sought. They could not be touched. Crouching on the ground, Wang Xue, upon hearing Wang Xue mention Lin Yi, seemed to seize upon a lifeline. She implored, "I am Lin Yi's girlfriend. Release me at once, or else Lin Yi will not spare you." Upon hearing her words, Li Lei hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. It would be wiser to hand them over to Lin Yi for further action, especially since Lin Yi had specifically requested their capture, indicating a significant connection. The last thing they needed was to provoke Lin Yi with a moment of rashness. Just as they prepared to escort the captives away, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Soon, a young man rushed in and addressed Wang Xue, stating, "It's bad, boss. Dozens of people have appeared outside from who knows where, and they have already clashed with our men." Sun Qi, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "My reinforcements have arrived. Release us at once, or you shall see the consequences." Li Lei then delivered a sharp kick to Sun Qi's abdomen. Ignoring the curled-up Sun Qi, he assigned a few individuals to keep an eye on them before proceeding to exit with Wang Xue. Upon reaching the corridor, both sides were locked in a standoff. Each faction brandished their weapons, which primarily consisted of kitchen knives and clubs. Wang Xue stepped to the front of the line and shouted at the 20 or so individuals before him, "Who is in charge here?" The opposing group parted, and a man named Xiao Chong, wielding a cleaver, leisurely emerged from the throng. Since agreeing with Sun Qi previously, he had organized a relentless effort to dig a tunnel. And just as they had finally managed to break through, he received a distress call from Sun Qi. Learning that Sun Qi was trapped, he immediately gathered his men and rushed to the scene. However, they had ascended from the first floor, while Wang Xue resided on the 20th. The elevator had long ceased to function, and climbing the stairs took considerable time. Thus, by the time Xiao Chong and his men arrived, Sun Qi had already been captured by Wang Xue. "Are you from Building 16? Wang Xue inquired first, as they had already seized control of the entire structure, making it unlikely that so many young men could still be present. Although the opposing group was nearly double in number, Xiao Chong exhibited no fear. His subordinates had survived numerous battles. The situation in Building 13 was far more dire than that in Building 16, where Lin Yi resided. Just a week into the apocalypse, it had seen the emergence of 5 or 6 small gangs. In the ensuing struggle for scarce resources, after countless battles, Xiao Chong had fortified his position by absorbing the remnants of those factions, ultimately growing into the force he commanded now. It could be said that each of his underlings had at least 3 or 4 lives on their hands. Conversely, Wang Qi's faction, while larger in numbers, consisted largely of individuals who had never taken a life, many of whom had never even witnessed bloodshed. They might project bravado, but when push came to shove, they would likely cry for surrender. With a roguish grin, Xiao Chong addressed Wang Xue. "I am the leader of Building 13, Xiao Chong. I've heard there is someone named Lin Yi here. I've come to find him." Li Lei approached Wang Xue and said to Xiao Chong, "Brother Lin Yi is our boss. You may speak to me about any matters." Both Li Lei and Wang Xue had witnessed Lin Yi's prowess and were aware that he possessed firearms and grenades. Thus, even though Xiao Chong approached with hostility, they felt no fear. No matter how ruthless you may be, do you not fear death? If Lin Yi reveals his gun, I doubt anyone would dare to charge forward without trepidation. In the safe house, Lin Yi was intently observing the surveillance footage, while Jiang Shuyan, clad in alluring attire, fed him fruit. Although their conversation was inaudible, Lin Yi could glean a fair amount from their lip movements and expressions. Before Xiao Chong's arrival, he had presumed Lin Yi to be a solitary figure, yet he was taken aback to discover the numerous underlings surrounding him. Sun Qi had not mentioned this to him previously. However, there was no time for such musings, as his subordinates were watching him closely. If he were to falter, how could he establish his authority before them in the future? He had heard that Lin Yi had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. Since they all resided in the same neighborhood, mutual assistance was expected. If Lin Yi were to agree to share half of his provisions, they would depart immediately. Wang Xue, having come to understand Lin Yi's temperament, was well aware that such an agreement was unlikely. Casting a glance at his followers behind him, he felt a surge of confidence. The supplies were not even a possibility for negotiation. They had 2 choices: leave immediately or remain here indefinitely. With that, Wang Xue drew his machete, prompting Li Lei and others to brandish their weapons, ready for confrontation. However, observant individuals would notice that despite their outward bravado, many hands gripping weapons trembled slightly. Just days prior, they were merely ordinary citizens, not members of a gang. This would be their first foray into armed conflict. Chapter 58. A one-sided battle. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Chong ceased his idle chatter and signaled forward, his subordinates charging in with fervor. He himself remained stationary, allowing his underlings to lead the charge. In the face of Xiao Chong's onslaught, Wang Xue maintained his composure, rallying his comrades to counterattack. However, to his astonishment, the moment the 2 factions clashed, his side quickly fell into disarray. The foremost individuals were cut down on the spot. Witnessing this, the others were instantly demoralized. Aside from a small fraction who discarded their weapons and surrendered, the majority fled in a panic. Even as Wang Xue and Li Lei dispatched a few of the retreating individuals, it proved futile in halting the mass exodus. With no other option, they too joined the throng in scrambling upstairs. Lin Yi, observing this scene through the monitor, cursed under his breath. Although he had suspected that Wang Xue and his group might not match Xiao Chang's prowess, he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. It seemed that from the very onset of battle, some had already fled. Was this the stark contrast between a disciplined force and a rabble? What manner of individuals had he assembled? Truly ineffectual. Yet Lin Yi did not succumb to despair. Defeat was merely defeat, for they could not breach his sanctuary. Wang Xue and the others disregarded Sun Qi, racing up the stairs with their remaining forces. Xiao Chang chose not to pursue further. Wary of potential traps that might lie ahead, it was prudent to exercise caution, especially in unfamiliar territory, for life is singular and must be safeguarded. Upon entering Wang Xue's residence, he found that the thick smoke had dissipated. The few individuals left behind by Wang Xue to guard Sun Qi had discarded their weapons, now crouching on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads. Upon seeing Xiao Chang, Sun Qi's face lit up with joy. Having grown up together, they shared a bond that had always been strong. However, Xiao Chang's gaze was fixated on Wang Xue, an overwhelming sense of possession gleaming in his eyes. The women in Building 13 were all rather mediocre in appearance, and he had long grown weary of them. His agreement to come here was partly motivated by the allure of women. Although Wang Xue's beauty was nothing exceptional in the community, merely ranking fourth, to Xiao Chang, she was akin to a celestial being. Rumor had it that Jiang Shuyan, the most beautiful among them, resided in this very building. Capturing her would render any sacrifice worthwhile. As Sun Qi observed Xiao Chang's unwavering attention on Wang Xue, neglecting to glance at him, a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Had he unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold? As anticipated, Xiao Chang took it upon himself to untie Wang Xue's restraints and turn to Sun Qi, saying, "Brother, we share both fortune and adversity. Is it acceptable if I borrow your girlfriend for a while?" Being Sun Qi's childhood friend, Xiao Chang was well aware of his enduring affection for Wang Xue. Initially, he had viewed Sun Qi with disdain, regarding him as a mere sycophant. Yet, upon seeing Wang Xue, he finally grasped the depth of Sun Qi's infatuation. Though Wang Xue bore visible injuries and lacked makeup, she was still several times more appealing than the women he had recently encountered. Witnessing Xiao Chang's hands roam over Wang Xue's body, Sun Qi felt a surge of rage. Bound by ropes, he was unable to free himself and could only hurl invectives at Xiao Chang from the ground. Unfazed, Xiao Chang understood his childhood friend well enough to allow him to vent his frustration. He lifted Wang Xue effortlessly into his arms and strode into a nearby bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. No matter how vehemently Sun Qi cursed outside, it was of no consequence. As Wang Xue's cries for help gradually morphed into moans, Sun Qi's heart shattered, and his insults turned to pleas. It was not until over 10 minutes later that Xiao Chang emerged, satisfaction etched across his face. Approaching Sun Qi, he remarked, "Brother, today I impart a lesson. Do not let women become your stumbling block. Our journey ahead is still long. The world has changed, and great opportunities await us. In time, what kind of women will we not encounter? Why fixate on a single blossom? You have been with her for so long, yet she never allowed your touch. However, I have effortlessly won her over. Now, I extend an opportunity to you. She belongs to you now, so indulge yourself." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Chang ordered the ropes binding Sun Qi to be untied. Sun Qi silently rose, casting a glance towards the direction of the bedroom. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped inside. Inside the room, Wang Xue lay disheveled upon the bed, having overheard Xiao Chang's words. Upon seeing Sun Qi enter, she could no longer contain her tears. Although she had been with many men, it had always been for monetary gain. This was the first time she had been forced. Sun Qi, observing Wang Xue sprawled on the bed, felt a surge of rage. Why was it so easy for others to possess her, while the woman she had long admired had never even kissed her? Why was that? With these thoughts, Sun Qi slowly closed the bedroom door. Xiao Chang smiled faintly at the transformation he had instigated in Sun Qi. He had no desire to collaborate with someone so pathetically eager for affection. He knew that if Wang Xue were to whisper sweet nothings to him, she might just turn the tide against him. Gazing at Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang still lying on the ground, Xiao Chang showed no mercy. Though they were not as stunning as Wang Xue, they were still worthy of his attention, especially in a time when beautiful women were scarce. For his subordinates, they represented a rare reward. He promptly handed them over to his men as a prize for their victory. The men entered with lewd grins, carrying the two women away. Their fates sealed as mere playthings for Xiao Chang's subordinates, destined for torment until death. After nearly an hour of waiting impatiently, Sun Qi finally opened the door and emerged from the bedroom, followed closely by a tear-streaked Wang Xue. The ropes binding Wang Xue had been untied by Sun Qi. Sun Qi approached Xiao Chong and declared, "Brother Chong, I have spoken with Xue. Let this incident be forgotten. She will be my wife and your sister-in-law from now on. You must not bully her again." Xiao Chong fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "How could I ever bully my sister-in-law? Since you have reached an understanding, I can only wish you both well." He then retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xue, saying, "I have grown up with Sun Qi and have always regarded him as a younger brother. Henceforth, you shall be my sister-in-law. Consider this a token of our first meeting." Chapter 59. Equality among all beings. Wang Xue trembled as she accepted the chocolate, thanking Xiao Chong before retreating behind Sun Qi. Sun Qi then inquired, "Brother Chong, what do you intend to do next? Will you eliminate all those people?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chong replied, "There is no rush. My men have just recently cleared the passage and engaged in a fierce battle. Let us first recuperate today, and tomorrow I will lead my men to confront Lin Yi." Meanwhile, Wang Qi and Li Lei retreated upstairs, ensuring that no one was in pursuit before recounting their numbers. They discovered that the original group of over 50 had dwindled to just over 30. Among them, only 6 or 7 had been slain by the enemy, while the remainder had surrendered. Wang Qi stationed several individuals at the stairwell and then, alongside Li Lei, approached Lin Yi's door. They knocked gently, and upon hearing Lin Yi's response, recounted the recent events. Lin Yi listened intently from behind the door, finding that his suspicions had been confirmed. He had spotted them on the surveillance footage upon their entry into the compound. However, he was taken aback to learn that Xiao Chong and his cohort were indeed from Building 13 and had excavated such an extensive tunnel. After absorbing the information, Lin Yi did not cast blame on Wang Qi and Li Lei. They had exerted their utmost effort. Now that Xiao Chong had captured over a dozen prisoners, their numbers were equal to those of Wang Qi's group. Should a confrontation erupt again, they might not even have the chance to flee. Contemplating the situation, Lin Yi retrieved a handgun from the alternate space, the very weapon utilized by Lu Wei during his ambush. After fully loading the magazine and disengaging the safety, he passed it through the shooting aperture to Wang Qi. It was a standard 92 Type police pistol, capable of accommodating 15 rounds in a single magazine. Upon receiving the firearm, Wang Qi gazed at the door in astonishment. He had not anticipated Lin Yi's profound trust in him, willing to entrust such a weapon. With this gun in his possession, he no longer needed to fear Xiao Chong and his gang. No matter how ruthless they were, once he brandished the weapon, wouldn't they be compelled to submit? Lin Yi's voice followed. "There are only 15 bullets. Return the gun to me once the task is completed." Wang Qi promptly assured him, "Rest assured, go. I will not disappoint you this time." With that, he carefully stowed the gun in his coat pocket and departed with Li Lei. Lin Yi's decision to give him the gun was also a strategy to incite mutual destruction among them. If Xiao Chong were to seize Building 16 without bloodshed, Lin Yi feared that his days of peace would be over, with incessant knocking at his door. Though he was unperturbed, the constant buzzing of flies would prove irksome. Watching the spectacle unfold was preferable, especially since he found himself bored despite the company of a stunning beauty. After all, his stamina was not infinite, and he couldn't dwell on such matters daily. After leaving, Wang Qi gathered all his remaining personnel on the 25th floor. As Xiao Chong had occupied all levels below the 20th, Wang Qi dispatched multiple groups to stand guard on the 22nd floor, ensuring that any signs of activity below would be reported to him immediately. He intended to rest well today, preparing for a decisive confrontation with Xiao Chong the following day. When the time came, he would show no mercy to those who had surrendered. These opportunists deserved their fate. Every day, he provides them with sustenance. Yet when faced with danger, these individuals are quick to surrender, rendering their presence futile. Once everything is arranged, the group begins to prepare for a meal. Today, Lin Yi has already distributed provisions meant for 50 individuals. With over 20 fewer now, each person is entitled to a considerably more generous portion. Several fires are kindled, upon which large pots are placed. Inside these pots is the snow they excavated from the balcony. At this moment, concerns about the cleanliness of the snow are cast aside. As the snow gradually melts, they commence cooking noodles, with bags of instant noodles being added to the pots. The aroma of the noodles, enhanced by the addition of seasoning packets, fills the entire room. Though the food is scarce, each individual receives 2 packets of noodles. However, These warm meals are deemed more precious to them than a Michelin-starred feast. Tomorrow marks the day of their decisive battle against Xiao Chong and his faction. Wang Xue dares not skimp on their supplies at such a critical juncture. He even contributes a few packets of instant noodles he had previously saved. Should victory be theirs, a brighter future awaits. Conversely, if they fail, this meal may very well be his last. Despite possessing a firearm, which he views as an equalizer among people, Wang Xue knows he has only 15 bullets, while his adversaries number at least 30. Moreover, he cannot guarantee his ability to eliminate an opponent with a single shot. Should he fail to kill Xiao Chong in their initial encounter, the latter will undoubtedly take precautions against him once prepared. Once his ammunition is exhausted, the tide of battle could swiftly turn against him. Thus, to ensure a decisive strike, he and Li Lei have agreed to keep the existence of the gun a secret, refraining from mentioning it to anyone, lest the information leaks and Xiao Chong becomes aware. Though Wang Xue has never wielded a real firearm, he has gleaned some basic knowledge from television shows. After consuming the broth from his noodles, a wave of warmth envelopes him. He then tucks his hands into his pockets, tightly gripping the pistol, and drifts off to sleep on the sofa. Early the next morning, Wang Xue is roused by a commotion. A junior member tasked with lookout duties rushes upstairs, panic evident in his voice as he informs Wang Xue that armed individuals are approaching. The group immediately descends into chaos, save for Wang Xue and Li Lei, who maintain their composure. Wang Xue commands everyone to take their positions, stepping forward to lead the charge, his right hand still nestled in his pocket. Xiao Chong ascends the staircase, flanked by Sun Qi and Wang Xue. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang have already been subjected to their whims the previous day, and even those who had only recently surrendered have been drawn into the fray. This leads them to reflect on how fortunate they are to be aligned with such individuals, unlike the previous arrangement with Wang Xue and Li Lei, who hoarded all the advantages for themselves, never considering the welfare of others. As the group of over 30 arrives on the 25th floor, they find Wang Xue awaiting their arrival. Xiao Chong laughed heartily, saying, "You, a defeated foe, dare to show your face again? It is merely luck that you escaped death yesterday. Today, there is no place for you to flee." Wang Xue surveyed the 30 or so individuals before him, recognizing at least a dozen familiar faces. Ignoring Xiao Chong's taunts, he raised his voice to them, declaring, "I shall offer you one last opportunity. Should anyone wish to return, I will hold no grudges. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for leaving no survivors." Chapter 60. The defeat of Xiao Chong. Wang Xue's words elicited laughter from Xiao Chong and his comrades. They had witnessed the previous day's battle. Despite their numbers being double that of their adversaries, they had been routed like frightened dogs, each fleeing faster than the last. Now, with fewer remaining, they dared to boast. Undeterred by their mockery, Wang Xue maintained a serious demeanor, focusing intently on the group huddled in the corner. After a lengthy silence with no one speaking up, he relinquished his efforts to persuade them to surrender and turned his gaze back to Xiao Chong. Sensing that combat was imminent, the individuals behind Wang Xue began to fidget nervously. However, he had previously instructed them during dinner the night before that any cowardice would be met with execution. Thus, even though fear gripped their hearts and their hands trembled, they forced themselves to stand firm. Seeing this, Xiao Chong ceased his idle chatter, casually waving his hand. His most capable subordinates surged forward, as Xiao Chong always positioned the most skilled fighters at the front during battle. He believed that if the initial assault could eliminate a few of the enemy, the remaining foes would lose their will to fight. This strategy had allowed him to conquer several factions within Building 13, ultimately subjugating all within. In an instant, as the enemy charged, Wang Xue withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a sleek, black pistol. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the first few attackers collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing the weapon, they instinctively attempted to retreat, though they were unaware of whether it was real or a mere bluff. Yet, one's life is singular and must be preserved. In their moment of hesitation, it was already too late. 6 bullets struck their marks, hitting 4 individuals with surgical precision, the farthest being no more than 5 or 6 meters away. Even lacking prior experience with firearms, Wang Xue found his aim true. The sound of gunfire sent panic rippling through Xiao Chong's ranks. In a melee reliant solely on cold steel, they felt unafraid. Each had survived countless battles and emerged from the depths of death. Yet, the sudden appearance of a firearm felt like an intolerable affront. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiao Chong was rendered utterly speechless. As he observed Wang Xue aiming the gun directly at him, he instinctively seized Sun Qi, pulling her in front of himself as a shield. With 2 gunshots ringing out, Sun Qi was struck in the forehead and chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground without uttering a single word. Realizing that he was Wang Qi's intended target, and with Sun Qi now deceased, Xiao Chong hastily pulled Wang Xue towards him, positioning her in front as a further barrier. Wang Qi hesitated momentarily. He recalled Wang Xue proclaiming herself as Lin Yi's girlfriend. Yet Lin Yi had not explicitly clarified his relationship with Wang Xue. This uncertainty caused Wang Qi to falter, fearing that if he were to injure Wang Xue, Lin Yi might direct his wrath towards him. Thus, restrained by his apprehensions, he refrained from firing again. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chong shoved Wang Xue towards Wang Qi and swiftly retreated towards the staircase. Wang Qi managed to fire a wild shot in Xiao Chong's direction, only to witness him vanish into the stairwell. Those who had accompanied Xiao Chong took advantage of the moment to flee, although the majority had discarded their weapons and crouched in despair upon the ground. Wang Qi felt a twinge of frustration. He had allowed Xiao Chong to escape, thus forging a bitter enmity that would make future encounters challenging. The individuals behind Wang Qi, initially resolved to fight back, reconsidered their stance, recognizing that whether they fled or fought, death awaited them either way. To their astonishment, Wang Qi's mere possession of a firearm had instilled such terror that none dared to move. Even Wang Qi himself underestimated the profound intimidation a gun wielded over ordinary individuals. The mere display of such a weapon extinguished any thoughts of resistance, as they comprehended that the sound of a gunshot would seal their fate. The group soon banded together, swiftly binding all captives. With Wang Qi brandishing the gun as a deterrent, none dared to resist. Ultimately, nearly 20 individuals were captured. Aside from a few who had been injured by gunfire, the majority consisted of those who had surrendered the previous day. 2 individuals, once trusted allies of Wang Qi, attempted to placate him, pleading for leniency. However, Wang Qi showed no mercy, delivering a lethal blow to each of them without hesitation. In his heart, he had already condemned their betrayal, deeming them even more despicable than those who had fled in the heat of battle. After confining all captives in a single room and assigning guards, Wang Qi and Li Lei ascended the stairs. This encounter could only be described as a resounding victory. The only escapee was Xiao Chong, who had fled with fewer than 10 others, while the remainder had been apprehended, and astonishingly, their sides suffered no casualties. This incident underscored the pivotal role of a firearm in combat. Lin Yi had already observed the events unfold through surveillance footage. Subsequently, he opened the shooting port on the door, instructing Wang Qi to return the gun. Wang Qi hesitated, having always complied with Lin Yi's commands. Yet he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Why is it that he resides in a warm room, accompanied by a beauty like Jiang Shuyan, while we struggle outside, ultimately confined to rooms as frigid as cold storage, with the finest meal reduced to a mere bowl of instant noodles? Wang Qi has always been an ambitious individual. Otherwise, he would not have so easily betrayed Feng Hu, ultimately desiring to assume the role of leader himself. However, now is not the time to challenge Lin Yi. After some contemplation, Wang Qi ultimately surrendered his weapon. Lin Yi stood behind the door, vigilant against him. He had covered his spatial door over the shooting hole. Should Wang Qi attempt to fire through it, the bullets would merely be absorbed into the alternate dimension, causing him no harm whatsoever. Seeing Wang Qi return the gun, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He still found Wang Qi useful and had no desire to eliminate him just yet. After all, this individual possessed certain capabilities. Moreover, finding a capable and obedient pawn is no easy task. Although Wang Qi was not wholly loyal, Lin Yi had grown indifferent to such notions. In these times, loyalty has become an extravagant luxury. Many would readily plunge a knife into their leader's chest for a morsel of food or the affection of a woman. As long as they follow his commands, that suffices for Lin Yi. From the alternate dimension, Lin Yi produced some food and tossed it out. In addition to the daily necessities, there were 2 steaming bowls of braised pork rice and 2 bottles of erguo too. This time, the preparation was commendable. Those 2 servings of rice and the liquor were rewards for your service. In the future, if you serve me well, sustenance and drink shall never be lacking. Chapter 61. The god of war gang Wang Qi and Li Lei cradled the provisions as if fearing they might be snatched away. After expressing their profound gratitude to Lin Yi and swearing multiple oaths of loyalty, They called others to pack up the supplies from the ground. Once they returned to their quarters and dismissed everyone, they unveiled the rewards bestowed upon them by Lin Yi. Along the way, they had concealed the food with their clothing, so the dishes still emitted steam. Li Lei picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The rich texture and savory aroma flooded his senses. A sip of the liquor followed, instantly dispelling the cold that clung to him. Li Lei let out a contented sigh, then turned to Wang Xue, stating, "Sticking with Brother Yi was indeed the wisest decision. Anyone who seeks to oppose him will find me standing resolutely against them." Wang Xue also took a sip of the liquor but refrained from engaging in conversation. Li Lei had been completely won over by Lin Yi, becoming his sycophant. However, Wang Xue knew he could not be easily swayed by such trifling favors. His ambition was to become the paramount leader of Haijing City. Lin Yi was merely an obstacle on his path to success. To overcome it, he must first subdue Lin Yi, at which point all that Lin Yi possessed would rightfully belong to him: food, shelter, women, and weapons. Once he acquired these essentials, establishing his own faction would be within easy reach. Is there still a need to concern oneself with the opinions of others? After limping away from the 25th floor stairway, Xiao Chang did not pause for a moment and promptly returned to Building 13. He then ordered his men to temporarily seal the snow cave they had dug. This time, he had truly encountered formidable resistance. He had not anticipated that Wang Xue and his group would possess firearms. Following this skirmish, several of his most capable subordinates were injured by Wang Xue, and without medical attention coupled with the biting cold, they were unlikely to survive the day. He had managed to escape with only 8 or 9 individuals, leaving the rest behind. Since establishing his own faction, Xiao Chang had never suffered such a significant setback, nearly reverting to a state of desolation overnight. Xiao Chang removed his trousers. Earlier, Wang Xue's gunfire had struck his left leg. Fortunately, the bullet had merely grazed him, avoiding bone, yet it had taken a considerable chunk of flesh. The wound continued to bleed, and only now, having escaped, did he begin to feel the pain. He instructed the remaining members to quickly find some anti-inflammatory medicine for his bandaging. Fortunately, every household had some medicinal supplies on hand. Although the iodine and medical alcohol had frozen and were unusable, some tablets were still viable. A subordinate sprinkled some powder on Xiao Chang's leg and performed a rudimentary bandaging with gauze before administering some anti-inflammatory tablets. Only then did Xiao Chang feel somewhat relieved. Observing the despondent expressions of those in the room, Xiao Chang offered words of comfort. "Do not lose heart. Their only advantage lies in their firearms. Had it not been for that gun, we would surely have prevailed. I vow to avenge this grievous injury." While Xiao Chang contemplated his revenge, a fierce battle erupted next door in Building 14. One side was led by Wang Xue, commanding over 40 individuals, while the opposing faction was smaller, comprising fewer than 30. Yet each bore a fierce countenance and wielded weapons far more formidable than mere kitchen knives and wooden clubs, shovels and crowbars instead. Their leader, Li Dajuan, had been a contractor before the apocalypse, overseeing dozens of migrant workers. His construction site was adjacent to the Sichuan community, where he had rented several rooms for convenience. Each room housed over 10 people, all sleeping on the floor. After the onset of the apocalypse, Li Dajuan naturally became the leader of all the workers. However, he did not resort to looting, as they often had to prepare their own meals. He had stockpiled a substantial amount of rice and flour in their quarters. Though lacking vegetables, they could still fill their stomachs with some seasonings. Yet soon enough, conflicts arose between them and Wang Xue. Wang Xue had previously been a fitness coach and an amateur boxer, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. Following the cataclysm, he quickly rallied a group, naming it the God of War Gang. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Now that everyone finds themselves trapped here, it is only natural to designate a leader. Wang Xue, though dismissive of the workers, did not underestimate their combat prowess. Having toiled in physical labor for years, their fighting capabilities vastly exceeded those of the average office worker. However, Wang Xue possessed his own ace in the hole. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, while venturing out in search of sustenance, he chanced upon a man who was braving the cold to collect snow. With many windows frozen shut, people had no choice but to venture downstairs to gather snow for melting water. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xue swiftly knocked the man unconscious without a word. Upon searching the man's belongings, he discovered a handgun and a police badge. Realizing the man was a police officer startled Wang Xue momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. The snow had accumulated to an unknown depth outside, and the likelihood of any official intervention seemed bleak. Perhaps the world had indeed come to an end. What could happen even if he assaulted an officer? Who would come to apprehend him? With these thoughts in mind, Wang Xue acted decisively. Throwing the man's body out of the window, armed with a gun, he became increasingly reckless, his strength now unmatched. No one could stand against him in a fair fight, and with a weapon in hand, he was virtually invincible. Soon, the entirety of Building 14 was under his control, save for the workers led by Lin Yi, who refused to submit to him. After some negotiation, it was decided they would settle their differences in a decisive battle that very day. The victor would claim dominion over Building 14. At Wang Xue's command, his subordinates surged forward, and Lin Yi, seizing a weapon, joined the fray. Wang Xue's gaze fixated on Lin Yi, his intentions clear, to capture the king to defeat the rebellion. As long as Lin Yi was alive, the remaining men would merely be disorganized and ineffective. With a machete in his left hand, Wang Xue discreetly retrieved a gun from his clothing. Disengaging the safety, he aimed at Lin Yi and pulled the trigger. The sound of 2 gunshots echoed, and 2 bullet holes appeared in Lin Yi's body, blood soaking through his clothes. With Lin Yi collapsing and the threat of Wang Xue's firearm, the scales of victory quickly tipped in Wang Xue's favor. In less than half an hour, the 30 or so workers led by Lin Yi were slaughtered, but Wang Xue had exhausted his ammunition. Fortunately, he had found a set of keys on the unconscious man, leading him to the officer's home, where he discovered a spare magazine containing 10 bullets, his only remaining trump card. Now, having claimed dominion over the entirety of Building 14, he remained acutely aware of the need for vigilance, for he had previously heard the echoes of gunfire. It was indeed Lin Yi who fired those 2 shots in an effort to rescue Wang Xue. Although the howling wind and snow outside muffled the sounds, he was certain they were gunshots and not far from his current building. This realization heightened his caution. He now understood that he was not the only one armed within the community, which further fueled his ambition to expand outward. With his supply of bullets dwindling, acquiring that firearm would significantly enhance his ability to protect himself. His foremost objective was to establish dominion over the entire neighborhood. If the snowstorm subsided later, he could then utilize the community as a springboard for further expansion. Wang Xue took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end was his girlfriend, Dong Yu, whom he had begun dating just prior to the apocalypse. She resided in the Shouchuan community as well, but in Building 23, not Building 14. Unlike the other buildings, this one had become a stronghold for women. The current leader was a woman named Luo Ziki, recognized by Lin Yi as the second most beautiful in the neighborhood. With a physique and appearance rated at 93 points, she was only second to Wang Xue. Shortly after the outbreak, the men in Building 23 resorted to looting and assaulting their neighbors until they attempted to invade Luo Ziki's residence, where 2 armed men met their demise at her hands. A professional fighter, Luo Ziki could effortlessly take down 3 or 4 men at once, and her striking beauty made her a standout in the world of mixed martial arts, earning her the title of the most beautiful fighter in the field. Under her command, all those involved in the crimes were expelled, and she united the women of the entire building to form her own female militia. Dong Yu had been her assistant before the apocalypse and naturally became her right-hand woman afterward. Upon learning from Dong Yu that her boyfriend was safe and had already established control over Building 14, she felt a surge of joy. However, the distance between their buildings posed a challenge, making it impossible for her to visit him directly. Wang Xue shared her frustration. His interest did not lie with Dong Yu, but rather with Luo Ziki's formidable female squad. He had met Luo Ziki by chance after one of her fights, captivated by her fierce attacks and striking appearance. Despite his persistent advances, she had consistently rebuffed him, leading him to shift his attention to Dong Yu, who had recently graduated from college and was relatively naive, often engaged in menial tasks. Eventually, under Wang Xue's ardent pursuit, Dong Yu became his girlfriend. Just as he was contemplating using Dong Yu to get closer to Luo Ziki, the apocalypse struck. Now, learning from Dong Yu that Luo Ziki had risen to power in Building 23 only intensified his desire to pursue her. As long as the 2 of them joined forces, it would be a simple task to flatten the entire community, wouldn't it? What would they lack at that point? Now, 20 days have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, yet the heavy snowfall outside shows no signs of abating, and the temperature continues to plummet. Luo Ziki sat on the sofa in the living room, accompanied by Dong Yu and a middle-aged woman. Both were her deputies, assisting her in managing the Women's Legion. She had a strict policy of not accepting men. From a young age, she harbored a deep disdain for them. Her father abandoned her and her mother when she was just a child. Subsequently, her mother remarried when Luo Ziki was 8. But that man turned out to be a scoundrel, frequently intoxicated and prone to domestic violence. Ultimately, he fatally assaulted her mother right before Luo Ziki's eyes. After her stepfather was incarcerated, Luo Ziki was sent to an orphanage, where she endured much bullying, leading her to frequently engage in fights, even against boys larger than herself. Upon leaving the orphanage, she trained in mixed martial arts, accumulating numerous championship trophies along the way, and has since become a well-known figure in the field. Her experiences throughout her life instilled in her the belief that men are unreliable and that one must depend on oneself. After establishing the Women's Legion, Luo Ziki did not exterminate all the men. Rather, she spared those who had committed no wrongdoing, relegating them to other units and forbidding their return. After Dong Yu contacted Xue Gui, she relayed his intent to ally with her to Luo Ziki, only to be met with a scolding. Luo Ziki had some recollection of Xue Gui, who had often lingered around her, but she perceived him as exceedingly hypocritical, undoubtedly the type willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Therefore, she had never treated him kindly. To her astonishment, Xue Gui ultimately formed a bond with Dong Yu, despite her warnings that he might not be suitable for her. However, as her role was merely that of a boss, she felt it was not her place to interfere in their personal lives, so she acquiesced to their relationship. When Dong Yu conveyed Luo Ziki's response verbatim to Xue Gui, he was infuriated, slamming his hand on the table. This wretched woman truly did not know her own worth. Did she think that amassing a group of women could rival him? Once he annihilated her Women's Legion, he would make her aware of his might. Although Xue Gui was seething with anger, the heavy snow outside rendered it impossible to venture out, leaving him to seethe impotently at home, yearning for the day the snowfall would cease. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong and his companions remained in their lair, having just heard gunfire, alarmingly close to them. Initially, Xiao Chong thought it was Wang Xue and his men attacking, but soon realized the gunfire seemed to be emanating from the adjacent Building 14. The shots rang out repeatedly, accompanied by the haunting echoes of anguished screams from within. Xiao Chong felt a sense of helplessness. How could there be so many armed individuals nowadays? As long as the opponent held the truth in their grasp, even if they had an abundance of men, no one would dare to charge forward. A single handgun could decisively alter the tide of battle. After all, one only has one life, and everyone prefers to hide behind others and seize opportunities when they arise. An idea struck Xiao Chong, faced with the imminent threat of Wang Xue's attack. Why not seek a partnership? Wang Xue's subordinates were merely a rabble. The only formidable aspect was that gun. If he could find someone with a firearm to collaborate with, he could seize a gun for self-defense amidst the chaos, and then wouldn't he be able to walk confidently through the neighborhood in the future? Chapter 63. Joining forces at present, Wang Xue remained unaware of when he might launch an assault. He had fewer than 10 men under his command. Even if Wang Xue did not wield a gun, they would not stand a chance against Xiao Chong. With determination, Xiao Chong armed himself and led his men downstairs. Upon reaching the snow tunnel, he ordered them to open it. The tunnel they had excavated stretched from Building 13 to Building 16, passing through Buildings 14 and 15. Thus, he only needed to dig a few more meters within the tunnel to reach Building 14. Under Xiao Chong's guidance, the group began their task. In less than half an hour, the snow tunnel was completed. Xiao Chong was the first to emerge, weapon in hand. As Xiao Chong and his men reached the 7th floor, they finally spotted several figures. The opponents quickly became aware of their presence. An alarm blared instantly. Several individuals began to pound the stair railing with iron rods, the thunderous noise echoing throughout the entire residential building. Observing this, Xiao Chong chose not to intervene, instead remaining quietly in place. Soon, a large crowd rushed down from above. Upon reaching Xiao Chong and his group, the throng parted, revealing Xue Gui, who stepped forward. After sizing them up, Xue Gui addressed Xiao Chong. "You are not from this building, are you? What brings you here?" With a sense of humility, Xiao Chong replied, "I presume you are their leader? I come from Building 13 next door. My name is Xiao Chong. I am here to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Xue Gui smiled slightly. "What could we possibly collaborate on?" Xiao Chong recounted Lin Yi's circumstances and mentioned the matter of Wang Xue's firearm. However, he refrained from disclosing the extent of his losses, only noting that he had but a few men left. Upon hearing of Lin Yi's seemingly favorable living conditions, Xue was momentarily incredulous. Yet he recalled the grand renovations that Lin Yi had undertaken, which were well known among the residents. After some consideration, Xue came to believe that Lin Yi could indeed possess such substantial resources. Thus, he readily agreed to Xiao Chang's proposal for an alliance. His prompt acquiescence was not solely motivated by the prospect of shelter and provisions. There were two additional reasons at play. The first individual is Jiang Shuyan, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the original community. Naturally, he is aware of the current situation. It is rumored that Lin Yi has taken possession of Jiang Shuyan, and his immediate thought is to seize her back. The second motivation lies in the firearm that Lin Yi possesses. The enemy is known, while the situation remains obscured. He is aware of Lin Yi's weaponry, yet Lin Yi may not be cognizant of his own armament. Should he execute a sudden strike, denying Lin Yi the opportunity to retaliate, his ammunition supply could be replenished. Although he has agreed to collaborate with Xiao Chang, he refuses to be treated as mere cannon fodder. Hence, Xiao Chang's forces must partake in subsequent offensives. Furthermore, regarding the supplies that Lin Yi has, Xue is entitled to 80%, leaving a mere 20% for Xiao Chang. As for the shelter, it unequivocally belongs to Xue. Xiao Chang consented to all these stipulations, for one cannot resist when under a roof. He currently lacks allies and strength. Thus, he must temporarily align himself with Xue, accepting a lesser share if it means avenging himself. When the time for conflict arrives, the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps he might even procure a firearm amidst the chaos. Following his agreement with Xiao Chang, Xue refrained from immediate action. Out of caution, he instructed his subordinates to contact the individuals in Building 16 via mobile phones. It is prudent to ascertain the circumstances before proceeding. Additionally, it was quite late, and the community was devoid of illumination. The darkness made it easy to mistakenly harm one's own. Power had long been cut off, with electricity only available for a brief period from noon to 2 o'clock each day. Everyone utilizes that window to charge their phones. Fortunately, the internet remained uninterrupted. Although signal strength occasionally faltered, the nearby base stations were operational, allowing for normal communication between them. Having obtained what he desired, Xiao Chang departed with his men. Before leaving, he arranged to meet Xue at 10 o'clock the following morning to launch an assault on Building 16. He particularly emphasized that Xue must bring his firearm. Wang Xue and Li Lei had been enjoying considerable comfort over the past few days. Since their successful repulsion of Xiao Chang, Wang Xue assumed that Lin Yi would dispatch him to capture Xiao Chang from his territory. However, Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten all about Xiao Chang, not even mentioning him. Instead, he instructed Wang Xue to divide everyone into several teams for continuous day and night patrols, ensuring that any further attacks would be promptly detected. Lin Yi also outlined a reward system. Should any aggressors appear, the top 5 individuals who eliminate the most enemies would receive rewards. The 4th and 5th places would earn a serving of beef noodles, while the 2nd and 3rd places would be rewarded with a rice bowl topped with roasted meat. The 1st place prize was particularly enticing, a staggering 10 pounds of charcoal grilled lamb chops, accompanied by a bottle of liquor. This reward mechanism also included Wang Xue and Li Lei, indicating that they too could participate directly. As for the number of enemies each person had dispatched, Lin Yi could monitor their performance through surveillance. Since their last-minute escape, Lin Yi decided to impose a punishment by altering the provisions he provided. Instant noodles were replaced with biscuits. Although both are staples, in the biting cold, having a warm meal is of utmost importance. To ignite their appetites, Lin Yi deemed it necessary to make this change. After all, how could they expect to indulge in meals without contributing to the work? Each day, Lin Yi would place the food he refrained from eating at the doorstep, while spending his time gaming or exercising at home. His daytime routine involved exercising in the living room, whereas evenings were naturally reserved for more intimate activities with Jiang Shuyan in the bedroom. After all, physical well-being is the foundation of one's endeavors. Despite Jiang Shuyan having moved in for a week, Lin Yi remained cautious around her, locking her up after their encounters. With Jiang Shuyan's presence, the home had begun to exude a warmer ambience. It had been a considerable time since Lin Yi had prepared a meal himself, as Jiang Shuyan had taken to cooking. Nevertheless, before each meal, he would still insist that she taste the food first, even though she had entered the household in a state of undress. The combination of various ingredients could potentially yield toxins, and Lin Yi had to exercise vigilance. As for Wang Xue, she too was confined, albeit not within his safe haven, but rather outside. Lin Yi had yet to devise a plan for her. Releasing her was out of the question, yet outright elimination seemed regrettable. He decided to have Wang Qi keep her detained, as her absence wouldn't significantly impact the rations, which were standardized for all. Wang Xue, imprisoned, felt a sense of indignation, believing herself to be Lin Yi's girlfriend and thus deserving of better treatment. She was confident that once Lin Yi learned of her predicament, he would come to her rescue, and she promised herself that those who had confined her would pay dearly for their actions. Chapter 64. Wang Qi's defiance. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke to the sight of heavy snowfall outside. It was the 23rd, just under a week since the day he had perished in his previous life. During this time, he had been tirelessly focused on survival, and now, he finally yearned to relish life. However, he did not wish to become complacent if the snow ceased. He planned to venture outside to survey the situation, as he was still unaware of the current state beyond his dwelling. It was prudent to gather more information. Considering the numerous events that had transpired within his building, it was reasonable to assume that the other residential buildings and neighborhoods were far from tranquil. After a hearty breakfast, Lin Yi commenced his daily exercise routine, retrieving the treadmill from his spatial realm. Jiang Shuyan had grown accustomed to these peculiar occurrences. Lin Yi often conjured various oddities, reminiscent of the pocket of a certain blue cat. While Lin Yi exercised, Jiang Shuyan began her yoga practice, a testament to her commitment to maintaining her physique through regular exercise. As they were each engrossed in their tasks, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Lin Yi paused the treadmill and approached the door. It was Li Lei who stood there. "Igu, Xiao Chong has come back with a group. And this time there are quite a few of them." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi activated the surveillance monitor. The scene outside was already in disarray. On the 6th floor, a throng of 40 to 50 individuals was making their way upstairs. At the forefront stood a young man wielding a machete, and beside him was none other than the previously fleeing Xiao Chong. Lin Yi felt a twinge of curiosity, knowing that his side possessed firearms. Xiao Chong would not have returned without some form of support. Thus, his return implied that they must have acquired something capable of countering handguns. Most likely, it was another firearm. Lin Yi found himself somewhat vexed. Wasn't he gun ownership prohibited in Longhua? How had they managed to procure a weapon so effortlessly? He loaded his earlier handgun with ammunition and tossed it to Li Lei through the firing aperture of the door. Now, it was time to observe the unfolding drama. Lin Yi relished this sensation. No personal risk involved, yet others would fight on his behalf at merely a word. On the 20th floor, the two factions confronted each other once more. With Xue Gui as his backing and his numbers exceeding Wang Qi's by double, Xiao Chong brimmed with confidence. He vowed to exact revenge this time, and to capture Lin Yi, the mastermind behind it all, to rend him asunder. Upon seeing Li Lei return and offer him a reassuring glance, Wang Qi felt a sense of calm wash over him. As long as they possessed the truth, they feared not the multitude before them. "Xiao Chong, I let you escape last time, yet here you are again. Do you not fear for your life?" Wang Qi was the first to speak. Xiao Chong's expression darkened with rage. He had nearly perished at Wang Qi's hands during their last encounter, and thus, his gaze was fixed upon him this time, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He had already cautioned Xue Gui to be ready to fire and not to let the opposition seize the initiative. Consequently, Xue Gui concealed his weapon within his sleeve, clutching it tightly. "I was careless last time, but this time I'm here for vengeance. You would be wise to have Lin Yi surrender immediately, otherwise, once we breach your defenses, surrendering will be the least of your concerns," Xiao Chong declared, attempting to divert Wang Qi and his companion's attention. The instant he finished speaking, Xue Gui revealed his gun. With a gunshot, a splash of crimson emerged on Wang Qi's left arm. The distance was not great, and Xue Gui lacked specialized shooting training, which resulted in a misfire despite the element of surprise. Though Wang Qi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, the bullet merely grazed him. Cursing under his breath, Xue Gui prepared to take another shot when Li Lei intervened, unleashing a barrage of 5 shots at Xue Gui. 2 bullets struck his subordinate beside him, while the remaining 3 found their mark in Xue Gui's chest. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Previously, it was Wang Qi who had shot him, leading him to mistakenly assume that the gun was still in Wang Qi's possession. Thus, he had allowed Xue Gui to be the first to ambush Wang Qi, believing that once Wang Qi was eliminated, the others would be easily dealt with. After being shot, Xue Gui collapsed, his gun slipping from his grasp. Xiao Chong hastily retrieved the weapon, but as he aimed, he felt a bullet pierce his abdomen. With no time to retaliate, he fled, cursing under his breath. Xue was truly inept. Despite having a weapon, he allowed himself to be ambushed in a situation where the enemy had the advantage. One could only wonder how he managed to lead. Behind him, Li Lei and Wang Xue pursued relentlessly. With Xue now dead, the men he had brought began to scatter in panic. Xiao Chong climbed back through the snow tunnel to Building 13, finding a random room to hide in. His consciousness was fading, the wound on his abdomen frozen, and a large clot of blood had formed. He needed urgent medical attention. Upon reaching Building 13, Li Lei and Wang Xue followed the blood trail and began to search separately. Soon, Wang Xue discovered a pool of fresh blood at the entrance of a room, but chose not to inform Li Lei. Instead, he stealthily climbed through the window. Cautiously pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Xue found Xiao Chong's lifeless body on the floor, his hand tightly clutching the handgun. Wang Xue pried open Xiao Chong's fingers and took the gun, inspecting the bullets within. He then checked Xiao Chong's pulse and realized he was not dead yet, merely unconscious from blood loss, though his breathing was faint, indicating he was close to death. Wang Xue pocketed the gun, opened the window, and disposed of Xiao Chong's body outside. He then contacted Li Lei, claiming that he had seen Xiao Chong jump from the building. The two returned to Building 16 to report to Lin Yi. However, Wang Xue withheld information about the handgun, sensing that it could become a pivotal opportunity for his future rise. In the chaos, several of Xue's men were killed, while the remaining ones fled, with many of those who had surrendered also being slain. Lin Yi had previously mentioned that every enemy killed would yield a reward, yet they suffered significant casualties themselves. Their numbers were already less than half of the enemies, and with Xue's death and Xiao Chong's escape, their morale plummeted. Nevertheless, they managed to eliminate many from Building 16 during the resistance. Now, only about 12 or 13 residents remained in Building 16, including Wang Xue and Li Lei. Lin Yi remained indifferent to such losses. The deaths of these pawns did not concern him in the least. Even if the entire building's occupants were wiped out, it would not bother him. Chapter 65. The snow has stopped since the last assault, led by Xue and Xiao Chong. Lin Yi has finally enjoyed a few days of tranquility. Wang Xue was also released by Lin Yi and joined others in their routine patrols for security. This left her in disbelief. After all, she was undeniably Lin Yi's goddess. How could he treat her this way? Fueled by a mix of emotions, she sought him out for a confrontation. In response, Lin Yi sent her photographs of himself in bed with Jiang Shuyan. Wang Xue gazed at her phone, where Jiang Shuyan appeared with a subtle touch of makeup, her features exquisitely defined. Her long, dark hair cascaded carelessly, while her slender, fair legs rested upon Lin Yi. The image radiated bliss as she nestled within his embrace. In stark contrast, Wang Xue scrutinized her own reflection, worn and emaciated from days of hunger and mistreatment. Her complexion a sickly yellow, resembling a mere shadow of her former self. How could she still think of herself as a goddess? Simply looking at the photo of Jiang Shuyan filled her with a profound sense of inadequacy. Regret surged within her. Had she known this would be her fate, she would have accepted Lin Yi's affections from the beginning. Had she not been seduced by the pursuits of other men, she might have been married to Lin Yi by now, perhaps even with children. Would he still treat her this way if that were the case? Surely not. She blamed Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, those two vile women, for whispering slanders about Lin Yi, insisting he was unworthy of her and that she deserved a better man. Their words led her to dangle Lin Yi along, enjoying his devotion while simultaneously believing he was beneath her. Thankfully, those two were now dead, otherwise, she would have sought retribution. 2 days passed, bringing them to August 3rd. Upon waking, Lin Yi sensed a change in the weather. The snowfall had significantly diminished, with visibility improving from a mere 1 or 2 meters to over 10, even 20 meters. Was the snow finally ceasing? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he admired the snowy landscape. The city's structures lay nearly submerged beneath the heavy blanket of snow, with streets and overpasses disappearing from sight. If not for a few visible buildings, one would hardly believe this was once a bustling city. The relentless snowfall had buried the 7th floor entirely. While one might expect a thicker accumulation, the weight of the snow had compacted the layers below, resulting in a decrease in thickness as one moved higher. After breakfast, Lin Yi sat alongside Jiang Shuyan at the window, watching the scene unfold outside. As noon approached, the snowfall grew lighter, and when a ray of sunlight broke through, The relentless snow that had persisted for over a month finally ceased. Though Lin Yi remained indoors, he could still hear the jubilant cheers of other residents outside. Deep down, he felt a rush of excitement, yet he could not share the same optimism as the rest. Although the snowfall had ceased, the temperature outside showed no signs of rising. Instead, it continued to plummet. During the day, the temperature had reached a chilling -80 degrees, and at night, it dipped further to a staggering -90 degrees. Without heating equipment for transportation, an ordinary person could barely survive outside for more than half an hour. Those with weaker constitutions would succumb to the cold within 10 minutes. Their respiratory systems harmed by the frigid air. Lin Yi yearned to venture outside, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, mindful of the possibility of another snowfall. By the following morning, the weather remained overcast, yet there were no signs of impending snow. Lin Yi noticed that activity had begun to stir downstairs. The community consisted of 24 buildings, with Lin Yi's residence, Building 16, situated at the center. Having been trapped indoors by the heavy snow for a month, residents had exhausted their supplies. Some, in desperation, had resorted to cannibalism. Now that they could finally step outside, they were eager to seek out food. However, they barely ventured far before the extreme cold drove them back. The outside temperature was unbearably frigid. Inside their homes, they could stoke fires for warmth, keeping the windows and doors sealed to maintain a temperature of around -40 degrees. Yet outside, the temperature had plummeted to -80 degrees, rendering their endurance fleeting. Witnessing this, Lin Yi resolved to explore. He had been cooped up for over a month, and despite having beautiful company, he felt as though he were rusting away. However, he also harbored concerns about leaving Wang Xue alone at home. What if she locked the door behind him? After some contemplation, he decided to confine her to the bedroom, leaving her with provisions for the day. Before departing, Lin Yi added ample firewood and coal to the fireplace. The coal would burn longer than the wood, providing warmth until his return. Once prepared, Lin Yi retrieved a set of cold-resistant gear from his otherworldly space. This specialized attire was procured from a warehouse at Fuyuan supermarket, equipped with batteries that could be activated to provide warmth, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as 60 or 70 degrees below zero. He donned a bulletproof vest beneath the protective suit and topped it off with a bulletproof helmet. Clad in this gear, Lin Yi felt a wave of warmth wash over him, causing him to sweat. At last, he reached the door, which had remained shut for over a month, and slowly opened it. As the door creaked ajar, a rush of icy air surged in, prompting Lin Yi to stride boldly outside. Prior to his exit, he had confirmed through the surveillance that the stairwell was devoid of life. He made his way directly to the 7th floor of a neighboring unit, breaking a window to step outside. Though the snow was thick, it was not deep, only measuring a few inches in thickness. Lin Yi sought a secluded spot and unleashed his unimog. As the vehicle touched the ground, the surrounding snow sank beneath its weight. Observing the formidable metal beast before him, Lin Yi's expression radiated satisfaction. While others' vehicles lay buried beneath the snow, his alone remained visible in the community. He opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and activated the engine, cranking the heater to its maximum setting. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the neighborhood, prompting the remaining inhabitants to peer out their windows, observing the commotion below. After cruising around the community and noting the silhouettes behind the windows, Lin Yi mused on the surprising number of survivors. He then departed the neighborhood, intent on exploring other locales to gauge the external conditions. As for safety, he harbored no concerns. The vehicle's exterior and glass had been replaced with bulletproof materials. Unless faced with armor-piercing rounds, he was utterly secure within. Chapter 66. Another ability user. The journey was smooth, the roads outside remarkably spacious. After orienting himself, Lin Yi steered towards the nearest shopping mall. This establishment boasted 5 floors, but due to its lofty ceilings, its height was akin to that of an 8- or 9-story residential building, preventing it from being completely buried. After wandering for a considerable time, he finally discovered a small snow mound. By assessing nearby landmarks, Lin Yi confirmed that this snow mound marked the mall's rooftop. With only 1 floor of the 5 remaining above ground, it too was enveloped in snow. After exiting his vehicle and storing it in an alternate space, he retrieved a shovel and began to dig. After a solid half-hour of labor, Lin Yi carved out a passage, shattering the glass to gain entry. The interior temperature was warmer than he had anticipated, hovering around -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Clad in cold weather gear, Lin Yi found it tolerable, though still chilly. It was manageable for an extended period. He donned a headlamp and ventured into the mall. As he crossed the threshold, a pair of eyes, fixated on him from a nearby building, observed his every move. Intriguingly, despite the frigid temperatures, the individual was clad in only a thin jacket, and the swirling winds and snow seemed to part around him as he approached. Lin Yi drew his handgun, remaining vigilant as he advanced, opting for the sidearm over the more powerful AK for its convenience in close-quarters combat. Yet, he knew that with a mere thought, he could switch to a different weapon at any moment. Lin Yi entered through the kitchen of a restaurant located on the top floor of the mall. The arrangement of items indicated that it had been quite some time since anyone had frequented this place. The knives and spatulas lay frozen atop the tables, a testament to the desolation. In the kitchen's freezer, there were still some cuts of meat, yet Lin Yi chose not to take any. The provisions in his spatial realm were already ample, rendering these items beneath his notice. He pushed the door open and stepped outside, making his way directly to the main hall. Upon raising the roll-up door, Lin Yi entered the shopping mall. The mall was enveloped in darkness, despite it being daytime. All the windows were shrouded in a thick layer of snow, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Lin Yi wandered aimlessly for a couple of rounds, encountering several luxury boutiques, which he promptly breached, ransacking their interiors. He seized various designer bags and high-end clothing, indifferent to whether they would fit him, storing them in his space for future use to please Wang Xue. These luxury handbags, once valued at tens of thousands, were now utterly worthless. Numerous high-end cosmetics lay scattered about. Although many had succumbed to freezing temperatures, Lin Yi was uncertain of their usability. So he decided to bring them back for Wang Xue to choose from herself. While Lin Yi busied himself with his plunder, a sudden sense of impending danger welled up within him. Without a moment to spare, he executed a roll and swiftly evaded to the side, concealing himself behind a wall. Lin Yi focused intently. To his astonishment, 3 ice spikes had emerged where he had just stood, embedded in a cabinet, glinting ominously with cold light. A wave of shock coursed through Lin Yi. The recent attack suggested that his assailant was no ordinary person. Could there be other ability users in this world? And was this individual wielding ice powers? Quickly, Lin Yi extinguished the spotlight above him and closed his eyes, straining to listen for any sounds outside. After a few minutes, footsteps echoed through the darkness. Quite vigilant, aren't you? No wonder you dare to roam alone. Come out. There's no escape for you, a youthful male voice declared, its tone suggesting a lack of age. Lin Yi holstered his pistol and switched to an AK, his senses heightened to their utmost. This marked his first encounter with another ability user, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. He had discerned the nature of his opponent's abilities, but it was uncertain whether the adversary was aware of his own powers. This was Lin Yi's advantage. Although his spatial abilities were not suited for combat, the outcome of a surprise attack remained unpredictable. The young man stood 30 meters away, his eyes shimmering with blue light. Despite the surrounding darkness, his unique power allowed him to sense the ambient temperature, akin to possessing thermal imaging, aiding him in navigating the obscurity. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, he waved his right hand, conjuring several ice spikes in the air that shot towards Lin Yi's direction. The cosmetic store where Lin Yi was concealed was instantly transformed into a scene of chaos. Glass fragments littering the floor. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yi realized that being a passive recipient of attacks was not a viable strategy. He retrieved a high-powered flashlight from his spatial realm, covering it with his hand before flicking it on. Subsequently, he hurled it directly outside. As the flashlight was cast away, Lin Yi leapt out as well, illuminated by the beam of light. He beheld the visage of a youth, an unrefined face that appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, yet the ferocity in his eyes belied such youth. Lin Yi then squeezed the trigger, his extraordinary ability intertwining with his firearm. A few bullets sped towards the boy's head, but Lin Yi heard no cries of anguish. Upon landing, he discovered that his shots had been thwarted by a wall of ice. The bullets merely left small indentations on the surface, failing to penetrate the icy barrier. Seeing Lin Yi finally emerge, the boy clapped his hands in mock admiration. Excellent shooting. From such a distance, all 3 shots struck my forehead. Were you once a soldier of great renown? When Lin Yi remained silent, the boy continued, You must have noticed my extraordinary powers acquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse. I am a unique entity in this world. Now, I grant you the opportunity to follow me as my subordinate. Such an opportunity is rare. You must cherish it, or I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise. Lin Yi remained mute, responding only with another volley of bullets. This action incited the boy's ire. After deflecting the bullets with another ice wall, he conjured dozens of ice spikes, sealing off all of Lin Yi's escape routes, intent on delivering a fatal blow. As the spikes approached, Lin Yi ceased to evade, seemingly resigned to his fate, standing still. The boy's smile widened, recalling how this technique had previously felled dozens, including some notably skilled opponents, all reduced to mere pincushions. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The ice spikes aimed at Lin Yi vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Chapter 67. The Ice Elementalist. Shun Rang. The boy rubbed his eyes, realizing that the ice spikes had indeed disappeared, not merely a figment of his imagination. He once again summoned dozens of ice spikes and launched them at Lin Yi. Still, Lin Yi did not flinch or retreat, watching as the spikes hurtled toward him. As the spikes neared within a meter, they vanished again without a trace. Lin Yi's battle experience was insufficient. After being ambushed, he had relied solely on instinct in the fight, almost forgetting about his ability to utilize the spatial portal. Now, with the portal activated, Lin Yi found himself in an invulnerable position. Any attack would be absorbed into his otherworldly space. Opening the spatial portal before him, he gripped his AK and began to spray bullets towards the boy. Dozens of rounds struck, shattering the ice wall before the boy. In desperation, the boy summoned another ice wall, but the effort drained his powers significantly, and he could only manage to conjure 3 in total. If Lin Yi still possessed ammunition at that moment, the youth would have no choice but to surrender. The young man desperately defended against Lin Yi's onslaught, and whenever Lin Yi reloaded, he would conjure a few ice spikes to counterattack. However, the ice spikes he fired vanished into thin air as soon as they approached Lin Yi, much to his frustration. Ever since he awakened his ice powers, he had swiftly eliminated all those who bore him ill will within just 2 days. He had initially believed himself to be the protagonist of this world, but after the snow ceased, he found that anyone he encountered was formidable. He felt utterly suppressed, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Lin Yi shattered the youth's second ice wall with his AK, prompting the young man to hastily unleash all his abilities, forming a final ice barrier. "Are you an ability user as well?" The boy's voice emerged from behind the ice wall. Lin Yi's evident prowess suggested he was not an ordinary person, leaving only one possibility. He too possessed special powers, though the boy remained unaware of the nature of Lin Yi's abilities. Could it be an ability that made attacks disappear? At that moment, he could no longer speculate on Lin Yi's powers. He merely wished to buy some time. If Lin Yi did not relent, he would meet his demise that very day. He was not ready to die. After all, he was a chosen one, having awakened ice powers in this frigid apocalypse. He could command the blizzards and was unafraid of the bitter cold. The icy realm outside was his domain. However, confined by the environment, the mall lacked snow, reducing his only means of attack to mere ice spikes. The youth regretted his earlier bravado. Had he known his opponent was also an ability user, he would not have been so reckless as to enter the mall. But it was too late for regrets, no matter what he said. Lin Yi's barrage of attacks showed no signs of stopping, exuding a relentless determination to see him dead. After Lin Yi switched out 5 magazines, the ice wall before the youth finally crumbled into a heap of shattered ice. Yet, Lin Yi did not immediately end his life. Instead, he shot him in each limb, rendering him incapable of further resistance. At last, Lin Yi spoke. "Who are you? How did you acquire your powers?" Facing the dark muzzle of Lin Yi's gun, the youth slowly replied, "My name is Shun Rang, a student at Haijing University of Science and Technology. My powers manifested suddenly half a month ago, and I have no idea how they came to be. It was as if I had simply known how to use them." Haijing University of Science and Technology? Lin Yi was quite familiar with this institution. He and Wang Xue were also alumni, considering it their alma mater. This university was renowned not for its faculty or educational prowess, but rather for its female students. A beauty like Wang Xue would hardly stand out among her peers, and the reason she had so many admirers was her open nature, mingling easily with everyone. Lin Yi recalled that the school's belle, named Lu Feier, was in the same class as him. After graduation, she remained at the school to pursue her master's degree and later seemed to have taken up a teaching position there. Her beauty was unparalleled within the institution, even surpassing that of Jiang Shuyan, standing at a height of 175 meters with a figure that epitomized the golden ratio. She was both statuesque and curvaceous. She had once made headlines, being celebrated as the most beautiful teacher in Haijing City. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Feier was the most exquisite woman Lin Yi had ever encountered in reality. Many boys had fought over her affections, and some wealthy second-generation heirs even contemplated keeping her as a mistress. However, upon discovering her family background, they quickly abandoned such notions. Those who had once spoken ill of Lu Feier were soundly reprimanded by their parents, who personally visited to apologize. Lu Feier hailed from a political family. Her grandfather held a senior position in the military, and her parents were high-ranking government officials. The wealthy heirs were simply no match for her lineage. With such precedents, no one dared to harbor intentions towards her thereafter. Lin Yi inquired of Shen Rang whether he knew a teacher named Lu Feier. Upon hearing her name, Shen Rang's eyes brightened, as if he were reminded of a woman who haunted his dreams. Observing Shen Rang's expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Lu Feier truly was a siren for men, captivating everyone from teachers and principals to students and friends. Noticing that Shen Rang had momentarily lost his focus, Lin Yi gave him a hard kick. Shen Rang snapped back to reality and replied, "Yes, I know her. Lu Feier is a teacher at our school, and also our school's belle, though she doesn't teach my class." "Belle? Isn't she a teacher? How can she still be a belle?" Lin Yi's confusion was evident, and Shen Rang, as if sensing his thoughts, explained, "Although she is a teacher and does not participate in the belle selection, during every voting period, at least half of the boys in the school choose her. Thus, for many years, the belle has consistently been Teacher Lu. She has held the title for several consecutive years." Lin Yi marveled at the allure of his old classmate. He then asked Shen Rang, "What is she like now? Is she still at the school?" The faculty at Haijing University of Technology had their own accommodations, and many teachers opted to reside there for convenience. Shen Rang nodded, saying, "She is still at the school." Noticing the shift in Shen Rang's demeanor, Lin Yi pressed further. "What exactly has happened? Have you done something to her?" Shen Rang yelped in response and quickly assured Lin Yi, "No, I haven't done anything. I want her to willingly be mine, so I haven't forced her. I merely had someone confine her." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally eased his foot off Shen Rang. "One last question. Have you encountered any other ability users?" Shen Rang's response was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any semblance of deceit. "Due to my unique abilities, I am impervious to the cold. After the snow ceased yesterday, I emerged from the school. Over the past couple of days, I have traversed numerous places and encountered a multitude of people, yet I have not crossed paths with a single other individual possessing extraordinary abilities. Had it not been for our encounter, I might have believed myself to be the sole wielder of such powers in this world." Lin Yi felt somewhat reassured, realizing that the number of extraordinary individuals was indeed limited, and his meeting with Shen Rang was merely a stroke of fate. This was fortunate, otherwise, his own advantages would have been considerably diminished. Observing Lin Yi lost in thought, Shen Rang discreetly summoned his powers, conjuring a formidable ice spear behind him. His candid demeanor was a strategic ploy to buy himself some time to recuperate his abilities. Noticing Lin Yi deep in contemplation, he sensed the moment had arrived. With a flicker of intention, the ice spear darted toward Lin Yi's back. However, just as it approached within a meter of him, it vanished into thin air. Lin Yi turned to Shen Rang with a subtle smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His attention had remained fixed on Shen Rang. How could he afford to be distracted in the presence of a potentially dangerous individual with extraordinary abilities? Shen Rang indeed did not disappoint him. Having regained a modicum of his powers, he could not resist the urge to launch a sneak attack. Despair filled Shen Rang's eyes. This was his final gambit, and he had not anticipated that Lin Yi would perceive it. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi extended his right hand, and an invisible portal of space unfurled before him. The ice spear, which he had just absorbed into the spatial realm, was propelled forth in an instant. Shen Rang, having exhausted his powers, could only watch helplessly as his own ice spear pierced through his chest. In his final moments, he comprehended the fate of the spear he had unleashed. It had all been absorbed by Lin Yi. After vanquishing Shen Rang, Lin Yi intended to depart when a sudden surge of blue light emanated from Shen Rang's body. This luminescence gradually coalesced into a sphere the size of a thumb. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi reached out to touch the sphere. In the next instant, an overwhelming energy surged into his being. This energy was immense, transforming Lin Yi's body while simultaneously enhancing his vision. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Yi felt as though he had lingered there for an entire day, yet upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that only mere seconds had elapsed. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, seemingly boundless. A casual swing of his fist produced a series of sharp gusts of wind. Moreover, his resistance to the cold had significantly increased, likely linked to Shun Rang's unique powers. His portal of space had also undergone alterations, expanding from its original 1-meter dimensions to 11 meters. Though the increase was modest, it provided Lin Yi with a newfound sense of direction. As long as he continued to absorb the abilities of others, he would undoubtedly grow ever stronger. At last, it was his right eye. Lin Yi meticulously sensed it. The energy within had significantly intensified, and its purity had increased as well. He drew his handgun and fired a shot at the distant wall. The energy consumption remained at 1,000th, unchanged, yet the power had magnified several-fold, rivaling that of a sniper rifle. A wave of joy surged within Lin Yi. This was indeed a timely boon. Just as he began to worry about other ability users, Shun Rang had bestowed upon him such a remarkable gift. Although he did not consider himself the strongest, he was at least sufficiently equipped for self-defense. Lin Yi foresaw that life ahead would be anything but tranquil. It was likely that more ability users would emerge, and the mutual hunting and absorption of powers would become the norm. After experimenting with his abilities in the shopping mall, Lin Yi squatted beside Shun Rang's corpse, eager to see if any energy orbs would materialize. Although he could directly transport Shun Rang's body into his spatial realm, the time within his spatial realm was static. Even if energy orbs were present, they would cease to appear due to the frozen time. Lin Yi waited patiently for over an hour. The entire shopping mall had been thoroughly scavenged by him, yet Shun Rang's body lay there undisturbed, showing no signs of change. Lin Yi tossed 2 incendiary bottles onto the corpse, and after it was reduced to charred remains, he smashed it into several pieces with a hammer, but still, no energy manifested. With a sigh, Lin Yi collected Shun Rang's remains into his spatial realm before departing. After all, it was the body of an ability user. It was prudent to keep it for potential future use. He adhered to the principle of eradicating threats completely, unlike those villains who, due to carelessness, ultimately foster danger. If one must kill, it must be thorough. Lin Yi climbed out through the window he had entered. He retrieved his vehicle, originally intending to take a casual stroll while searching for gas stations. His fuel reserves were limited, necessitating preparations. However, after a thorough search, he found not a single station. They should have long been buried beneath the heavy snow. To collect fuel, he would have to dig through the snow, at least 20 meters deep. The task was overwhelmingly daunting, and Lin Yi resolutely abandoned the idea. After all, he still had some reserves in his spatial realm. He could postpone this for a while. With fuel collection off the table, Lin Yi decided to visit Haijing City University of Science and Technology. He could also pay a visit to an old classmate, who had been imprisoned by Shun Rang. Playing the hero to rescue her would not be a bad idea, and perhaps he might even win her affection. He was quite certain that Lu Feier was still innocent. During their university days, she had always been a solitary figure, her demeanor exceedingly aloof. Not to mention, she had never even considered dating. Due to her family's background, no one dared to harbor intentions towards her. Those scoundrels, despite their lustful gazes upon her figure, could only admire her from a distance, unable to approach her intimately. Lin Yi drove his off-road vehicle towards his alma mater, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes fixed upon him along the way. The city now lay eerily silent, resembling a ghost town, devoid of the usual cacophony of traffic and electronic devices, amplifying the sound of his car's engine. Even from afar, its roar could be distinctly heard. After a 20-minute drive, Lin Yi finally arrived at Haijing City University of Science and Technology. The campus boasted 6 academic buildings, 3 cafeterias, a library, and a gymnasium. However, the cafeterias and the gym were relatively low-rise structures, likely buried beneath a blanket of snow by now. To his surprise, upon arrival, he noticed a substantial breach in one of the cafeterias, through which shadows of people could be discerned within. It appeared that quite a number were gathered inside. Lin Yi pondered briefly and realized that this opening must have been excavated by Shun Rang utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could such a large group sustain themselves? They would have perished from hunger long ago. Moreover, the number of individuals inside the cafeteria was evidently abnormal. The school typically housed 5,000 to 6,000 students. Yet now only a couple of hundred remained. The rest had likely succumbed to the cold or starvation. Those who remained must have submitted to Shenrang, effectively becoming his subordinates. Lin Yi had not anticipated the extent of Shenrang's powers. Had he known, he would have spared him, enlisting his assistance in clearing the snow from the gas stations. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing that his ability to easily defeat Shenrang stemmed from various factors. Firstly, he had underestimated him, believing he was merely an ordinary person who followed him into the mall. The absence of the wind and snow had significantly diminished Shenrang's combat effectiveness. Secondly, Lin Yi possessed a firearm. Although the lethality of conventional weapons was insufficient to harm Shenrang, combined with his invincible spatial abilities, he had effectively drained Shenrang's powers. Without his abilities, Shenrang became as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, easily manipulated at Lin Yi's discretion. Lin Yi parked his vehicle and strode confidently inside. The cafeteria housed over 200 individuals, predominantly males, with only 30 or 40 females present. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be students of the institution. Despite their scarcity, the girls were quite appealing, none scoring below 60 in terms of looks. The most attractive among them could even reach an 80, standing on par with Wang Xue, thus qualifying as beauties. In a corner, a heavily made-up woman was vehemently berating the bound and gagged Lu Feier. "You wretched girl. Pretending to be a teacher, how dare you entice my boyfriend?" The woman in question is Shenrang's girlfriend, named Lin Yi, a beauty who could easily score an 80. Before the apocalypse, she and Shenrang maintained a romantic relationship. However, Shenrang came from a modest background, while Lin Yi hailed from a privileged family, enjoying a more abundant allowance. Consequently, throughout their relationship, Lin Yi consistently held the upper hand, often displaying little patience towards Shenrang and frequently losing her temper. In his attempts to appease her, Shenrang endured her outbursts in silence. When the cataclysm struck, Shenrang unexpectedly acquired extraordinary powers, which elevated his status dramatically. The tender affections he once showered upon Lin Yi dissipated, even though she still retained the title of his girlfriend. Nevertheless, it became evident to all that Shenrang was now in a position to choose any woman he desired. Naturally, his first choice was Lu Feier, the dream girl of both students and faculty alike, who occupied many a mind before sleep. In response to Shenrang's actions, Lin Yi exhibited none of her former ire. Instead, her demeanor towards him diminished progressively, ultimately transforming into a form of sycophancy. During this period, Shenrang eliminated numerous adversaries, silencing many classmates who had previously crossed him. Yet, his peers dared not voice any dissent, for the newly empowered Shenrang had become the undisputed sovereign of the school. After Shenrang's failed attempt to coerce Lu Feier and subsequently imprison her, Lin Yi found herself harboring a grudge against her. Seizing the opportunity while Shenrang was absent, Lin Yi contemplated teaching Lu Feier a lesson. The cafeteria patrons were well aware that Lin Yi was Shenrang's girlfriend, thus they complied with her commands. Fearing retribution upon Shenrang's return, Lin Yi summoned her brother, Li Jun, who was a year her senior and currently in his 4th year of university. "Brother, go and violate her," she commanded. Li Jun was taken aback by her words. "What did you say? Violate? Absolutely not. That is illegal." Lin Yi was infuriated by her brother's response. "What time do you think it is? Is there even a law anymore? How many people has Shenrang killed? Has any police come to apprehend him?" Li Jun remained hesitant. "But if I do this, won't it upset my brother-in-law? He seems to have taken a liking to Lu Feier." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "That is precisely my intent. If you violate her, she will no longer be the goddess of the campus, but merely a tarnished woman. Will Shenrang still treasure her then?" Li Jun nodded in understanding. "I see. You wish to eliminate the competition." Lin Yi displayed a faint smile. "At last, you're showing some intelligence." As Li Jun gazed at Lu Feier in the corner, his heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Feier was the idol of the entire school, and now he was about to be the first to experience her. How could he not be exhilarated? Lu Feier listened to the conversation between the Li siblings, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Yet, her mouth was silenced, rendering her unable to even bite her tongue in a desperate bid for release. As Li Jun drew ever closer, Lu Feier found herself bereft of any strategy, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the cafeteria's entrance, and a figure emerged from outside. Judging by his stature, it appeared to be a man clad in a white thermal suit, his head protected by a bulletproof helmet, but most striking was the AK-47 assault rifle he wielded. For these ordinary individuals, Lin Yi saw no need to engage in a charade of feigned vulnerability. He could simply charge in. However, to his surprise, a few reckless youths armed with machetes obstructed his path, showing no apprehension towards the weapon in his grasp. Lin Yi was taken aback. Did today's youth possess such audacity, unafraid even of firearms? Hey, which class are you from? Who allowed you to barge in here? Are you seeking death? A smirk crept upon Lin Yi's lips beneath the helmet. Did he truly appear so youthful? It had been nearly a decade since his graduation, yet here he was, being questioned about his class. I'm not seeking death. I'm searching for her. Lin Yi's hand subtly gestured toward Lu Feier, whom he had noticed was bound in a manner reminiscent of a crustacean upon entering. Previously, Lu Feier had always exuded an ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane world. Now, witnessing her distressed state evoked an unfamiliar sensation within him. Kid, you really are asking for trouble. Lu Feier, our goddess, is the property of our boss. You'd best scram while you can. Don't go waving that toy gun around to frighten people. Otherwise, you'll be the one weeping soon. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yi. No wonder they were unafraid. They believed his firearm to be a mere replica. It made sense, given that firearms were prohibited in Dragon Country, especially an AK-47. Were he in their position, he too would suspect it to be fake. Raising the gun, he aimed at the youth who had just spoken, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The shot rang out, obliterating the young man's head, blood and gray matter splattering across the ground. Lin Yi anticipated the immense power of the shot. Enhanced by his abilities, its force rivaled that of a Barrett rifle. A thought crossed his mind. What if he were to procure an actual Barrett? What would the impact be with his enhancements? Surely it wouldn't be akin to a cannon? But where could he find such a weapon? Firearms of that caliber were likely confined to military installations. He would need to scout for military camps and see if he could gather more weapons there. After all, while his spatial portal was not adept at offensive maneuvers, his spatial eye could be affixed to firearms, and naturally, the greater the weapon's might, the better. The gruesome scene startled the students present, with several young women even succumbing to nausea. The youths who obstructed Lin Yi were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Lin Yi slowly approached Lu Feier, while Li Hui and Li Jun had already squatted nearby. He untied the ropes binding Lu Feier and removed the tape from her mouth, subsequently taking off his helmet. He addressed her, "Old classmate, do you remember me?" Lu Feier exclaimed in delight. "Lin Yi, is it really you?" Lin Yi was taken aback. Despite the passage of time, Lu Feier still recognized him. "I encountered someone named Shen Rang on the way and learned you were in danger, so I rushed to rescue you." Lu Feier gasped in shock. "You met Shen Rang? We must leave quickly before he returns." With that, she grabbed Lin Yi's hand, eager to escape. Sensing the smoothness of her hand, Lin Yi smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not fear. I am here, and everything will be fine." However, seeing Lin Yi's expression only intensified Lu Feier's anxiety. "You have no idea how formidable Shen Rang is. He possesses extraordinary abilities, unafraid of the cold, and can manipulate ice and snow." After she spoke, Li Hui interjected, "Now you're scared, right? If you have the courage, don't run. When my husband returns, he will surely tear you to shreds." Lin Yi wore a sardonic smile and replied, "Your husband? It wouldn't he be him, would it?" With a wave of his hand, a charred corpse suddenly materialized in the air, severed into several pieces. Li Hui was startled by the sudden apparition but steeled herself to take a glance. Just one look was enough for her to recognize the identity of the corpse. It was Shen Rang. Due to the cold weather, although Lin Yi had thrown a couple of Molotov cocktails at his body, it had not been charred beyond recognition. His face was still somewhat discernible. Seeing her greatest ally had been slain by Lin Yi left Li Hui at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Jun remained quietly crouched on the ground, not uttering a single word throughout. Lu Feier's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had witnessed Shen Rang's abilities firsthand, akin to that of a deity. The fact that Lin Yi had managed to kill him, coupled with his sudden manifestation of the corpse, led her to wonder, did he also possess extraordinary powers? Lin Yi did not elaborate on this, but instead inquired about her plans. Given the frigid weather outside, it was evident they could not linger here. Where could she possibly go? Lu Feier looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Can I accompany you?" After all, Lin Yi had just saved her, making him her savior. And she had a fair understanding of his character, certainly superior to these individuals. At the very least, he would not harm her. Lin Yi was pleased to hear this, yet feigned hesitation as he replied, "It is not impossible for you to follow me, but considering we are two solitary individuals, and you are so strikingly beautiful. I fear I may not be able to control myself. Lu Feier's complexion flushed slightly, yet she mustered her courage to speak. I am not afraid. What is there for a strong man like you to fear? After enduring over a month of apocalyptic life, she had come to understand the treachery of human nature. Among those present were many of her students, yet now they all wished to prostrate themselves before her. Lu Feier held a firm confidence in her beauty. Believing no man could resist her allure, it was her sole reliance. Should she fail to leverage her beauty to secure a place of safety, the most favorable outcome would be to become another's plaything. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Very well, you may accompany me. But let me make myself clear. If you choose to follow me, you must obey my commands unconditionally, or I shall not hesitate to cast you aside." Lu Feier nodded earnestly, readily agreeing. Lin Yi retrieved a set of cold weather gear from a different dimension, then took Lu Feier's hand and led her into a nearby room. Observing Lin Yi conjure items from thin air once again, Lu Feier was convinced he possessed extraordinary abilities, especially since he had managed to eliminate Shen Rang, indicating he was likely more formidable than Shen. Once inside the room, Lin Yi closed the door and handed the cold weather gear to Lu Feier. "Put this on," he instructed. Lu Feier accepted the gear, glanced at Lin Yi, who stood confidently, and admonished, "You should step outside." Lin Yi, with earnest conviction, explained, "I must remain here to protect you. It is quite dark, and what if a rogue appears?" Biting her lip, Lu Feier realized that since she had decided to follow him, her virtue was likely lost. It was merely a matter of time. If he wished to observe, then so be it. Resolving herself, she shed her outer garment, revealing only her undergarments, and donned the cold weather attire Lin Yi had provided. Lin Yi, standing nearby, gazed intently at her, captivated by the sight. It must be said, witnessing a beauty change attire was indeed a pleasurable experience. However, after a brief moment, Lin Yi felt a stirring within himself, yet he knew this was not the appropriate time. He chastised himself for being a beast and turned away, taking several deep breaths to quell the turmoil within. Once Lu Feier finished changing, Lin Yi took her hand and exited the room. The students outside remained as they were, fully aware that Shen Rang had perished at Lin Yi's hands, and they dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance. They could only silently pray that Lin Yi would not torment them and would depart swiftly. Lin Yi had no desire to squander time on these minor characters. Having left the room, he promptly led Lu Feier away from the cafeteria. There remained some food supplies, and if they were frugal, it should last them for a month. As for where they would go after that month, it was beyond Lin Yi's concern. He had already shown mercy by not annihilating all of them as accomplices of Shen Rang. Chapter 71. The encounter of two maidens upon exiting the school cafeteria. Lu Feier tightened her coat and gazed at the vast expanse of white snow before her, inquiring of Lin Yi, "Where shall we go now?" Without lifting his gaze, Lin Yi replied, "I shall take you to a warm place." Lu Feier, skeptical of his words, pondered the likelihood of finding warmth in such frigid conditions. As they emerged from the snow-laden cafeteria, Lu Feier finally beheld the city in its entirety. A blanket of white enveloped everything, resembling an endless desert, with streets and buildings buried beneath the snow. Although she was uncertain of the whereabouts of Lin Yi's promised warm haven, she realized that traversing the distance to the nearest structure, several kilometers away, would be a formidable challenge in such temperatures. However, it soon became clear how Lin Yi intended to proceed. He stood still, waving his hand towards the horizon. In an instant, a black SUV materialized before them. Startled by the sudden appearance of the vehicle, Lu Feier only regained her composure when Lin Yi beckoned her to enter. She opened the door and took her seat. As Lin Yi activated the heating system, the interior of the vehicle was instantly filled with warmth. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Feier was once again astonished by Lin Yi's remarkable abilities. Surrounded by the long mist warmth, she silently resolved to cling tightly to Lin Yi's side, convinced that as long as she accompanied him, her life would be secure. With a swift motion, Lin Yi shifted gears and pressed the accelerator with determination. The powerful Unimog surged forward like an arrow, carving deep tracks in the snow. Racing through the city, Lin Yi effortlessly reached a speed of 120 miles per hour, unbothered by concerns of speeding. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Sichuan community. The sensation of being watched returned, prompting Lin Yi to drive directly into the building, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window on the 7th floor, halting in the living room. After disembarking, Lin Yi and Lu Feier stored the vehicle in a spatial pocket. Before they could ascend the stairs, several individuals rushed down, with Wang Xue and Li Lei leading the charge. The moment they spotted Lin Yi, both were taken aback, having not realized his departure. Their surprise was amplified upon seeing him return with such a strikingly beautiful woman. The group stared at Lu Feier, momentarily dumbfounded. Wang Xue was the first to recover. Respectfully addressing Lin Yi, "Brother Yi, was it you who just drove back?" Lin Yi nodded, remaining silent as he guided Lu Feier past them and towards the staircase. Wang Xue, watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, gripped the gun concealed in his pocket with a sense of urgency. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from taking action. The two ascended to the 26th floor in one breath, and Lu Feier, thoroughly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. In contrast, Lin Yi only exhibited a slight breathlessness. Having absorbed Shun Rang's supernatural abilities, he felt his physical strength significantly enhanced, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He produced a key and unlocked the door, stepping inside first, with Lu Feier following closely behind. As they entered, Lu Feier was immediately met by a wave of warmth that enveloped her, swiftly dispelling the chill that had settled on her body. The decor of the living room bore no trace of a post-apocalyptic world. Instead, it radiated a cozy ambience. After closing the door and securing it with a lock, Lin Yi checked the fire in the fireplace, adding some firewood before beginning to remove his clothing. He maintained the room's temperature at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, ideal for human comfort. In Lu Feier's presence, Lin Yi shed his clothes and donned his pajamas. He then opened the bedroom door, allowing Jiang Shuyan to emerge. Jiang Shuyan had heard the commotion outside and recognized Lin Yi's return. Having spent the day worrying about him and fearing he might encounter some misfortune, she felt immense joy upon seeing him. As the door swung open, she leapt into Lin Yi's embrace. Witnessing the intimate display, Lu Feier's heart skipped a beat upon realizing that another woman resided in Lin Yi's home. She had presumed that he lived alone, and in a scenario of a solitary man and woman, any ensuing developments would be entirely expected. However, observing their affectionate interaction, it became evident that this stunning woman was Lin Yi's primary partner. Had she unwittingly assumed the role of a mistress? Once Jiang Shuyan landed in Lin Yi's arms, she noticed Lu Feier standing behind him. Despite her own confidence in her appearance, Lu Feier's beauty left a striking impression on Jiang Shuyan. Truly, she was a vision of loveliness. Though they were both women, Jiang Shuyan could not deny her understanding of Lin Yi's allure. Such a breathtaking beauty would be irresistible to any man, especially to the lecherous Lin Yi. Lu Feier stood awkwardly to the side, watching the embrace of Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan, creating a moment of palpable tension. Lin Yi lifted Jiang Shuyan effortlessly and placed her on the sofa. Addressing Lu Feier, "This is my woman, Jiang Shuyan." He then turned to Jiang Shuyan, saying, "This is my former university classmate, Lu Feier. From now on, we are all family. Please get to know each other." Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Lu Feier, as the newcomer, sensed a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. In contrast, Jiang Shuyan exuded confidence and grace. After rising from the sofa, she extended her hand to Lu Feier. "Hello, I am Jiang Shuyan. We are all Lin Yi's women now, so let us be good sisters without any need for formality." Although Lin Yi professed that Lu Feier was his university classmate, Jiang Shuyan was well aware of the ulterior motives residing within him. If Lin Yi held no affection for Lu Feier, why would he have brought her back? Lu Feier, with a sense of trepidation, shook hands with Jiang Shuyan. Subsequently, Jiang Shuyan handed Lu Feier a fresh set of pajamas. "It's quite warm in here. Perhaps you should take a shower first, and then change into these," she suggested. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, observing the two women, remaining entirely uninvolved. He was quite pleased with Jiang Shuyan's demeanor. She neither acted out of jealousy nor displayed any pettiness, exhibiting a remarkable capacity for tolerance, and showed the potential to assume a leading role among his future partners. This might also be attributed to her profession, having once been a police officer, which lent her an air of competence. After expressing her gratitude to Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier entered the bathroom with the pajamas. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Jiang Shuyan, being dutiful, busied herself with preparing dinner. Lu Feier lingered in the shower longer than expected. It had been a month since her last bath, a scenario unimaginable for someone as fastidious as she. Upon emerging from the bathroom clad in her pajamas, she found that Jiang Shuyan had prepared a delightful meal. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. To celebrate Lu Feier's arrival, Lin Yi had even procured 2 bottles of aged red wine, each worth over 20,000 yuan. Lu Feier gazed at the sumptuous spread before her, swallowing hard. It had been a month since she had tasted decent food. Yet, with Lin Yi and Wang Xue watching, she refrained from revealing her hunger, choosing instead to wait for Lin Yi to speak. Understanding Lu Feier's yearning, Lin Yi forewent any lengthy speeches. After a brief welcome, he raised his glass of red wine, clinking it with hers, and declared the meal commenced. Lu Feier picked up a piece of braised beef, savoring the rich flavors that melted in her mouth, eliciting a blissful sigh. Wang Xue, witnessing Lu Feier's enjoyment, couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about her own arrival when she had been equally eager to savor every morsel. Wang Xue poured Lin Yi another glass of red wine before joining in the feast. The trio dined joyfully, finishing both bottles of wine. After indulging in a bit of the wine, the 2 women became slightly inebriated, their cheeks flushed, rendering them adorably charming. After their meal, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Wang Xue, with a sense of understanding, ushered Lu Feier into Lin Yi's room and then gently pushed Lin Yi inside. Lin Yi hesitated, not wanting her to think he was fickle. He intended to invite her to join them, but Wang Xue declined. Tonight is Feier's first time. I shall come to accompany you tomorrow evening. Lin Yi found himself even more fond of Wang Xue for her compliance. After planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, he entered the bedroom. Soon, the air was filled with the soft sounds of Lu Feier's sighs. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early, finding that Wang Xue had prepared breakfast. While Lu Feier remained peacefully asleep, the first restful slumber she had experienced in a month. Nestled in the warmth of his bed, he felt no concern for the biting cold or the pangs of hunger. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi ventured out once more. This time, however, he did not confine Wang Xue, but instead entrusted her with the care of Lu Feier and the household, assuring her that he would return before nightfall. Having experienced the events of the previous day, Lin Yi now placed his trust in Wang Xue. If she were wise, she would understand that their well-being depended on his presence. Should he encounter misfortune and cease to provide for them, their sanctuary would swiftly transform into an ordinary abode. Wang Xue assisted Lin Yi in donning his bulletproof vest and then brought him his protective suit, fastening it with her own hands. Deep down, she wished for him to remain. Their current safety was comforting, with ample food and drink. Why venture into peril? Yet, Lin Yi recognized that their security was merely ephemeral. His confrontation with Shun Rang had illuminated the fact that he was not the sole ability wielder, and that such individuals could grow stronger by absorbing each other's powers. A wise figure from Longwo once proclaimed that those who lag behind shall be subject to beating. The number of ability wielders lurking outside was still unknown. Although his refuge could repel ordinary folk, to an ability wielder, it was nothing more than a sturdier dwelling. He had to seize the opportunity to enhance his strength. But with so few ability wielders, locating them would rely solely on chance. Hence, his objective for the day was to gather weapons. Wang Xue, having been a police officer, was well aware of which precincts housed weaponry. After marking 2 locations on the map for Lin Yi, he set out with her carefully drawn guide. After checking the surveillance outside to ensure no danger lurked, he exited the building. He made his way downstairs without obstruction and retrieved his vehicle, starting the engine as he left the community. Upon hearing the roar of the car engine from below, Wang Xue hurriedly leaned out of the window to catch a glimpse. After Lin Yi had brought Lu Feier upstairs the previous day, he had scoured the entire building but found no trace of Lin Yi's vehicle, leaving him puzzled about its hiding place. If he could obtain that car, he could escape this wretched place, with the gun in his possession. Gathering supplies would be a trivial task. Wang Xue took out his phone and sent a message to a certain number. As he watched Lin Yi vanish from sight, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "You leave me no choice," he muttered to himself. Following Wang Xue's map, Lin Yi searched for the police station. The nearest precinct was 15 kilometers away, and in less than half an hour, he arrived in the vicinity. However, it lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow. Although he had a general idea of its location, he could not ascertain its precise whereabouts. Lin Yi exerted considerable effort to ascertain his location by referencing the surrounding edifices. This must be the rooftop of the police station. The station itself was quite expansive, comprising 5 stories. A descent of merely 5 or 6 meters would lead him directly to the rooftop. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retracted his vehicle into the alternate dimension and retrieved his tools to begin excavating the snow. After nearly 2 hours of labor, he finally unearthed a pit 5 meters deep. Gazing down at the concrete floor, he switched to a different tool to continue his work. Fortunately, having absorbed Shun Rank's extraordinary abilities the day prior significantly augmented his strength, stamina, and cold resistance. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the frigid conditions long ago. After hammering away for another 10 minutes, a dark void materialized beneath his feet. He affixed a spotlight to his head and leaped into the abyss. Upon landing, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an office, where a few folders and a computer lay atop the desk. Lacking interest in these items, he promptly pushed open the office door and stepped out into a lengthy corridor. Flanking the corridor were numerous offices, each adorned with nameplates. The room he had exited was the chief's office, adjacent to the captain's office and the data room. As he strolled past, Lin Yi cast a glance into each room. A few doors were locked, but he easily kicked them open. After thoroughly searching the 5th floor, he discovered nothing, no bodies, not even a single corpse. He then proceeded downward. The 4th and 3rd floors housed various large offices, presumably where ordinary officers conducted their daily duties, along with several holding cells. In one of the cells, Lin Yi finally stumbled upon a few corpses. It appeared they had succumbed to the cold, huddled together in frozen despair, their forms obscured by layers of frost. Continuing his descent, Lin Yi at last found the armory on the 2nd floor, but the door was locked. He took out a hammer and struck it forcefully several times. Yet the door remained immovable. Faced with this obstacle, he empathized with the helplessness that Feng Hu and his companions must have felt when confronting his own sanctuary. Lin Yi retrieved a generator and a cutting machine from the alternate dimension, connected them, and began to slice through the door. After 20 minutes of diligent work, he had carved a sizable opening in the door. He stowed the generator away and crawled through the breach. The room was over 50 square meters, filled with numerous cabinets. He opened the nearest one, revealing several serviceable handguns. A surge of elation coursed through him as he picked one up, examined it briefly, and then tossed it into the alternate dimension. However, his true objective was not the handguns, but rather a sniper rifle. He fixed his gaze upon the tallest cabinet in the distance, and upon opening its door, he was met with the sight of a sniper rifle. This was a CN 500 police sniper rifle, equipped with 7.62mm ammunition, capable of holding 10 rounds, and fitted with a 4-fold scope. Lin Yi held the weapon with an affectionate grip. While its power may not rank among the most formidable of sniper rifles, when combined with his unique abilities, it promised to unleash tremendous might. After loading the magazine to capacity, he stowed it away in his alternate dimension and continued to explore the cabinet. Lin Yi felt a thrill akin to unboxing a surprise gift. Ultimately, he discovered 4 sniper rifles, 15 handguns, and 2 submachine guns, along with 3 shotguns in the final cabinet. He also uncovered thousands of rounds of assorted ammunition, as well as over a dozen bulletproof vests and helmets. Armed with these weapons, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He could effortlessly dispatch the remaining residents of his community. And even if the entire neighborhood converged upon him, he could easily take them down as if they were mere rabbits. After ensuring all his firearms were fully loaded, including spare magazines, he departed the armory. On the 1st floor of the police station, Lin Yi encountered several corpses clad in police uniforms. Likely the night shift officers who had been trapped here by the heavy snowfall and succumbed to the cold. A pang of reflection struck him. In the face of nature's might, humanity's strength often pales in comparison. After a busy morning, Lin Yi felt a twinge of hunger and decided to have a simple meal there. Once satisfied, he resumed his journey, driving towards the 2nd police station. Upon arriving at his destination, as indicated by the map, he discovered that it appeared to have already been visited. A deep pit, approximately 5 to 6 meters, gaped before him, its depths cloaked in darkness. The chaotic footprints scattered about suggested the presence of several individuals, at least 5 or 6. However, there were no tire tracks nearby. Those who had come to pilfer the weapons were likely residents familiar with the area, easily locating the police station. Lin Yi parked his vehicle, and with curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate further. Donning a headlamp, he leaped into the abyss below. Half an hour later, he emerged empty-handed. After extensive searching, he found nothing. The firearms and ammunition had already been taken. Though he could easily trace their path through the footprints, he deemed it unnecessary. His own discoveries had been substantial, and he did not wish to squander any more time. Retrieving his vehicle, Lin Yi drove straight towards the Shouchuan community. Upon entering the neighborhood, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Many residents from various buildings had converged outside, predominantly men. As he parked beneath Building 16, his car suddenly plunged into a deep pit, measuring only a meter in depth, yet perfectly capable of trapping the vehicle within. After Lin Yi extinguished the engine of his vehicle, he opened the door and stepped outside. Almost immediately, dozens of armed individuals surrounded him. Wang Xue and Li Lei also rushed down from the building with their men, initiating a standoff. Lin Yi addressed the throng, demanding to know who their leader was. Soon, a burly man emerged from the crowd. He circled the vehicle before speaking to Lin Yi, complimenting the car's impressive appearance and requesting to borrow it for a few days, promising a share of the spoils once they had gathered their supplies. Lin Yi coldly responded, denying the request. The man's smile faded upon hearing this. He warned Lin Yi not to provoke them, reminding him that despite possessing a handgun, he was outnumbered by dozens. Before Lin Yi could respond, 2 gunshots rang out from behind him. Wang Xue had drawn a handgun from his pocket and fired directly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, focused solely on the burly man before him, was caught completely off guard. The bullet struck him, and at that moment, the crowd surged forward. However, to Wang Xue's astonishment, Lin Yi, seemingly unscathed by the bullets, executed a forward roll and brandished 2 submachine guns, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing crowd. Wang Xue was not spared. His weapon was knocked from his grasp, and bullets struck his legs, shattering his thighs under the enhancement of Lin Yi's abilities. Despair washed over Wang Xue as he grappled with the impossibility of Lin Yi's survival from the gunfire he had inflicted. Li Lei lay beside him, eyes wide with shock. His chest torn open, blood gushing forth. Lin Yi, unaware of the identities involved in the ambush against him, resolved to eliminate anyone in his path, indifferent to the possibility of innocent lives lost. The burly man who had issued threats moments earlier was swiftly dispatched in Lin Yi's initial onslaught. When the chaos subsided, only Wang Xue remained alive amidst the carnage, the ground stained crimson with blood. Placing his hand on the vehicle, Lin Yi willed it to vanish instantly. Wang Xue, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in shock. No wonder he had scoured the entire building without finding Lin Yi's car. It had been with him all along. Lin Yi knelt beside Wang Xue, a mocking expression on his face, and inquired if he understood why the bullets had failed to harm him. Wang Xue, weakened from blood loss, felt his consciousness fading. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi unzipped his winter coat, revealing a bulletproof vest beneath. The realization dawned on Wang Xue. As Lin Yi observed him closing his eyes, he relinquished any further thoughts and allowed him to succumb to his fate. Chapter 74. Borrowing a car. The temperature outside was so frigid that, within mere moments, he would be frozen to death. Lin Yi picked up the gun that Wang Xue had discarded on the ground and made his way upstairs. During the recent skirmish, he had not encountered Wang Xue and was oblivious to whether she had perished or fled. However, such matters no longer concerned him. His only desire now was to return home. After scaling to the 26th floor, Lin Yi opened the door to find Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier anxiously waiting for him in the living room. They had witnessed the battle below, albeit from a distance, and could not discern the details, only hearing the rapid gunfire. Despite their understanding of Lin Yi's formidable abilities, the stakes of their own safety made them apprehensive. Their worries dissipated upon seeing him return. Shortly after Lin Yi had left in the morning, Lu Feier awoke. Following breakfast, only she and Jiang Shuyan remained in the house, initially causing an awkward atmosphere due to their unfamiliarity. However, Jiang Shuyan soon took Lu Feier on a tour of the shelter, sharing her experiences since arriving. Upon learning that Lin Yi had amassed resources worth hundreds of billions, Lu Feier was astonished and gradually began to appreciate Jiang Shuyan's assessment of him as the protagonist. After all, the phenomenon of reincarnation is not something just anyone can achieve. Without the aura of a protagonist, one would have long since met their demise. As their conversation deepened, the two women found common ground and slowly became close friends. Jiang Shuyan was a year older than both Lin Yi and Lu Feier, and her attentive care endeared her to Lu Feier, who willingly accepted her as an older sister. Upon returning home, Lin Yi was relieved to find the two women getting along splendidly. Prior to his return, he had worried they might engage in the petty rivalries typical of palace dramas, which would have burdened him with the exhausting role of mediator. It was a stroke of fortune that they were so harmonious. It allowed him to breathe easy. Lin Yi returned home earlier than usual that day, with daylight still bright, and decided to play some games with the two women. He owned numerous gaming consoles and randomly selected one that could accommodate 3 players. Lin Yi settled in the center, with Wang Xue and Lu Feier on either side. The coffee table was adorned with 2 freshly cut fruit platters and drinks. Lu Feier mused that, compared to those outside who struggled for basic sustenance, their current life was nothing short of divine. Just as the 3 were engrossed in their game, Lin Yi's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Upon unlocking it, he found a friend request. The profile picture suggested it was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. When he opened her profile, he discovered that the sender was Luo Ziki from Building 23, ranked second among the community's beauties, second only to Jiang Shuyan. It was rumored that she was a free-fighting athlete, renowned for her prowess and adorned with numerous championship medals. As Lin Yi gazed at Luo Ziki's profile picture, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier approached curiously. Who is this? She is stunningly beautiful. Feier, you just moved in yesterday, and you're already eyeing new prospects? How heartless. Jiang Shuyan remarked with a hint of envy. Lu Feier chimed in sarcastically, Shuyan, don't say that. I'm merely a relic now. Once these men have what they desire, they no longer cherish it. Listening to their banter, Lin Yi felt a surge of bewilderment. He had initially worried about their potential discord, yet witnessing their seamless camaraderie, perhaps it was he who should be concerned. This is Luo Ziki from Building 23. I wonder why she suddenly reached out to me. Lin Yi explained briefly before accepting her friend request. The two women opted not to linger on the matter, occasionally offering Lin Yi a gentle reminder, but knowing that too much chatter would irk him. In this household, Lin Yi was the true master, regardless of how much affection he bestowed upon them. They needed to recognize who truly held authority. Upon accepting Luo Ziki's friend request, Lin Yi soon received a voice chat invitation from her. He placed the phone on the table, activating the speaker, as the two women beside him looked on with anticipation. A melodious female voice resonated. Hello, Lin Yi. My name is Luo Ziki, and I am the owner of Building 23 in the Sichuan community. Without delay, Lin Yi inquired, what do you need from me? I know you own an off-road vehicle and that you wouldn't sell it. Therefore, I would like to rent it for a day. You can set any price. Whether it be goods or favors, I can offer you anything within my means, Luo Ziki said earnestly and candidly. However, Lin Yi found himself indifferent to her proposition. May I ask, what do you intend to do with the car? He probed. After a brief hesitation, she replied, my sister is ill, and we have run out of her medication. I must go to the hospital to procure more. Your sister? Lin Yi expressed surprise. Recognizing Luo Ziki as somewhat of a celebrity in the community, a champion in mixed martial arts, and undeniably beautiful. Yet, he had never heard of her having a sister. My sister's name is Luo Zishan. I met her in the orphanage, which is why she shares my surname. We grew up together, but when she turned 18, she was diagnosed with leukemia. It has been 5 years now, and she requires daily medication to manage her condition. I have been fighting diligently to earn more for her treatment. Unfortunately, her medicine was depleted yesterday, and without it, her health will deteriorate. Lin Yi rubbed his ear thoughtfully. Although their plight was indeed tragic, it was not sufficient grounds for him to lend her his vehicle. Who isn't deserving of sympathy these days? Lin Yi was not a saint. Countless lives were lost daily, and he could not extend compassion to everyone. Seeing Lin Yi unmoved, Luo Ziki pressed. What would it take for you to consider lending me the car? Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot lend you my vehicle, he firmly responded. Lin Yi's response left her heart icy. However, he proposed, if you are willing to be my woman, I can help you find the medicine. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ziki felt a flicker of hope reignite within her. Yet Lin Yi's condition, that she must become his woman, was indeed outrageous. It was akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Many men had once sweet-talked her, only to end up nursing bruises after she had retaliated. Having grown up in an orphanage, Luo Ziki was undoubtedly a rose with thorns. Just as she contemplated refusal, thoughts of her ailing sister softened her tone. Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? Absolutely not, Lin Yi replied with unwavering firmness. This is a mutual agreement. If you are unwilling, you are free to hang up the phone. But did Luo Ziki possess any real alternatives? After much hesitation, she ultimately acquiesced. Her sister's illness took precedence. Even if she agreed to be his woman, it didn't necessarily imply that they had to engage in anything intimate. She resolved to secure the medicine first, willing to betray her principles for her sister's life. Lin Yi was taken aback by Luo Ziki's agreement. Once he hung up, the two women beside him regarded him with disdain. Brother Yi, how shameless you are. Lu Feier was the first to voice her criticism. Jiang Shuyan chimed in. Exploiting someone's misfortune is utterly disgraceful. However, Jiang Shuyan soon shifted her perspective. But upon reflection, this could be beneficial for Luo Ziki. If she becomes Brother Yi's woman, both she and her sister could find shelter, free from want and cold, which would be advantageous for her sister's health. Lu Feier considered this and added, "That's true. And most importantly, when Brother Yi is out on business, we can all gather at home for mahjong." Then, turning to Lin Yi, Lu Feier encouraged, "Brother Yi, do your utmost to bring them both home swiftly." Lin Yi found himself momentarily bewildered by the rapid shift in their opinions, from disdain to fervent support. Luo Ziki sent him an image of the medication. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Yi had stockpiled various medicines, but they were primarily emergency supplies and treatments for colds and fevers, not for leukemia. After all, such medications were expensive, and he had no reason to purchase them when he didn't suffer from the illness himself. After saving the image to his phone, he resumed playing his game. It was already quite late, and he planned to visit a nearby hospital the following day. If he found the medicine, he would bring it back. If not, there would be little he could do. As he played, another thought crossed his mind. If the Luo sisters moved in, his shelter would reach full capacity. While it might be able to accommodate them, the comfort level would significantly diminish with so many people. He recalled seeing online images of a doomsday fortress before the renovations to his shelter. The fortress is perched upon a small hill in the outskirts of Haijing City, and it should not be entirely buried beneath the heavy snow. This stronghold consists of 5 levels, 2 of which are subterranean. Designed to withstand missile attacks, an ideal sanctuary envisioned by Lin Yi, constructed collaboratively by Tianli Protection Company and several other firms. Lin Yi had previously seen its location on Tianli Protection's official website, which he diligently noted. The entire fortress cost billions. Gifted by a wealthy tycoon of Haijing City to his son for his birthday. With its vast interior space, it even boasts an indoor heated swimming pool. In comparison, Lin Yi's own refuge pales in comfort and security. Determined, Lin Yi resolved to visit the fortress. If he could seize it, he would never again fret about limited space. Moreover, he could swim in the pool with his women, a thought that filled him with exhilaration. That evening, Lin Yi refrained from having Jiang Shuyan prepare dinner, instead retrieving a ready meal from his spatial dimension. After dining, the 3 of them took showers and returned to their room. The bed in Lin Yi's chamber was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate all 3 without concern for crowding. After a day spent together, they had grown increasingly familiar with one another, shedding any lingering shyness. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi donned his bulletproof vest once more, preparing to venture out. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier bid him farewell like devoted wives. Jiang Shuyan wished to accompany him, given her former career as a police officer. Her skills in both hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship were commendable. However, Lin Yi declined her offer, asserting that it would be more convenient for him to go alone. Should he encounter any supernatural beings, Jiang Shuyan could become a liability. Before departing, Lin Yi handed her a firearm. Confident in her ability to defend the sanctuary should anyone attempt to invade while he was away. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi observed that the bodies of Wang Xue and his associates had frozen solid. After retrieving his vehicle, he drove towards the People's Hospital in Haijing City, which lay 15 kilometers from his residence. Without the need to navigate detours or wait at traffic lights, what once took over an hour now took merely 40 minutes. This hospital is the largest in Haijing City, comprising 18 floors and extensive premises. After turning off the engine, Lin Yi casually stored the vehicle in his spatial dimension and glanced upward. The interior appeared dark and lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. Using a hammer, he shattered the window glass and crouched to enter. Inside, he found a patient room, illuminated by searchlights, revealing dried bloodstains on the floor. Around a corner, he spotted 2 frozen corpses, suggesting that this place had not been peaceful. These bodies were likely victims of violent skirmishes over food. The pharmacy in hospitals is typically located on the ground floor, so Lin Yi proceeded downstairs. The area below the 6th floor was shrouded in darkness as Lin Yi donned his headlamp once more. He navigated the stairwell with unwavering determination, encountering several lifeless bodies along the way, each a grim testament to violent ends, one with its skull brutally crushed. The entire hospital exuded an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a haunted house. Upon reaching the grand hall on the 1st floor, Lin Yi followed the directional signs and located the pharmacy. With a swift kick, he forced open the pharmacy's door and stepped inside. To Lin Yi's surprise, the pharmacy was far more spacious than he had anticipated, spanning at least 200 square meters. Rows of large medicine cabinets filled the interior, and remarkably, the supplies appeared untouched by looters. A moment of contemplation led him to an understanding. The apocalypse was still in its infancy, and the populace's paramount need was sustenance, no matter how valuable. Medicine could not substitute for food. However, as time progressed, pharmaceuticals would undoubtedly become increasingly precious. With the frigid temperatures outside, ordinary individuals were vulnerable to colds and fevers. Lacking medicine could prove fatal for them. After locating the medications required by Luo Ziki, he carefully set them aside. 2 large boxes, sufficient to sustain Luo Ziki for several years. Subsequently, Lin Yi began to utilize his spatial abilities, emptying the entire pharmacy of its contents. He even appropriated some medical equipment from the adjacent room. Uncertain of their future utility, yet believing that possessing them was better than not, his spatial realm was boundless, capable of accommodating an abundance of items. Once he had thoroughly pillaged the area, Lin Yi made his way back, retracing his steps. As he ascended to the 3rd floor, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing from above. Although the sound was faint, Lin Yi's physical capabilities now far surpassed those of an ordinary human. His vision extended further, and his hearing was considerably sharper. Chapter 76. Lu Dalv. Lin Yi slowed his pace, extinguishing his headlamp while drawing a handgun, concealing himself behind an iron door on the 3rd floor. Minutes later, a figure cautiously descended the stairs. It was a young man in his 20s, approximately 1.60 meters in height, but weighing over 200 pounds, resembling a spherical shape. The youth clutched a scalpel, trembling as he made his way down. As the young man passed the landing on the 3rd floor, Lin Yi suddenly emerged from behind the door, illuminating the area with his headlamp and pressing the gun against the man's head. The abrupt confrontation startled the youth, and upon seeing the firearm, he hastily dropped the scalpel to the ground and sank to his knees, exclaiming, "Please don't kill me. I'm a good person." Lin Yi regarded the seemingly harmless rotund figure before him and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The young man, trembling, replied, "My name is Zhou Xiaofu, but everyone calls me Zhou Xiaoping. My mother is ill, and I was here taking care of her when the heavy snow suddenly trapped us here." Zhou Xiaofu. The name seemed reminiscent of a brand. Lin Yi continued to inquire, "What is the situation with the corpses outside?" Zhou Xiaofu replied, "The heavy snow lasted for quite some time, and everyone ran out of food, which led to them turning against one another, resulting in many deaths." "How did you manage to survive?" Lin Yi observed Zhou Xiaofu's plump figure. Given the scarcity of food, it was evident that he must have been quite overweight before. Zhou Xiaofu explained, "I have a penchant for food, so I stockpiled quite a bit in my hospital room." As soon as the snow began to fall, while others were busy taking photos and posting them online, I was concerned about a potential food shortage and went out to buy more. When the fighting broke out, I sealed the door of my room, and by the time I emerged, everyone else had perished. Lin Yi was non-committal regarding Zhou Xiaofu's explanation. Although it contained no significant discrepancies, certain aspects felt somewhat implausible. He then asked, "What about your mother?" Zhou Xiaofu looked up towards the upper floors. "My mother is still in the hospital room. Take me to see her," Lin Yi commanded. Zhou Xiaofu dared not refuse and slowly rose from the ground, making his way upstairs, while Lin Yi followed closely behind, gun in hand. The two ascended the stairs to the 10th floor. Zhou Xiaofu opened the door to the hospital room and said, "That woman on the bed is my mother." Lin Yi stood at the threshold, observing a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. The slight rise and fall of the blanket suggested that she was still alive. Just as Lin Yi intended to step inside, Zhou Xiaofu, who had previously appeared simple-minded, suddenly revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. He swiftly drew a surgical knife from behind him and lunged towards Lin Yi's unprotected neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce Lin Yi's carotid artery, Zhou Xiaofu felt his body being propelled backward, flying several meters before crashing against the wall of the corridor. It turned out that Lin Yi had kicked him the moment he thrust the knife. Although Lin Yi had not exerted his full strength, his current physical prowess was sufficient to break a few of Zhou Xiaofu's ribs. Zhou Xiaofu lay on the ground, howling in pain, while desperately pleading, "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I still have my mother to take care of. I beg you." Lin Yi coldly stared at Zhou Xiaofu. "She is not your mother, is she? Your real name isn't Zhou Xiaofu, it is Lu Dalu. You are the pervert responsible for the heinous crime against a minor that occurred in Haijing City 2 months ago, aren't you? At these words, Lu Dalu ceased his pleas, sitting on the ground and asking Lin Yi, how did you know? Lin Yi's awareness stemmed from the fact that he had recently stolen goods from the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse, making him particularly attentive to the news from Haijing City during that period. The two most notorious cases at that time were the theft at Fuyuan supermarket and Lu Dalu's crime against the young girl. Lu Dalu is a socially marginalized individual, lacking formal employment. 2 months prior, in a fit of madness driven by an inability to repay a substantial gambling debt, he heinously murdered 3 underage girls. The following day, he was apprehended by the police. Lin Yi had previously seen his photograph, and what left a lasting impression on him was not only Lu Dalu's physique, but also his simple, honest appearance. On the surface, the seemingly unassuming Lu Dalu appeared far removed from the profile of a monstrous killer. Lin Yi had taken special note of him, never expecting that the suspect in 2 major cases would cross paths here. Upon realizing that Lin Yi had uncovered his true identity, Lu Dalu ceased his charade. So what if it's me? Is there any law that can touch me now? Who hasn't he killed someone? He sneered, challenging Lin Yi. Lin Yi lowered his weapon and replied, I have taken lives, but I am not like you. My actions were driven by the necessity of survival, while yours stem from perverse desires. Executing you would be a waste of a bullet. With that, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted Lu Dalu, who weighed over 200 pounds, with his extraordinary strength. At that moment, Lu Dalu managed to draw a handgun from his jacket, but before he could aim it at Lin Yi, the weapon was seized from him. In a swift motion, Lin Yi executed a shoulder throw, sending Lu Dalu sprawling. Observing the police firearm in his hand, which still contained 2 bullets, Lin Yi reflected on how Lu Dalu had ended up in this situation. He had suddenly fallen ill in the detention center, prompting the police to rush him to the hospital. However, shortly after his arrival, chaos ensued. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Lu Dalu had overpowered a guard, killing him and swiftly taking control of the entire hospital. Initially, he planned to wait for the snow to cease before fleeing, but as time progressed, the snowfall intensified. Gradually, he understood that the world had irrevocably changed. With a gun in hand, he believed he could attain anything. Lu Dalu hoarded all the food for himself, while the patients and doctors within the hospital succumbed to starvation, ultimately turning against one another. Soon, he found himself the sole survivor. The figure lying in the hospital bed was not his mother, but an ordinary doctor, the last of the hospital's inhabitants. After lying on the ground for an extended period, Lu Dalu finally managed to rise, having suffered several broken ribs from Lin Yi's earlier kick, and now feeling the excruciating impact of the throw. His internal organs felt as though they were shifting within him. Chapter 77. The coup. Lin Yi granted him no further opportunity. He flung open a window in the hospital corridor, letting in a gust of frigid air, dragging Lu Dalu to the edge. He ignored his pleas for mercy and unceremoniously tossed him out. Lin Yi closed the window, gazing down at the deep pit in the snow below. Entering the hospital room, Lin Yi gently felt the woman's pulse, discovering it to be alarmingly faint, as if she might slip away at any moment. Unfortunately, there was little he could do, and taking her back to the shelter was out of the question. He placed some food by her bedside, hoping that if she awakened, it would be a stroke of fate for her. After arranging the provisions, Lin Yi exited the room and retraced his steps out of the hospital. Once in his vehicle, he started the engine and sped towards the Chuangxin community. His mission had been accomplished, and he had scavenged an ample supply of medicines from the hospital, sufficient for his needs. Meanwhile, in the living room, Luo Ziki sat on the sofa beside a young girl in her 20s, clad in a thick military coat and wearing a mask. Observing her younger sister, Luo Ziki reassured her, Shanshan, do not fret. I have enlisted a friend to help find medicine, and soon you shall have what you need. Leaning her head against her sister, Luo Ziki's sister, Luo Zishan, wept silently. I'm sorry, sister. It's my burden that has weighed you down. Embracing her sister, Luo Ziki replied, What nonsense are you speaking? We have grown up together. You are my dear sister, and it is only right that I assist you. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Luo Ziki ushered her sister into the bedroom before opening the door. Standing outside were 2 women, Dong Yu, the former girlfriend of Xue Gue, and unexpectedly, Wang Xue, who had vanished. It turned out that after being released, Wang Xue learned of Lin Yi's new romantic interest, and, consumed by resentment, left Building 16 under the cover of night. However, She hadn't ventured far before the cold became unbearable, prompting her to seek warmth. Inadvertently arriving at Luo Ziqi's domain. Moved by compassion, Luo Ziqi took her in. Once inside, Wang Xue, trailing behind, left the door slightly ajar. Dong Yu boldly seated herself on the sofa and confronted Luo Ziqi. Sister Qi, have you struck a deal with Lin Yi? Noticing Dong Yu's unusual demeanor, Luo Ziqi was suddenly engulfed by a disquieting premonition. Before the apocalypse, Dong Yu had merely been her assistant. When had she dared to speak so boldly? Moreover, after securing control of Building 23, it was her trust in Dong Yu that had led her to delegate all responsibilities, including the allocation of resources, to her. Dong Yu had grown increasingly deferential. Coldly, Luo Ziqi replied, "Focus on your own duties. This matter does not require your concern." Dong Yu raised her voice in response. "Not my concern. Wang Xue perished at Lin Yi's hands. He is my enemy. How could you possibly engage in dealings with my foe? Do you care for anyone besides your sister?" Silence. Luo Ziqi shouted back. Wang Xue's death was his own doing. Had he not coveted Lin Yi's resources, he would not have met his fate at Lin Yi's hands. He deserved it. Currently, only Lin Yi possesses a vehicle, and Shanshan's condition cannot be delayed. Hence, I must collaborate with him. Wang Xue interjected, suggesting, "We can seize the opportunity to take him down when we procure the medicine. At that point, the vehicle, supplies, and the warmth of a safe haven will all be ours." Luo Ziqi shot a fierce glare at Wang Xue. "Had I known you were such a person, I would never have taken you in." Startled by Luo Ziqi's gaze, Wang Xue instinctively retreated behind Dong Yu, who then met Luo Ziqi's eyes. "I will ask you just once. Do you agree to take action against Lin Yi?" Luo Ziqi slipped her hand into her pocket, grasping the spring knife she always carried. She then stated unequivocally to Dong Yu, "I do not agree. Do you think you still have any authority now?" Dong Yu retorted, clapping her hands. Suddenly, a dozen members of the women's brigade burst in from outside. Luo Ziqi looked at these women, whom she had once rescued. Without her, they would have perished from hunger long ago. Yet, she never imagined they would ultimately aid Dong Yu in opposing her. "Li Xiao, Lu Ting, had I not saved you from those men's clutches, you would have been devoured by them long ago. Now, you side with Dong Yu against me. Are you even human?" Li Xiao, called out by Luo Ziqi, lowered her head in shame. Lu Ting, however, spoke with righteous indignation. "That fellow Lin Yi possesses abundant supplies and a warm shelter, everything we need. Why do you refuse to take him down? Is it because you fancy that pretty boy? If you desire a man, just tell me. With your looks, you could easily attract a multitude." Luo Ziqi was enraged by Lu Ting's words. Unable to contain herself any longer, she drew her spring knife and charged at Lu Ting and the others. The sudden assault threw the crowd into chaos. They had all witnessed Luo Ziqi's prowess. Even unarmed, 3 or 4 men could not withstand her. Now armed with a knife, they dared not confront her head-on. Luo Ziqi appeared to fixate solely on Lu Ting, disregarding the others entirely. As Luo Ziqi lunged toward her, Lu Ting ceased her retreat and swung a kitchen knife at Luo Ziqi. Unfazed, Luo Ziqi sidestepped Lu Ting's strike, then seized her weapon-bearing hand, executing a shoulder throw that sent Lu Ting sprawling while disarming her. Lu Ting attempted to rise, but Luo Ziqi swiftly struck her throat with the knife. Blood gushed forth immediately. Armed Lu Ting could not withstand even a single exchange before meeting her end at Luo Ziqi's hands. Fueled by fury at the betrayal of those she once saved, Luo Ziqi unleashed lethal force without mercy. The onlookers, never having witnessed such brutality, stood frozen in shock. Luo Ziqi then set her sights on taking down Dong Yu directly. Suddenly, Wang Xue emerged with Luo Zishan in tow. With a slight pressure of the knife in her hand, she drew a line of crimson across Luo Zishan's neck. Luo Ziqi, witnessing her sister in Wang Xue's grasp, found herself momentarily paralyzed by fear. In that moment, she yearned to consume the onlookers whole. Dong Yu smiled gently and remarked, "Luo Ziqi, as your former assistant, I am well aware of your formidable prowess. Even if we joined forces, we would not stand a chance against you. However, your sister is now in my custody. Should you choose not to cease your resistance, I shall swiftly take her life." Chapter 78. A bet. Luo Zishan, undeterred by the blade at her throat, wept as she implored, "Sister, don't worry about me, just run." Luo Ziqi clenched the knife tightly, gritting her teeth, but ultimately cast her weapon to the ground. Dong Yu had anticipated this choice and promptly ordered her subordinates to bind Luo Ziqi with ropes. Approaching Luo Ziki, Dong Yu instructed, "If you wish for your sister to live, you must cooperate with me. When you go to retrieve the medicine tomorrow, I want you to subdue Lin Yi. I will provide support. Although he wields a firearm, your strength allows for a successful ambush at close range. As long as you deliver Lin Yi to me, I will immediately return your sister to you, and you may also take the necessary medication for her." Lin Yi returned to the community in his vehicle. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier eagerly awaited at the entrance. After welcoming Lin Yi into their home, the two began to assist him in shedding his cold weather gear and bulletproof vest, helping him into his pajamas. Lin Yi, enveloped by their affectionate presence, reveled in their company. He settled on the sofa and sent a message to Luo Ziki, informing her that he had procured the medicine and would deliver it by morning. Subsequently, Lin Yi tossed his phone aside, washed his hands, and prepared for dinner. The meal was lovingly prepared by Jiang Shuyan, while Lu Feier, though not a cook, contributed by assisting. The trio gathered at the dining table, enjoying a delightful meal together. That evening, they naturally shared the same bed, with Lu Feier tidying up the adjacent bedroom in anticipation of Luo Ziki and her sister's arrival the following day. Although Luo Ziki had consented to become Lin Yi's partner, her sister would undoubtedly need to reside there as well, and this room would be designated for her. As Lin Yi observed the two women cleaning the room, his thoughts wandered to the doomsday fortress atop the suburban hill. The number of occupants in their quarters was steadily increasing, and it was evident that they would soon be unable to accommodate everyone. The prospect of relocating must be considered. After welcoming the Luo sisters, he intended to seek out that fortress, hoping it had not been buried by heavy snowfall. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi arranged a meeting time with Luo Ziki. With the assistance of the two women, he donned his attire and stepped through the alloy door. He walked to the base of Building 23 and leapt through the window. He had arranged to meet Luo Ziki on the 10th floor. Upon arriving in the corridor, he found her already waiting. Lin Yi had encountered Luo Ziki on a few occasions. Unlike others, she exuded not only beauty but also a certain vigor. Perhaps it was due to her profession as a mixed martial artist, enduring rigorous training daily, with injuries and bloodshed a commonplace occurrence during competitions. However, today, Luo Ziki appeared somewhat different, exhibiting signs of fatigue. Lin Yi tossed her some medication from his pocket. After inspecting it and finding it satisfactory, she carefully stowed it away. "This is enough for a week. I haven't brought any more. You and your sister should move in with me tonight. I'll give you all the medication then. My home is quite warm, which would benefit your sister's condition." The distance between them was minimal, merely a couple of meters, and from her perspective, Lin Yi bore no concealed weapons. Yet, the thought that he had procured life-saving medicine for her, while she might repay him with betrayal, stirred discomfort within Luo Ziki. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes before she steeled herself. With her sister still in Dong Yu's grasp and the adjacent room under tight surveillance, she feared for her sister's safety if she did not act. With this resolve, Luo Ziki sprang into action, closing the distance with remarkable speed. As she leaped towards Lin Yi, her knee aimed at him while her right fist swung towards his head. Lin Yi remained unfazed by her sudden assault. He had already perceived the inner turmoil in her eyes, serving as a warning. He swiftly retreated, evading her strike, then seized her outstretched fist, pulling her towards him with formidable strength, which caused her to lose her balance. In the next moment, Lin Yi executed a maneuver that pinned Luo Ziki beneath him. Surprised by Lin Yi's prowess, she found her arm firmly trapped in his grip, akin to a vice, rendering her incapable of escaping despite her best efforts. Just then, from the adjacent room, a dozen armed women surged forth, charging at him. Among them, Lin Yi spotted the missing Wang Xue. As the female contingent launched their assault, Lin Yi restrained Luo Ziki with one hand while brandishing an AK-47 with the other. As he pulled the trigger, a barrage of bullets erupted, swiftly incapacitating several of the assailants. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Yi was momentarily distracted, Luo Ziki finally freed herself from his grasp. She swiftly delivered a kick that sent the weapon flying from his hand, then lunged at him with a spring-loaded knife. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was tackled by Luo Ziki. However, she refrained from delivering a fatal blow, halting the knife just inches from his neck. The two found themselves entwined in an incredibly intimate position. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Luo Ziki felt a subtle flush creep across her cheeks. Her previous opponents in competitions had always been women, and even the occasional physical contact had been inconsequential. However, entangling with a man was an entirely new experience. At that moment, Dong Yu emerged at the end of the corridor, holding Luo Zishan firmly. Luo Ziki, kill him immediately, or your sister will surely meet her demise. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Lin Yi began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He quietly whispered to Luo Ziki, "Trust me, I can save your sister." Gazing into Lin Yi's clear eyes, Luo Ziki found herself in a turmoil of conflicting emotions, ultimately deciding to release him. Once free from Luo Ziki's grasp, Lin Yi stood up, revealing a handgun that he aimed at Dong Yu at the corridor's end. Seeing this, Dong Yu hurriedly concealed herself behind Luo Zishan. "Luo Ziki, did you not hear me? Kill Lin Yi at once, or I will take your sister's life without hesitation." Lin Yi smirked slightly and proposed, "Shall we have a little contest to see whether your knife is swifter than my gun?" Dong Yu's voice resonated from behind Luo Zishan. "Naturally, your gun is quicker. But can you hit me?" Lin Yi shrugged dismissively and addressed Luo Ziki beside him. "I understand that you agreed to become my woman solely to procure medicine for your sister. How about a wager? If my shot strikes true and saves your sister, you will willingly become my woman, devoting yourself entirely to me. If I fail, my life shall be yours to exchange for your sister's, ensuring a fair outcome for both parties." Chapter 79. Sisterly Bonds. Luo Ziki regarded the nonchalant Lin Yi, unable to shake the impression that he was not a trustworthy person. Yet, faced with no other options, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well. I, Luo Ziki, vow to the heavens that if you save my sister, I will wholeheartedly become your woman, serving you faithfully and never wavering in my loyalty." Upon hearing Luo Ziki's declaration, Lin Yi's smile broadened. He casually fired a shot forward. The gunshot echoed as Luo Zishan collapsed to the ground, while Dong Yu shrieked, clutching her right hand in agony. Lin Yi's shot had shattered her knife-wielding hand, enhanced by his extraordinary abilities, amplifying its power manifold. Luo Ziki rushed to her sister, cradling her in her arms. After checking her sister's condition and confirming that she had only been frightened but unharmed, a wave of relief washed over her. Lin Yi retrieved the submachine gun from the ground and stowed it away in his spatial pocket, then approached Dong Yu, who was paralyzed by fear, kneeling and begging for mercy, hoping Luo Ziki would spare her life due to their past acquaintance. Lin Yi raised his hand and shot her without hesitation. Even if Luo Ziki chose to forgive her, he would not let her escape. He had no tolerance for those who wished for their own demise. "Wang Xue, come forth. There is no need for you to continue feigning death." Lin Yi extracted a chair from his spatial realm and sat down, addressing the corpse before him. "If you do not come out soon, I shall set fire to these corpses." As Lin Yi's words fell, a bloodied Wang Xue suddenly crawled out from among the bodies. When Lin Yi fired his weapon, he had utilized his unique ability, granting him an acute awareness of where each bullet struck. During the chaos, Wang Xue had hidden behind the others, thus evading his shots. When they fell to the ground, she had pretended to be among the fallen. She had intended to feign death to escape detection, but Lin Yi still uncovered her ruse. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Xue crawled to Lin Yi's feet, pleading, "Brother Lin Yi, it's me, Xue. It was all that wretched Dong Yu's doing. I knew they were plotting against you. I intended to inform you." Before she could finish, Luo Ziki stood, yanked Wang Xue's hair, and plunged a spring knife into her body. Wang Xue's ingratitude had long since ignited Luo Ziki's ire. Had it not been for Wang Xue's instigation, even if Dong Yu bore animosity towards Lin Yi, she would not have dared to directly kidnap Luo Ziki's sister to coerce him. Thus, Luo Ziki's greatest hatred was not directed at Dong Yu, but at Wang Xue. Observing Luo Ziki's aggression towards Wang Xue, Lin Yi did not intervene. With the passage of time, his animosity towards Wang Xue had gradually dissipated. She was merely a minor character, not worthy of his enduring resentment. After receiving the stab from Luo Ziki, Wang Xue's consciousness began to fade. Lin Yi leaned down, whispering into her ear, "In the past life, you caused my demise. In this life, I return the favor. Let us consider this matter settled. Should you traverse back after death, remember not to seek revenge upon me." With that, Lin Yi disregarded whether Wang Xue comprehended his words and made his way to Luo Ziki's side, a smile adorning his face as he remarked, "How is your gambling spirit? Are you prepared to honor your wager?" Luo Ziki replied resolutely, "A promise once made is unbreakable. Henceforth, I shall be your woman, devoted to serving you with unwavering loyalty." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Come, Let me introduce you to a few sisters. Supporting Luo Ziki, he and she escorted Luo Zishan towards Building 16. Upon spotting Lin Yi's image on the surveillance, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier hurriedly opened the door to welcome them in. Luo Ziki, glancing at the two women inside, was momentarily taken aback. She recognized Jiang Shuyan, the renowned police flower of the city, who resided in the same neighborhood, making it difficult not to notice her. However, the beauty of the other woman was such that it rivaled even Jiang Shuyan, perhaps even surpassing it. She could only describe her appearance as akin to a masterpiece. In comparison to the two stunning women, Luo Ziki's own beauty felt somewhat diminished. Before arriving, she had believed herself a fitting match for Lin Yi. But it now appeared she had indeed benefited from the situation. As they stepped inside, the sisters were astonished by the warmth within the room. Although they had heard from Wang Xue that Lin Yi's sanctuary was exceptionally warm, they were utterly unprepared for the degree of warmth they experienced. Just by observing the attire of the two young women, one could infer the climate within. Outside, where temperatures plummeted to 7 or 8 degrees below zero, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier were surprisingly clad in nothing but camisole pajamas, appearing completely unfazed by the cold. As the door closed, the frigid air from outside was effectively sealed away. Luo Ziki immediately felt a wave of heat envelop her. The temperature was indeed quite high, and their clothing felt overly excessive as they began to perspire in no time. Lin Yi produced 2 sets of fresh garments and handed them over, gesturing toward the bathroom. There's hot water inside. Why not take a shower first? Luo Ziki accepted the clothes and led her sister into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed from within. After changing into his pajamas, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa to watch television. Lu Feier quietly sat beside him and remarked, "Ego, are you planning to indulge Luo Ziki tonight? Should I distract her sister?" Lin Yi widened his eyes in surprise at Lu Feier. In his memory, she had always been an aloof goddess, and he never anticipated she possessed such a playful side. However, her warmth was undeniably endearing, and he appreciated it. After planting a kiss on Lu Feier's cheek, he replied, "I'll leave that to you." Lu Feier responded with an okay gesture. Approaching noon, Lin Yi decided against venturing out again, postponing the matter of the Doomsday Fortress until tomorrow. Jiang Shuyan, noting the time, headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Lu Feier accompanying her to assist. Moments later, Luo Ziki and her sister emerged from the bathroom. Having bathed, Luo Ziki appeared even more radiant, her short hair exuding a sense of vigor, and her entire demeanor reflected a newfound confidence. Yet, what truly captivated Lin Yi was her sister, Luo Zishan. Standing at 1.75 meters, she was statuesque, surpassing her sister in height, with a curvaceous figure. The mask she had previously worn was now removed, revealing a cherubic face that was utterly charming. Were it not for the fear of upsetting Luo Ziki, Lin Yi would have been tempted to pinch her cheek. Silently, he rated Luo Zishan a score of 94, 1 point higher than her sister. Lin Yi had not anticipated that his desire for Luo Ziki would result in an unexpected bonus, a pair of captivating sisters. Chapter 80. 1 Dragon and 4 Phoenixes. Luo Zishan was still quite young and, having been sheltered by her sister following her illness, was relatively naive and innocent. Lin Yi connected the television to the game console and handed her a controller, wishing to engage her in a game to enhance their rapport. Luo Zishan was thrilled to discover that Lin Yi possessed a gaming console. Upon receiving the controller, her entire demeanor transformed, and she swiftly soared through the game alongside Lin Yi. Luo Ziki sat on the sofa, explaining to the astonished Lin Yi, "Ever since Shanshan's illness was diagnosed, I've been confined at home. I need to train and compete, leaving me little time to keep her company. To alleviate her boredom, I purchased numerous gaming consoles for her." Lin Yi suddenly understood. It appeared that she was quite the gaming prodigy, so he need not worry about her failing to progress in her games anymore. As Luo Ziki observed her sister and Lin Yi engrossed in their gaming, a sense of home enveloped her. She and her sister had grown up in an orphanage, enduring relentless bullying. Although she had later earned some money through competitions, she had been perpetually busy, rarely finding time to be with her sister as she could now. Curious about the commotion in the kitchen, Luo Ziki turned to Lin Yi and asked, "What are they up to?" Without lifting his gaze from the game, Lin Yi replied, "Cooking, of course. What else could they possibly do in the kitchen?" "Cooking?" Luo Ziki pondered, feeling perplexed. In these times of scarcity, merely having instant noodles was a luxury. So what could they possibly be preparing? Despite her curiosity, she chose not to press further. Soon, however, An alluring aroma wafted towards her, a scent both familiar and foreign. It was familiar from over 20 years ago, yet foreign since she had not encountered it in over a month. Rubbing her nose, she questioned whether her sense of smell had failed her or if hunger had conjured illusions. Meanwhile, Luo Zishan, oblivious to her sister's musings, exclaimed while gaming, "Sister, do you smell that? It's delicious. It seems like roasted meat. Oh no, even my sister is succumbing to hunger-induced fantasies." Just then, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Fei emerged from the kitchen, carrying several plates of food. Since the Luo sisters had just joined that day, Jiang Shuyan had prepared extra dishes and even simmered a pot of chicken soup, enriched with an old mountain ginseng to nourish them. This ginseng, a treasure Lin Yi had salvaged from the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket, was worth several thousand yuan, yet he felt no regret. He had plenty more in his otherworldly space. With 4 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, alongside a pot of chicken soup, Lu Fei had even air-fried some chicken wings. Once the meal was laid out, Jiang Shuyan beckoned Lin Yi to join them. However, the enticing aroma had already drawn the Luo sisters in. After everyone settled, Lin Yi finally took his seat at the head of the table. He picked up a chicken wing and took a bite, prompting the others to finally begin eating. It was noon, so Lin Yi abstained from alcohol, instead retrieving beverages from the refrigerator to share. As Luo Ziki and her sister savored the delectable meal before them, tears threatened to spill from their eyes. Though they had managed to eat during this period, it had only been enough to stave off starvation. Suddenly, encountering such delightful fare filled them with overwhelming joy. Luo Ziki felt a wave of gratitude for her choices wash over her. Had I chosen to compromise with Dong Yu at that time, how could my sister and I possibly be living such a life now? Although the cost was my virtue, I would eventually seek a romantic partner. It is rare to encounter a man as exceptional as Lin Yi. Despite his numerous romantic entanglements, Luo Ziki has come to understand that in the near future, the world of Blue Star will likely evolve into a polygamous society, where capable men will be surrounded by a multitude of women. If I do not seize the opportunity to hold on to Lin Yi tightly now, I may find myself relegated to a lesser position in the future. Presently, I am in 3rd place, but soon I could easily slip down the ranks to 7th or 8th. The designation of the 3rd always leaves me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Luo Ziki is lost in her own thoughts. After finishing their meal, Jiang Shuyan begins to clear the table, and the sisters, Luo Ziki and her sibling, promptly offer their assistance. As they have now become part of the household, it is only natural for them to contribute in any way they can. They cannot simply wait for others to attend to them. Once the kitchen is tidied up, Lin Yi emerges from the spatial realm with a plethora of designer handbags, cosmetics, and various women's items, including high-heeled shoes and stockings. These treasures were gathered during his earlier shopping excursions. While they may not be able to carry the handbags out, their mere presence brings them joy. The cosmetics, naturally, become the focus of enthusiastic competition among the women. With Lin Yi surrounded by such beautiful companions, an unspoken pressure mounts on the others to enhance their appearances. If they do not present themselves attractively, they may easily be overshadowed. However, Lin Yi is fair in his distribution, ensuring that each item is shared equally, even extending a portion to Luo Zishan, who had merely been observing. Lin Yi's spatial realm is abundant. He has collected items from an entire shopping mall, including more than a dozen upscale cosmetic stores. Each woman receives a generous box of cosmetics, while the remainder is stored away for the future, allowing for new sisters to join and receive them as gifts upon their arrival. After distributing the items, Lin Yi produces a mahjong table. Recalling that Lu Fei had previously mentioned wanting to play once Luo Ziki and the others moved in. With several mahjong tables at his disposal and nothing pressing to attend to, they might as well enjoy a game together. As for the stakes, they will naturally be the cosmetics recently distributed. Luo Ziki watches in awe as Lin Yi conjures such an array of items, while Jiang Shuyan and Lu Fei seem utterly unfazed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Ziki finally inquires, prompting Jiang Shuyan to provide an exaggerated explanation. After her elaborate account, Luo Ziki accepts the reality of Lin Yi's central role. The thought of being one of the women in the life of the male protagonist dissolves the last remnants of her unease. Since I am one of the male protagonist's women, even if I cannot take on the role of the leading lady, I am certain to achieve great things in the future, ensuring that I will not become mere cannon fodder. As Lin Yi meticulously assembled the mahjong machine according to the manual, He listened to Jiang Shuyan recounting her heroic tales. By the end, he almost found himself believing her narrative. How was it that, after her embellishments, he had transformed into the paragon of justice? Wasn't he, in truth, rather nefarious? Through her descriptions, those he had slain morphed into deserving victims, while he stood as a savior of the populace. Chapter 81. The Doomsday Fortress in the Suburbs. At long last, Lin Yi completed the assembly of the mahjong machine. Luo Zishan had dashed off to play games alone, leaving only Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier, Luo Ziki, and Lin Yi. The four of them were perfectly matched. They played until evening, with Lin Yi and Lu Feier neither winning nor losing significantly, while Jiang Shuyan suffered the most devastating losses. The bag and cosmetics Lin Yi had gifted her were all but depleted, leaving her with merely a few pairs of high heels and designer stockings. The only reason she hadn't wagered these items away was due to Lin Yi's fondness for her in high heels. Thus, despite losing all her cosmetics, she resolutely clung to these prized possessions. As the hour grew late, the group tidied away the mahjong machine. After dining, Lin Yi retired to his room first, while Lu Feier and Jiang Shuyan carefully escorted Luo Zishan next door. Subsequently, Lu Feier discreetly slipped a lacy sleepwear set and a pair of high heels to Luo Ziki, whispering in her ear, "Iga likes us to wear this." Luo Ziki gazed at the garments and heels in her hands, her cheeks flushing. The naive girl suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. After retreating to the bathroom to change, she stood hesitantly at the threshold of Lin Yi's bedroom, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She had never felt such trepidation, even during her first competitive match. Taking a deep breath, she finally pushed the door open. Lin Yi, nearly drifting into slumber on the bed, was instantly awakened by the sight of Luo Ziki entering in high heels. His eyes sparkled with delight. The form-fitting lace sleepwear accentuated Luo Ziki's figure beautifully. Years of training had rendered her skin taut and elastic, giving Lin Yi an entirely new sensation. The following day, Lin Yi rose late. Although Luo Ziki had just crossed into womanhood, she exhibited no signs of discomfort. Unlike Lu Feier, who had languished in bed all day, Lin Yi could only remark that good health made a marked difference. He planned to venture into the suburbs to seek out the Doomsday Fortress. With an increasing number of people in the household, space had become somewhat cramped. Moreover, the absence of an elevator made returning home a strenuous endeavor, as it required climbing stairs each time. After breakfast, Lin Yi intended to set out, but he was halted by Luo Ziki's grasp. "I want to go with you." Lin Yi frowned slightly, not out of distrust towards Luo Ziki, but rather out of concern for her safety should they encounter any extraordinary abilities again. Beside him, Jiang Shuyan spoke up, "Go, let Ziki accompany you. Her skills are commendable, and she will not hinder your progress." Lu Feier shared their sentiment. Evidently, the girls had conspired beforehand. "Indeed, Go. This home belongs to us as well. We cannot allow you to face dangers alone. With Ziki by your side, we can rest assured." Luo Zishan tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, playfully imploring, "Dear brother-in-law, please take my sister along. I beg you." Lin Yi was nearly overwhelmed by her affectionate address. Astonished that this child had learned to be so endearing, he wondered who had taught her. Upon witnessing the resolute expressions on the girls' faces, he ultimately relented. "Very well. I am merely going to familiarize myself with the route. There should be little danger. I will take you along." As the girls were about to cheer, Lin Yi interjected, "However, let it be clear, once we are outside, you must heed my commands. Without my orders, do not act recklessly." Luo Ziki nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured. Go. I will follow your instructions. If you direct me east, I shall not stray west." Lin Yi retrieved a brand new bulletproof vest and helmet, along with a set of cold weather gear, handing them to Luo Ziki. These items were procured from the police station previously. Once she donned the gear, he presented her with a handgun and 2 magazines. Jiang Shuyan already possessed a firearm, given to her by Lin Yi earlier, while he handed Lu Feier another gun and 2 grenades. After their departure, only Jiang Shuyan and the other 2 girls remained at home. Lin Yi held little expectation for Luo Zishan. Her mere presence was enough, so the responsibility of guarding the house fell solely upon Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier. Fully equipped, Lin Yi departed with Luo Ziki. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi revealed his vehicle. Although Luo Ziki was aware of Lin Yi's vast spatial abilities, witnessing him materialize such a large vehicle was a remarkable experience for her. After inviting her to enter, he activated the heater within the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, they headed toward the suburbs. This marked Luo Ziqi's first venture beyond their community since the apocalypse, rendering everything she saw fascinating. The city of Haijing had transformed drastically from her memories. The once bustling streets had vanished, and there was no sign of life. As if the entire city had become a desolate wasteland. Lin Yi did not meander. He drove directly to their destination. The apocalyptic stronghold was perched atop a small hill, situated to the south of Haijing City. After an hour of driving at full throttle, they finally approached the vicinity of their goal. Thankfully, with Luo Ziqi as company, Lin Yi was spared from boredom. Beyond exchanging sweet nothings, they conversed extensively during the drive, with Luo Ziqi sharing her life experiences. Lin Yi felt a deep sympathy for this unfortunate girl, silently vowing to cherish and care for them all in the future. Lin Yi brought the vehicle to a halt and retrieved a map to examine the route. To his astonishment, the internet was still operational. He could not help but admire the robustness of the telecommunications infrastructure in the Dragon Country. The map indicated the presence of numerous manors and villas in the vicinity, all of which were now shrouded under a thick blanket of snow. Lin Yi privately rejoiced in his foresight for not purchasing a villa as a refuge. Otherwise, he would surely have been buried alive by the snowfall. Guided by the map, he finally located the small hill where the Doomsday Fortress was situated. Although the hill was encircled by a winding road, it was now obscured from view. Lin Yi decided to drive directly towards the summit. The trees atop the hill were buried beneath the snow, alleviating any concerns about colliding with them. After circling the hill for over 10 minutes, he finally reached the peak. Though the hill was not vast, it was certainly substantial, with the summit covering over 100,000 square meters. At the center, there was a large snowdrift, appearing to be 2 stories high. According to the map, this snowdrift was indeed the Doomsday Fortress Lin Yi sought. Fortunately, the strong winds at the summit had blown away much of the freshly fallen snow, leaving the upper 2 levels of the fortress exposed. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings and found no traces of other individuals, leading him to believe that the fortress was uninhabited. He parked beside the villa, and Luo Ziqi hopped out of the vehicle. Chapter 82. The source of the golden key. Lin Yi circled the villa, noting that the fortress occupied a considerable area, with the first floor spanning at least 5,000 square meters, measuring 100 meters in length and about 50 meters in width, almost rivaling that of a manor, justifying the considerable expense. He struck the wall twice with force. The building materials were similar to those of his own abode, composed of alloy panels, yet their thickness surpassed that of his shelter. While his refuge utilized 10-centimeter alloy panels, the ones he struck appeared to be at least 20 centimeters thick. The glass was also bulletproof, rendering any attempts to shatter a window from the outside futile. Alternative methods would need to be considered. Lin Yi aligned himself with the villa's main entrance, retrieving 2 shovels, one for himself and one for Luo Ziqi. Together, they commenced their excavation. With the aid of his spatial abilities, the shards of snow and ice they unearthed were swiftly absorbed into the alternate space, significantly expediting their progress. After laboring for over 20 minutes, the entrance of the villa finally emerged before them. This, too, was a formidable alloy door, with a thickness of at least 30 centimeters. Aside from a golden keyhole, it bore no other features. Luo Ziqi struck the door with her shovel and then crouched to examine the keyhole closely. She turned to Lin Yi and remarked, "We may have made this journey in vain. Unless we possess the key, we certainly cannot open this grand entrance. The keyhole before me, once encountered in a magazine, is known as a 4-ring lock. Its internal mechanism is extraordinarily intricate, with each ring corresponding to a segment of the key. Consequently, this lock can only be operated with a singular key. Without it, even the most skilled locksmith would find it impossible to breach the door." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi crouched down to examine the keyhole, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as though he had seen it before. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smacked his forehead, revealing a pure gold key in his hand. This key had been pilfered from Su Shuai's neck during his previous heist at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse. At the time, he was merely captivated by its unique appearance and its golden luster, carelessly stashing it away in a spatial pocket. Now, upon closer inspection, he felt an undeniable connection between the key and the door. Luo Ziqi, startled by Lin Yi's sudden revelation of the key, couldn't help but ponder the sheer coincidence of the situation. Lin Yi carefully inserted the key into the keyhole, pushing it all the way in without resistance. As he began to turn the key, A series of clicking sounds emanated from the lock. After a complete rotation, the door trembled slightly before slowly swinging open. Lo Ziki's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a light bulb, as she couldn't contain her curiosity and inquired about the key's origins. Lin Yi recounted his escapade at the Fuyuan warehouse, and upon hearing his tale, Lo Ziki felt a surge of certainty. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the protagonist in this unfolding narrative. What are the odds that the world's sole key would be in his possession? Lin Yi felt a swell of joy, realizing that a seemingly trivial act from his past had bestowed upon him such a remarkable gift. The enigmatic billionaire, who had invested billions in constructing an apocalyptic fortress as a coming-of-age present for his son, turned out to be Su Shuai's father. It seemed fate had favored Lin Yi in this instance, prompting him to express a silent gratitude. Thank you, for your existence has warmed the seasons. As Lin Yi pushed the door open, he stepped inside, greeted by a dimly lit interior, where a layer of snow coated the glass, diminishing the light. The temperature inside hovered around -30°C. Upon entering, they found themselves in a hall that spanned over 500 square meters, characterized by a modern aesthetic, clean and orderly. Lin Yi and Lo Ziki explored the hall, discovering an indoor heated swimming pool at the back, though it was devoid of water. Their curiosity led them upstairs, where they encountered a plethora of rooms on the second floor, predominantly bedrooms, alongside a few game rooms and a private cinema with seating for 20. Finally, they stumbled upon a rather peculiar room, adorned with various implements, and an electric bed that elicited an immediate blush from Lo Ziki upon her glance. She had only conversed with Lin Yi yesterday and still felt somewhat reluctant to let go. Lin Yi, however, ceased to tease her, and the two continued their ascent. The third floor housed a sports arena, featuring a basketball court and a badminton court, along with several treadmills and fitness equipment. To Lin Yi's surprise, there was yet another level above. Upon ascending the staircase, he discovered a small loft, measuring less than 100 square meters, enclosed entirely by one-way bulletproof glass, devoid of walls. From this vantage point, he could observe all activities within several kilometers of the villa, while remaining concealed from outside view. Each window had small shooting apertures, allowing Lin Yi to shoot in all directions without obstruction. Coupled with the unique ability of his right eye, he could take a life from several kilometers away. Having completed their tour of the upper floor, they prepared to explore the basement. The first underground level was filled with numerous small rooms, including a monitoring room, a water storage room, an electromechanical room, and a storage room. The monitoring room contained dozens of screens, though currently unpowered, leaving the locations of the cameras unknown. The water storage tanks resembled those of a swimming pool, yet were empty, likely due to the absence of residents. In the electromechanical room, numerous large generators stood alongside dozens of unopened barrels of fuel. Upon seeing these generators, Lin Yi realized the true scale of power generation compared to these. His own home generators seemed insignificant, akin to mere grandsons rather than equals. Although the villa was splendid, the sight of these generators made Lin Yi acutely aware of the exorbitant energy consumption here. It was no wonder Su Shuai had not taken residence. He might not even afford the electricity bill. The electrical and plumbing systems were independent, meaning all energy reliance fell upon these generators. The limited fuel in the electromechanical room would scarcely last a few days, perhaps a fortnight at most. Fortunately, Lin Yi had stockpiled ample fuel in his alternate space, sufficient for a while. However, the long-term energy consumption would undoubtedly be staggering, and having resolved to reside here, he needed to prepare in advance. Regrettably, his stockpiled firewood would remain useless, as heating relied entirely on electricity, and there was no fireplace to utilize his collection of wood and coal. After exploring the first basement level, Lin Yi descended to the second basement level, which appeared to be a shooting range, with several targets positioned at a distance. However, there were no firearms present. Instead, a variety of compound bows hung on the walls, and the floor was strewn with arrows. Lin Yi picked up a compound bow, effortlessly drawing it to full moon, and aimed at a silicone figure in the distance. As he released his right hand, the arrow shot forth, striking the figure accurately from 50 meters away, piercing through and embedding itself into the concrete wall behind, leaving only half protruding. Meanwhile, the energy in Lin Yi's eyes diminished somewhat. It appeared that regardless of the type of flying apparatus, he could imbue it with his extraordinary abilities, thereby enhancing its accuracy, extending its range, and increasing its potency. Luo Ziki, standing nearby, clapped her hands in admiration. Brother Yi, you are amazing. Your shots are incredibly precise. Lin Yi, having stored the compound bow and a few feathered arrows into his spatial realm, turned to Luo Ziki and remarked, "Are you not already aware of my accuracy?" Luo Ziki seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Lin Yi noticed that Luo Ziki was particularly prone to shyness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Typically, she exuded an air of competence and charisma, but only in his presence did she adopt this more demure and girlish posture. He grasped her hand and led her forward. Given that this place had been encased in ice for so long, he wondered whether any of its functions had been compromised. Lin Yi made his way to the machinery room, pouring the fuel on the ground into the generator before activating the switch. As the generator roared to life, the lights in the room illuminated, and the heating system commenced its operation. In less than half an hour, the temperature rose to a comfortable level above freezing. Lin Yi then poured the water from his spatial realm into the water tank. After filling the tank, he proceeded to the first-floor hall, where it appeared that the facilities were still operational, although there remained much work to be done. The snow accumulating on the windows alone would keep them busy for quite some time. Lin Yi intended to clear the snow from the windows, but for the sake of concealment, he decided against removing the snow from other areas. He also planned to tidy up the snow at the entrance, as the villa's main door was buried 3 meters beneath the snow, necessitating the creation of a 5 to 6 meter clear zone at the entrance. Lin Yi did not intend to remove all the snow surrounding the villa. While the workload was secondary, safety was paramount. The first floor of the villa, enveloped by a layer of snow, provided excellent protection and aided in concealment. The screens in the monitoring room flickered to life. Upon inspection, Lin Yi noted that the monitoring range extended to 1 kilometer around the villa, equipped with motion detection capabilities that would trigger an alarm upon the detection of any moving object within the area. Aside from concerns regarding energy consumption, Lin Yi was quite pleased with the villa's overall condition, and Luo Ziki was positively overjoyed. Although she was an athlete who had earned some money, she recognized that even a lifetime of boxing would not afford her such a splendid residence. She was particularly fond of many of the amenities, and since her arrival at the villa, her excitement had reached unparalleled heights. Lin Yi adjusted the indoor temperature to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. He then made his way to the first-floor swimming pool, where he released the water from his spatial realm. The water he had collected was potable, yet he poured it directly into the pool. Beside the swimming pool, there exists a temperature regulator that controls the water temperature. Lin Yi intends to spend the night here, first tidying up the place, and then he plans to fetch a few ladies tomorrow. However, deciding what to do with his own house has become a dilemma. After all, he has lived there for quite some time and feels reluctant to leave it behind. Nevertheless, he soon comes to terms with it. One must let go of the old to welcome the new. Unlike Lin Yi, Luo Ziki feels no sadness. Seizing the opportunity before the other ladies arrive, she hurriedly goes to select her room. The second floor has numerous rooms, the largest of which belongs to Lin Yi, featuring a bed spacious enough for 5 or 6 individuals. Luo Ziki chooses a room adjacent to Lin Yi's, as being close to him is undoubtedly advantageous. Lin Yi sends a message to Jiang Shuyan, informing her that he will not be returning today and advising her to be cautious. He will come to fetch them tomorrow. Subsequently, the two begin their tasks. Lin Yi, dressed appropriately, steps outside to clear the accumulated snow from the windows. Luo Ziki also dons her winter attire, preparing to remove the snow from the entrance. Meanwhile, in the Shouchuan community, 2 men lurk stealthily beneath Building 16. One of the men, who is somewhat portly, inquires, "Are you certain that someone named Lin Yi resides here?" His companion replies, "Indeed, I have been observing for several days. This building now only houses his family, and surprisingly, their lights are still on at night." Upon hearing this, the portly man responds, "Let us not alarm the prey. Come, report back to the boss. If the situation proves true, there will be rewards for you." With that, the 2 men quietly depart the community. Adjacent to this, there stands an apartment building, previously inhabited by Sun Qi. The man who spoke with the portly individual is named Yu Zhe, an owner of an apartment in Building 16. However, when the apocalypse struck, he was not home, but rather at a friend's apartment enjoying drinks. After the outbreak, he managed to survive by relying on his friend's supplies and by looting the supermarket in the apartment complex. Although he was not present in the community, he kept a keen eye on the messages in the owners group and became aware of the abundant supplies in Lin Yi's home. Currently, the apartment complex is under the control of a man named Chun Dao, who is the foreman of a nearby quarry. He has many workers under his command, all of whom reside in the apartment. Chun Dao's ascension to the position of leader in the complex is not solely due to his workers. Rather, it is primarily because he possesses a substantial amount of explosives, intended for quarrying stone, powerful enough to demolish the entire building. Despite his leadership, Chun Dao is exceedingly cautious and thus very selective about admitting new members. Aside from his own workers, he refuses to accept outsiders, fearing betrayal from behind. The slightly overweight man was one of his subordinates. In a bid to join Chun Dao's organization, Yuzhe had finally managed to get in touch with him. After discussing matters downstairs, the slightly overweight man took Yuzhe back to the apartment. Yuzhe was confident that, with the information he provided, Chun Dao would undoubtedly allow him to join. The situation at the apartment was dire. Food supplies were dwindling, and in just a few days, they would be out of provisions. Chapter 84. Under surveillance. Upon returning to the apartment, the slightly overweight man was intercepted at the door by several individuals. After explaining that Yuzhe had crucial information to share with the boss, they were finally granted entry. The two ascended to the 10th floor, where they were interrogated twice. Yet only after receiving Chun Dao's approval were they permitted to enter his lair. This was the largest room in the apartment, a 3-bedroom unit, where 5 or 6 people were lounging in a haze of smoke. Chun Dao's most trusted associates. Chun Dao was reclining on the bed in the bedroom, flanked by 2 young women, students from a nearby school whom he had coerced into serving him. Disturbed from his leisure, he was irate. But upon hearing that someone had information regarding supplies, he immediately sat up. Many of his workers were still oblivious to their precarious situation, but as their leader, he was acutely aware. Their food reserves were dwindling. Despite having raided several homes recently, the supermarkets and food vendors were buried beneath the heavy snow, rendering their supplies inaccessible. Without food, would his subordinates still heed his commands? They acknowledged him as their leader because he could sustain them. Dressed, Chun Dao made his way to the living room, where the individuals lounging in the haze quickly rose to give up their seats for him. Shortly thereafter, the slightly overweight man entered, ushering Yuzhe through the door. With a respectful bow, he pointed at Yuzhe and said to Chun Dao, "Boss, this is Yuzhe. He wishes to join us and claims to know where there is a substantial supply of provisions, enough to last us at least a month." After the slightly overweight man finished speaking, Yuzhe hurriedly added, "Greetings, boss. My name is Yuzhe." Chun Dao regarded Yuzhe with a slight smile, then rose and pulled him onto the sofa beside him. With a friendly demeanor, he reassured Yuzhe, "There's no need to be so formal from now on. You're one of us. As long as I have food, you will certainly not go hungry." Upon hearing Chun Dao's words, Yuzhe felt a sense of relief. He had been somewhat apprehensive before arriving, considering Chun Dao's notorious reputation. At least dozens had perished at his hands in recent times. Before Yuzhe could pledge his loyalty, Chun Dao swiftly shifted the conversation to the matter of supplies. "You claim to know where there are provisions. Is your information reliable?" Upon hearing this, Yuzhe confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Absolutely reliable. The supplies at his place are even more abundant than I described. He has a fireplace, and it's not cold at all inside. Moreover, there is a stunning beauty there, apparently a police flower from Haijing City, resembling a celestial fairy." With Yuzhe's assurance, Chun Dao's interest intensified. It was not only the supplies and the beauty that captivated him, but he also became intrigued by the house itself. Although his current dwelling was considerably warmer than that of many ordinary households, it still plunged to -20 or 30 degrees. Every time he engaged with the 2 female students, he found himself freezing, hampering his performance. Chun Dao then pulled Yuzhe closer, saying, "Rest assured, once I secure everything, not only will I credit you for your contributions, but I will also share a portion with you." Yuzhe was overjoyed to hear this. He merely wished to ally with Chun Dao, hoping for a reliable backing to avoid solitary struggles. Securing some supplies from Lin Yi would be an added bonus, though he harbored no illusions that Chun Dao would gift him the enchanting police flower. However, even if he could only share in the remnants of Chun Dao's conquests, he was thrilled at the thought of Jiang Shuyan's alluring figure and beautiful visage. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Boss, but his house is not easily breached. All the walls are reinforced with alloy plates. Many in our neighborhood have attempted to assault it, only to end up losing numerous lives." In response to Yuzhe's concerns, Chun Dao waved dismissively. "Am I comparable to those inept fools? They could only smash the door with hammers and axes, but I possess explosives. Destroying a mere door is trivial. I could obliterate the entire building with ease. Hearing Chun Dao's words, Yuzhe felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly affirming that he had indeed chosen the right ally. It seemed he might finally savor the taste of the police flower. Yuzhe handed his phone to Chun Dao, who meticulously reviewed the conversations within the owners group and confirmed that Lin Yi indeed had a substantial stockpile of supplies. Furthermore, Chun Dao discovered Lin Yi's profile, featuring posts from the onset of the apocalypse, with images of food that filled entire rooms, showcasing an array of high-end ingredients. Lin Yi also shared daily meals, consistently featuring at least 4 dishes. Chun Dao found himself salivating. It was only when he stumbled upon a photo of Wang Xue that he finally halted. Although Yuzhe had previously mentioned the beautiful police flower at Lin Yi's residence, Chun Dao had not taken it seriously, doubting that anyone could be that beautiful. However, upon seeing Wang Xue's photograph, he realized his error. She was not merely a woman, but an absolute celestial being. In comparison, the 2 female university students he had once cherished as treasures seemed like mere older women. A surge of excitement coursed through Chun Dao, prompting him to generously distribute the 2 female students in the room to his subordinates. Yuzhe and the slightly plump man, due to their valuable intelligence, were prioritized in this allocation. Upon seeing the photograph of Wang Xue, Chun Dao became somewhat discerning, losing interest in the 2 individuals within the room. Yuzhe and the slightly plump man rejoiced at this revelation and promptly entered the chamber. Although Chun Dao had commandeered the entire apartment, the number of young women present was rather scant, with only these 2 being somewhat appealing. However, they were exclusively enjoyed by Chun Dao, and others dared not make a move, leaving them in a state of pent-up frustration for over a month. Even if there were needs of a certain nature, they could only wield their fantasies, strategizing within their minds. Finally, they were able to indulge in their desires. After the conclusion of their escapade, it was quite late. The temperature outside had dropped significantly compared to the day. Chun Dao decided against launching a direct assault on Lin Yi's refuge, reasoning that one more night would not make a difference. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki had labored throughout the afternoon, and only after nightfall was the villa cleaned to satisfaction. The snow on the windows had been entirely cleared, and a small area at the entrance had been made tidy. After darkness fell, Lin Yi illuminated the villa, which instantly became a beacon of light. It was rare for Lin Yi to spend the night outside, and Luo Ziki cherished the opportunity to be alone with him, knowing that once the older sisters arrived the following day, she would no longer have him to herself. That evening, the 2 enjoyed a candlelit dinner. Subsequently, Luo Ziki donned a seductive nightgown, and after sharing tender moments with Lin Yi, they embraced and fell asleep. Chapter 85. The house was bombed early the next morning. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki dressed and prepared to depart, intending to bring several women from their home. Initially, Lin Yi had planned to go alone, but Luo Ziki insisted on accompanying him, and unable to refuse, he acquiesced. After all, his vehicle could comfortably accommodate 5 people. As Lin Yi was about to return home, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the community. They wielded various weapons, and several individuals carried backpacks. Leading the group were Chun Dao and Yuzhe. Their intentions were unmistakable, as they bypassed all residential buildings and headed straight for Building 16. As they entered Building 16, Wang Xue and the others spotted them on the surveillance cameras. They promptly sent a message to Lin Yi, alerting him that a group was ascending the building. The women then armed themselves with the weapons Lin Yi had entrusted to them before his departure, even Luo Zishan taking up a kitchen knife in readiness. However, upon reaching the 25th floor, the intruders halted and entered the apartment previously occupied by Wang Xue, choosing not to ascend further. Once inside, their figures vanished from the surveillance screens. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, they emerged, albeit in a hurried manner. Just as the women were left bewildered by the unfolding events, a sudden loud bang resonated, followed by a sensation of the ground shaking, causing the entire building to lurch downward. Wang Xue quickly grasped Luo Zishan beside her, while Lu Feier clutched the door tightly, securing herself firmly against it. The sensation of weightlessness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. However, the room lay in utter disarray, with the contents of the table strewn across the floor. The entire house had tilted precariously. Fortunately, the women reacted with alacrity and sustained no injuries, save for Wang Xue, who scraped her arm while shielding Luo Zishan. Lu Feier, encountering such a situation for the first time, grew somewhat flustered and hastily telephoned Lin Yi to apprise him of the circumstances. Upon learning of the assault on his home, Lin Yi was consumed with urgency, pressing the accelerator to the floor as he raced towards Sichuan community. Meanwhile, Chun Dao and his associates stood below, witnessing flames erupting from the rooftop, prompting them to rush back upstairs. They had recently installed explosives beneath Lin Yi's residence, but were hesitant to detonate the door directly, as the owners group had warned that Lin Yi's front door was equipped with flamethrowers and firing ports. Thus, they planned to blast a sizable hole in the house itself, intending to swarm in and eliminate Lin Yi while seizing his supplies. However, upon reaching the upper floor, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. It appeared they had overused the explosives, as the entire house lay in ruins. Chun Dao surveyed the remnants of the previously placed explosives and noted that, aside from some residual gunpowder, the alloy material remained entirely unscathed. This realization ignited his fury, and he immediately instructed his men to return to the apartment for additional explosives. He vowed not to relent until the alloy door had been breached. Following his command, several lackeys hurried back to their lair to retrieve more explosives. The prior detonation had consumed a third of their stock, so this time, Chun Dao insisted they bring back everything they could, determined to achieve a decisive victory. Half an hour later, the lackeys finally returned with the explosives. Chun Dao personally set them up at the previously designated points and equipped them with a remote detonator. Once the installation was complete, they descended to the square below. As one of the lackeys prepared to activate the detonator, a bullet struck him squarely in the head. In an instant, his cranium burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying forth. The detonator slipped from his grasp in those final moments. The group was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to react. It was only when the second watermelon exploded that they sprang into action, scattering in search of cover. Meanwhile, from a distant residential building, Lin Yi had set up his sniper rifle, with Luo Ziki vigilantly watching their surroundings, pistol in hand. This was Lin Yi's inaugural experience with a sniper rifle, whose power and range far surpassed that of a submachine gun. Initially, he aimed to eliminate their leader directly. However, with the group clustered together, he could not discern who the leader was and resolved to take out the individual wielding the detonator first. After the enhancement of his abilities, Lin Yi's vision had become several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the assistance of a scope, he could discern every face clearly, even from a distance of a full kilometer. Taking them down was, therefore, a mere trifle. Lin Yi incessantly pulled the bolt and fired, each shot claiming a life. Although his targets had sought refuge, the obstacles they chose were as insubstantial as air to him. A regular wall could be obliterated with a single bullet. Moreover, since most of them were concealed beneath snow piles, Lin Yi did not need to aim. He merely shot into the drifts. After changing magazines twice, only 7 or 8 individuals remained. Aside from Chun Dao, even Yuzhe had fallen to Lin Yi's marksmanship. Chun Dao had already surmised the identity of the shooter. Lying motionless on the ground, he retrieved Yuzhe's phone from his pocket, which contained Lin Yi's contact information, hoping for a reconciliation. This was his last lifeline. The biting cold outside meant he would not last long lying in the snow before succumbing to frostbite. Chun Dao directly mentioned Lin Yi in a group chat, pleading for mercy, offering all his supplies in exchange for his life. Lin Yi, peering at the phone while holding his sniper rifle, revealed a disdainful smile. Was he only now considering a truce? What had he been thinking when he attempted to blow up my home? Lin Yi simply replied with 2 words, "No way." Enraged, Chun Dao hurled the phone to the ground and turned to his remaining subordinates. He proclaimed, "Lin Yi only has a sniper rifle. We shall charge down the hallway together. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot take us all out at once." The subordinates, finding merit in his argument, realized that hiding was not a viable strategy, as remaining in place would lead to their frozen demise. Seeing their agreement, Chun Dao began counting, arranging for a simultaneous charge on 3. 1, 2, 3. When Chun Dao reached 3, he merely initiated the action to rise, but suddenly halted, while the others had already sprung to their feet, dashing toward the hallway. Chapter 86. Long-distance sniping. As gunfire erupted, Chun Dao immediately leaped to his feet, sprinting frantically. Lin Yi, disregarding the search for their leader, commenced randomly selecting targets with his sniper rifle. 7 individuals charged out, and Lin Yi eliminated 4 of them. Once he saw them rush into the hallway, he stowed his sniper rifle away. He then called for Luo Ziki to descend, driving towards Building 16. After parking the vehicle, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki exited, storing the car in an alternate space. They picked up the detonator from the ground, both armed and ascending the stairs without fear of ambush, confident in their formidable equipment. The weapons in Chun Daosho's possession were utterly ineffective against any form of defense. Lin Yi stood below, utilizing his phone to contact Jiang Shuyan, inquiring about the whereabouts of the individuals who had just entered. The stairwell was laden with surveillance cameras, and Chun Daosho and his companions believed they were safe upon entering. Convinced that with so many rooms available, it would be impossible for Lin Yi alone to locate them. Jiang Shuyan reviewed the footage and subsequently informed Lin Yi, stating that 3 individuals had entered, one on the 16th floor, while the other 2 concealed themselves on the 14th floor. Lin Yi lowered his phone and ascended the stairs, with Luo Ziki closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Lin Yi sought further details regarding their exact locations and learned that both individuals were hiding within the same room. Armed with his firearm, he forcefully kicked open the door. Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziki to stand guard at the entrance while he ventured inside alone. The living room was eerily quiet. After a cursory glance, Lin Yi proceeded to the master bedroom, thoroughly searching every corner including beneath the bed, yet found no one. He then exited and entered another bedroom. As he opened the wardrobe door, a man suddenly lunged at him, seizing him in a tight embrace. With a slight exertion, Lin Yi broke free, delivering a swift kick that propelled the man back into the wardrobe. As the man struggled, Lin Yi fired a shot, striking him directly in the forehead. Meanwhile, during Lin Yi's scuffle with the first man, another individual burst forth from the bathroom, but instead of assisting, he fled the scene. Little did he anticipate that another awaited him outside. After a gunshot rang out, he too met his end, falling victim to Luo Ziki's marksmanship. Upon exiting the room, Lin Yi gave Luo Ziki a thumbs up, and together they ascended further. Upon reaching the room where Chun Daosho was hiding, Lin Yi once again instructed Luo Ziki to remain outside while he entered alone. However, despite scouring the premises for over 10 minutes, inspecting every nook and cranny, he found no trace of anyone. Doubt began to creep in, leading Lin Yi to question whether Jiang Shuyan had provided the correct location. After consulting his phone once more, Jiang Shuyan assured him that this was indeed the designated place. Lin Yi resumed his search, this time opting to close the door behind him, allowing both of them to investigate together. Despite turning the room upside down, they ultimately discovered nothing. Frustrated, Lin Yi sank into the sofa in the living room. This individual was exceptionally adept at playing hide and seek. Could he possibly be invisible? Lin Yi, skeptical of such a notion, adhered to his principle of eliminating threats entirely. Since enmity had already been established, it was imperative that he apprehend and dispose of this individual to achieve peace of mind. Lin Yi paced the living room, while Luo Ziki continued her search. After a while, Luo Ziki suddenly glanced toward the window and discreetly signaled to Lin Yi. Upon noticing her gaze, Lin Yi immediately comprehended the implication. Approaching the window, he forcefully flung open the bedroom's window. There, he beheld a man curled up on the air conditioning unit outside, shivering from the cold. Lin Yi, upon witnessing this, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "My friend, you certainly excel at hiding. Isn't it chilly out there? One might mistake you for a clandestine lover." Chun Dao, trembling, looked at Lin Yi and implored, "Big brother, spare me this once. I promise I won't dare again." Lin Yi glanced down and replied, "Very well, I shall not end your life." Chun Dao's eyes brightened. He had anticipated Lin Yi would be merciless, yet here he was, surprisingly lenient. He quickly expressed his gratitude, though his mind harbored thoughts of revenge when he would rise again, vowing to exact a brutal retribution upon Lin Yi. Lin Yi continued, "I can spare you, but you are not to enter this room until we depart." Without hesitation, Chun Dao acquiesced to Lin Yi's demand. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. As long as Lin Yi spared his life, he would endure the frigid air outside, which was preferable to the alternative of being slain. Lin Yi smiled faintly, closed the window, and locked it. He then retrieved a bucket of water from another dimension and doused the window with it. The water instantly froze upon contact, and after several applications, the window transformed into a solid block of ice. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Yi nodded and departed with Luo Ziki. Outside, upon hearing the door close, Chun Dao confirmed Lin Yi had left and reached out to pull open the window, cursing Lin Yi as he did so. Yet, despite his efforts, the window remained immovable. Realizing Lin Yi had locked it, Chun Dao was undeterred. He removed his belt and used the metal to strike the window vigorously. After several minutes of effort, cracks began to appear in the glass, igniting a flicker of hope within him, prompting him to strike harder. After a few more minutes, the glass shattered. But only the outer layer. The inner layer remained fused with the thick ice. At this point, Chun Dao was nearing his limits, having crouched outside for half an hour. His limbs had long lost sensation, and upon discovering the thick layer of ice obstructing his path, despair washed over him. His mind grew foggy. Yet the instinct for survival compelled him to continue striking the glass. After leaving the room, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki ascended to the 26th floor, only to be astounded by the absence of their former refuge, now a scene of utter chaos. He hurried downstairs and knocked forcefully on the alloy door. Shortly, Jiang Shuyan opened the door and welcomed Lin Yi and his companion inside. The temperature within the room was rather low, hovering around 10 degrees above freezing. The fire in the fireplace had long since extinguished, and the floor had tilted at a precarious 45 degrees. The sofa and chairs were haphazardly piled in a corner. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief, fortunate that he had already found a new refuge. Otherwise, their situation would have been dire. Chapter 87. Moving Lin Yi had previously contemplated the sturdiness of the house and the risk of being buried under heavy snowfall, neglecting the possibility of a demolition. Yet, who could have anticipated that someone would actually blow his house to smithereens? He instructed the women to dress appropriately for the move, while they busied themselves gathering their belongings. Lin Yi stepped outside to retrieve several packages of explosives positioned at the demolition site, casting them into his spatial realm. The detonator was in his grasp. Should anyone attempt to assault his villa in the future, this device could serve as a weapon, cleverly buried in the ground for a surprise attack. The women swiftly completed their preparations, amassing a total of over a dozen large bags filled with the luxury items Lin Yi had previously gifted them and some personal clothing. After securing all their belongings in the spatial realm, Lin Yi led the way out, with the women following closely behind. Jiang Shuyan glanced back at the shelter with a sigh. She felt a twinge of reluctance towards the house, having spent the longest time here among the women. Living in this space had provided her with a profound sense of security. Lin Yi noticed the reluctance in Jiang Shuyan's eyes and shared her sentiment. He too felt a pang of attachment to this place, given that he had invested considerable thought into its design. It seemed a pity to leave it behind. After some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. Placing his hands upon the door, he summoned the spatial power from his left eye, gradually enveloping the entire house. With a focused thought, the shelter vanished, reappearing within his spatial realm. Success! As Lin Yi beheld the shelter within the spatial realm, a smile crept across his face. This way, he need not feel conflicted, and perhaps it could be of use in the future. The women were astonished to witness Lin Yi encompass the entire house within his spatial realm. While they were aware of his extraordinary spatial abilities, they had not anticipated that he could contain such a substantial structure. It must be noted that credit was due to Chun Dao, had he not blown the house apart. Even with all his might, Lin Yi would have been unable to budge it an inch. As they descended the stairs, Lin Yi pondered visiting Chun Dao's hiding place, wondering what might happen if that fool managed to break free from the ice. Entering the room where Chun Dao was concealed, Lin Yi observed that the ice on the window remained intact, showing no signs of having been shattered. He promptly shattered the ice with a gunshot. Outside, Chun Dao had become a frozen figure. Satisfied that he was no longer a threat, Lin Yi departed, accompanied by his wives. Upon descending to the ground floor, Lin Yi unveiled his vehicle, as he always stored it in a different dimension after each use, thus eliminating the need for warming it up in such frigid weather. The group, consisting of 1 man and 4 women, readily entered the car as Lin Yi started the engine and drove towards the exit of the community. He cast a lingering glance at the Chuangxin community in the rearview mirror, a place where numerous events had transpired. After today, he might never return. The women, embarking on their first journey away from home, felt a mix of apprehension about their future residence, which remained a mystery to them. Although their previous living conditions were cold and damp, the stark contrast felt when transitioning back to comfort was palpable. Aware of the circumstances, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki chose to withhold information about the new sanctuary, intending to surprise the others. After an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the villa, a fortress cloaked in snow, making it difficult to discern from a distance. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Yi gestured towards the villa, stating, "This will be our new home." He unlocked the grand entrance, causing the women to rush inside eagerly. The opulence of the villa was immediately apparent, igniting their excitement. As Lin Yi stepped through the threshold, he was met with a chorus of delighted shrieks. "Wow, a temperature-controlled swimming pool. I can finally use my swimsuit," exclaimed Lu Feier, whose favorite pastime was swimming, relishing the dual benefits of fitness and maintaining her figure. "Heavens, this villa is far more luxurious than our previous abode. It must have cost a fortune," chimed Jiang Shuyan. "Sister, look. It's so spacious. The table is enormous, the lights are grand, and even the doors are massive," added Luo Zishan, her descriptions refreshingly straightforward. Lin Yi guided them on a tour of the villa, and upon reaching the home theater on the second floor, another wave of excitement erupted, especially when they encountered the esports room, which thrilled Luo Zishan to no end. The gaming consoles were well equipped, and the television screen was so vast it nearly enveloped an entire wall. Lin Yi anticipated her inevitable exclamation about the screen's size. He had also placed his previous gaming consoles and cartridges in this room, as he had no intention of requiring Luo Zishan to engage in work. If she desired to play, then play she would. Upon discovering a room labeled Love Room, Lu Feier's curiosity piqued, but after a quick glance inside, she hastily shut the door, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She then discreetly pulled Jiang Shuyan and Luo Ziki aside for a whispered conversation. After exploring the second floor, they began choosing their rooms. The room to Lin Yi's left had already been reserved by Luo Ziki, leading Jiang Shuyan to select the room adjacent to Lin Yi's right. Lu Feier, feeling resigned, opted for the room next to Jiang Shuyan, as she did not wish to contest with her elder sister. Luo Zishan did not choose a room. Instead, she directly moved her belongings into the esports room. It already contained a large bed, and from now on, it would serve as her sanctuary. After touring the second floor, the group ascended to the third, which housed a gymnasium where they could engage in physical exercise or play badminton. With their daily indulgences in food and drink, gaining weight was inevitable. Given the fierce competition surrounding them, the women were all striving to excel, particularly Lu Feier. Luo Ziki possessed remarkable skills, allowing her to accompany Lin Yi on errands. With her sister's support, Luo Zishan could remain idle without attracting criticism. Jiang Shuyan was Lin Yi's first love, holding significant importance in his heart, and she was also their elder sister. Each of them had received her care upon their arrival. And even if she did nothing, no one would dare to complain. Moreover, she was an adept cook, preparing their meals daily. In contrast, Lu Feier lacked any particular skills. Aside from assisting Jiang Shuyan, she could only choose to be a pretty ornament. This was her advantage, yet no matter how beautiful a woman might be, there would come a day when Lin Yi would tire of her beauty. Thus, Lu Feier constantly sought to delight him in new and creative ways. Hoping to stave off his aesthetic fatigue, the attic upstairs remained unexplored by Lin Yi, as it would serve as his fortress against external threats in the future. After completing their tour of the upper floors, the group descended once more. Lin Yi instructed them on how to monitor the surveillance and replenish the generator with fuel. In the event that he was absent, they needed to be capable of self-sufficiency. It was unacceptable for them to be unable to survive even a single day in his absence. They also inspected the shooting range on the final floor, where Lin Yi planned to take them for shooting practice once their ammunition was sufficiently stocked. It was essential for them to acquire self-defense skills. As the world ahead would differ greatly from the past, they would not only contend with ordinary individuals, but also with numerous extraordinary beings, necessitating utmost caution. That evening, they all gathered for dinner to celebrate their housewarming. Jiang Shuyan prepared a multitude of dishes, while Lin Yi provided an abundance of beverages, ensuring that the night would be one of revelry without rest. Lin Yi rose from bed only after the sun had risen high in the sky. The previous night, they had overindulged, singing and celebrating in the karaoke room until the early hours, followed by a night of vigorous activity fueled by the effects of alcohol. Even with Lin Yi's remarkable constitution, he found it somewhat taxing. The women remained asleep in their beds as he got up alone and made his way to the hall on the first floor, intending to grab a light breakfast. Just then, he spotted Luo Zishan emerging from the kitchen, a large chicken leg in hand, indulging in it as she walked. Yawning, Lin Yi addressed her, "Shan. Why are you up so early?" Luo Zishan took a hearty bite of her chicken leg and replied with a hint of complaint, "What's early? I hardly slept a wink last night. Your voices were far too loud. Couldn't you be a bit more considerate?" The incessant noise from them drove me to the brink, compelling me to play video games through the night. Lin Yi chuckled at the remark. Indeed, their revelry the previous day had been rather wild. The excitement of the newly arrived women, combined with the intoxicating effects of alcohol, had rendered them quite exuberant. Had there been anyone next door, they would surely have lodged a complaint about the disturbance. Luo Ziqian tossed the bones into the trash bin and then staggered upstairs. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure and silently swallowed hard. It was the morning, the time when a man's hormones surged most fervently. He quickly chastised himself, realizing that she was, after all, his sister-in-law. What was he thinking? Truly, he was a beast. Yet, her silhouette lingered in his mind, evoking the age-old adage that what one cannot possess forever stirs one's desires. Lin Yi splashed cold water on his face to refresh himself, expelling the chaotic thoughts. He casually retrieved some food from an alternate dimension and began to eat. After his meal, Lin Yi prepared to venture outside. There was no choice. The transition from a modest dwelling to a vast residence had significantly increased energy consumption. He had to procure more fuel, otherwise, they would soon find themselves in darkness. He donned a bulletproof vest beneath his cold-weather gear, just as Luo Ziqian descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing Lin Yi preparing to leave, she hurriedly began to change her clothes. Initially, he had not intended to bring her along, but understanding her concern for his safety, he acquiesced. Having a beautiful companion would certainly alleviate his boredom on the journey. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Ziqian was ready, and Lin Yi opened the door to step outside. Subsequently retrieving his vehicle, he drove straight to the nearest and largest gas station. Larger stations typically had more substantial fuel reserves, while smaller ones often paled in comparison. Thus, he dismissed the smaller stations outright. Given that Lin Yi was situated in the outskirts, the distance to the gas stations was considerable. After a 20-minute drive, he finally located a sizable gas station. As he circled the vicinity, he observed that the area surrounding the station was devoid of any footprints, indicating a lack of visitors. At present, everyone was preoccupied with the struggle for sustenance, so no one was inclined to covet the fuel. However, as time passed and they regrouped into larger factions or survivor camps, fuel would inevitably become a coveted resource. Lin Yi stood at least 20 meters above ground level. Where the snow accumulated at the top was relatively easy to clear, yet the snow below had compacted into near ice, heavy and hard. Without suitable tools, it was nearly impossible to dig through. Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss. Luo Ziqian stared blankly at the snow-covered expanse, and her remark about the potential utility of a digger suddenly jolted Lin Yi into realization. Indeed, why should one foolishly labor with a shovel when a more efficient excavator can be procured? In Haijing City, there are manufacturers dedicated to the production of excavators. Although many sites have been buried, the newly produced machines are likely stored in warehouses. Lin Yi searched for nearby excavator manufacturers on his phone, then hastily ushered Luo Ziqi into the vehicle, driving directly to the excavation site. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at a factory. The building, though partially obscured by snow, stood at a considerable height, revealing nearly 2 meters above the drifts. He cleared the snow from the rooftop and located a window, leaping inside. Luo Ziqi followed closely behind, firearm in hand. The temperature inside was notably warmer than outside, and Lin Yi detected the tantalizing aroma of food in the air, indicating the presence of others. They entered through the roof of a warehouse, which soared over 20 meters high yet consisted of but a single floor. Inside, several excavators were parked, with a colossal machine occupying the central position. Lin Yi had never encountered such a massive piece of machinery. Even Optimus Prime would appear diminutive beside it. The warehouse contained 2 small rooms, likely the living quarters for the guards, from which smoke was wafting, suggesting a fire was lit for warmth. Not wishing to alarm anyone, Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziqi to keep watch while he stealthily descended the adjacent staircase. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Yi first transported the nearest excavator into his alternate space, then repeated the process until he had cleared all the machines. Finally, he approached the largest excavator, which towered at least 7 to 8 meters, about the height of a 3-story building, undoubtedly the company's prized possession. After securing the excavators, he left behind 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages as a form of compensation for the machines. While these items were of no consequence to him, they could prove to be a lifeline for someone in need, particularly for those who might be struggling to find food. Once he had arranged the items, he climbed back to the warehouse roof to reunite with Luo Ziqi, who gazed at him with affection. Today, she witnessed another facet of Lin Yi. He was not only decisive in action, but also possessed a compassionate heart. Chapter 89. Refueling. After retracing their steps, the duo drove to the nearest gas station. There were indeed footprints, indicating recent visitors, and nearby residential buildings were not far away. However, Lin Yi, confident in his skills, felt unperturbed by the presence of ordinary people. Even if they were armed, he unleashed the largest excavator and instructed Luo Ziki to return to the vehicle. Uncertain of how long he would need to dig, he opted not to store the vehicle in his alternate space, instead activating the heater to keep Luo Ziki warm inside. Lin Yi had never operated an excavator before, yet the abundance of online tutorials combined with the machine's straightforward operation enabled him to master it swiftly. As Lin Yi maneuvered the control lever, the excavator sprang to life. His efficiency was remarkable. After scooping up a shovelful of snow, he did not need to discard it to the side. Instead, he directly utilized his spatial abilities to absorb the snow into his alternate dimension, significantly enhancing his productivity. Within a mere 40 minutes, Lin Yi had cleared a path through the snow. Afterward, he stowed the excavator and entered the gas station. Pushing open the large door, he found some food and water on the counter, yet the two attendants clad in gas station uniforms lay lifeless. Upon inspection, it was evident that they had succumbed to asphyxiation. In less than a day, the snow had buried the premises, and while provisions remained, the lack of oxygen ultimately sealed their fate. Lin Yi collected all the food from the counter into his alternate space. After all, even the smallest morsel is sustenance. He then stepped back outside, retrieving several oversized iron barrels from his dimensional space, placing them in the center, and commenced the task of collecting fuel. It took him an hour to siphon all the fuel from the station, and he managed to fill over a dozen large barrels, accumulating approximately 50 to 60 tons, ample for his needs in the days to come. Just as Lin Yi secured the fuel within his alternate space, 2 gunshots rang out from above. Alarmed for Luo Ziki's safety, he hurriedly climbed out of the pit. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered Luo Ziki had exited the vehicle, firearm in hand, with 2 corpses lying not far away. After inquiring, he learned that the 2 individuals had stealthily approached from the side with ill intentions. Concerned that Lin Yi might be ambushed while he was vulnerable below collecting fuel, where even a spark could ignite an explosion, Luo Ziki acted without hesitation, shooting the intruders dead. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziki and kissed her, appreciating her fortitude over the self-righteous. In the apocalyptic world, one must sometimes embrace a degree of selfishness. Those who knowingly approached, despite the presence of others, clearly intended to exploit the chaos. Their demise was not unjust. After setting Luo Ziki down, the pair resumed their journey. Throughout the afternoon, they excavated 3 gas stations, amassing a total of 170 tons of fuel. By 7 in the evening, darkness had enveloped the land. Lin Yi navigated the vehicle cautiously through the snowy terrain. With no streetlights and the moon obscured by clouds, the outside world was shrouded in profound darkness. Even with high beams illuminated, he remained vigilant, for the risk of accidents loomed large amidst the numerous snowdrifts. After wandering for an hour, the two realized they had taken a wrong turn. They were nowhere near their shelter, but rather in a villa district. This area, perhaps due to its proximity to the mountains, was surprisingly free of snow accumulation. Lin Yi felt a twinge of imbalance within him. There were about 50 or 60 villas in total, yet fewer than 10 appeared to be inhabited, as the rest stood dark and silent, save for a few that emitted faint glimmers of light, indicating that someone was likely inside, stoking a fire for warmth. Without hesitation, Lin Yi drove into the enclave, deciding against continuing their journey under the enveloping darkness. Having toiled throughout the afternoon, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He resolved to spend the night here. Selecting a particularly shadowy villa, he parked the vehicle at the entrance, and after exiting, he secured the car. He pushed against the front door, which was presumably locked. But this posed no challenge for Lin Yi. With a forceful kick, the door swung open, and equipped with a headlamp, he stepped inside. It was evident that the villa had not been occupied for quite some time, as the interior temperature mirrored that of the frigid outside air. After thoroughly searching each room, he found nothing of interest. Their plan was to make do here for the night and return to the shelter by morning. Using the snow he had excavated earlier, Lin Yi packed the first and second floors, ensuring that no one could enter. He had amassed over 10 tons of snow in his storage. Initially intending to dispose of it, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. Once the first and second floors were sealed with snow, he retired to the third floor, selecting a room, closing the door behind him, and connecting several heaters to the generator. Soon, warmth enveloped the space. He retrieved a table along with some snacks and chilled beer, sharing the meal with Luo Ziki. The experience bore a semblance to a picnic, offering a refreshing novelty. After dining, he cleared the table, then produced a large bed, a luxury he had taken from a local supermarket, once endorsed by a celebrity, complete with bedding that cost over 20,000. By now, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Given their outdoor setting, they chose not to undress or engage in any peculiar activities. Lin Yi held Luo Ziki close, falling into a deep slumber. At around 2 in the morning, he was abruptly stirred by noises from downstairs. However, he dismissed it, surmising that their vehicle had attracted unwanted attention, likely from individuals eager to claim it for themselves. The snow barricading the first and second floors should buy them some time, he thought. Indeed, it wasn't too long before the outside fell silent. Primarily because the cold was biting. At 2 in the morning, temperatures reached their nadir, plunging to a chilling -96 degrees. In such an environment, they could endure no more than 10 minutes. Otherwise, they would meet their demise. Lin Yi continued to slumber, yet his vigilance remained intact. Should anyone approach, he would awaken instantly. He was uncertain as to when he acquired this ability. Perhaps it was a result of his rebirth or the absorption of Shun Rang's extraordinary powers. Lin Yi sensed that his senses and precognitive awareness of danger had significantly heightened. Chapter 90. The star becomes a servant. The following morning, Lin Yi was startled awake once again. This time, it was not a stealthy presence, but rather someone knocking at the door. Luo Ziki also stirred from her sleep. They exchanged a glance before rising to tidy their belongings. After stowing their items into the spatial realm, Lin Yi opened the door and approached the window facing the entrance. Peering down, he spotted a figure clad in a green military coat, vigorously pounding on the door. Lin Yi conjured the portal before him, retrieving his firearm in a state of readiness. Luo Ziki too drew her weapon, concealing herself behind another window, her eyes fixated on the silhouette below, prepared to fire at the slightest hint of abnormality. Do you need something? Lin Yi's voice resonated from above. The figure below lifted their head upon hearing him. And in that moment of eye contact, Lin Yi recognized the person before him. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with a celebrity frequently seen on television. The visitor was none other than the renowned leading lady, Yang Mimi. Lin Yi had watched numerous dramas featuring her, captivated by her beauty, and never anticipated encountering her here in Haijing, residing in this very place. However, in the current predicament, her former star status held no value. No one would extend her any privileges simply because she was famous. Hello, I am Yang Mimi. I noticed you have a vehicle yesterday. Could you take me away from here? I can offer you money. You may name your price. A smile graced Lin Yi's face. You are a major celebrity. How is it that you are here alone? Yang Mimi offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness, lamenting the loss of her celebrity status. Her well-known identity rendered her nearly immobile. She owned a villa in Haijing City, initially intending to retreat alone for some peace. As a public figure, the pressure upon her was immense. Not only did she have to contend with relentless paparazzi, but she also managed her own company. Every year around this time, she would set aside half a month to vacation in Haijing City. However, she had not anticipated that shortly after disembarking from her flight and settling into her villa, she would be ensnared by a heavy snowfall. Although the blizzard had not buried her villa, visibility outside was severely limited, and the temperature plummeted drastically. During this time, she found herself trapped at home, and her food supplies dwindled rapidly. In desperation, she had to leverage her star power to borrow some provisions from neighboring residents. Initially, some neighbors provided her with food due to her celebrity status. However, as time passed and their supplies dwindled, Yang Mi found herself compelled to continue living frugally. Fortunately, her commitment to maintaining her figure meant that she typically consumed very little. The sustenance that would last an ordinary person a day could sustain her for 3. Nevertheless, despite her restraint, she had not eaten for 3 days and was reduced to melting the snow on her balcony for water. If food did not arrive soon, she faced the grim prospect of starvation. A week prior, 2 intruders had stealthily entered her villa with nefarious intentions. Unexpectedly, they were met with resistance from Yang Mi, who managed to injure one of them before they fled. From that moment, she realized the importance of self-reliance. If one does not seize the opportunities at hand, they risk becoming prey themselves. Thus, upon witnessing a vehicle enter the villa area last night and a man disembark, she resolved to ensure that they would take her away today, even if it meant sacrificing herself for that chance. Her confidence stemmed from her past as a leading star, a dream for countless men in Long Country. Surely, manipulating an ordinary individual would be a trivial matter. After listening to Yang Mi's account, Lin Yi readily agreed to assist her. Though he harbored doubts about the veracity of her words, her star power was undeniably compelling. However, the matter of compensation required thorough negotiation. Lin Yi closed the window, retrieving the snow from the room back into his alternate space. Subsequently, he opened the door, allowing Yang Mi to enter. Upon her arrival, Yang Mi noticed another striking woman in the living room, who was fixated on her with a gun in hand. Assessing her, Yang Mi noted that except for a slightly smaller bust, this woman's appearance and poise rivaled her own, which struck a blow to her self-esteem and diminished her initial assertiveness. "Who is she? Your girlfriend?" Yang Mi inquired, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziki, then introduced her. "This is my wife, Luo Ziki." Yang Mi nodded in acknowledgement, redirecting her attention to Lin Yi. "How much do you want to take me away?" she asked. Lin Yi pulled up a chair and sat down, responding, "You don't truly believe money holds any value now, do you? What would I do with it? It's too hard, even for wiping." Yang Mi lowered her gaze, understanding the truth in his words, but clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Lin Yi was a man of greed, which could allow her to negotiate her freedom with wealth. "What do you desire, then?" "I will meet any conditions you set," she proposed. Lin Yi did not answer her directly, but posed a question instead. "You mentioned wanting me to take you away. Have you considered where you intend to go? The outside world is no longer as it once was, devoid of any legal constraints, where murder and robbery have become commonplace." Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. All she wanted was to escape, yet she had not contemplated where she could possibly go. Was it truly feasible for Lin Yi to escort her back to the capital? It was evident that such a notion was far-fetched, given the distance of over 1,000 kilometers and the absence of flights. As Yang Mi pondered this dilemma, Lin Yi suggested, "If you do not mind, you may stay at my place for the time being. The only condition is that you act as my servant, maintaining the household and attending to me and my wives. I shall provide for your meals, of course. However, you are free to decline. The door is right behind you." With that, Lin Yi smiled at Yang Mi, awaiting her response. Yang Mi raised her gaze, regarding Lin Yi intently, before responding, "Agreed. But on one condition, this arrangement must remain confidential." It was surprising to see her preoccupation with her image. Without hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced, assuring her that she could leave whenever she wished. After all, his sole intention was to find a housekeeper to manage the cleanliness of his expansive home. It was simply impractical to inhabit such a large space without proper maintenance. Employing a stunning young star as a maid would not only serve his practical needs, but also cater to his vanity, an advantageous situation indeed. Reassured by Lin Yi's promise, Yang Mi felt a sense of relief. She was uncertain of what the future held. She needed to prepare herself. Should the snow disaster pass swiftly, she could return to her life as a star. Conversely, if the world truly faced an apocalypse, she had found a temporary refuge. Chapter 91. Returning home once their terms were established, Lin Yi produced a loaf of bread and a cup of water, offering them to Yang Mi. Having noted her prolonged hunger, upon receiving the food, she unwrapped it and began to eat, maintaining an elegant demeanor despite having fasted for 3 days. Her manner of eating was refined, a testament to her ingrained habits. She remained conscious of her poise at all times. Lin Yi settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting her completion, while Luo Ziki remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Though she had seen Yang Mi on television, she was indifferent to the star's presence. To her, a celebrity was merely a person, even they could succumb to danger. After finishing her meal, Yang Mi took a sip of water. This had been the most satisfying meal she had enjoyed in quite some time. Though it was merely a loaf of bread, it tasted exceptionally delightful. Previously, she would have disregarded such fare, but loss often brings appreciation. The food she once overlooked now filled her with a sense of bliss. Seeing that Yang Mi had finished, Lin Yi was the first to step outside, prompting her to hastily follow. However, as they emerged, they were immediately encircled by 5 or 6 armed men. These were the same individuals who had lurked suspiciously the previous night, including a pair of bald men who had intruded upon Yang Mi's home, only to be injured by her surprise attack, their faces now bandaged. Upon discovering that Yang Mi was unexpectedly with Lin Yi, the bald man was instantly engulfed in fury. Today was the perfect occasion to settle both new and old grievances. Kid, hand over the car you drove yesterday and leave the two women behind you. Then you may go, one of the bald men declared first. Before Lin Yi could respond, Yang Mi retorted angrily, "You two beasts, isn't being injured last time enough? How dare you return?" Hearing her words, the bald man, his face wrapped in bandages, laughed heartily. "Well said. I hope when I have my turn with you, you'll continue to scold me like that. I am indeed a beast. I've already exhausted all the women in the neighborhood, and now only you, the last flower, remains." Listening to their exchange, Lin Yi's patience waned. He exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Ziki. Upon recognizing the urgency in Lin Yi's gaze, Luo Ziki swiftly produced a handgun from her coat and pulled the trigger directly at the group. A piercing scream erupted from one of the victims before he collapsed onto the ground, leaving only the bandaged bald man frozen in shock. He had not anticipated that the woman at the back would possess a gun. As his companions lay dead, the bald man attempted to flee, but Lin Yi shot him in the leg. In an instant, his left leg was shattered and his calf was severed. The bald man fell to the snowy ground. Howling in agony, Yang Mi was taken aback by the horrific scene. Despite her extensive experience in acting, witnessing a real-life death was profoundly unsettling. Her stomach churned violently, and she could not restrain herself from running aside to vomit, the remnants of her earlier meal making a swift reappearance. After a moment of wailing, the bald man began to plead for mercy, desperately requesting Lin Yi to spare his life. Lin Yi, however, disregarded the man's pitiful pleas and handed a bottle of water to Yang Mi. Once she had somewhat regained her composure, he thrust the gun into her hands. "Finish him." Yang Mi stood frozen, for as a woman who had never even dared to harm a chicken, the notion of taking a life was utterly foreign to her. She hesitated, but the unwavering determination in Lin Yi's eyes compelled her to swallow her refusal. Upon receiving the gun, she felt its weight. It was significantly heavier than the prop weapon she had used in her films. With both hands firmly grasping the firearm, she approached the bald man. Lin Yi positioned himself closely behind her, gripping her hands to assist in aiming. As the sounds of the bald man's wailing and begging filled the air, Yang Mi felt a surge of compassion. Yet Lin Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "If you do not kill him, I will leave you here to fend for yourself. Consider this. Had you not wounded him days ago, what fate would you have met? Would you have been toyed with until your demise or consumed as prey? Do you truly believe he would spare you for your pleas?" Under Lin Yi's persuasion, Yang Mi's expression gradually hardened, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. With the sound of a gunshot, a gaping wound appeared on the bald man's forehead. Lin Yi retrieved the gun from Yang Mi's hand and took the wheel, settling into the driver's seat. Yang Mi stood rooted in place, staring at the lifeless body of the bald man. Luo Ziki urged Yang Mi into the vehicle, joining her in the back seat. It was only upon feeling the warmth inside the car that Yang Mi snapped back to reality, unable to restrain her curiosity as she inquired of Lin Yi. "Where did you park the car?" Lin Yi offered a slight smile. Yang Mi had been so engrossed in the bald man that she had overlooked how he had procured the vehicle. Yet, Lin Yi chose not to explain, knowing that even if he did, she might find it hard to believe. Soon, they arrived back at the villa. After parking, Luo Ziki and Yang Mi disembarked. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi made the SUV vanish in an instant, an astonishing spectacle that left Yang Mi utterly dumbfounded. Before she could fully comprehend what had transpired, Luo Ziki had already ushered her into the villa. Upon entering, several women awaited them in the room. Lu Feier was the most proactive. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the villa, she leaped onto him. Lin Yi had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Lu Feier would possess such fervent enthusiasm beneath her cool exterior. The other women also took note of Yang Mi standing behind Lin Yi, their expressions revealing mild surprise. "Demimi," Luo Zishan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Not only was she fond of playing games, but she often found herself bored at home, having watched numerous dramas. Yang Mi was indeed one of her favorite stars. Lin Yi pulled Yang Mi closer, introducing her to the others one by one. As Yang Mi surveyed the plethora of beautiful women before her, she internally compared herself to them, only to realize, to her dismay, that none of them were inferior to her. If not for her own celebrity status, she would have felt utterly overshadowed. Casting a deep glance at Lin Yi, she thought to herself how fortunate he was to be surrounded by so many stunning women. After introducing Yang Mi to the group, Lin Yi addressed the women, saying, "This is Yang Mi. You all should be familiar with her by now, so no further introductions are necessary. From now on, she will be our household servant, responsible for some chores." Chapter 92. A new addition, a servant? Does she not wish to be Lin Yi's woman? Jiang Shuyan innocently remarked, gazing at him. Luo Ziki seized the moment to add, "Once the snow disaster has passed, she'll return to being a big star." The moment those words left her lips, the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with subtle intrigue. Sensing the atmosphere growing awkward, Lin Yi took the initiative to break the tension. "All right, everyone, let's tidy up and prepare for a meal. Ziki and I haven't had breakfast yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan headed to the kitchen to prepare the food, with Lu Feier following to assist. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took Yang Mi on a tour of the villa, as they would be living together from now on, and it was essential to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Yang Mi removed her coat and chatted at the door for a while, already feeling the beads of sweat forming. She had not anticipated that, despite the frigid temperatures outside, the interior would be so warm and inviting. Lin Yi gave her a brief tour, and she immediately fell in love with the place. Compared to her previous residence, this abode felt like paradise, both warm and secure. Observing the demeanor of the women and their interactions with Lin Yi, Yang Mi discerned that he was far from the type to treat women as mere vessels for carnal desires. He treated each woman with kindness and deep respect, which explained why they willingly chose to be by his side. Lin Yi selected a room for her on the second floor, adorned in a more mature style. Yang Mi, being a few years older than Lin Yi, embodied the essence of a refined and sophisticated woman. Once she had her own space, Lin Yi inquired about her lingerie size, as she had brought no personal belongings, especially not undergarments. Fortunately, Lin Yi's collection of women's lingerie was plentiful, accommodating all sizes, alleviating any concerns about her lack of clothing. A bit bashful, Yang Mi quietly divulged her size to Lin Yi. Upon discovering she was a 36D, Lin Yi could not help but give her a thumbs up. With such assets, she could reign supreme within the confines of the home. It was no wonder her fans affectionately referred to her as Mimi, as the moniker held deeper connotations. Lin Yi rummaged through his collection, retrieving several pieces of lingerie and sleepwear, which he placed on her bed. He also selected a few outfits that matched her typical style. However, it was unclear whether Lin Yi was intentional or accidental in his choices, as he seemed to favor an abundance of various styles of stockings. When Yang Mi witnessed him conjuring items out of thin air, her curiosity piqued, and she pressed him for answers, determined not to let him leave without clarity. Lin Yi had little to conceal from her. They would be sharing their lives together, and even without disclosure, she would inevitably uncover the truth. When she learned that he possessed an independent space containing resources valued at over 50 billion, even her worldly experience could not prevent her jaw from nearly dropping in astonishment. Though she had been wealthy before the apocalypse, she could hardly fathom such a sum, especially since her bank account was now rendered worthless. She understood that in this new world, resources equated to survival, and Lin Yi's vast wealth positioned him as a near tycoon. As her thoughts wandered, she contemplated the possibility of remaining here as Lin Yi's companion if returning to her former life was not an option. At the very least, it would be preferable to enduring hunger and cold outside. Each room was equipped with its own restroom and bathroom, and Lin Yi placed an array of toiletries on the table, along with numerous high-end cosmetics typically favored by women. First, take off your clothes and enjoy a shower. Then change into your sleepwear before joining me for dinner, he instructed. Lin Yi finished speaking and departed without any delay, appearing to be a paragon of virtue. However, Yang Mi was acutely aware that Lin Yi was undoubtedly a notorious playboy. Although he had refrained from any overtly lewd behavior, she noticed his furtive glances at her bosom. Each time she caught him staring, he would swiftly avert his gaze. This realization rekindled her confidence. What if his women were all stunning? She was a superstar, and the thrill of captivating him was a pleasure that ordinary individuals could never provide. After Lin Yi left, Yang Mi closed the door and subsequently shed her clothing, turning on the faucet to let hot water cascade down. She could not suppress a moan. It had been over a month since her last bath, and she felt utterly filthy. The shower was immensely gratifying, and upon emerging from the bathroom, she dried her hair and donned the lingerie and nightwear that Lin Yi had prepared for her. Gazing at her reflection, she regained her former regal demeanor. Satisfied, Yang Mi slipped on her shoes and ventured outside. The dining table downstairs was already laid out with a feast, all prepared by Jiang Shuyan's own hands. Though she had never been an avid fan, seeing the star of her favorite drama in person brought her great joy. To welcome Yang Mi, she had prepared an array of delectable dishes. Lin Yi was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television. Upon hearing the commotion from upstairs, he glanced up. Yang Mi, having bathed and changed into her new nightwear, looked even more enchanting than on screen. Her alluring curves were captivating, even surrounded by women of extraordinary beauty. Lin Yi could not help but feel a wave of admiration. There was indeed a stark contrast between youthful girls and mature women. Yang Mi exuded an irresistible femininity that stirred the imagination with a mere glance. Her choice of attire was cunningly provocative. She wore the most seductive piece from her collection, a sheer black overlay that barely concealed her black bra, paired with an ultra-short black skirt that left her long, fair thighs exposed. Lin Yi regretted having relegated her to the role of a maid. He mused that perhaps he should simply claim her as his own, and she would likely have no objections. As Yang Mi settled downstairs, she chose a seat, feeling somewhat awkward. Officially, she was merely a servant and was not well acquainted with the other women, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Lin Yi, noticing her discomfort, beckoned her to sit beside him. They engaged in casual conversation, their rapport gradually warming. Soon, the last dish was presented on the table. Lin Yi took Yang Mi's hand, guiding her to sit next to him. The other women observed her placement and began to grasp the situation. Although Lin Yi had referred to her as a maid, the current dynamics suggested that by the next day, they might very well be addressing her as the fourth mistress. Yang Mi sat in a chair, gazing hungrily at the sumptuous dishes laid out on the table. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she last savored such delicacies. Even the bread she had consumed that morning had been expelled from her stomach, leaving her ravenous. Chapter 93. A sudden turn in the prison after the meal. As noon approached, Lin Yi decided against venturing outside again that day. Having collected a considerable amount of fuel the previous day, he deemed it prudent to take a well-deserved respite, balancing work with leisure. Jiang Shuyan and the other women proposed a game of mahjong, and Lin Yi promptly nudged Yang Mi into joining them. Understanding Lin Yi's intention for her to integrate swiftly with the group, Yang Mi readily complied. As the evening fell, she had spent the entire afternoon engaging with the others, forging deeper familiarity among them. When it was time to retire for the night, the women departed to their rooms in unison, leaving only Jiang Shuyan to escort Yang Mi to Lin Yi's bedroom. As Lin Yi's first partner, she possessed the keenest understanding of him, serving as his most formidable ally in navigating the complexities of his relationships. Upon entering Lin Yi's room, Yang Mi found him reclining on the bed, absorbed in a book. However, the moment she entered, his focus shifted entirely to her, the words on the page forgotten. She slipped off her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and nestled into his warm embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, her hands exploring with playful mischief. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Yang Mi, Lin Yi cast the book aside, turning to meet her gaze. In that moment, they both recognized the desire flickering in each other's eyes. The room soon filled with the sound of tearing fabric. An hour later, Lin Yi, astonished by the crimson stains on the sheets, inquired, "Is this your first time?" "Yes," Yang Mi replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Yi was taken aback that she had managed to preserve her innocence amidst the temptations of the entertainment industry. Could it be that she had risen to prominence solely through her own merit? But such thoughts were fleeting. He believed in seizing joy in the moment. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early. The women were already downstairs enjoying breakfast. He instructed Lu Feier to bring some food up for Yang Mi, who likely wouldn't be stirring from bed anytime soon. He then took his seat and began to eat. In the days that followed, Lin Yi truly experienced the bliss of indulgence. Each day was spent either gaming with Luo Zishan or playing mahjong with Jiang Shuyan and the others. Occasionally, he would accompany Luo Ziki to the underground level for practice with firearms and archery. Afternoons were often spent swimming in the pool, where Lin Yi found serenity watching the women frolic in the water. He mused that if life could continue in this manner, it would be quite splendid. He harbored no ambitions, nor did he desire to rule or dominate. He merely wished to enjoy each day in the cheerful company of these women. Meanwhile, in a prison located several dozen kilometers away, a wild boar measuring 5 meters in length rampaged within its confines. This beast possessed a pair of blood-red eyes and tusks nearly half a meter long, and with a gaping maw. It brutally bit off the head of a man standing before it. Soon, the creature had claimed the lives of several prisoners, the stench of blood permeating the entire cell block. Gradually, the wild boar lowered its body, shrinking in size as its coarse fur faded away. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed into a portly man with a round face and large ears. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have recognized him as Supplie, Wang Xue's former boyfriend. After Lin Yi stole the supplies from the Fuyuan warehouse, he framed Supplie for the crime, even taking the key from him. Supplie licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been in this prison for 2 months. Although there was no evidence proving him to be the mastermind behind the theft at Fuyuan supermarket, and the stolen goods had not been recovered, testimonies indicated that he had repeatedly pilfered substantial amounts of merchandise for personal sale. Consequently, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Upon his arrival at the prison, Supplie was subjected to relentless bullying. His considerable girth made him an easy target. He was forced to sleep beside the toilet and frequently endured beatings and insults from other inmates. Having been accustomed to a life of comfort, Supplie was unprepared for such humiliation and soon clashed with the prison's dominant figure. However, despite his size, he could not leverage his weight effectively in a fight and was quickly subdued by several individuals. After enduring several beatings, Supplie finally reached out to his parents for help. In desperation, his father spent a considerable sum to bribe several individuals within the prison. As a result, the guards treated him favorably, and Supplie was able to recruit a few followers with his money, thus alleviating the bullying. The individual who had tormented him was named Zhang Quan, sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional injury and commanding a substantial following in the prison. As Supplie gained influence, conflicts often arose between their factions, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. However, the situation escalated dramatically after a heavy snowfall blanketed the prison, leading to a riot. Seizing the opportunity, several inmates killed the guards and unlocked all the cell doors. Within a day, dozens of prison guards were slain, and the inmates were divided into 2 major factions, one led by Zhang Quan with over 70 members, and another led by Supplie with more than 50. The remaining prisoners formed their own faction, remaining neutral. During this tumultuous period, skirmishes broke out over the struggle for resources, resulting in mutual casualties. More than a month after the apocalypse descended, Supplie one day suddenly felt an intense itch all over his body, as if something was destined to emerge. No matter how hard he scratched, it proved futile. Within mere minutes, his physique underwent a profound transformation. His body hair grew increasingly abundant, and his teeth protruded menacingly. He was metamorphosed into a wild boar. Instinctively, he succumbed to his primal urges, tearing apart several of his subordinates in his room. After slaying a few individuals, he consumed their remains and drank some blood, which momentarily restored his sanity. The horrific acts he had just committed, coupled with the sight of bloodstains in the room, overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain his nausea. However, he quickly regained his composure. The exhilarating sensation of power that accompanied his transformation captivated him. It felt as though he possessed boundless strength. Even a tank before him would not deter his confidence in reducing it to scrap metal. Supplie did not hastily seek vengeance against Zhang Quan. Instead, he concealed himself in his cell to master his transformation. After days of practice, he finally achieved the ability to retain his intellect post-transformation. His first course of action was to confront Zhang Quan single-handedly for retribution. Upon seeing Supplie approach alone, Zhang Quan attempted to mock him, only to be met moments later by the sight of a gigantic wild boar charging towards him, jaws agape, ready to strike. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Quan lunged with a sharp knife, but to his astonishment, the blade shattered upon contact with Supplie's skin. Supplie opened his maw wide and viciously bit Zhang Quan in half. Not sparing Zhang Quan's subordinates, he obliterated them all. Supplie's own subordinates were petrified by their leader's transformation, yet fortunately, Supplie retained enough rationality not to turn on them. After exterminating Zhang Quan's men, Supplie reverted to his human form, his physique still significantly stronger than the average individual. Soon, he entirely dominated the prison through sheer force. All those who bore animosity toward him were systematically eliminated. Now, the prison stood barren save for Supplie and his few loyal followers. With provisions dwindling and their means of heating long depleted, Supplie had to devise a strategy for a new sanctuary. He immediately recalled the doomsday fortress his father had gifted him. For various reasons, he had not occupied it previously, but now it appeared to be the perfect refuge. Not only was it a secure haven, but its heating system was also exceptionally well equipped. Once they could gain entry, they would no longer endure the cold. Although he had misplaced the key, Supplie was still aware of a means of access. On the ground floor of the villa, there existed an escape passage, with an exit hidden on the opposite side of a small hill. However, the cold outside was unbearable, rendering their passage impossible. Fortunately, the vehicles designated for transporting prisoners were securely parked indoors. Supplie began organizing his men to transport these vehicles outside. After 2 days of preparation, they successfully moved all 4 transport vehicles from the indoor parking lot. The snow tires had been replaced, and after filling the tanks with fuel, the convoy set forth with great determination towards Lin Yi's current refuge. After nearly 2 hours of driving, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Supplie instructed his subordinates to remain there while he, having transformed his form, chose to ascend the mountain alone on foot. He had always found the theft at the Fuyuan warehouse suspicious. While others might question his involvement due to ignorance of the details, he, as the party directly involved, understood the situation most clearly. With so many items, it was inconceivable that he could have moved them. Such a monumental task was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was that his key was also missing, undoubtedly taken by the individual who had stolen from the Fuyuan warehouse. Given the chaos outside, his villa was undoubtedly the safest location in Haijing City. If anyone were to be found within the villa, it would certainly be the one who had committed the theft and framed him. Supplie transformed into a massive wild boar, a form that greatly enhanced his strength and defenses, and most importantly, rendered him impervious to the cold. He galloped through the snow and soon entered the vicinity of the villa, just a kilometer away. Inside, Lin Yi was seated on the sofa, engaged in a romantic conversation with Yang Mi, who was perched on his lap, her arms entwined around his neck. Suddenly, the villa was alerted by the sound of an intruder alarm, triggered by infrared sensors that would activate upon the approach of any large creature within a kilometer's radius. Lin Yi gently set Yang Mi down and made his way to the monitoring room, where he spotted a wild boar charging towards the villa, its size quite formidable, at least 4 to 5 meters long. He playfully tapped Luo Ziki on the backside, remarking that they might enjoy a feast of wild game that evening. With that, Lin Yi dashed up to the attic, retrieving his sniper rifle. At that moment, the wild boar was alarmingly close, merely 100 meters away. Lin Yi opened the shooting aperture on the glass and extended the rifle's muzzle outward. His supernatural ability immediately enveloped the weapon, charging the bullet within. Due to the proximity, he didn't bother to aim, simply pulling the trigger. A bullet imbued with his power shot towards the wild boar. Lin Yi targeted its head, aiming for a swift kill. However, upon impact, the bullet did not result in the expected explosion of the boar's head. Instead, it sent the creature tumbling away. As Supplie approached the villa, he noticed signs that suggested someone had recently inhabited the premises. Before he could ponder further, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. Despite his rugged constitution, the shot did not penetrate his skull. However, he experienced a surge of intense pain as his body was propelled backward. Upon landing on the ground, blood began to trickle down from his forehead. Although Lin Yi's bullet had not claimed his life, it had certainly inflicted injury. Both man and boar were taken aback. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the power of his ammunition. That shot was potent enough to obliterate a full-grown wild boar. Yet, judging by Supplie's condition, it seemed he had sustained minimal harm. Supplie, too, was astonished. In prison, he had been shot before when an inmate wrested a handgun from a guard. That incident felt merely like a tickle, leaving him unscathed, not even a hair out of place. What kind of gun was that? A Barrett with armor-piercing rounds? Lin Yi pulled the bolt back and took aim once more. This time, Supplie had learned his lesson. He no longer moved in a straight line, but began to zigzag. Nevertheless, with the aid of his extraordinary abilities, Lin Yi once again locked onto his target. As he squeezed the trigger, another bullet soared forth. The transformed Supplie was sent flying several meters away. This shot struck him in a softer area, resulting in a more intense sensation of pain compared to the previous hit, with the bullet embedding itself into his flesh. Clambering to his feet, Supplie hurriedly fled down the mountain, not daring to look back. Since awakening his powers, he had never endured such a serious injury. Once he reached the midway point and escaped Lin Yi's range, he reverted to his human form and extracted the bullet from his side. He then limped down the slope. Lin Yi, having stowed away his sniper rifle, found the encounter with the wild boar perplexing. It had remarkably withstood 2 of his sniper shots, suggesting it was no ordinary creature. Furthermore, its size was astonishing. Could it be that wild boars had somehow evolved? Shaking his head, Lin Yi acknowledged that while he had not secured any wild game, driving it away was a satisfactory outcome. Otherwise, should it charge at him, venturing outside would become perilous. It was prudent to maintain distance from such large animals. He then entered the monitoring room, utilizing thermal imaging to scan the surroundings once more. Upon confirming the absence of any anomalies, he finally departed the monitoring room.